Chapter 1. Li Xin. Unknown, signal captured. Summons being issued. Mortal, your moment of glory has arrived. From this moment forth, you shall join the illustrious Silver Heart Empire. Morning dawned. Li Xin opened his eyes and rose from his single bed. He glanced at the rather small window on one side of the room, where the outside world remained shrouded in dimness. The light of the star had yet to grace the planet known as Guansuo IV. Though early, Li Xin found himself devoid of sleep, likely a consequence of his biological clock. Recently graduated from military training, he had undergone 8 years of rigorous education, equipping him with foundational military knowledge and rudimentary command skills. Now a graduate, the habits forged over the years proved difficult to alter. The room was quite cramped aside from Li Xin's bed. It was cluttered with various mechanical odds and end stools, oil-stained bearings, and simple maintenance equipment. Even beneath the steel pipe bed lay an assortment of mechanical parts. Stepping outside, he entered a repair shop, flanked by shelves brimming with assorted disarrayed components. At the center stood a workbench. Li Xin's gaze fell upon a colossal mechanical arm on the bench, causing his brow to furrow. The arm was undeniably aged, its rough components encrusted with a dark amalgam of dust and oil. He could not recall its model, but it was undoubtedly a relic from 3 to 5 decades past. Upon his return last year, he had not encountered this mechanical arm, suggesting it was a recent acquisition. Despite its age, for a large corporation, this arm was considered antiquated, yet for a small civilian repair shop, it was merely in its initial adjustment phase 90% new, a rare find. Li Xin patted the mechanical arm, conducting a cursory inspection for any issues. Fortunately, despite its unkempt appearance, it had been maintained reasonably well. His attention shifted to the workbench, where a rifle lay awaiting repair. As a military trainee, Li Xin was well acquainted with this weapon, the X-49. A powder weapon with a caliber of 7.8 millimeters, it utilized a magazine feed, the standard capacity being 30 rounds, with the option for extended magazines in special operations. This weapon, known for its durability, still enjoyed significant prevalence on Guansuo IV. While the age of interstellar technology had birthed an array of high-tech weaponry laser rifles, electromagnetic rifles, Gauss rifles, and plasma rifles, powder weapons like the X-49 remained in ample supply. The reasons were straightforward. Despite various issues inherent to powder weaponry in this era, their affordability, ease of maintenance, and commendable lethality rendered them advantageous. To an unarmored target, the impact of a laser bullet, an electromagnetic projectile, or a powder bullet bore no distinction. Much like in the ancient times of Blue Star, where superpowers wielded aircraft carriers, primitive tribes still hunted with spears. In most instances, the capacity to kill an enemy sufficed, whether through bombers or spears. The fate of the deceased remained unchanged. The rifle on the workbench was evidently there for repairs, and it was not the sole weapon in need of attention. Beneath the table lay a large box filled with weapons awaiting refurbishment. Li Xin picked up the rifle, skillfully performing a bolt check. The issue was simple, evidently damaged. The feeding system had faltered. For such minor problems, if conditions permitted, parts could be readily replaced. The X-49 was so commonplace that finding spare components posed little challenge. He began disassembling the rifle entirely, examining the damaged parts. The extent of the destruction surpassed his expectations. Turning, he approached a nearby shelf piled high with various components, the sound of clattering metal resonating as he rummaged through the disarray. Soon, he located the parts he sought. After reinstalling the nearly pristine components, he reassembled the rifle. Click! Listening to the satisfying sound of the bolt, Li Xin conducted a final check. The weapon was now repaired. He placed the rifle in a clean box, then retrieved another weapon from the awaiting repairs. Observing the dried black stains on this weapon, Li Xin's expression remained unchanged. He recognized what it was. The dried blood was a grim testament to the fate of its previous owner. Yet Li Xin was accustomed to such realities. Guansuo IV was inherently perilous, where bloodshed. Chapter 2. Contracts and Potions. Li Xin, who are you? What do you want? Li Zhuang furrowed his brows, observing the figure before him. While the shutter door remained partially raised, his eyes were filled with suspicion. For on the planet Guansuo IV, a clean and tidy uniform signified that one was affiliated with a company, and not merely at a low rank. Clearly, a person of such stature should not be present here. Before the middle-aged man outside could utter a word, Li Xian's voice resonated from behind. "You are looking for me." With a firm push, he fully lifted the shutter door. "Please, come in." Li Xian gestured to the two individuals at the entrance. While Li Zhuang regarded both with a look of skepticism. The pair outside resembled a father and son, sharing certain physical traits. The younger man nodded first, and then followed Li Xian into the relatively cramped repair shop. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, clearly unimpressed by the disorder of the establishment. However, considering his son's inquiries, he suppressed his discomfort and stepped inside. Li Xian led the way, kicking aside a mechanical component that obstructed their path. Guiding them into his room, Li Zhuang wished to enter as well, but was halted by Li Xian. Being half a head shorter, he looked up at Li Xian with a furrowed brow. Li Xian, meeting his gaze, replied, "It's too small in there. You need not come in." "If I won't go in, then I shall watch what tricks you play." Li Zhuang snorted, turning away. With a decisive slam, Li Xian closed the door. Now facing the two individuals in his room, they were seated on Li Xian's bed. The younger man appeared somewhat anxious, not solely due to the cramped space, whereas the middle-aged man maintained a calm demeanor. Li Xian, the young man, clearly familiar with Li Xian, hesitated in his speech. "Bai Mu, long time no see," Li Xian greeted with a smile. Bai Mu quickly responded, "It's been a long time." After exchanging pleasantries, Bai Mu seemed to relax somewhat. "Hello, Uncle Bai," Li Xian acknowledged the older man beside him. Bai Chuan, Bai Mu's father, nodded, displaying no intention for further small talk. "You must know why we are here to see you." In response, Li Xian sat down on a pile of parts. Nodding with a calm demeanor, "I understand that I have brought the contract and the item you desire. If there are no objections, we can proceed to sign the contract, and this item will be yours." Bai Chuan retrieved a contract and a boxed item from his briefcase. Li Xian first glanced at the box in Bai Chuan's hand before shifting his focus to the contract. "May I see it first?" he asked. Bai Chuan, without further comment, handed both items to Li Xian. Despite the significant value of one of the items, Bai Chuan was unconcerned. His status far surpassed that of Li Xian, and he believed Li Xian wouldn't dare to play tricks. However, Li Xian, holding the two items, felt a tumult of emotions beneath his calm facade. One was an employment contract, while the other was a potion, both of which could dramatically alter Li Xian's fate. Li Xian placed the box potion on his lap and began examining the contract. The first thing that caught his eye was the title, Employment Contract with Blueprint Biotechnology Group. His gaze continued downward to find his personal information already filled in. He did not linger on this detail, as his confidentiality level was not particularly high, and it was not a significant issue for others to access his information, as he flipped through the contract. Various terms detailed the salary and benefits provided by the company, alongside the obligations Li Xian was expected to fulfill. Finally, he reached a line stating, "This employee has voluntarily signed the dispatch agreement and will be sent to Hung Defense Company within 7 working days." Here, only his name awaited signature. After reviewing the contract, Li Xian sighed softly. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this moment, and had even sought it out, the document before him made him realize he had perhaps overestimated his own worth. Blueprint Biotechnology Group was the ruler of many cities on this land, and becoming an employee of such a prestigious organization was the aspiration of all who lived here, including Li Xian. Without the attached clauses, this contract would be unattainable for Li Xian, even if he were to sell himself multiple times. Yet the problem lay within the supplementary terms that Hung Defense Company, a subsidiary under the security department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group, was not wholly owned but held shares. Its current location was a war zone. The adversary was the Mildanites, another faction of human colonizers. Both factions occupied significant territories and settlements on this planet. Signing this contract would mean that upon employment, Li Xian would be dispatched to a war zone by Blueprint Biotechnology and to a company that was relatively unsafe, certainly not promising news. Nevertheless, Li Xian understood that this very risk was what made the contract available to him. Originally, Bai Mu was to sign this contract, but Bai Chuan had spent a considerable sum to secure a backdoor entry, allowing Bai Mu to bypass many clauses to join Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Who could have predicted that this seemingly advantageous offer would turn into a poisoned chalice wrapped in honey? Thus, Bai Chuan needed someone to take Bai Mu's place, and while he required a substitute, Li Xian sought a future, a perfect match. At this moment, Li Xian turned his attention to the other condition, slowly opening the box. Inside lay a vial of light blue potion, from which tiny, star-like glimmers sparkled. Li Xian gazed at the vial with an air of fascination. It held the power to change his destiny and was the very reason he was willing to sign the contract. The box also contained instruction for the potion's use, a silver syringe, and its name. Number 7 Psychic Stimulation Compound. Chapter 3. Signing psychic power is the key to humanity's strength and the foundation upon which they traverse the starry seas. However, mastering this power is no simple task. Unless one is born into a family with inherited psychic abilities, others must utilize potions to stimulate their bodies and gain such powers. The number 7 Psychic Stimulation Compound is one such potion. Li Xian stared at the vial in his hand, contemplating the shimmering syringe contained within the box. All that was required was to assemble the syringe, aim it at his neck, and inject it with force. Then it would be a matter of whether his body could withstand the activation of his psychic power. Bai Chuan seemed to sense Li Xian's thoughts and calmly remarked, "I believe you wouldn't want to inject it here. If you succeed, you would be considered an illegal psychic, and if apprehended, it could lead to your demise." Li Xian withdrew the longing from his eyes, reluctantly placing the syringe back into the box. "Of course not. I understand the rules." Despite his words, his gaze remained fixated on the number 7 Psychic Stimulation Compound. After considerable resolve, he finally returned it to its box and picked up the contract. Glancing at Bai Mu, the latter, perceptively, offered a pen and a sealed it. Was rather surprising that even in the age of interstellar travel, signing documents could still be so straightforward that, of course, Li Xian understood that this simplicity was due to his low status. Had he held a higher rank, or if the contract were of greater significance, the signing process would have entailed more rigorous measures, such as blood extraction, iris scans, and chip authorizations. However, for now, merely signing his name and affixing his thumbprint sufficed. Having completed the signing of his indenture, Li Xian exhaled a long, deep breath and handed the contract to Bai Chuan. Observing Li Xian's demeanor, Bai Chuan shook his head slightly and said, "Do not appear so reluctant. The only reason I am offering you this opportunity is due to your friendship with Bai Mu. Join Blueprint as a formal employee is a coveted chance, even if it leads to the war zone. Many would vie for such an opportunity." Li Xian composed himself and nodded in agreement. "Uncle Bai is right. This indeed is my fortune." Bai Chuan's statement held truth. Finding someone to fill in for Bai Mu was not a daunting task. Even if the contract required a candidate with 8 years of basic military training and a record of excellence, Guansuo IV had no shortage of people. Thus, offering this opportunity to Li Xian was a gesture of goodwill from Bai Chuan and Bai Mu. For Bai Mu, the allure of this contract was diminished, as he could have pursued better, more stable, and less perilous employment within Blueprint. However, for others, including Li Xian, this was an exceedingly costly contract for life. Bai Chuan carefully stored the contract in his briefcase. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke again. "Given your current state, I believe you should think carefully before proceeding with the injection. After all, administering the stimulant may not necessarily yield beneficial results. Once the psychic stimulant is injected, it is no longer within your control that I personally advise you to sell it. At the very least, it could improve your living conditions." Li Xian nodded in acknowledgement, expressing gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle Bai. I will give it serious thought." Bai Chuan discerned the insincerity in Li Xian's response, but chose not to press further. He rose to leave with his son. Noticing this, Li Xian hurriedly opened the door. Outside stood a burly man, Li Zhuang, who seemed to have been eavesdropping to it. Was no wonder that there had been no sounds of maintenance during their conversation. Upon seeing the door open, Li Zhuang quickly feigned busyness. Li Xian cast a glance at him, but said nothing more, instead escorting the Bai father and son to the entrance. Bai Chuan remarked, "Well, this is where we part ways." "All right, Uncle Bai," Li Xian nodded. Bai Mu added, "Goodbye, Li Xian, and I hope to hear good news from you." Li Xian smiled slightly, assuring him, "You will only receive good news from me." Bai Mu's face lit up with a smile, and soon they boarded their vehicle, the engine humming softly as they departed. Li Xian watched the car disappear from view, only turning away once the taillights faded completely. Upon turning, he discovered Li Zhuang standing not far behind. Observing him, Li Xian chose to remain silent and walk back to his room, retrieving the neatly packaged stimulant and placing it into a black backpack. As he prepared to leave, Li Zhuang could no longer contain himself and spoke up, "Are you really going to hung in defense? I've heard it's a war zone, and with that stimulant, can't you reconsider the injection? I've heard the success rate for psychic stimulants is quite low, with a significant chance of failure. I still have your father as compensation money. Why not skip it?" It's enough to find you a wife at this moment. Li Zhuang's demeanor had shifted from his usual intimidating presence to one of concern as he brandished the card in his hand. Li Xian took the card, glanced at it, then chuckled as he returned it to Li Zhuang's chest. The contract is signed. How could I not go? He has been gone for over a decade. Even if there was compensation, it should have long been spent. You should keep that money for your retirement, or perhaps find a woman for yourself. Rest assured, I will not be a failure. I will only succeed. Li Zhuang's complexion paled slightly, and he mumbled, unable to articulate his thoughts. For him, managing to say so much without losing his temper was no small feat. Li Xian patted Li Zhuang on the shoulder. Speaking calmly, "Old man, you've worked tirelessly in this cramped repair shop, saving every penny to support my education. I know it hasn't been easy for you. Now that I am an adult and have graduated. While the repair shop is not without its merits, I do not wish to spend my life here. Since you have the means now and no longer need to support me, it's time for you to find a woman. Perhaps you might even have a brother for me." After listening, Li Zhuang sighed and replied, "You have your father's spirit. However, you make a valid point. It is time I stopped spending on you. Tomorrow, I will seek a woman." Chapter 4. The Psychic Center pleased with Li Zhuang's response. Li Xian turned and slung his black bag over his shoulder as he exited the repair shop. He did not look back, knowing Li Zhuang would surely be watching him. Uncertain if he would ever return, he understood that this farewell, at least on the surface, had been joyful, and he did not wish to ruin the atmosphere by turning back. Li Xian strode forward confidently, while behind him, Li Zhuang, with his heavy mechanical limbs, also approached the door. Just as Li Xian had watched the father and son depart, Li Zhuang stood at the entrance. Observing Li Xian's receding figure, the stature of the young man brought back memories of years past when he had watched another figure fade away. Li Xian's father, Li Zhuang's brother. The resemblance was striking. Tears welled in the corners of Li Zhuang's eyes as he watched the two similar silhouettes illuminated by the stellar light, gradually disappearing from view. Once Li Xian turned the corner and was no longer visible, Li Zhuang let out a heavy sigh, turning back to the repair shop he had inhabited for so many years. Clenching the card in his hand, he pulled down the shutter, securing the door. Once it was locked, he mumbled to himself, "Li Xian is right. It's time I find a woman." Li Xian exited the alley, letting out a small sigh as he hailed a cab to the psychic center. "All right," the driver responded, and the vehicle sped away. Through the rearview mirror, the driver observed Li Xian and the bag slung across his chest, unable to resist inquiring, "Are you going to stimulate your psychic abilities?" Li Xian drew a handgun from his waist, casually resting it on his thigh, and replied, "Ask what you must. Do not inquire about what you should not." The driver offered an awkward smile, casting a glance at the loaded firearm, and refrained from further questioning. While the city did not strictly regulate firearms, those who possessed them were relatively few. The driver had no desire to ascertain whether Li Xian's weapon was real or to gamble on the possibility of it being loaded. As the journey continued smoothly, the buildings and crowds outside swiftly retreated. Li Xian's gaze drifted to the window, passing a bustling construction site where workers, not limited to humans, but also the indigenous Churu species, were laboring diligently. The Churu, a bipedal avian race, had lost their ability to fly and were deemed sentient beings. Following humanity's conquest of this planet, they were relegated to servitude and labor, engaging in mining, construction, and perilous chemical work. Humans even developed specialized tools for them to enhance their work efficiency. Once the vehicle moved past the construction site, Li Xian withdrew his gaze that he was not far from his destination. Shortly thereafter, the car came to a halt, and Li Xian retrieved some change to pay the fare before alighting. Standing before the imposing structure, he raised his head to gaze at the towering edifice. He turned to survey his surroundings, letting out a slight sigh. This was the true city, while his residence was merely a lower-class district bordering on impoverished. Li Xian did not linger at the entrance for long. As the area was bustling with people, awakening psychic abilities was a daunting task for someone like Li Xian, who hailed from the slums. Yet for the city at large, it was far from impossible. Upon entering the grand building, Li Xian, despite his modest attire, drew no unusual attention. Such diversity was commonplace here, with wealthy individuals in fine clothing mingling alongside the less fortunate in tattered garments. For the affluent, the cost of the psychic stimulant was a mere trifle, while for the impoverished, such an endeavor could represent generations of accumulated wealth. After passing through security, Li Xian was left with only the box of stimulants. As all other belongings were temporarily stored away, in the air, small flying robots guided all newcomers to their respective destinations. One such robot soon approached Li Xen, who examined it closely. This round robot bore no visible propulsion mechanism, relying solely on the building for its flight. Welcome, civilian. Auxiliary Unit 9527 at your service. Please articulate your needs concisely. Li Xian replied, I require the psychic stimulant to activate my abilities. The central red signal on the robot flickered in acknowledgement. Understood. Please follow me and adhere to the green guiding lines on the floor. With that, the robot pivoted and led Li Xian toward a nearby elevator. Once inside, the elevator buttons illuminated swiftly. Li Xian watched as the number 36 lit up and remained silent, waiting patiently. Ding! With a crisp sound, the elevator arrived at the designated floor, and Li Xian followed Robot 9527 down the corridor. He was not the only one arriving on this level. As the elevator doors opened intermittently, various individuals emerged. Among them were those who stumbled out of the corridor, their steps unsteady. As he traversed the lengthy corridor, Li Xian lost count of the number of turns he had taken before following the robot into a room. Upon his entrance, the large door closed behind him, revealing a space characterized by its stark simplicity. The room, approximately 15 square meters in size, contained only a single integrated alloy table and chair at its center. Aside from this, there was nothing else within. Li Xian seated himself on the chair, and the robot designated 9527 lowered itself in response. The signal light illuminated below, and a projection materialized on the tabletop. It was a contract. Citizen, please carefully review the risk warning in the contract and confirm its accuracy before signing. Li Xian scrutinized the projected document, which meticulously outlined all precautions to take post-stimulation of psychic energy, including procedures should the activation fail. After a thorough examination, he nodded and inquired, How am I to sign this? Please observe the signal light. Once the green light illuminates, articulate your confirmation to sign the agreement. Shortly after, the robot's green signal light flickered to life. Agreement confirmed. Li Xian's calm voice resonated. Beep. Please retrieve the psychic stimulation agent and place it on the table for inspection. Li Xian promptly extracted the agent. Assembling the syringe before placing it on the alloy surface before him, a light of shifting colors emerged as the robot commenced scanning the vial. Once the light extinguished, the robot announced, Inspection complete. The target is compound No. 7 of psychic stimulation, with a purity of 35 and a quality rating of D1. Caution. This agent is not recommended for use. The success rate of psychic activation is between 10 and 15, with a failure rate of 20 to 35 and a distortion probability of 50 to 70. Should you choose to proceed, please confirm again. Li Xian exhaled deeply. D1 was the lowest grade of this agent, teetering on the brink of being classified as waste. Yet he had no alternative. This was the sole agent available to him. His gaze steady, he declared, Confirm injection. Chapter 5. Injection recording instructions. Initiating injection of compound No. 7 of psychic stimulation. Please remove your upper garments. Upon hearing this, Li Xian stripped off his upper clothing. The robot 9527 descended slowly, extending 2 small mechanical arms to grasp the agent. The IT positioned itself beside Li Xian, with one arm employing a built-in nozzle to spray alcohol for disinfection onto his neck. With a sharp prick, the needle pierced Li Xian's neck, and the mechanical arm delivered the agent into his body. In that instant, an indescribable sensation surged through him, akin to a searing heat coursing within. Caution, compound number 7 of psychic stimulation will take effect within 13 minutes post-injection. Please prepare mentally, wishing you success in activating your psychic energy. Li Xian regarded the robot and replied, Thank you. I shall succeed. The robot offered no further response, ascending to the ceiling and affixing itself there, directing its scanner towards him. Li Xian remained silent, sitting upright in the chair with his eyes closed, awaiting the impending fate. For many, the activation of psychic energy represented a desperate gamble. Even with the administration of the stimulation agent, not everyone could successfully awaken their powers, according to the data Li Xian had reviewed. Even superior agents bore significant failure rates. He recalled a statistical chart indicating that compound number 7, in B2 grade usage, had a mere 28 success rate, a staggering 46 failure rate, and a 26 distortion rate. This was considered a relatively superior agent, with the B, C, and D grades segmented into 5 levels, with level 1 being the lowest and level 5 the highest. The disparity between his D1 grade and the B2 grade was akin to a chasm. A gap of 12 levels, not to mention the differences in other aspects. Ion's chances of success appeared bleak, with failure looming large, and the risk of distortion even greater. Yet he had no other option. He was a transmigrator, having lived his previous life on Blue Star. The circumstances of his demise remained a mystery, yet during his life he was but a cog in the societal machine, toiling away each day, only to return home to sleep. Having experienced life at the bottom rungs of society, Xian was determined not to endure such a fate once more. The conditions here were unlike those on Blue Star. Even the lowest tier of society there had the luxury of consuming junk food, despite the prevalence of technology and hardship. Here, however, the sustenance lacked flavor. For over a decade, Xian had subsisted on industrially produced energy paste. He had grown accustomed to it, yet this did not equate to enjoyment. He yearned to ascend to the pinnacle of life, to savor delectable food rather than subsisting solely on energy paste. It was a choice between rising or perishing. Success was his only pathway. Yet, as he pondered, Xian sensed something amiss. The 3 minutes seemed to have stretched indefinitely. He soon realized he could not move his body. As though it had become rigid, bewildered, he mentally cursed. Damn it, is this how I'm going to relive my dying memories? The sensation intensified. His body began to heat up, as if a furnace were igniting within his chest. Sweat beads formed on his brow, and wisps of steam began to rise. His body was attempting to cool itself, for under such extreme heat, even interstellar humans could not endure for long if this state persisted. His internal organs would surely sustain damage, particularly his brain. However, the situation was beyond Xian's conscious control. He could only silently rage within, his fingers trembling slightly, unable to execute any other movement. It felt as if a volcano was primed to erupt within him. Soon, he noticed small bumps forming on his arms, reminiscent of tiny creatures scurrying beneath his skin. No, it wasn't just one. It felt as though 10 or more small rodents were traversing beneath his flesh. This was merely what he could perceive. Beyond his line of sight, there could be even more, and far more terrifying. Panic enveloped Xian, his eyes filled with terror. He felt a peculiar itch on his face, as a twisted appendage sprouted forth, delicate and fleshy, manifesting before his very eyes. Xian's immobile gaze fixated on the writhing appendage before him. And meanwhile, the once protruding and formidable electromagnetic rifle gradually retracted. The robot remained silently in place, awaiting Xian's awakening. Eventually, after an indeterminate passage of time, Xian, who had been in a stupor, finally regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he struggled to rise, feeling as though his body had been entirely drained. This sensation was even more profound than the emptiness he experienced in his past life after enduring multiple assaults. Slowly, he managed to sit up on a chair while the robot employed a scanner beneath to assess his condition. Congratulations, civilian! Your psychic energy has been successfully activated. Please follow me to the 21st floor to register your psychic information. Xian attempted to stand, only to discover that he still felt weak, that I lacked the strength at the moment. Could I be allowed a brief respite? The signal light on the robot flickered momentarily, responding, Civilian, upon examination, your condition is merely an illusion caused by the depletion of psychic energy. Your physical capabilities are intact. Please make an effort to commence movement. This will assist you in mastering your psychic energy and prevent distortion. Despite this encouragement, the robot patiently awaited Xian at the doorway. Comprehending the robot's words, Xian recognized the reasoning behind his state, yet the path to overcome it proved to be far from simple. After considerable mental preparation, he finally managed to stand, albeit unsteadily. Upon rising, he realized, as the robot had indicated, that his physical condition had not waned. Rather, he sensed an enhancement in his strength. Could this be the corporeal transformation brought about by the activation of psychic energy? Contemplating this, he donned his clothing and followed the robot with measured steps. Along the way, he encountered others who were similarly ascending. Those who understood the situation regarded Xian with envy, recognizing that such a state typically indicated successful activation of psychic energy. Conversely, those who had failed remained in their rooms, awaiting assistance, while the distorted ones had been reduced to mere cinders. Ignoring the gazes of others, Xian staggered into the elevator, which gradually came to rest on the 21st floor. S95-27 guided Xian out of the elevator. He noted that the corridor was far less crowded than that of the 36th floor. Along the way, he saw only two individuals, both of whom, like him, exhibited stiffness and unsteady gait, following 9527 into a room that was similarly sparse. With alloy walls, a pristine floor, and minimalist furnishings, Li Xian settled into a chair as directed. Please wait again. The current queue is extensive, with an estimated wait time of 2,327 minutes. With no alternative, Li Xian resigned himself to waiting in the empty room. As he sought something to occupy his mind, the slow passage of time became increasingly palpable. He began to gently move his body, yearning to regain control. At last, after a 26-minute wait, one side of the alloy wall opened, revealing a woman clad in a silver uniform, accompanied by a half-height wheeled robot. Li Xian's gaze was riveted upon her. He could hardly tear his eyes away, having spent years in the impoverished district of the city. And after undergoing 8 years of military training, he had not seen such beauty in many years that, of course, there were women in the slums, but the relentless grind of life, coupled with a lack of time for self-care, rendered them far from attractive. This woman, however, was a stark contrast. Her skin was fair, her features exquisite, and her figure exceptional, even having encountered many women enhanced by cosmetic effects in his previous life. Li Xian could not help but acknowledge that this was truly an extraordinary woman. His eyes swept over the badge on her chest, and upon reading the information inscribed there, he quickly averted his gaze, daring not to linger, focusing instead on the alloy table in front of him. The badge read, M2D10 Assistant Supervisor, Gao Bingyan. The rulers of this city were the Blueprint Biotechnology Group, and all official institutions were merely divisions under the group's aegis. The Psychic Energy Center, of course, also fell under the purview of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Within the organization, there existed a stringent hierarchy, commencing from M1 in job classifications. The contract Li Xian signed today indicated his entry into this group, designating him as an M1 intern. Although it seemed that he was merely one level below her, the reality was that within Blueprint, the disparity in status was immense, for beneath the job levels, there existed an entirely separate employee classification system. M1 was subdivided into 5 tiers, as was M2.8S, and in turn, his full designation would be M1D1 or possibly M1E1. The prefix D indicated that he was a psychic energy user. While non-psychic individuals began at tier IT, was said that there were even M5 level non-psychics within Blueprint, but ascending to such heights was exceedingly arduous. Thus, while it appeared that Li Xian was merely one level away from Gao Bingyan, the reality was that they were separated by a staggering 10 tiers in the rigidly stratified environment of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Although rank did not equate to everything, the pronounced gap in levels warranted Li Xian to tread cautiously. He loathed the prospect of trouble, for it could arise if his gaze inadvertently offended this woman. Chapter 7. The active psychic energy opposite him, Assistant Supervisor Gao Bingyan, took a seat across from Li Xian. She was accustomed to the attention her beauty garnered, aware of her allure. Noticing that Li Xian dared only to look at the table, she perceived him as a perceptive young man. Once seated, the accompanying wheeled robot drew closer. Gao Bingyan casually retrieved a document from above and perused it, casting a glance at Li Xian afterward. Civilian. Li Xian. Only then did Li Xian lift his head, responding, "That is a..." Gao Bingyan met his gaze before continuing. "I have reviewed your information. First and foremost, congratulations on activating your psychic energy." "Thank you," Li Xian replied earnestly. Gao Bingyan produced a device, placing it on the table as she continued. "We will now proceed to the testing phase. Extend your hand and place it within the device. It will assess your psychic energy to..." Li Xian complied, placing his hand within the device as he felt a jolt of electricity coursing through him. After a few moments, a sound emitted from the device. Gao Bingyan activated its projection, meticulously reviewing the results. After a brief interval, she regarded Li Xian with a smile and declared, "Congratulations, Li Xian. You are fortunate. Your psychic attributes are healthy and have reached D2 level, with an overall active state." "What does an active state signify?" Li Xian inquired softly. Gao Bingyan explained, "An active state indicates that your psychic energy will enhance at a quicker pace, allowing you to adapt to a broader range of tasks, with promising potential for future development." Hearing this, Li Xian felt a surge of joy within. Gao Bingyan then adopted a serious expression, continuing, "From this moment onward, you will no longer be an ordinary civilian. your status will automatically transform into that of a civilian psychic energy user. You are required to adhere to the laws governing psychic energy users within the group. This document is for your thorough review. If you possess a chip, you may request a download from 9527 that a hefty volume materialized from the wheeled robot beside Gao Bingyin. Upon seeing it, Li Xin felt overwhelmed. If this book contained the guidelines for psychic energy users, reading it would undoubtedly be a daunting task. I have reviewed the circumstances surrounding your psychic energy stimulation. You were able to use the most basic psychic stimulation compound, which led to your successful activation. This is indeed fortunate, but you must also bear the side effects that accompany this compound, Gao Bingyin stated slowly. What issues may arise? Li Xin pressed for clarification. You came perilously close to distortion during the stimulation, did you not? Although the distortion has subsided for now, it does not imply it will remain absent indefinitely. Throughout your life, you will need to contend with distortion. This is the fate of all psychic energy users. Should you encounter chaos during your daily life or while cultivating your psychic energy, the distortion may re-emerge. Gao Bingyin succinctly explained, "Is there no definitive method to eradicate distortion?" Li Xin inquired, unwilling to accept the grim reality. Gao Bingyin shook her head. Li Xin then asked, if I were to use a higher grade or even the highest grade psychic stimulation compound, would that prevent future distortions? Upon hearing this, Gao Bingyin couldn't help but chuckle, remarking, what an amusing notion you have. The incursion of chaos does not alter based on the level of the compound employed. All psychics will inevitably encounter such issues. Distortion is a latent crisis that accompanies psychics throughout their lives. Fortunately, we possess biological intelligent chips that allow for the continuous monitoring of bodily contamination, enabling timely intervention when issues arise. After hearing this, Li Xin nodded silently, reflecting on the term biological intelligent chip. This was not a new concept to him. He had heard it long ago from Bai Mu. Bai Mu had mentioned that his brother, upon activating his psychic abilities, had implanted a biological intelligent chip, which significantly enhanced his performance in both learning and work. I reviewed your profile, and it seems your family cannot provide the funds necessary for the implantation of a biological intelligent chip. Gao Bingyin inquired. If it were an ordinary young man being questioned by a goddess-like woman, he might feel somewhat embarrassed. However, having lived two lives, Li Xin found this to be a trivial matter. He replied candidly, indeed, I am without funds. The Psychic Center has recently launched a low-interest loan for newly initiated psychics to purchase biological intelligent chips. What do you think? Are you interested? Gao Bingyin noted Li Xin's forthrightness, regarding him with increased respect. Loans? Li Xin was momentarily taken aback. This concept was familiar to him. In his previous life, he had heard of opportunities to secure loans, but that chance had long passed. He had friends who had taken numerous loans without consequence, which he envied greatly. Indeed, it is a loan intended for the acquisition of a biological intelligent chip, Gao Bingyin confirmed with a smile. You may not fully grasp the power of such chips. Put it simply, even the most basic biological intelligent chip surpasses the performance of the military-grade computers utilized during your training. Li Xin gasped in astonishment. Were military computers powerful? Undoubtedly, they were not only robust, but also remarkably durable. Most crucially, on the colonial planet Guansuo IV, such computers were exclusively found within official institutions. Unofficial entities, regardless of wealth, were prohibited from using them. Would you like one? Gao Bingyin smiled, resembling a captivating enchantress. However, Li Xin had already signed a labor contract for deployment to a war zone, where his survival was uncertain, rendering the matter of loans insignificant. Nevertheless, he posed a critical question. This loan, should I be unable to repay it, will it not require a guardian to cover the debt? Gao Bingyin shook her head. This is a specialized loan for biological intelligent chips. Since you have no other use for it, it will not be transferred to anyone else for repayment. Upon hearing this, Li Xin responded without hesitation. Then let us proceed. Which loan provides a greater amount? I shall take that one. It appears you are indeed a decisive individual. Gao Bingyin remarked with a gentle laugh, signaling the projection device 9527 to display information. Before Li Xin, two projections materialized, presenting details of two biological intelligent chips. D2 Biological Intelligent Chip, Military. D2 Biological Intelligent Chip, Research. Li Xin diligently examined the specifications of both chips and their respective loan amounts. He had initially assumed the military chip would be more expensive. To his surprise, the research chip commanded a higher price. The military chip was priced at 540 energy coins, while the research chip was set at 650 energy coins. Energy coins were a currency he had only heard of but never used, accessible only upon joining a company. 1 energy coin represented a unit of tangible energy, a commodity of considerable value. Wait till you have signed an employment contract with the company? Gao Bingyan exclaimed as she observed Li Xian's focused reading. Upon hearing her words, an inexplicable anxiety gripped Li Xian. If his labor contract for the war zone was discovered, would the loan still be permissible? Would anyone genuinely wish to lend money to a person who might perish at any moment? He gazed at Gao Bingyan with trepidation. Gao Bingyan smiled slightly. Your employment contract with the group indicates that your credit rating will increase, which means your loan limit will also rise. Would you be interested in upgrading to a superior biological intelligent chip? Her voice had an almost saccharine quality to Li Xian's ears. Upgrade to a better one. It is imperative. An astute choice. Gao Bingyan beamed. She then snapped her fingers, and the previous projections disappeared, replaced by 2 new ones. D4 Biological Intelligent Chip, Military. D4 Biological Intelligent Chip, Research. The chip's tier remained unchanged. Yet its classification had ascended by 2 levels. Li Xian scrutinized the attributes of the chips. This level of enhancement represented an approximate 18 overall performance improvement compared to the D2 series. Naturally, the price had also increased. The military chip now cost 940 energy coins, while the research chip was priced at 1,050 energy coins. The specifications of these 2 biological intelligent chips lay before Li Xian, and he swiftly made his decision. However, he meticulously reviewed the information for both options. Although he comprehended most of the terminologies, he still lacked understanding. He was preparing to enter a war zone and join a defense company. His choice would naturally be limited to the military chip. Military and research were 2 distinctly different paths. Otherwise, he might have opted for the more expensive option. After all, inexpensive items are not always of good quality, whereas quality items invariably come at a price. Gazing at the loan repayment interest rate, which stood at an annual rate of 24, Li Xian felt a wave of dismay wash over him. This was indeed a rather standard rate. The sight of such a rate left him feeling somewhat dizzy, yet he had no alternative. Pointing to the military chip, he stated, I choose this one. What are the next steps? Gao Bingyan maintained her sweet expression. Excellent choice. Given your destination, selecting the military chip is indeed the wisest decision. Now, please review the loan agreement carefully. Once signed, we can proceed with the implantation of your biological intelligent chip. Upon hearing Gao Bingyan's words, Li Xian felt a sudden jolt of surprise, but quickly regained his composure. He diligently read through the loan agreement, which contained thousands of clauses, many of which bore similarities. The sheer volume of text made him feel as though he were on the verge of becoming visually impaired. After a cursory review, he found no issues and instructed 9527. Let us proceed with the signing. At this point, he no longer needed to physically sign. He simply needed to align his pupils with the new signal light from 9527. After signing the loan agreement, Gao Bingyan's voice rang out. Congratulations, Li Xian. Your loan has been approved. You are now eligible to purchase a military intelligent chip. Despite Gao Bingyan's announcement, Li Xian could not suppress his curiosity and inquired, You are aware I am heading to a war zone for deployment to Hungan security? Gao Bingyan nodded. Yes, I am aware. Your profile is relatively low in status, and I can access nearly all your information. Then why are you still willing to extend me a loan? Do you not fear I may perish there? Or do you believe I am relatively safe? Li Xian pressed. Gao Bingyan responded nonchalantly. Based on data analysis, you have a 25 probability of dying within the first 2 weeks of entering the war zone, and a 44 probability of dying within the first month. How can my mortality rate be so high? Li Xian exclaimed in disbelief. Of course, this is merely a statistical analysis, Gao Bingyan reassured him gently. Before Li Xian could exhale in relief, she added, You might even die sooner. Li Xian stared at her in shock, then asked, So why grant me a loan? Why not? Gao Bingyan tilted her head, looking at him quizzically. If I die, does that not render the debt void? Li Xian frowned. Indeed it would, she replied. But what consequence does that hold? Although I am the one applying for the loan, the funds are not mine. They belong to the corporation. Hence, it is the corporation that absorbs the loss. Upon hearing her explanation, Li Xian found himself at a loss for words, marveling, How splendid, truly remarkable. Gao Bingyan waved her hand dismissively. Enough of this. My work is complete. You may now follow 9527 for the chip implantation. Without waiting for Li Xian to respond, Gao Bingyan stood and gracefully exited through the metallic side door. Inside the room, 9527's signal light flashed. Civilian, please follow me. Li Xian gazed wistfully at the direction Gao Bingyan had departed, then glanced at the hovering 9527. Who would wish to follow this robot? I want the beautiful woman. Yet, despite his thoughts, Li Xian obediently followed the robot. Upon entering the elevator once more, their destination was the 65th floor. As they emerged from the elevator, Li Xian immediately detected the potent scent of disinfectant in the air. Clearly, this level was designated for surgical procedures. Guided by 9527's directional prompts, Li Xian ultimately arrived in an operating room. Li Xian found himself not yet in the operating room, but rather in a sterilization chamber. A large glass partition separated him from the actual surgical area, which was filled with various instruments that were unfamiliar to him. Civilians, please wait here. Medical personnel will arrive in 5 minutes. Wishing you a successful surgery. After 9527 finished speaking, it flew up to the ceiling to wait. Li Xian could only obediently stand before the surgical table. And fortunately, this wait was not prolonged. Soon, the alloy door slid open to the side, revealing a team of medical staff clad in blue sterilization gowns. Li Xian observed 5 individuals. 3 men who appear to be doctors and 2 women who were nurses. One of the nurses approached him and said, "Civilians, please cooperate with my work." Following her instructions like a puppet on strings, Li Xian was thoroughly disinfected and changed in his surgical attire. Once he lay on the table and was completely anesthetized. The surgery commenced. However, this was a scene Li Xian could not witness. The doctors skillfully made an incision on his forehead and implanted a biologically intelligent chip the size of a fingernail into his brain. The procedure was lengthy, taking approximately an hour. When it concluded, a doctor pulled over a nearby instrument to suture Li Xian's forehead. Finally, with a spray and a flash of laser, his forehead returned to its original state, revealing no evidence of the surgery. Chapter 9. The psychic energy chip. Li Xian awoke from a deep slumber, stretching as he felt that this was the most refreshing sleep he had experienced in years. As he fully regained consciousness and surveyed his surroundings, a sense of shock washed over him. It dawned on him that he had bid farewell to his ordinary past. He had signed an employment contract with Blueprint, activated his psychic energy, implanted a biologically intelligent chip, and taken out a substantial loan. From now on, he would wake up each day facing a mountain of debt. The tranquil life he once knew was irrevocably behind him. He rose from bed, and 9527 flew before him. Civilians, congratulations. Your D4 biologically intelligent chip has been successfully implanted. Please silently chant. Activate chip. Feel your intelligent life. Li Xian nodded at 9527, though he was unsure why he was acknowledging a robot. He closed his eyes and began to chant inwardly. Activate chip. Ding! The activation of the military version of the D4 biologically intelligent chip was successful. Thank you for supporting Blueprint Biotechnology. I will now guide you into the intelligent world. As the voice echoed in his mind, the chip was officially activated. The chip requires your 13 authorizations. Yes, no? A familiar sensation washed over Li Xian, reminiscent of downloading a new app in his previous life. He clicked through the authorization options, reading each carefully before granting all permissions. Please give your chip an appropriate name. After some contemplation, Li Xian silently decided. 0. Very well. 0 is at your service. Would you like to start the beginner's tutorial? Yes. Under the step-by-step guidance of the chip, Li Xian gained a preliminary understanding of its functionalities. However, further knowledge would necessitate adaptation and learning in the days to come. His understanding of 0 summarized the following points. 1. Language and translation capabilities. Able to instantly translate all languages recorded in the language library. 2. Enhanced memory and learning ability. The chip can download both foundational and advanced knowledge from the database, assisting the host in mastering it more swiftly. 3. Cognitive assistance and decision support. Providing instant information analysis, logical reasoning, and strategic recommendations in complex tasks. 4. Security and privacy protection. Instant detection of chaotic erosion levels, preventing unauthorized access and malicious data alteration. 5. Instant communication and information sharing, enabling seamless communication between soldiers and command centers, ensuring real-time transmission and sharing of battlefield information. 6. Skill enhancement and training. offering skills training, knowledge updates, and tactical exercises based on combat needs. Point 7 interconnectivity with multiple platform weaponry, allowing connections with smart firearms and various combat vehicles for quicker operation. This was merely a brief overview of what Lee Xian learned after completing the beginner's tutorial, and he realized it may not be comprehensive enough regarding the chip's full capabilities. Nevertheless, even this knowledge left him feeling quite impressed. He opened his eyes, acknowledging that most functionalities would require time to experience fully. The robot 9527 approached Lee Xian, stating, "Civilians, congratulations! Your biologically intelligent chip has been activated. Would you like to authorize a connection to the Psychic Energy Center data network?" Sleepiness beckoned, yet the chip was commendable. However, Zero was still in an activated state, introducing its functionalities but lacking specific project usability due to the chip's offline status. Authorize, quickly authorize. Lee Xian could hardly contain his eagerness to connect to the network. Having spent years without a mobile phone, he wondered how he had managed. Connection successful. As the chip notified him, programs began to download one after another. "Please follow me to the rest area." 9527 guided him ahead. Soon, Lee Xian arrived at the rest area on the 5th floor, where he spotted several individuals dressed similarly to him. Clearly, they too had recently activated their psychic abilities. Lee Xian closed his eyes, drawing upon his psychic energy to delve deeper into the chip within his mind. As he conducted the scan, he discovered another similar chip coalescing beside the original Zero chip. This new chip resonated with him, feeling as if it were composed of his own psychic energy. Under Lee Xian's focused gaze, this chip gradually took shape. Psychic energy chip implanted successfully. Chip replication in progress. D4 psychic energy chip activation successful. A flurry of notifications flashed through Lee Xian's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. Point 0. What is a psychic energy chip? Lee Xian could not help but inquire. Searching database, and search targets found. Lee Xian's heart sank. If Zero could not locate any information, it could only mean two possibilities. Either the database truly lacked information on this psychic energy chip, or Zero's permissions were insufficient. Neither scenario was favorable. Did he not purchase just one chip? How had he seemingly received a bonus? As Lee Xian pondered, the newly formed psychic energy chip layered itself atop the original Zero chip, with a series of static sounds. The two chips temporarily separated. D4 biologically intelligent chip has been parsed. Zero at your service. Chapter 10. Contamination level 0 remained 0. It was no longer the same 0. From this moment forth, Lee Xian possessed two chips in his mind. One, the biologically intelligent chip from Blueprint Corporation, and the other, his psychic energy chip. Moreover, it appeared that the biologically intelligent chip had yet to gain control over the psychic energy chip. Zero had been infiltrated and subsumed by the psychic energy 0. While the situation was complex, the reality had shifted. Lee Xian's expression was multifaceted. This could be good news, at least for now. The biologically intelligent chip, regardless of its nature, was a creation of Blueprint Biotechnology Group. With its implantation, Lee Xian's mind was no longer solely his own, but shared with Blueprint. Now, with a chip birthed from his own psychic energy mastering the biologically intelligent chip, a potential hazard was mitigated. Furthermore, possessing two chips meant double the advantages. The original Zero's network authorization was directly acquired by the psychic energy chip. Now, both chips were leveraging the Psychic Energy Center's network, rapidly downloading various knowledge to enhance their capabilities. How exhilarating! For Lee Xian, concerns about potential issues with the psychic energy chip were now insignificant. Put succinctly, what matters most is that it is functional. The only regret is that this psychic chip can only replicate and lacks the ability for true innovation. Why replicate a D4 level chip if it could automatically upgrade to a higher tier, such as C, B, or even A-level chips? That would indeed be impressive. However, from another perspective, having two chips is far superior to having just one, whether it concerns download speed, processing threads, or the computational power it may provide in the future. It all amounts to double the capacity. Lee Xian felt a wave of joy. Could this be his long-awaited golden opportunity? How fortunate indeed! Yet despite his happiness, Lee Xian began to earnestly utilize the chip to expand his knowledge. His first focus was on pollution levels, a critical function of the chip, as it had been specifically categorized as a major topic. Both his performance during the activation of psychic energy and the previous remarks by Gao Bingyan underscored the significance of distortion and pollution levels. At that moment, Li Xian was engrossed in studying materials concerning pollution levels, report on chaos and pollution levels. This was the only document he could access within his authority. From this report, he ventured into a realm he had never comprehended before, gaining a deeper understanding of the world he had inhabited for over a decade. Psychic practitioners are the favored children of human civilization, at least during the era of interstellar exploration. Yet, with the emergence of the subspace, psychics faced the most terrifying adversities. The universe became divided into two realms. One, the tangible universe in which Li Xian resided, adorned with brilliant stars. The other, the chaotic world of subspace, shrouded in darkness. Countless chaotic beings dwell within this subspace, among which the most formidable are the four chaotic deities. However, due to insufficient authority, Li Xian could not access information regarding the chaotic deities, and thus he skipped that section and moved on to the next. After the advent of subspace, all psychics became susceptible to chaotic corruption. This reality manifested during the era of great interstellar expansion, leading to the corruption of numerous psychics who ultimately fell into the abyss, becoming chaotic psychics or even chaotic demons. The entire cosmic expanse was plunged into a dark age, characterized by slaughter and destruction. As time passed, humanity gradually discovered methods to combat the encroachment of subspace, allowing civilization to endure. The biological intelligence chip was a product of this era, implanted within the brain and linked to psychic energy. When the host pollution level exceeds a certain threshold, indicating an impending total corruption, the chip alerts the host to take preventative measures. Upon reading this, Li Xian utilized the newly downloaded program to assess his chaotic pollution level. Chaotic pollution level 32. This figure was relatively high. Upon reaching 50, physical distortions would manifest, and at 75, the extent of the distortions would escalate until at 100, one would succumb to chaos. After glancing at the pollution level, Li Xian endeavored to calm his racing heart and inquired, 0. How could my pollution level be so elevated after just activating my psychic energy? The voice of 0 resonated in Li Xian's mind. Self-check in progress. Detection results. The elevated pollution level is due to the host's use of D1, level psychic stimulation on compound 7, which contained excessive psychic impurities. Recommended actions. Maintain a positive mood. Read uplifting literature. The impurities within will begin to expel from your body after 72 hours and will be entirely eliminated within 712 hours. Hearing 0's analysis, Li Xian felt a sense of relief. It could indeed be expelled from his body. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he asked, "How will it be expelled?" 0 replied, "Through excretion." Li Xian shook his head slightly. Having expected some elaborate cleansing process akin to what he had read in novels from his previous life, involving purging black sludge from the body. However, upon reflection, it made sense. After all, the body's most robust detoxification mechanisms are indeed vomiting and excretion. Now, with his heightened acceptance, he found the notion of excretion acceptable. It was certainly preferable to expelling it through his mouth. Finally, after sitting in silence for quite some time, Li Xian completed the download of all necessary knowledge and programs. Fortunately, this was done at the Psychic Center, sparing him the need to expend additional psychic energy for network access. Otherwise, with his limited psychic energy, he would likely have depleted it within an hour. Moreover, the quantity of information one could download remained uncertain. Once the downloads concluded, Li Xian had no further reason to linger. He followed 9,527 downstairs and ultimately exited the Psychic Center building. Outside the building, gazing at the radiant stars on the horizon, he noticed that twilight was gradually descending. That Li Xian, shielding his eyes with his hand, observed the stars. The rotation period of Guansuo IV is 25 hours, and nightfall was fast approaching. The entire activation process for his psychic abilities had consumed nearly 3 days, primarily spent in unconsciousness following his activation and during the surgical procedures. Turning back to glance at the towering building, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Regardless of what fate lay ahead, he felt a sense of joy. Becoming a psychic might lead to a transformed future. Chapter 11. Departure as night fell. Li Xian returned to the front of the repair shop. The lights inside still flickered, illuminating the silhouettes of 2 figures, Li Zhuang and a woman. From a distance, the woman bore distinct features of the impoverished district: dark skin, closely cropped hair, and an unremarkable physique. She appeared to be in her 30s. An ordinary woman, that a smile graced her face, mirrored by Li Zhuang's, as if they were both filled with hopeful dreams for the future. Li Zhuang, in his 40s, had lost his legs and relied on mechanical prosthetics. In his previous life, finding a partner would have posed significant challenges. Yet here on Guansuo IV, a colonized planet, possessing a shop and a skill that everyone needed represented a stable future. It seemed Li Zhuang's quest for a wife was concluding beautifully. Lixin observed this from the shadows, a smile forming on his face as he turned to leave. He chose not to return to the shop. Although Li Zhuang would undoubtedly be thrilled to see him alive, this return would only lead to another farewell. Lixin's destination was far from safe. It was a war zone. According to Gao Bingyan's data analysis, he had at least a 50% chance of dying within the first month. She did not mention the second month, but it was likely to yield similarly grim statistics. Though now a psychic, the death of one in this world was hardly significant. Rather than subject Li Zhuang to further worry, it was better not to return this time. After Lixin departed, Li Zhuang seemed to sense something. He trudged heavily toward the shutter gate, squinting at the spot where Lixin had stood moments before. But that place was now empty. Lixin had long since left. "What are you looking at?" A woman's voice came from behind. Li Zhuang squinted, seeing nothing, and slowly reached out to pull down the shutter gate. With a clattering sound, Li Zhuang replied, "Nothing that lets close up early today." Lixin did not return home. Opting instead for a hotel, he had little of importance at home and barely any money. However, he was on the verge of joining Blueprint's biotechnology group, where he would soon possess all that he needed. For now, a few days away from home would suffice, and his funds were adequate. Once settled into the hotel, Lixin lay on the bed, attuning himself to his psychic energy. Psychic energy is a peculiar force. Mastering it is not always a boon, at least. Acquiring psychic abilities significantly increases the likelihood of succumbing to chaotic corruption. A tiny arc of electricity flickered in Lixin's hand. This arc represented one of the effects of his psychic energy. Unlike the overwhelming arc that had engulfed the room during his awakening, this one lacked considerable lethality. Hitting an ordinary person would likely feel similar to a zap from a stun gun. And the arc's maximum range extended only a few meters. Of course, this limitation could be attributed to the low level of his psychic energy. After experimenting for a while, Lixin refrained from further attempts and chose instead to let his energy recover gradually. It was far too perilous for a newly activated psychic to experiment in an empty room. Psychic energy is not akin to other substances. Once birthed in subspace, it is fraught with danger. When psychics utilize their abilities, they're not merely drawing from their internal reserves. They're also effectively opening a tap to the energies of subspace. During this process, the psychic soul becomes as conspicuous as a torch burning in the night. Lighting a torch in darkness attracts moths to the flame. In a similar vein, a psychic soul, akin to a beacon in subspace, draws the attention of other moths. Those terrifying chaotic demons present two fates for a psychic ensnared by their gaze: to repel the demons or to be vanquished, their soul devoured and their body usurped. Thus, even if a psychic possesses formidable strength, the potential of psychic energy allows for a multitude of extraordinary feats, such as casting psychic spells, manipulating life energy, altering cellular structures, healing allies, and vanquishing foes. However, all psychic practitioners deliberately refrain from excessive use of their abilities, for each invocation of psychic power is akin to gambling with one's very soul. In gambling, once one participates, the prospect of loss becomes inevitable. Thus, the wisest course of action is to observe others engage in their wagers while abstaining from involvement oneself. Regarding the methods of training psychic abilities, the information is already downloaded onto Lixin's chip. Yet, all training methods share a common requirement. Practitioners must train within officially designated training rooms. This ensures the utmost protection of the practitioner's souls. Training in unauthorized locations incurs steep penalties if discovered. As a newly initiated psychic practitioner, Lixin harbored no desire to comprehend the extent of these punitive costs. Unable to train, he could only restore his psychic energy through sleep. In this moment, he longed deeply for the state of being anesthetized, that profound sensation of deep slumber. Nevertheless, with the chip now in place, it was not without its advantages. Lixin commanded the chip. Activate sleep assistance function. 0. Command received. Sleep assistance function initiated. In a mere 2 minutes, Lixin, who typically required at least 10 minutes to fall asleep, slipped seamlessly into a state of slumber. The biological intelligence chip was indeed a marvel. Time swiftly passed, and the moment arrived for Lixin to report for registration. The The biological intelligence chip had already downloaded all pertinent information and documentation regarding his employment. Guided by Zero, he traversed the city streets until he arrived at his destination, a towering edifice. It was only within the inner circle of the city, at its heart, that Li Xin could truly appreciate the advancement of technological civilization. In the impoverished areas, his perception of technology was fragmented. He witnessed both cutting-edge innovations and the struggles of those striving to survive, reminiscent of his previous life. However, Li Xin had no time for reflection. Observing the signage on the building, he recognized it as the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech Group. The very place where he was to report today. The area was bustling with people, many clad in the company's standard uniforms. The attire of Blueprint Biotech employees, some individuals donned powered exosuits. Particularly evident among the security personnel flanking the entrance. Conventional firearms and even electromagnetic rifles would likely prove ineffective against such formidable armor. Chapter 12. Employment upon entering the building and registering at the front desk. Li Xin followed an intelligent robot to the upper floors. The elevator soon delivered him to the 28th floor. After entering a room, he seated himself and awaited the arrival of others. He was not left waiting long. Within just a few minutes, a man and a woman entered. With his newly enhanced vision, Li Xin quickly discerned their identification badges. M1E5 Human Resources Officer, Chang Jigua. M2E2 Human Resources Assistant Supervisor, Su Shanfang. It appeared that both were administrative personnel of the Defense Department. Non-psychics, Li Xin instinctively straightened in his seat. After Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua settled down, each held a slim, lightweight computer more akin to a soft page of a book than a traditional device. Su Shanfang spoke first, her face adorned with a professionally rehearsed smile. You must be Li Xin? Yes, I am Li Xin. Now, let us formally commence the onboarding process. Li Xin nodded eagerly. Absolutely, where shall we begin? First, please complete these forms that Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua each handed him a set of documents to fill out, half of which were paper-based, while the other half required entries on the lightweight computer. The volume of information to be filled out and signed was substantial, laden with numerous clauses. Quietly, Li Xin commanded Zero, please assist me in verifying the compliance of these contracts. Command received. Thus, with the combined efforts of Li Xin and Zero, the terms of the contracts were rapidly analyzed, and, after confirming their legitimacy, he began to fill them out formally. Once he completed all the paperwork, Chang Jigua produced a large box. Please accept this welcome package, which includes 2 sets of company uniforms and a smart wristband. Thank you, Li Xin promptly accepted it. As Su Shanfang added, you should already possess the biological intelligence chip. Please activate the wristband and link it to the chip. Once authorized, it will facilitate your operations within the group. Following the instructions, Li Xin donned a sleek black wristband and authorized its connection to the chip. Once everything was set, he noticed that both Su Shanfang and Chang Jigua had sat up straight. Su Shanfang said, Commoner Li Xin, first and foremost, congratulations on officially joining the Blueprint Biotech Group family. With that, both she and Chang Jigua gently applauded. Thank you. Joining the Blueprint Biotech Group has been my long-held dream. Li Xin responded, filled with joy that we have reviewed your employment contract. Upon joining the group, you will initially serve as an intern for 6 months, classified as an M1E1 intern officer. However, given that your psychic abilities are now activated, your position will be elevated to M1D3 intern officer. Your salary will be 40 energy units per month. According to the employment contract, M1D3 intern officer Li Xin, you'll be dispatched to Hungin Defense Company within 7 working days of your onboarding. This encompasses your basic employment information. Should you have any objections, please inquire promptly, and I will assist you as best as I can. After reading through the details, Su Shanfang observed Li Xin with a renewed smile. Upon absorbing all the information, Li Xin pondered, may I request a transfer? The specifics of employee rank and salary were of little concern to him. The prospect of being dispatched to Hungin Defense was the sole point of contention, a matter he deemed troublesome. Regardless of the outcome, it never hurts to inquire. Su Shanfang maintained her smile, nodding in agreement. If possible, I would indeed recommend a transfer. A new employee being sent to a war zone is exceedingly perilous. Would you like me to apply for a transfer on your behalf? Li Xin, incredulous, asked, is that truly possible? Su Shanfang replied with a smile, of course. However, I must inform you that the application and approval process will require time. How much time? A sense of unease crept into Li Xin's mind. Employee transfers necessitate approval from a senior HR officer at the M4 level. I will submit your transfer request within 14 working days. My superior, an M3 level officer, will review the report within 7 to 30 working days. Ultimately, the M4 senior HR officer will take up to 60 working days to assess it after receipt. If approved, you will soon be able to transition into your new department. Upon hearing this timeline, Li Xin felt a wave of despair wash over him. A single rotation of this planet equates to 25 hours. With the notion of a working day derived from the cradle of human civilization, Blue Star, each working day lasts 25 hours, comprising 8 hours of work and 17 hours of rest. That, if Su Shanfang's timeline holds true, even if the approval were to be granted, it could very well take 2 to 3 months. If luck were not on his side, he might emerge from Hungan defense in 2 to 3 months in a state that could only be described as skeletal. While internally cursing the bureaucratic lethargy, Li Xin's expression remained unchanged. He smiled and remarked, upon further reflection, being assigned to Hungan defense is indeed a commendable opportunity. I am but a brick. Wherever the group requires me, I shall move. What a pity. I had already begun drafting your transfer request, Su Shanfang said with a hint of regret. I appreciate your efforts, but I've decided against the transfer that I wouldn't want to trouble you further with the process. Li Xin stated earnestly. Choosing not to transfer is indeed a wise decision, Su Shanfang acknowledged. Your work location will be at Hungan Defense. I personally recommend you head there as soon as possible. What do you think? Li Xin clenched his fists beneath the table, yet recognizing the necessity of acquiescing, he replied, Your suggestion is most reasonable. I am eager to serve the group. Su Shanfang's smile widened. I believe you will make an excellent employee. Chapter 13. The Great Dodo. On the very day of his employment, Li Xin had already completed the transformation from commoner to company employee, achieving the status of an M1D3 in turn, an elevation of 2 ranks upon entry. Had he secured a stable position, he would have been jubilant enough to lose sleep over it that very night. Regrettably, upon just commencing his employment, Li Xin found himself en route to Hungan defense. A stroke of misfortune indeed. At this moment, he stood within a military base, guided by the chip. He approached the entry point of a transport vessel. His attire had transformed. He donned the uniform of the Defense Department, a sleek black ensemble accentuated with white piping that enhanced his already imposing stature. With his personal employee badge affixed, Li Xin boarded the transport vessel. Identified as the Pelican-class transport ship, officially named the Big Belly Bird. Upon seeing this moniker, even Li Xin could not help but admire the creativity behind it. Once aboard, following the staff directions, he took his designated seat, not an isolated one, but rather a spacious arrangement, surrounded by identical seating. Gradually, more individuals boarded the vessel, resembling Li Xin yet distinctly different. These were soldiers, likely seasoned veterans, clad in standard urban camouflage uniforms, burdened with large military backpacks filled to capacity. Evidently their equipment. These soldiers belonged to Blueprint Biotech, but were under the auspices of the Defense Department, holding a formal rank of M1F0 within the corporate hierarchy. Strictly speaking, they were not considered official employees of Blueprint. Even a regular intern would hold a rank of M1E1. That these soldiers were mere expendables, incapable of promotion to officer status without attending military training school for further instruction. Under normal circumstances, should Li Xin aspire to join Blueprint, the most probable avenue would be through the Defense Department. However, it was already overcrowded, and he might need to endure several years under the F designation before genuinely becoming a corporate employee. Even with 8 years of foundational military training since his youth, upon joining, he too bore an F rank, equivalent at best to that of a non-commissioned officer, not an officer. Approximately 200 soldiers gradually boarded the Pelican transport, and only then did the influx of personnel begin to wane. Yet the vessel had not yet taken flight and remained in a state of busyness. Beneath their seats lay a cargo area, currently loaded with a variety of supplies, arms, ammunition, and even vehicles. The Pelican's capacity was substantial, able to accommodate a battalion of over 300 soldiers along with their requisite gear. Li Xin surmised that the cargo below was likely the armaments for the soldiers surrounding him, perhaps supplemented with provisions for Hungan defense. However, these considerations were of little concern to him at present. Aside from his uniform, he possessed nothing else that, in stark contrast, the soldiers were armed to the teeth with standard-issue rifles and sidearms, whereas he felt utterly defenseless. Despite his higher rank as a newly promoted adept, he would likely be at a disadvantage in the event of combat. The soldiers wielded V-12 electromagnetic rifles, utilizing metal projectiles accelerated through electromagnetic rails. Delivering firepower several times that of conventional firearms, LIXN had previously trained with such weaponry and was well aware of its formidable capabilities. The soldiers also wore basic armor, identified by LIXN's keen observation and the Chip S recognition. It was the red imprint Individual 2 armor. Although labeled as semi-protective, it effectively shielded vital areas of the body, crafted from E-class military composite alloys, with complete protection for the torso and thigh armor of the same material. Only the joints and areas requiring mobility were constructed from lighter composite materials. This armor was impervious to conventional gunfire, though high-caliber weaponry was excluded from its defensive scope, due to its strength and comfort. Even the V-12 electromagnetic rifle required multiple hits to penetrate the armor. However, being struck by such a weapon, even without penetration, could still cause significant injury due to the immense kinetic energy involved, often resulting in broken bones despite the armor's cushioning. Observing these heavily armed soldiers, LIXN felt a pang of anxiety. The cost of their gear far outweighed his own, and they seemed to share his fate as part of the cannon fodder heading to Hungan defense. Indeed, they were nothing short of expendable troops. On the colonial planet of Guansuo IV, even clad in individual armor, these infantrymen were mere fodder for the war machine. Although the front line was temporarily spared from orbital ship assaults due to a cosmic spatial storm, heavy vehicles from both sides would undoubtedly be present, including artillery, armored vehicles, tanks, aircraft, and even mechs. In the face of such mechanical might, the role of infantry diminished significantly, while the toll of human life escalated dramatically. War appeared effortless when observed from afar. However, participating firsthand was far from a glorious affair that, of course, if one occupied a high-ranking position in a rear command center, the narrative differed entirely. They reaped the accolades for victories while remaining safe from the consequences of defeat. Even if the infantry were decimated, with a deafening roar, the engines of the Pelican-class transport ship ignited, lifting off towards the horizon. After a brief moment of pressure, the vessel stabilized into smooth flight. Attention all units. I am the captain of this transport vessel. The Big Belly Bird is taken off. We shall enjoy a splendid journey of 13 hours and 25 minutes together. Now let us get this party started. Chapter 14. I want to pilot a mech accompanied by the thunderous sounds of heavy metal music resonating within the transport. After nearly 13.5 hours of aerial travel, LIXN and his comrades finally arrived at their destination. Time flew by. Unbeknownst to them, they had spent a delightful 13.5 hours together. The destination, Hungan Defense Military Base No. 3, had been reached. Please disembark the Big Belly Bird in an orderly fashion. If possible, I hope to see you all aboard my Big Belly Bird again next time. As the captain continued his banter, LIXN descended the side staircase. The soldiers within the transport were now forming a line below, their boisterous chatter having subdued into silence, a stark contrast to their earlier banter and complaints about the captain's music. Each soldier was laden with various packs, standing in formation as they awaited their turn. LIXN, devoid of any personal belongings, stood awkwardly among them, unsure of his next steps. Suddenly, with a roar of engines, two multifunctional off-road vehicles approached the group, accompanied by the screech of brakes and billowing black smoke. LIXN gazed up to see 5 individuals aboard the vehicle's Point 2 drivers appeared as ordinary soldiers, while the other 3 resembled officers. Upon disembarking, 2 officers moved toward the soldiers to commence the process of receiving troops and equipment. The remaining officer approached LIXN. LIXN promptly stood at attention, awaiting the arrival of this potential superior. The officer, appearing to be around 30, radiated an aura of authority. 1D3 in turn. LIXN? He inquired, his tone unwavering despite the phrasing of a question. Yes, sir. I am LIXN. While I understand you are a corporate employee, this is a combat zone. Keep your badge concealed, the officer admonished. Understood, sir, LIXN replied, promptly removing his badge and stowing it in his jacket pocket. I am the M2 staff officer for this base, Gao Yang. From this day forth, you will join the Blueprint Expeditionary Force. Yes, sir. Follow me. Gao Yang turned and led LIXN to the vehicle. After exchanging pleasantries with the accompanying officers, he departed with LIXN. A few minutes of driving later, they arrived at the base of a 4- or 5-story building. Gao Yang strode inside with purpose, and LIXN, observing his demeanor, sensed a hint of displeasure and refrained from initiating conversation. Along the way, he noticed several uniformed personnel saluting Gao Yang, with many casting curious glances at Li Exin, who followed in TOW.I in silence. Li Exin followed Gao Liang into an office. The decor of the office was relatively simple, with matte alloy walls devoid of any peculiar decorations. Gao Liang saluted a man in military uniform, who appeared to be in his 30s, and announced, "Supervisor, the person has been brought in." The officer nodded and replied, "All right, you may leave now." "Yes, sir." With that, only Li Exin and the officer behind the desk remained in the office. After a brief wait, the officer raised his head and said, "Li Exin, I am the M3 Defense Supervisor of the Expeditionary Force." "Lu Quan." "Greetings, sir." Li Exin quickly saluted and responded loudly that Lu Quan sat behind the desk and retrieved a document. With just a glance, Li Exin surmised that it was indeed his dossier. After perusing it for a moment, Lu Quan set the document down and regarded Li Exin, saying, "I have reviewed your file. You are rather fortunate to be a stand-in. Tell me, how does it feel to be dispatched to a perilous war zone right after joining the group?" "Report, sir. I feel nothing but gratitude. Joining the group is a stroke of luck for me. Even in a war zone, I will dedicate myself to my duties." Lu Quan nodded and replied, "It is best that you think this way. I see you have undergone 8 years of military training, primarily in basic infantry and armored unit command. Am I correct?" "Yes." Li Exin confirmed. Lu Quan scrutinized Li Exin for a few seconds, then pondered before saying, 8 years of military training, yet you have never formally entered a unit. Now, in the Hung and Defense Base's Expeditionary Force, where the soldiers are seasoned veterans, your status as a rookie may make it difficult for you to gain respect. You are fortunate. I am currently short-handed. So that I present you with 2 options. Lixn remained silent, patiently awaiting Lu Quan's continuation. That Lu Quan stated, "The first option, based on your specialty, I can place you in the 2nd Infantry Battalion as a temporary company commander, or within the armored unit as a platoon commander. The second option, as a psychic, you may join the mech support unit, piloting a D-class mech and becoming a D-class mech support specialist." Upon hearing Lu Quan's words, Li Exin's heart raced uncontrollably, nearly doubling its pace in an instant. After 8 years of military training, he had studied infantry tactics and armored warfare. Thus, he possessed a profound understanding of both branches. Without the deployment contract, he would have only been able to serve as a non-commissioned officer, perhaps merely a squad leader. Now, with a formal contract and having become a psychic through medication, Li Exin finally had the fortune of becoming an officer. As an infantry platoon commander, he would be able to command approximately 3 infantry combat squads, totaling around 30 men. However, in battle, regardless of his marksmanship or tactical prowess, as an infantryman, he would still be considered expendable. Conversely, as an armored platoon commander, he could command 4 armored vehicles, which could be tanks or armored personnel carriers in combat. This position was slightly superior, as it was less vulnerable in the era of interstellar warfare. Both offensive spears and defensive shields had advanced significantly. Infantry could easily be decimated by a single tank shell, reduced to mere minced meat. Tanks and armored vehicles could also be pierced by individual weaponry, incinerating their crew. In contrast, mechs, fully known as mobile battle armor, represented an exceptional profession. They boasted high defense, formidable weaponry, and, most importantly, were strikingly impressive. Though Lu Quan mentioned that the D-class mechs were still considered high-caliber expendables in intense frontline warfare, their survival rate was evidently higher than that of either infantry or armored commanders. If Li Exin were to join the infantry or armored units, his chances of survival in the war zone would likely align with Gao Bingyin's grim predictions. However, if he were to become a mech pilot, his survival rate would rise by at least 20 to 30%. "Sir, I wish to pilot a mech." Lu Quan nodded, saying, "A wise choice. As a rookie, even if I placed you in a command position, I would worry about your ability to lead effectively. Consider yourself fortunate. The mech unit has recently suffered heavy losses, or else you would not have this opportunity to join." "Thank you, sir," Li Exin responded enthusiastically, "but I have not learned how to operate a mech. Will that be a problem?" He hesitated to ask that, of course. It is a significant issue. However, the past few days have been relatively stable, and the methods for psychics to master mech piloting are not as daunting as one might think. "I will allow you time to quickly acquire the necessary skills," Lu Quan said sternly. "Moreover, I hope you learn swiftly, as war will not wait for you to take your time. Once the fighting commences, even if you have not mastered it, you must join the fray." "Yes, sir. I will learn to pilot a mech as quickly as possible." Li Exin was eager to assure him, wishing to avoid being reassigned to another position. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Quan said, I will find you an instructor to expedite your training. Thank you. Lu Quan activated his smart wristband and called out, Bring in Jiang Lu. He paused, then added, on second thought, Summon Jiang Lu to my office. Before long, a robust man in his 30s entered, saluting as he approached the desk. Supervisor, you called for me? I have some good news to share, Lu Quan said with a smile. What is the good news? Jiang Lu inquired, equally cheerful. Your combat team has suffered significant casualties, and today I am assigning you a new member. Lu Quan replied with a grin that that's fantastic. Is it him? Jiang Lu beamed, turning to Li Exin. Seeing Jiang Lu's expression, Li Exin quickly smiled and nodded in agreement. It was apparent that Jiang Lu was the instructor Lu Quan had found for him, and it was wise to ingratiate himself that Lu Quan cleared his throat, stating, Indeed, it is he. However, that he is a rookie and does not yet know how to operate a mech, so you will need to work a bit harder to teach him. Doesn't know how to pilot a mech? Then what does he know? Jiang Lu frowned at Li Exin at a basic infantry and armored unit command. Li Exin replied, sheepishly at a rookie, Boss, I understand I may have disappointed you, but you cannot assign me a complete novice. Jiang Lu exclaimed, slamming his hands on Lu Quan's desk, nearly showering Lu Quan with saliva. Lu Quan sighed. This is unavoidable. Everyone has suffered heavy losses, apart from your team. No one else is at full strength that we do not know when reinforcements will arrive that a rookie is still a soldier. At least he can fill a number, which is better than having no one. Boss, if you had given me a rookie who can pilot a mech or a veteran infantryman, that would be far easier to teach. But now I have a rookie who cannot even pilot a mech. And I have to train him? Are you trying to get me killed? Jiang Lu lamented. Lu Quan's expression turned stern as he replied, You will take this soldier, whether you want to or not. I am assigning this rookie to you out of our long-standing friendship. The next time reinforcements arrive is still uncertain, and your four-man team currently consists of only 2 members. What, do you expect to lead the charge next time with just the 2 of you? Jiang Lu was left speechless by Lu Quan's words. Finally, Lu Quan added, If you truly do not want him, I will assign him to Old Li instead. But let me be clear, the arrival of the next rookie is an unknown. Ugh, Jiang Lu sighed deeply, his face expressing resignation. Fine, I will take this soldier. Good, then this rookie is yours. Ensure you train him well, Lu Quan commanded. Yes, boss. Jiang Lu saluted. Lu Quan then turned to Li Exin and said, From today onward, you will join Jiang Lu's combat team and learn from him. Yes, sir. Li Exin promptly saluted as they exited Lu Quan's office. Li Exin followed in Jiang Lu's footsteps. Along the way, Jiang Lu maintained a stern silence, and Li Exin did not dare to utter a word, fearing he might say something amiss and face repercussions. Eventually, they halted before a large building. Jiang Lu turned to Li Exin, his previously dark expression softening slightly, though his demeanor remained serious. What is your name, soldier? Li Exin quickly saluted and declared, Master, my name is Li Exin. Jiang Lu frowned, saying, Do not call me Master. Understood. Master, Li Exin obediently responded. Jiang Lu's frown deepened, nearly capable of squashing a fly, and he waved his hand dismissively. Call me whatever you like, but I'm not your master. Yes, master, Li Exin continued to call out with enthusiasm. Having lived 2 lives, Li Exin understood that he could not afford to be shy at this moment. When it is time to call the master, one must do so. Encountering a good person like Li Exin is indeed a stroke of fortune. Should one face a less benevolent leader, such an address might elicit a touch of compassion, perhaps even softening the blow if sacrifices must be made. Today, you have officially joined our team, so allow me to explain. As Jiang Lu opened the alloy door, his voice echoed through the dimly lit corridor. We are the elite task force dispatched by the Blueprint Biotechnology Group to Hungan Defense, specifically the Mobile Mech Support Unit. From this moment forth, you shall be my team member belonging to the 5th Squad of the task force. Yes, Master. The 5th Squad typically comprises 4 mechs, each operated by a pilot supported by a team of auxiliary soldiers, in addition to a mechanic maintenance unit. However, aside from myself, there is currently only 1 veteran pilot named Feng Dai. The other 2 pilots of the 5th Squad that have perished in previous battles, and your arrival replaces one of them. Upon hearing this, Li Exin quietly inquired, Master, wasn't it said that the survival rate of mech pilots is exceedingly high? How then could there be such significant casualties? Survival rate is relative, compared to the infantry. Mech pilots certainly have a higher survival rate. Yet even the D-class mechs are not infallible. When fate calls, one must answer. As Jiang Lu spoke, he guided Li Xian out of the long corridor into a grand hall. In the distance stood 4 colossal war machines, causing Li Xian's breath to slow in awe. This is the mobile mech, Chapter 16. Dagger Knight. It turned out that the vast interior of this building served as the mech storage facility. Under the lights, 4 immense combat mechs stood at attention. To Li Xian's identity had now been updated to M1D3 intern mech pilot. Li Xian. Consequently, his permissions had also been upgraded. S's gaze fell upon the foremost mech. The chip within him instinctively began to retrieve information, revealing that this was a D-class mech, designated as the Dagger Knight. The mech stood at a height of 7.13 meters, humanoid in form, with the pilot's cockpit located in the chest, the thickest armor of the mech. The standard cruising speed of the mech is 80 km/h, while it can achieve a maximum combat speed of 65 km/h. The weaponry system of the Dagger Knight is formidable. Its modular design allows for the left arm to be equipped with a 6-barrel 20mm machine gun, and one of the following: a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, an 85mm plasma cannon, or a 55mm laser cannon. Each weapon corresponds to different combat scenarios, allowing for timely adjustments based on mission requirements and anticipated enemy forces. The right arm can be armed with close combat weaponry, a power hammer, power sword, power spear, or chainsaw sword. Additionally, the shoulder can mount 2 missile pods or 2 rocket pods for aerial strikes or to unleash greater firepower upon ground targets. The Dagger Knight excels not only in attack, but also in defense. Its body armor is crafted from D-class military composite alloy, capable of withstanding various caliber attacks. For instance, even a mech's own 120mm electromagnetic cannon requires at least 3 rounds to penetrate this alloy armor. This is merely the basic armor of the Dagger Knight. Owing to its modular design, the pilot can attach additional composite armor before combat, sacrificing speed for enhanced defensive capability. Beneath the pilot's feet in the chest cavity lies a unique device, the Void Shield Generator. This can be activated using psychic energy to generate a Void Shield, significantly bolstering the Dagger Knight's defenses. The Void Shield envelopes the mech, and through the activation of psychic energy and internal energy supply, it can redirect enemy long-range attacks into subspace, thereby augmenting the mech's defensive capabilities. However, the Void Shield is not infallible. It has a maximum threshold of resistance that if the intensity of enemy attacks exceeds this limit, or if they are delivered in rapid succession, the shield may overload, temporarily incapacitating its defensive capabilities. Furthermore, the Void Shield cannot defend against melee attacks or projectiles that penetrate its interior. In essence, while the Void Shield can repel most long-range assaults, particularly against energy weapons or high-velocity ammunition, it is less effective against slower projectiles or close-quarters combat. Despite these limitations, the introduction of the Void Shield significantly enhances the Dagger Knight's survivability on the battlefield. The mech lacks a head. After all, it is not a human being, and as a mech, it does not require a separate critical point. The pilot resides within the chest, where the primary systems are housed. The mech's energy is derived from a subatomic microfusion reactor located at its rear, which can be replenished with solid energy units to prolong combat endurance, particularly when utilizing the plasma cannon, laser cannon, or electromagnetic cannon. Energy consumption can be substantial. Energy is the core element of the mech. Without it, the mech would simply become a colossal, humanoid sarcophagus. Fortunately, mechs typically do not suffer from energy shortages. A single refuel can sustain operations for over half a month. Li Xian gazed upon this mech. Accompanied by the information provided by the chip, he felt a surge of exhilaration. Under normal circumstances, the existence of mechs might seem superfluous if one were to design a true weapon of war. Mech bipedal stability is inadequate, and multi-legged designs are overly complex. For all-terrain combat, tracked vehicles are optimal. Creating a humanoid form increases the target area and raises the center of gravity, making it prone to tipping over. Thus, it is preferable to keep the design low. If weapons were to be wielded like those in a mecha anime, it would be somewhat ludicrous. It is better to integrate weaponry into the vehicle structure. When all these considerations are amalgamated, one ultimately ends up with a tank. However, the evolution of warfare continually challenges weapons designers. By a stroke of fortune, the Void Shield was developed, a defensive mechanism mounted on large vehicles, revolutionizing combat strategies. Following the emergence of such a formidable shield, a corresponding spear had yet to be conceived. Clever designers soon recognized the Void Shield's vulnerabilities, realizing that close combat weapons could bypass its defenses. Thus, humanoid mechs were born, piloted by psychics, capable of wielding various powerful ranged weapons, equipped with Void Shields, and utilizing a range of close combat weapons. With the advent of psychics and the Void Shield, the title of King of Land Warfare shifted from tanks to mobile mechs. Moreover, the designation extends beyond land warfare. One could assert that they reign as the kings of war, for mechs can also fulfill formidable roles in the void of space. Certainly, tanks have not been rendered obsolete. Just as infantry has not, adaptable tanks remain commendable support armor in warfare. The Void Shield necessitates activation and control by a psychic, which precludes the generality of tanks from being equipped with such technology. While tanks continue to serve as robust armored forces, they can no longer rival the capabilities of mechs. Xen gazed at the mechs before him with fervor. What man could resist such magnificent creations? Yet, a slight disappointment lingered. Of the 4 mechs housed in this storage, only the first 3 appeared to be in good condition, while the last bore significant damage. This particular mech not only had a severed right arm, but also displayed extensive damage to its chest and abdomen, leaving the cockpit fully exposed with the cockpit cover and outer armor laid aside. Observing the torn wounds and twisted armor on the cockpit cover and outer shell, a surge of emotion surged within Li Xian. Chapter 17. The lesson, what is this? Li Xian inquired tentatively. Jiang Lu replied gravely, you see it, don't you? This mech has been destroyed. Its frontal armor was shredded by enemy fire, and the pilot perished within the cockpit. Jiang Lu led Li Xian closer to the shattered armor. Beside this severely damaged mech, several individuals were diligently at work, their uniforms adorned with clear logistical insignias, indicating they were the mech's maintenance crew. Team leader Jiang, one of the mechanics, greeted warmly, to which Jiang Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Curious glances were cast toward Li Xian, who stood beside Jiang Lu, yet the workers refrained from approaching due to their tasks. Jiang Lu pointed to another mech nearby, stating, not only this one, but this mech also sustained damage on the battlefield. However, it has been repaired, albeit its condition is not as severe as Li Xian approached. He noticed that this mech too bore numerous battle scars, its armor surface marred with scratches. While seemingly insignificant, such marks on D-class composite military alloy could only be inflicted by large-caliber weaponry. Li Xian's gaze shifted to the torn cockpit cover and the outer composite armor on the ground. On the armor, there were several massive bullet scars, yet none were fatal. The true lethal blow was a gash that resembled a wound torn apart. Jiang Lu approached Li Xian and inquired, do you know what caused this? Li Xian shook his head. With a sigh, Jiang Lu continued, this was inflicted by a power claw, which bypassed the Void Shield's defenses and ripped open his cockpit cover. Subsequently, an electromagnetic cannon shot through the breach into the mech's cockpit, turning my comrade into a mere pulp. Although we often clashed, witnessing his transformation into this state. Jiang Lu's words trailed off. Li Xian sensed the sadness woven into the black-clad man's voice, nearly choking on his emotions. After a long pause, Jiang Lu turned to Li Xian and said, do you see? Even a mech, renowned as the king of war, can fall so easily under the hands of an experienced soldier. And what about you, a mere military trainee with only basic infantry command training? Do you believe you are stronger than him? Jiang Lu's question was charged with emotion. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian replied, Master, I will strive to learn the piloting skills and endeavor to survive longer. Jiang Lu, with a grim expression, retorted, some things cannot be mastered simply through earnest study. When a rookie appears on the battlefield piloting a mech, it is an obvious declaration to everyone, I am a novice. Do you think that merely operating a mech ensures your longevity? I assure you, due to the significance of mechs in combat, everyone will scrutinize you closely. In the moment they recognize your inexperience, I trust you understand the consequences of such a revelation on the battlefield. Li Xian was acutely aware, though he had never fought in a war. He had played enough games to know that on the battlefield, one must strike at the weak, that I will work hard to conceal my novice status. Master, Li Xian was at a loss for words. First impressions are notoriously difficult to alter. He was indeed a novice, and Jiang Lu's perception was not mistaken. His bias, or rather his truthful assessment, was entirely natural. I told you not to call me master. Jiang Lu nearly roared. Gazing into Jiang Lu's bloodshot eyes, Li Xian sensed the presence of his apprentice within the two mechs. The fate of the previous apprentice was evident from the state of these mechs. certainly not promising. Thus, Li Xian promptly conceded, yes. Jiang Lu turned away, and Li Xian hurried to keep up. Now that you have joined Team 5, I will teach you diligently, but that you currently know nothing, so you need to download some materials. Basic mech operation. Understanding psionics. D-class mech. Short sword retainer. Advanced mech piloting skills. Psionics and mechs. The use of void shields and restarting post-overload. In total, there are 12 courses, Jiang Lu enumerated. Thanks to the existence of Chip 0, Li Xian had no trouble recording the names of these courses. However, truly mastering the knowledge of these courses would require his relentless dedication. That a chip is merely a chip. Li Xian is Li Xian. As the difficulty of acquiring and recording knowledge diminishes, the ability to pose questions becomes pivotal. The knowledge downloaded via the chip operates thusly. Li Xian can utilize his permissions to access this knowledge. But mastering it necessitates his investment of time. Of course, the advantage of possessing a biological intelligence chip is that it allows for swifter learning. With 2D4 level chips, he has the confidence to assimilate knowledge at an accelerated pace. Jiang Lu pressed on. The war zone is perilous. You must have heard what the supervisor said. When the next battle commences, you too must join the fray. Even if you're dragged along, you must participate in the battlefield. Even if it means serving as a static turret or a decoy to draw fire. Therefore, you must quickly grasp all theoretical knowledge. Yes, master, Li Xian responded loudly. Jiang Lu paused momentarily, but this time he was too weary to address Li Xian and continued. This military base lacks mech simulators, so each stellar day, I will allocate 5 hours for you to practice in the mech. I believe that combining practical experience with theory will accelerate your learning. Outside of those 5 hours, you are free to manage your time as you wish, sleep, wander the base, or dedicate yourself to serious theoretical study to prolong your life. Thank you, master. During these days, aside from eating and sleeping, I will utilize all my time to expedite my learning progress. Li Xian felt compelled to assure D.O. as you wish. Jiang Lu waved dismissively. He led Li Xian to an upstairs room and stated, from today onward, this shall be your dormitory. While it is your private space, I must remind you to maintain proper hygiene. Yes, master. Within the base, meals are provided every 6 hours, and mech technicians are entitled to D-class rations. I have already sent you the location of the cafeteria. Yes, master. Chapter 18. Flavor. Jiang Lu departed, leaving Li Xian to remain in his dormitory, taking a deep, satisfied breath that IT was no small feat after years on planet Guansuo IV. This was his first time enjoying such a spacious room. The repair shop was a cramped space filled with various discarded metal parts, making even a turn laborious during his time as a military trainee at Blueprint Biotech School. He shared a dormitory with 8 others. Now, through his efforts, Li Xian finally possessed a residence exceeding 30 square meters, a remarkable achievement indeed. Outside the door, a logistics personnel arrived, delivering Li Xian's combat attire and essential supplies. As for the 2 uniforms allocated by the Defense Department of Blueprint Biotech, they resembled ceremonial garments, utterly unsuitable for battle. After changing into the new clothes, Li Xian entered a state of focused learning. In his previous life, neglecting his studies had cost him dearly, leading him to take his current education with utmost seriousness. However, the circumstances of his rebirth were far from ideal. On planet Guansuo IV, excelling in studies alone was insufficient. Moreover, many areas of knowledge remained beyond his reach due to his lack of permissions. Opportunities to learn were scarce. Settling into his chair, Li Xian began studying the courses downloaded onto his chip. Soon, faint psionic waves began to emanate from him as he gained a deeper understanding of his psionic abilities through the course. He also discovered numerous methods to utilize psionics, one of which involved employing psionics to hasten his learning process. This application was notably safer than extracting subspace energy during combat. Throughout this journey, Li Xian realized that a psionic chip significantly outperformed the D4 intelligent chip from Blueprint Biotech in terms of learning effectiveness. Apologies, D4 intelligent chip, he mused, shifting his focus to the psionic chip for acquiring knowledge, channeling more psionic energy into his studies to expedite the process. Basic mech operation. 31. The use of void shields and restarting post-overload. 23. With the chip's assistance. Li Xian's learning could be quantified, and the influence of the chip notably increased his learning speed. However, studying was a tedious and daunting task. After diligently studying for 7 to 8 hours, he found himself dizzy. feeling as though steam was rising from his forehead during the intense moments of learning. When he finally paused to check his wristband, night had fallen. His last meal had been in the morning, and the long hours of intensive study had drained his energy. Now, his stomach felt as if it were ablaze. He felt capable of devouring an entire cow. He opened a box beside his desk, containing his energy paste rations. Flavored energy paste. Just as he withdrew a tube, a thought crossed his mind. Glancing at the time, he realized only 20 minutes remained until the next meal service at the cafeteria. Recalling Jiang Lu's words, mech technicians are entitled to D-class food rations. Li Xian could hardly contain his salivation. Casting a glance at the military energy paste in his hand, he tossed it back into the box. Forgive me, military energy paste. It's not that you are unpalatable, but I, Li Xian, must experience the flavors of D-class rations. Guided by the chips map, clad in his mech technician uniform, Li Xian swiftly made his way to the cafeteria. Now, on this evening in planet Guansuo IV, the cafeteria was sparsely populated. Most were soldiers just finishing their shifts. Following the dining instructions, Li Xian arrived at a window. This was the D-class food ration area. Upon seeing the food inside, he could no longer resist. Saliva pooled in his mouth. The offerings were quite simple. D-class was not a high tier, but it included meat that Li Xian casually selected a few meat dishes, leaving the vegetarian options for another time. After all, one could certainly satiate their hunger with meat. As he devoured his meal, he couldn't help but reflect on how, in his previous life, this fare wouldn't even qualify as fast food. If the owner possessed such culinary skills, the establishment would surely face closure within a fortnight. However, here on Guansuo IV, food was severely scarce, with the majority of the populace relegated to consuming energy paste. The mere fact that he could indulge in real food, especially meat, brought tears of joy to Li Xian's eyes. Delicious, full of flavor. After finishing his late-night snack, he returned to his dormitory and lay down. The intense study sessions had drained him significantly. Although he could alleviate some fatigue with spiritual energy, he had depleted it entirely and required sleep to recuperate. After a brief slumber of 4 to 5 hours, Li Xian awoke on his own and resumed his study as dawn broke. He made his way to the hangar. With a snap, Li Xian turned on the lights, illuminating 4 short sword mechs that loomed like colossal beasts in the space. He approached one of the mechs and gently caressed its external armor. Stunning. It was simply magnificent. Before he could admire it further, Jiang Lu arrived. That you're here quite early. He remarked that I wish to learn more swiftly. Li Xian replied earnestly. Did you review the materials from yesterday? Jiang Lu inquired. Reporting, Master, I did, but there is still much I have yet to finish. Li Xian responded loudly, acknowledging the extensive content that would take days to fully comprehend. Jiang Lu had assigned 12 courses the previous day. It was only natural for him to be overwhelmed. Come on, hop in. I'll demonstrate the practical operation for you. Jiang Lu's tone was stern. The mech before them opened its external armor and cockpit, revealing the pilot's seat. This particular short sword mech had been previously damaged, but was now repaired. That it seemed that this mech was designated for Li Xian. Jiang Lu effortlessly soared into the cockpit. Watching this, Li Xian could only feel envy. This was a manifestation of spiritual energy, and his current reserves were insufficient for such feats. Li Xian obediently pushed a ladder over and climbed into the cockpit. The cockpit of the short sword mech was relatively compact, featuring a central pilot seat and several throttle levers ahead. There were also some buttons on either side, but their number was limited. The mech's smaller size necessitated the compression of the pilot space to accommodate additional equipment, energy, and munitions. Take your seat in the pilot's position. Jiang Lu instructed calmly. Li Xian complied and sat down while Jiang Lu perched on the edge of the cockpit. Choosing not to close the hatch, it appeared he intended to keep the hatch open during this session. Li Xian surveyed the cockpit's interior. It was somewhat cramped, yet the seat was ergonomically designed. His gaze skimmed over the buttons, and the chip automatically began explaining their names and functions. Contrary to his expectations, he had anticipated hundreds of buttons inside the mech. After all, based on memories from his past life. Even fighter jets had densely packed control panels and buttons. His surprise, the total number of controls and switches in the cockpit didn't exceed 20. Mechs are different from other combat vehicles. Each mech requires a spiritual energy user to operate, while tanks and aircraft do not necessarily need one. That operating a mech relies more on your spiritual energy than on these buttons. Jiang Lu seemed to sense Li Xian's confusion and elaborated. Yes, Master, Li Xian quickly replied. Now, activate the mech by pressing the switch on your left. Jiang Lu instructed. Lixin promptly followed his guidance, pressing the switch to activate the mech. That he had spotted this switch earlier, but dared not touch it without explicit command. With the press of the switch, the mech emitted a faint buzzing sound, signaling its activation. Even the cockpit illuminated with a soft glow. Short sword mech, activated. An electronic voice announced. Jiang Lu continued. Use your smart chip to authorize the connection with the mech. Lixin hastily authorized the connection with his chip, and once the two were linked, he felt the mech's presence envelop him. Release your spiritual energy and connect with the mech. Truly feel its existence. Jiang Lu urged. Following his teachings, Lixin released his spiritual energy, and indeed, the sensation transformed dramatically once the chip connected with the mech. In that moment, Lixin felt as though a metallic frame had enveloped his body. An additional layer of the mech itself. This sensation was extraordinary and exhilarating. Seeing Lixin's flushed face, Jiang Lu maintained a calm demeanor. He had witnessed such scenes countless times before. Every new mech pilot experienced a similar reaction when they first bonded with their mech. All right, disconnect the link. Your first task today is to practice connecting and disconnecting from the mech. Do it 100 times. Jiang Lu's voice was firm. Yes, master, Lixin responded loudly, quickly severing the connection. Upon disconnecting, he felt a pang of loss. Compared to the mech's formidable form, his own flesh seemed exceedingly fragile. Lixin then began to follow Jiang Lu's orders, repeatedly connecting and disconnecting from a mech until he reached the 100th attempt. With each repetition, his initial excitement waned into numbness. Although the first few disconnects left him feeling desolate, the feeling dulled with time. Next, Jiang Lu guided Lixin through more advanced operations. The buttons and throttles in the cockpit were intended for non-combat periods. They could maneuver the mech and execute basic shooting and combat actions. When piloting a mech, it was crucial to conserve one's spiritual energy at all times. Otherwise, one would become a mere target on the battlefield if their energy was depleted. Outside the hangar, mechs stripped of their weaponry moved sluggishly. Jiang Lu stood atop one mech's shoulder, instructing Lixin, who had closed the cockpit hatch. This marked the second day of piloting practice, and Lixin was already familiar with the mech's controls. Officially beginning his training, in truth, piloting a mech was not as daunting as he had imagined. Most individuals adapted quickly after practical experience. However, while initial mastery was straightforward, achieving proficiency proved far more challenging. Within the cockpit, Lixin, brimming with enthusiasm, manipulated the controls and throttles to guide the mech's movements. Yet, the mech's motions were rather rigid, clearly unsuitable for combat in this state. After a while of familiarizing himself with the controls, he began to employ his spiritual energy for piloting. Yes, master. In the next moment, the mech became significantly more agile, moving with small steps and quick strides, even leaping in all directions. At this point, the mech resembled a giant, albeit less nimble than a human. Nevertheless, achieving such movements was no small feat, especially for a mere D-grade mech. The sounds generated by the massive mech during training were thunderous, particularly when running and leaping. Yet, within the cockpit, Lixin radiated excitement. It was unlikely any man could pilot a mech and not feel exhilarated by such movements. Left jab, right hook, side kick, knee strike, powerful flying kick, defensive block, following Jiang Lu's command from the mech's shoulder. Lixin executed a variety of actions, skillfully operating the mech with the controls and throttles. Before he could fully relish the thrill of using spiritual energy, Jiang Lu issued a new order. Reluctantly, Lixin halted his joyful manipulation and returned to mechanical operation. In his peripheral vision, he noticed a projected learning progress indicator. D1, level mech, close combat, training progress. 5.6.2 chips, double the joy. The progress was skyrocketing. Feel your weapons. Don't execute your movements half-heartedly. Aim for the target and fire. Boom. The six-barrel cannon on the mech's left arm erupted in a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of ammunition toward the target. Within the firing range, the target, situated hundreds of meters away, was torn apart by the relentless barrage. Wow! Incredible! Lixin exclaimed from within the mech. The sensation of firing was truly exhilarating. Presently, the six-barreled cannon utilized an electromagnetic mechanism, making it the most commonly employed artillery for the short sword mech. As long as energy was supplied and ammunition was ensured, the intensity of fire could be maintained, but continuous firing was not feasible. or else the ammunition would rapidly deplete. Boom! At the center of the 6-barrel cannon was a 120mm electromagnetic cannon, which utilized solid projectiles and boasted substantial firepower. The projectiles, accelerated electromagnetically, struck their targets at breathtaking speeds. Capable of overwhelming even tanks on the 19th day of training with the D1, level mech and long-range tactics, Li Xin found himself fortunate, arriving during a period of respite for the unit. This allowed him ample time to refine his skills before stepping onto the battlefield. Avoiding the confusion of unpreparedness. However, this streak of good fortune came to an end on the 20th day as the training concluded. Alarms echoed throughout the base, prompting soldiers and officers to assemble with utmost urgency. Combat was imminent. Within the hangar of the 5th Squad, Li Xin stood alongside Zhang Lu. 3 individuals clad in mech suits formed a line behind Zhang Lu as they made their way to the command center. Among them were Zhang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xin. Feng Dai had returned to the base on the 4th day of Li Xin's training, having sustained injuries in a previous battle, which granted him a brief respite for recovery. As they approached the command center, Li Xin felt the sweat accumulate in his palms. Despite his years of foundational training and the recent lessons on piloting mechs, the prospect of impending warfare stirred his anxiety. Sensing Li Xin's tension, Feng Dai patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "Don't be anxious. It's nothing to worry about. We'll be piloting mechs. It's all about the thrill of battle." Li Xin nodded vigorously. "All right, Brother Feng." Zhang Lu shot a glance at Li Xin, but chose to remain silent, his furrowed brow betraying his thoughts. Upon entering the command building, they arrived in a conference room already occupied by several individuals, with more arriving gradually. Eventually, Li Xin counted 23 attendees, including himself. The sound of footsteps approached, and the M3D-15 defense supervisor, Lu Quan, entered the room. Almost in unison, everyone stood to salute him, and he returned the gesture before addressing the assembly. After 20 days of rest, everyone appears to be in good spirits. We have a new mission ahead. Lu Quan's gaze swept across the attendees, lingering momentarily on Li Xin as a projection materialized behind him, displaying a map. "This is our objective, and I will now authorize your access to the pertinent information." Simultaneously, Li Xin's chip received the authorization, and he began downloading the data while listening to Lu Quan's briefing about the target, the Beishimo steel plant. "Our mission is to reclaim this stronghold once more." As Lu Quan's words settled, a murmur arose among the crowd. "Why this place again? How did Hungin Defense lose it?" Lu Quan responded firmly. "We need not concern ourselves with how Hungin lost the stronghold. Our task is to retake it. This time, Hungin Defense will aid us in the assault, deploying a mechanized infantry brigade as the main force. While we provide support on either flank of the Beishimo steel plant, Hungin Defense would also deploy an infantry regiment and an armored battalion to restrain and intercept enemy reinforcements. Our objective is to secure this stronghold before the Milda Knights and the retinue can breach Hungin's defense line. Do you have confidence?" Lu Quan's fierce gaze scanned the assembly, met with a resounding affirmation from the mech pilots below. "Excellent. Now let's assign tasks." Squad leaders stepped forward and Lu Quan produced a slim laptop, beginning the allocation of responsibilities. Zhang Lu and several other squad leaders gathered around him. With 8 squad leaders representing the 8 mech support teams, the room only housed 23 individuals, indicating that not only Zhang Lu's 5th Squad was understaffed. Li Xin sighed imperceptibly, realizing there was no time for further contemplation. He began reviewing the downloaded information, which included a topographical map of the Beishimo steel plant and its historical context, originally constructed decades ago. The plant had quickly fallen into disuse following the outbreak of war. Despite the absence of workers, its vast steel and concrete structures, along with intricate underground networks, rendered it an excellent battleground. This would not be the first battle for the Beishimo steel plant. This marked the 3rd instance of intense conflict here that in previous engagements, Hungin Defense and the Blueprint Dispatch Army had successfully cleared out enemy forces and secured the site. However, the strategic significance of this stronghold meant that the Milda Knights, despite losing it, harbored aspirations of reclaiming it. Each time the Blueprint Dispatch Army withdrew, the enemy would exploit their numerical advantage to retake the stronghold. The Milda Knights were a formidable faction on this planet. Though not as powerful as the Blueprint, currently, neither side appeared inclined to engage in a full-scale conflict, opting instead for limited skirmishes. The previous battles had demonstrated that the Beishimo steel plant was a veritable meat grinder for soldiers. Infantry casualties had soared, and even armored units and mechs faced significant losses if encircled. The plant's structural integrity, combined with various metallic installations, provided defensive capabilities rivaling those of fortifications. A.S. Li Xian examined the current state of the Beishimo steel plant. He couldn't help but be taken aback. Many buildings had crumbled into ruins during past battles. Yet, even in ruin, the remnants remained formidable, suggesting that entering the site would likely lead to arduous urban combat. With ambushes lurking beneath the debris, the Beishimo steel plant was poised to become the third battleground for Hung'an defense and the Blueprint Dispatch Army. Ixin furrowed his brow, but then relaxed. Fortunately, he was not an infantryman, but a mech pilot. Mechs offered a slight advantage. Had he been an infantry soldier, the prospects would have been grim in the previous two contests for the Beishimo steel plant. The casualty rate among infantry and armored troops had been alarmingly high. Had he been an infantryman, he might have found himself among the fallen within mere weeks or even days of combat. Just as Gao Bingyan had predicted that in the historical records, it took 1.5 months to seize the Beishimo steel plant the first time, with the second attempt taking even longer at 2.5 months. Both sides recognized the stronghold's importance. After each conquest, they undertook further modifications and repairs, erecting more complex defensive lines. The casualties from the second assault on the Beishimo steel plant had risen 26% compared to the first. Now, they were gearing up for a third contest. All right, the task allocation is complete. Prepare yourselves accordingly. We depart for the combat zone tomorrow. Lu Quan concluded, stowing the laptop away before leaving, after exchanging pleasantries with other squad leaders. Zhang Lu guided Li Xian and the others away. However, instead of returning directly to the hangar, they headed toward another location. Upon arriving, Li Xian realized they were at the supply depot. Feng Dai, sensing Li Xian's confusion, explained the squad leader is here to secure some valuable supplies. Valuable supplies? You'll find out shortly. Upon entering, they found not only Zhang Lu's 5th squad, but also other combat teams present. As the line dwindled, it was finally their turn. Come collect the D1, level number 5 energy composite agents, Zhang Lu announced. Another mission is underway. The supply officer, a middle-aged man, seemed to know Zhang Lu well. Indeed, another battle awaits, Zhang Lu sighed. Sign here. Your allocation is 5 vials each. Use them sparingly. The officer handed Zhang Lu a document, both in paper and electronic form. After signing, Zhang Lu received a small white box from the officer, with Feng Dai and Li Xian quickly following suit. Feng Dai seemed inclined to speak, but was silenced by a glance from Zhang Lu, deciding against it. Save it for later, Zhang Lu instructed. Li Xian observed the exchange, puzzled, though it was clear no one intended to elaborate. They soon returned to the hangar. Inside a designated room, Zhang Lu activated a projection, revealing a topographical map of the Beishimo steel plant. This massive facility spanned 62 square kilometers, roughly equivalent to nearly 10,000 football fields. Moreover, it was a multi-layered structure, with underground sections reaching depths of 85 meters, featuring nearly 100 kilometers of subterranean tunnels and numerous entrances and exits. However, this was based on initial records. After several harrowing battles, the terrain had undergone changes. Some tunnels had collapsed, some entrances were buried, but new openings had also emerged due to the destruction, with several rounds of modifications made by the garrison to the terrain. The complexity of the landscape here has multiplied several times compared to its original state that on the map. The entire steel mill has been divided into numerous distinct areas, amounting to over 100, each assigned a unique number and color. Zhang Lu pointed to a specific section and stated, "This is the area that our team will be responsible for next. We have been quite fortunate. Based on reconnaissance and previous intelligence, the defenses here are only moderate, within our manageable limits." A smile appeared on Feng Dai's face as he remarked, "Indeed, this is good news. However, there is some bad news." Zhang Lu shook his head and continued, "Due to the previous battles, many underground tunnels have collapsed, creating certain locations that can accommodate mechs. Therefore, we must venture underground this time, for that is where the true danger lies." Furrowing his brow, Feng Dai protested, "But our mechs are so large. How can we go down there?" Zhang Lu, with a stern expression, replied, "Reconnaissance personnel have already detected enemy mechs underground, so we must descend to engage in battle. Merely clearing the surface will not significantly aid in capturing the Beishimo steel mill." "Damn it! Are these fools trying to get themselves killed?" Feng Dai erupted in anger. "Enough with the complaints. We need to quickly familiarize ourselves with the information and prepare." Zhang Lu instructed, Yes, master, replied Li Exin, who had been listening attentively. Finally, it was his turn to speak. Jiang Lu then turned to Li Exin and asked, "Have you ever heard of the number 5D1 energy compound?" Li Exin shook his head and admitted, "No, I just found out about it from the chip." According to the information, the number 5 energy compound is designed to restore energy for energy users, generally, after an energy user has depleted their energy. Consuming a vial of this compound can rapidly restore a significant amount of energy in a short period. It is a valuable asset in combat, but not exclusively so. Regular consumption of this energy compound can enhance one's energy levels, and prolonged use yields even better results. However, excessive intake poses the risk of increasing chaos contamination. Each vial is priced around 200 energy coins, but they rarely circulate in the market, considering Li Exin's current salary. He would need several months to afford a single vial that a member of the Blueprints Biotechnology Group's defense department. Li Exin earns M1D3 level wages of 40 energy coins per month, with a 5-coin deduction for being an intern, leaving him with 35 coins. However, due to his position in a combat zone, he receives double pay, totaling 70 energy coins per month. Once he officially enters the battlefield, his salary will increase with additional combat allowances, ultimately reaching 105 energy coins a month. This salary will continue until he withdraws from the battlefield and returns to the military base. Yet, even with this high salary, it would take 2 months to afford a vial of the number 5D1 energy compound, highlighting the substantial nature of the military supply assistance. "Give me 2 vials. I have use for them," Jiang Lu stated seriously, extending his hand toward Li Exin. Li Exin's previously cheerful expression froze, and a whirlwind of refusal reasons surged through his mind, only to be cast aside one by one. "All right, master," he finally acquiesced. Lowering his gaze as he opened the supply box containing the vials, he retrieved 2 vials and handed them to Jiang Lu. It was disheartening, as Li Exin had called out to Jiang Lu as master for so many days. Yet he did not expect Jiang Lu to be so demanding. However, there was no way around it. He was about to enter the combat zone, and, as a fresh recruit, he needed guidance. Even at such a high cost, he was willing to comply. Jiang Lu accepted the vials and turned to Feng Dai, instructing, "Help him adapt to the upcoming battle and select the appropriate weapons." "Understood, Chief." Feng Dai nodded, placing a reassuring hand on Li Exin's shoulder as they walked toward the mech. Meanwhile, the auxiliary troops belonging to the 5th group were waiting nearby. Chapter 22. Weapon configuration. Auxiliary soldiers serve as the other leg of the mech division, similar to how armored units collaborate with infantry. The mech division also has its own support units. The 5th group comprises 4 auxiliary squads, each consisting of 10 elite infantry soldiers, accompanied by a mechanic team that operates alongside the mechs. The mechanic team typically remains outside the battlefield, stationed near the command center or within relatively secure strongholds. However, the auxiliary squads engage directly in combat alongside the mechs. They are required to operate tracked vehicles, follow the mechs, transport ammunition, and occasionally assist by providing covering fire and auxiliary shooting. Their danger level is significantly higher compared to the mech division, but somewhat safer than that of ordinary infantry or armored units. Although the 5th group's mech division lacks troop reinforcements, the replenishment of auxiliary soldiers has been swift, despite the previous battles resulting in 2 squads being completely wiped out and casualties in the other 2. They have since been fully replenished. Feng Dai led Li Exin to the mech and, sliding a portable notebook, said, "This time we are heading to the Baixamo steel mill, and this battle will not conclude quickly. Do you have any thoughts on the weaponry that your mech should be equipped with?" Li Exin shook his head and replied, "I have yet to engage in combat using a mech, so I'm drawing a blank. Brother Feng, please assist me in the configuration that my only requirement is to wield a power spear as my melee weapon. The power spear, a close combat weapon favored by sword-wielding attendants, measures approximately 10 meters in length, with the spear blade itself nearly 2 meters long. The blade is crafted from precious materials, such as rare metals, which are not only incredibly durable, but also capable of withstanding the immense energy produced by a disintegration field. The disintegration field emitted by the spear's blade is the optimal weapon against enemy mechs or other vehicles equipped with void shields. Once activated, the blade is enveloped in a faint blue electrical aura, capable of disintegrating matter at a molecular level. Even the armor alloys of mechs would shatter under the assault of the disintegration field. Li Exin's choice of this weapon is straightforward. Both the power hammer and power sword demand a high level of combat skill. The spear is the only weapon he can handle reasonably well, as his military training included only short knives and rifle stabbing techniques. The spear allows him to maximize his melee capabilities. Even if he is still relatively inexperienced, Feng Dai nodded and said, "All right, I will configure it according to my plan. First, we will equip a 6-barrel machine gun. That is essential, so I will assign you a 20mm electromagnetic machine gun. For the primary weapon, considering the complex terrain of the Guansuo steel mill and our need for prolonged combat, we will pair it with an 85mm plasma cannon. As for shoulder-mounted weapons, since the Battle of Guansuo will likely not require anti-air capabilities, we can forego anti-air missiles. Given your lack of experience, let's equip you with 2 serrated ant-type 12-tube rocket pods. These launch 105mm caliber rockets, boasting considerable power against both armored units and infantry. Often, aiming is unnecessary. Just fire away. For the melee weapon, he added, we'll stick with your choice of the power spear. Although it may be constrained within the factory premises, considering your experience and handling, this will suffice. What do you think of this configuration? After finalizing the configuration, Feng Dai looked at Li Xian. Having listened to Feng Dai's analysis and suggestions, Li Xian felt quite satisfied with the proposed weaponry. He had used these weapons before, albeit on the firing range, but he at least had a clear understanding of their capabilities and no objections. I trust Brother Feng's configuration. Good, let's get moving. Arrange Li Xian's mech according to this setup. Feng Dai commanded the mechanic team, who had been waiting nearby, as for mine and the chief's mechs. We should not need any changes. Just replenish the ammunition and other supplies. Yes, the mechanic team leader saluted and promptly began coordinating with his team. With nothing pressing on his agenda, Feng Dai climbed into his mech and began checking its status. Li Xian pondered for a moment. Recovering from the earlier shock of the demand, he had mentally prepared for this situation long ago, but facing it in reality was still somewhat disheartening. However, after configuring the weapons, he regained his composure. He too entered the mech's cockpit, watching as the mechanics fitted the weapons onto the mech. Feeling the mech grow stronger invigorated him. Suddenly, Feng Dai, now inside his mech's cockpit, remembered something and called out to Li Xian, I think it would be beneficial to add an extra set of external armor to your mech. While it may reduce your mobility, it would significantly enhance your defensive capabilities. Li Xian contemplated this suggestion. Clearly, external armor would slow his mech's movements, but the increased protection was undeniably appealing. Li Xian's control over the mech was merely rudimentary. Even if granted the opportunity to perform agile maneuvers, he would still falter. Given this realization, he deemed it more prudent to sacrifice agility for enhanced defense, allowing him to endure a few more hits when dodging attacks proved futile. Thus, he responded, then let us add an external armor set. Consequently, an additional external armor was affixed to Li Xian's mech, steering it towards a more firepower-oriented design. This shift resonated well with Li Xian. For if his combat agility and skills were lacking, he could resort to overwhelming firepower to dismantle the enemy forces. While saturating the battlefield with fire, he could eliminate half the foes, dealing with the remainder at a more measured pace, thus ensuring no threats lingered near his mech. AS weapons were affixed to the mech, and the final composite armor was installed. It was evident that Li Xian's mech appeared somewhat bulkier than Jianglu's. However, it wasn't just Li Xian's mech that took on this heft. Feng Dai's mech bore a similar design, confirming his reliance on firepower as well. When Jianglu returned and beheld the two mechs, now significantly larger, alongside his own, which seemed somewhat diminished in comparison, he furrowed his brow but opted to remain silent. Chapter 23. Arrival at the forward base. Ultimately, Jianglu's mech did not incorporate the external armor. His weaponry was nearly identical to Li Xian's, save for the absence of two 12-tube rocket pods. For close combat, he selected a power longsword. The massive blade gripped firmly in his mech's right arm. That night, while others retired to rest, Li Xian remained in his mech's cockpit. Either due to anxiety or excitement, he resolved to sleep within the mech, and before doing so, he engaged in a minor operation of the mech using psychic energy, striving to familiarize himself with it as much as possible. Prior to his departure, Jianglu approached Li Xian's mech and advised, no need to be overly tense. The initial stages of combat will not be too intense. You'll have time to adapt. Be sure to rest early. We wouldn't want you to be disoriented when battle commences. The voice of Li Xian emanated from the mech speaker. Yes, master. Understood. I'll familiarize myself a bit more before sleeping. Jianglu nodded and departed. Lixin refrained from using psychic energy, instead manipulating the mech's control stick and buttons for slight movements. Time swiftly passed into the following day. With the dawn sunlight, the military base erupted with activity. Armored elite infantry clad in red-printed 2 half-armor, laden with gear, boarded armored vehicles, forming a lengthy procession departing the base. Armored vehicles and tanks rumbled out, followed by 23 mechs. Hoisted by large transport helicopters, soaring from the base, the transport speed of the mechs far surpassed that of the armored units. They needed to reach the forward outpost established by Hung-in defense promptly. The helicopters flew at a moderate altitude, and within their confines, Lixin and the other mech pilots settled into their cockpits. Although the journey to Hung-in defense's forward outpost was not necessarily perilous, it lacked absolute safety. The mech pilots remained vigilant. Inside the cockpit, Lixin closed his eyes. While he did not need to control the mech at that moment, he maintained a connection with it through his psychic energy. In this state, his intelligent chip interfaced with the mech's radar, enabling reconnaissance of the surrounding environment. Even with his eyes shut, he remained aware of his mech surroundings, a benefit of the synergy between mech and psychic energy. Multiple sensors surrounded the mech, providing comprehensive visual feedback. Lixin, clad in his mech suit, sat with arms crossed, awaiting their arrival at the outpost. An enemy dared to disrupt the procession of the 23 D-class short-sword mechs. The transport helicopters reached the forward outpost without incident. At this point, the auxiliary armored squad had yet to arrive. Within the mech, Lixin opened his eyes as his mech descended from the helicopter's hoist. Advancing steadily toward Jianglu's mech. His left arm bore a 6-barrel, 20mm electromagnetic cannon, the center equipped with an 85mm plasma cannon, while his right arm wielded a power glaive without an activated disintegration field. A large backpack on his mech's back housed ammunition for the cannon. Given the cannon's rapid fire rate, without a backup system, Lixin would find himself out of ammo within mere seconds. The large backpack contained only 6,000 rounds, insufficient for prolonged full-power firing. Yet such concentrated firepower would be nearly insurmountable for any foe. Even if opposing mechs equipped with void shields faced Lixin's concentrated fire for several seconds, their shields would surely overload. Moreover, Lixin would not venture into battle alone. An auxiliary team would accompany him, primarily responsible for transporting ammunition. Unless the battlefield intensity was extreme enough to eliminate the entire auxiliary squad or hinder their logistical support, Lixin would not find himself lacking in munitions. Maintain vigilance. Jianglu's voice echoed in Lixin's ear. Yes, Commander. Yes, Master. Lixin and Feng Dai responded in unison. This communication was exclusive to their squad. While Jianglu remained in contact with higher command, the 20-plus mechs dispersed into positions, awaiting within the forward outpost. The soldiers of Hung-in defense were accustomed to such arrangements, as mechs typically relaxed their guard only after infantry and armored units had arrived. Fortunately, this alert phase was brief. After waiting for over 2 hours, the bulk of the forces arrived at the base. Armored vehicles, tanks, and various large transport trucks arrived in waves, invigorating the entire outpost. The subsequent tasks required no coordination or arrangement from Lixin. He merely needed to follow orders. His sole command was over his auxiliary squad, consisting of 2 armored vehicles, both of the track type. The vehicles featured a dual-mounted 20mm cannon at the front and a quad-mounted anti-tank missile system. The rear vehicle was an armored transport, fully protected, filled with ammunition capable of resupplying Lixin twice, sufficient for most scenarios. The first day within the forward outpost passed without incident. Following the arrival of the main forces, the mech pilots stood down from combat readiness. The mechs were parked in a relatively crude hangar, which was essentially a large pit dug into the ground with minimal camouflage. After securing his mech, Lixin accompanied Jianglu to the base's mess hall. The auxiliary team was left to guard the hangar and mechs, enduring the wait until the 3 returned to commence their meal. However, compared to ordinary infantry, their treatment was slightly better, as someone would deliver food to them. Meanwhile, Lixin and his companions indulged in a hearty meat feast. Chapter 24. Night Retinue on the second day. Combat officially commenced. This statement is not entirely accurate, as the battle for the mech began in earnest, while the infantry had already engaged the previous night. Elite infantry had initiated operations, traversing enemy minefields to infiltrate the outer defenses of the steel mill. After eliminating several foes, these elite troops found themselves embroiled in combat with the enemy inside the mill. Following a night of fierce conflict, these elite infantry had secured several small defensive positions, awaiting reinforcements. These strongholds might be remnants of bombed buildings, metal furnaces, or corners of workshops. Nighttime battles were perilous for both defenders and attackers. Once these elite infantry occupied the steel mill, they effectively exchanged roles with the enemy defenders. The enemy could only attempt to dislodge them from their positions. Night was hardly an opportune time for such endeavors, leading to increasingly intense daytime skirmishes. In a conference room, Jiang Lu continued his instruction to Li Exine. Our adversary is the Milda Night Order. However, this may only be a contingent of their night squad. According to intelligence, the force stationed within the steel mill should comprise their retinue, akin in stature to our Hungan Defense Company. Within the Baixamo steel plant, there exists at least one infantry brigade along with several reinforced armor battalions, amounting to approximately 5,500 personnel. Certainly, the combat capability of the Milda tenant troops is not particularly noteworthy. With merely these numbers, our 3 mechs could eliminate all visible foes given sufficient time, unless there are some hidden in areas inaccessible to the mechs. Our true adversaries are the Knights of the Milda Order, who, like us, belong to the mech forces. On the projection screen before Jiang Lu, the silhouette of a mech emerged. Jiang Lu gestured towards it, stating, "I trust you have reviewed the data on this mech. But I shall reiterate, this mech, in terms of classification, is comparable to the short-sword attendant mech, both classified as D-grade. The Knight Attendant Mech? As a D-grade mech, both the Milda Order and our Blueprint Biotech Group have nearly perfected this model. The attributes of both mechs are similar, though their focuses differ. The short-sword attendant is a versatile mech, excelling in long-range combat, fire support, and close-quarters combat alike. However, you are aware that versatility can often equate to mediocrity. In contrast, the Knight Attendant mech's attributes lean more towards melee combat. This is a critical point for you to note, as your melee capabilities are your weakest aspect. This. Jiang Lu cast a penetrating glance at Li Exine. Li Exine made no attempt to refute this, recognizing the truth in Jiang Lu's words. His melee skills were indeed lacking. After all, achieving the ability to pilot a mech onto the battlefield after 19 days of study and training was no small feat. Mastery of melee combat in a mech demands an extensive investment of time. Within the hierarchy of chip capabilities, Li Exine's melee experience is classified as D1, indicating a novice level. His proficiency with ranged weaponry, however, rests at D2, merely a slight improvement. This was largely due to his possession of 2 chips, coupled with the exceptional effects of the psionic chip, which facilitated his current achievements. After observing Li Exine, Jiang Lu continued, "The Knight Attendants are a band of melee enthusiasts. Their ranged weaponry is rudimentary, even inferior to that of a tank, by foregoing long-range attacks. They have allocated that space within their mechs to enhance their melee capabilities. This results in increased strength and speed, and due to their limited long-range abilities, their void shields boast greater resilience, enabling them to withstand more firepower. They typically wield long-handled power axes or power spears, which is somewhat similar to your own arsenal. Most critically, they outnumber us." Jiang Lu's tone turned grave as he conveyed this information. "Outnumber us by how much?" Li Exine inquired. Feng Dai sighed and replied, "Each of their combat squads consists of 5 mechs. Now do you understand? In large-scale battles, such a squad may not seem significant, but in a battlefield like the Baixamo steel plant, they will generally hold the advantage." Jiang Lu interrupted Feng Dai before he could elaborate, asserting, "Do not heed his alarmist rhetoric. Prolonged combat will not only reveal our personnel shortages, but will also expose the enemies. During the last conflict for Baixamo, their combat squads were not at full strength either, so there is no need for excessive concern." Feng Dai nodded in agreement, adding, "Li Exine, consider yourself fortunate to join our squad. Our leader possesses superior psionic abilities, significantly amplifying the mechs, and is renowned for his prowess in melee combat. Even 2 of these Knight Attendants are no match for him. Last time, he even managed to turn the tables on a 2-on-1 situation. Perhaps this time, you can clear the enemy's ranged fire with your cannon, and the battle will be concluded." Li Exine's anxiety eased slightly as he smiled and remarked, "That would indeed be the best outcome." Meanwhile, as their meeting progressed, the offensive against the Baixamo steel plant was already in full swing. Outside the forward base, artillery had been set up with heavy howitzers, unleashing a barrage upon the outer defenses of the Milda Infantry Brigade. This formidable bombardment persisted for a full 6 hours, reducing the entire outer perimeter of the Guansuo steel plant to an even more dilapidated state. Such overwhelming firepower inflicted minimal damage on the enemy. Aside from transforming some ruins into even more decayed remains, it served little purpose, let alone the extensive tunnels beneath the Guansuo steel plant. Even the surface structures might conceal well-camouflaged enemy soldiers. The primary function of this bombardment was to clear the traps and mines that the enemy had laid along the perimeter. Chapter 25. The Assault 1 could frequently witness a single shell explosion triggering a series of detonations in the vicinity. This was the result of the anti-tank mines buried by the enemy being set off. A multitude of shrapnel and flames engulfed the area, shrouding everything in a wave of explosive force and fire. From within his mech, Li Xin observed this explosive spectacle through the mech's remote targeting equipment. These anti-tank mines retained some efficacy against armored vehicles and tanks, but their impact on mechs was significantly diminished. Small-caliber mines posed negligible threat to mechs, while larger explosives could be easily detected by them. The reason the mechs had not yet commenced their assault was to await the infantry and armored units. Despite their formidable capabilities, mechs could easily find themselves in peril when besieged. Currently, the entire Blueprint Expeditionary Force stationed at Hungan Defense comprised only 23 mechs, necessitating judicious usage. The vanguard of the assault was formed by an armored mixed battalion from Hungan Defense, accompanied by 2 infantry battalions. Their objective was to breach the outer defenses of the Guansuo steel plant, with the mech units providing fire support and precision strikes against enemy strongholds, i.e. the front lines. A tank company had completed its pre-battle preparations. The tanks from Hungan Defense were of the same model Li Xin had previously piloted, the Stag Hunter tank. This medium tank was equipped with a primary weapon of a 120mm electromagnetic cannon and a secondary weapon of a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. Such a caliber, if faced by a short-sword attendant mech without a void shield, would not withstand many rounds. The same applied to the enemy's tanks. Typically, the firepower from these tanks could easily overwhelm their own armor. A single direct hit could effectively incapacitate them. A tank platoon from Hungan Defense consisted of 3 standard Stag Hunter tanks and 1 command variant .3 tank platoons, along with a solitary command Stag Hunter. Constituted a tank company, totaling 13 tanks. An armored mixed battalion thus comprised 1 tank company and 2 armored infantry companies. The armored infantry utilized short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, armed with a primary weapon of a 20mm electromagnetic cannon, possessing armor capable of withstanding standard electromagnetic and laser rifle attacks, and offering decent protection against rapid-fire weapons under 20mm caliber. Each vehicle could transport 8 infantrymen, who disembarked to engage in combat upon reaching the battlefield. Every 3 short-tailed mice formed an armored platoon, with 3 platoons making up an armored company, supplemented by an additional command short-tailed mouse. Altogether, Hungan Defense's armored mixed battalion boasted 13 Stag Hunter tanks and 20 short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicles, along with 160 elite armored infantry. This configuration was quite commendable within Hungan Defense, especially when compared to the significantly lesser combat formations of the 2 accompanying infantry battalions. The infantry battalion structure included 10 personnel per infantry squad, with 1 squad leader and 1 deputy. Each squad typically consisted of 5 to 7 riflemen, primarily utilizing the X-49 rifle, with the possibility of 1 or 2 V-12 electromagnetic rifles. The machine gun team of 1 to 2 personnel operated a 12.5mm electromagnetic machine gun, designated the N6 Universal Electromagnetic Machine (GUN). An anti-tank armor team of 1 to 2 personnel wielded L3 electromagnetic armor-piercing cannons, with a caliber of 88mm, or anti-tank missiles. Each squad also included 1 medic. 3 squads formed a platoon, commanded by a platoon leader, with a deputy assisting in command. A platoon comprised 32 personnel. 3 platoons constituted an infantry company, led by a company commander overseeing all combat operations, supported by a deputy company commander responsible for tactical execution and training. The company headquarters also included 2 communications personnel, 2 clerks, and a cooking team for 1 squad. Each company thus comprised 112 personnel. An infantry battalion was composed of 3 companies, with the battalion headquarters led by a battalion commander responsible for overall command and coordination, assisted by a deputy battalion commander who managed tactical deployment and training, and a battalion staff officer responsible for operational planning, intelligence analysis, and communications. The battalion headquarters consists of 3 to 5 personnel, including operational, logistical, and communications officers. The direct units under the battalion include a guard squad, a communications squad, and a reconnaissance squad. In an ideal scenario, the composition of an infantry battalion comprises approximately 375 individuals. However, it is often the case that a battalion's establishment is not complete, resulting in a slight deficiency or surplus in troop strength. Presently, after enduring prolonged combat, the total number of soldiers in these infantry battalions hovers around 300 at a head. The hunter tanks form a compact phalanx, their engines roaring to life, reverberating through the LIX ensconced within his mech. Skillfully manipulates the controls to follow Jiang Lu, arriving at the rear of the tank convoy. The current assault sequence includes Tank Company, Mech Armored Infantry Company, and Infantry Battalion. The tank commander receives the command from headquarters through his earpiece. Move out! Move out! With a thunderous roar, 13 hunter tanks engage their drive wheels, their tracks gripping the ground as they gradually accelerate. With the terrain of the Beishimo Steelworks, these tanks can achieve a speed of 70 kilometers per hour. An impressive pace on the battlefield. Clouds of dust billow as the tanks surge forward like colossal dragons, heading straight for the steelworks. LIXIN casts a glance at the short-tailed mouse armored personnel carrier beside him, which has also started its engine, following suit with the tanks that we are also deploying. Jiang Lu's voice commands in his ear. The 3 of them align beside the armored personnel carrier, commencing their advance toward the Beishimo Steelworks. In the cockpit, LIXIN rests his hands on the armrests, a faint glow of psychic energy illuminating his eyes as he enters the state of psychic piloting. The mech can achieve a speed of 80 kilometers per hour when not in combat mode, rivaling that of tanks and wheeled armored vehicles. Only upon entering combat mode does the speed diminish slightly, as more energy is allocated to stabilize the mech for battle. The short sword attendants sprint forward, their heavy footsteps resonating across the terrain. The mechs do not merely walk but run with the grace of humanity. Each stride spans 20 to 30 meters, propelled by their activated void shields, perpetually prepared to defend against attacks from all directions in a concealed basement beneath the Beishimo Steelworks. The Milda Attendant Army's command center is brightly lit. A holographic map of the steelworks is projected, displaying the ongoing movement of the hunter tanks, short sword mech units, and short-tailed mouse armored personnel carriers. Although not a perfect representation, it closely mirrors the real positions. The leading hunter tanks have nearly traversed half the distance to the steelworks. At the forefront of the holographic map stands a middle-aged man clad in tactical attire, wielding a lightweight knight's sword. He is Roy, the commanding officer of the 523rd Mechanized Brigade, pointing at the leading 13 hunter tanks with his sword. He declares, "It appears these corporate entities truly believe we are non-existent," boldly advancing toward the steelworks. "Let us show them what we are capable of." "Understood, Commander," responded a nearby operational officer, promptly moving aside to communicate with the frontline units. Although elite infantry from Hungin Defense have occupied some minor strongholds on the perimeter of the Beishimo Steelworks, the vast majority of the outer defenses are still held by the Milda Attendant Brigade. Even continuous bombardment from heavy howitzers has failed to inflict significant casualties. As combat orders are issued, defenders begin to emerge from various small strongholds along the front line. Within a collapsed 3-story building, an entire infantry anti-tank team prepares their equipment. The structure of the Milda Attendant Army closely resembles that of Hungin Defense, with each anti-tank squad comprising 2 to 3 soldiers. They have now deployed an electromagnetic anti-tank gun, connecting the energy pack, and the barrel begins to charge. After being bombarded by these corporate dogs, it's finally our turn to retaliate. One soldier, manning the sight, exclaims with a laugh. His assistant, loading armor-piercing rounds, glances up and quips, "This time we'll surely crack those tanks open." In stark contrast to their relaxed demeanor, another soldier stands rigid, operating the anti-tank gun. The veteran is flanked by a rookie. This prolonged battle has severely depleted the ranks of not only the veterans from Blueprint Biotech and Hungin Defense, but also those from the Milda Knights and attendant forces. However, rookies can still play a crucial role in defensive operations, requiring minimal tactical maneuvers. They simply need to align the enemy within their sights and pull the trigger. Meanwhile, at the command center of Hungin Defense's forward base, Lu Quan collaborates with the commander of Hungin Defense, Jiji Zhuan, to strategize. Jiji Zhuan, the brigade commander of this mixed force, holds full responsibility for the assault on the Beishimo Steelworks. Yet Lu Quan's authority surpasses his. Observing the locations of the tanks and armored units, Ji Zhizhuan ponders before instructing his chief of staff. Positions are nearly set. Heavy artillery units fire smoke shells, followed by a barrage of standard munitions. Turning to Lu Quan, he adds, Supervisor Lu, we will require the mech units to exert themselves further. After the artillery strikes, I need the mech units to advance beyond the tanks and clear out the enemy in this outer defense line. The tank company and armor company will follow the mechs, ready to provide support. Lu Quan surveys the holographic map and nods. Understood. Soon, command from the rear headquarters are disseminated to the various combat units. At the artillery position surrounding the forward base, soldiers load specialized smoke shells into the cannons. Boom! With the resounding blast of heavy artillery, large smoke shells equipped with delayed fuses soar toward the outer defenses of the Beishimo steelworks. Upon detonation, these massive shells unleash clouds of black smoke, enveloping the entire offensive direction of Hungan defense and the tanks positioned behind them. The smoke provides a degree of concealment even against radar, rendering the defending soldiers on the perimeter blind. While these smoke clouds will only linger for 2 to 3 minutes in such open terrain, that brief time can facilitate numerous actions. The veteran operating the electromagnetic anti-tank gun lifts his head in bewilderment from the sighting device. Cursing, damn it, these corporate dogs are at it again. The smoke now blankets the area 200 meters beyond the outer defenses. If the anti-tank infantry wish to engage the tanks, they must close this distance. Keep your eyes peeled. When you see the tanks, shout for me. Yes. Both veterans and rookies respond in unison. Amidst the smoke, Li Xian hears Lu Quan's voice. Attention, all groups. Task modification. Groups 4, 5, 6, and 7 prepare to commence assaults on areas C-32, C-33, C-34, and C-35, eliminating all enemy defenders to create a breach for the armored units to exploit. Received. Jiang Lu's voice acknowledges. Alongside Jiang Lu are several other squad leaders, whose members are unable to communicate directly with Lu Quan until their leaders exit combat, thus passively accepting orders that I in the cockpit. Jiang Lu glances at Li Xian's mech and instructs, all squads initiate assault posture 3. 02 received. 03 received. The three mechs swiftly adjust from their previous stances, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai leading the charge. While Li Xian follows closely behind, each mech stationed hundreds of meters apart. Charge! Jiang Lu's steady voice resonates in Li Xian's ear. Taking a deep breath, Li Xian immerses himself fully into the state of piloting the mech. Boom! The mech propels forward with explosive momentum, charging toward the outer perimeter of the Beishimo Steelworks. 03. This is your first real combat. Pay close attention to your battle radar and psychic energy. Do not hesitate. Eliminate all threatening targets. 01. Understood. Li Xian grits his teeth in response. Chapter 27. Fire exchange. The colossal mechs, despite having been equipped with ample shock absorption and sound dampening measures, create a thunderous clamor as they charge forward. However, the heavy artillery at the rear has now opened fire, launching another barrage on the enemy's forward positions, masking the sounds of the mecha operations. Li Xian short sword attendant, equipped with a 6-barrel machine gun and an 85mm plasma cannon on its left arm, is fully charged and ready to unleash a volley upon detecting the enemy. This marks Li Xian's first true engagement on the battlefield, having often boasted in the past during peacetime. Yet now, amidst the palpable atmosphere of war, he feels his palms sweat. Although Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's mechas are ahead of Li Xian, the distance is merely several dozen meters, with their positions separated by hundreds of meters. Consequently, Li Xian must face a portion of the enemy's assault. As the artillery bombardment ceases, the command to prepare is issued. The mecha is on the verge of breaching the smoke grenade's cover. Jiang Lu's voice resonates in Li Xian's ear just in time. Suddenly, from the thick, dark smoke, a menacing mechanical entity bursts forth. Among the Milda attendant infantry's anti-tank unit, a rookie points towards Li Xian's direction and shouts. It's coming out. The veteran operator reacts almost instantaneously, aligning the targeting equipment on Li Xian's mecha. Damn it, the veteran bellows in rage, not solely directed at the mecha, but also at the rookie. As soon as the anti-tank targeting system locks onto Li Xian, both his psionic chip and the mecha's combat radar respond in unison. Enemy locked. Enemy locked. The biological intelligence chip in his mind almost instantaneously assists Li Xian in combat, pinpointing 3 designated targets: a collapsed 3-story building, a twisted steel wreck, and what resembles a sewer entrance. Boom. The first target, the three-story building, fires first, as the electromagnetic anti-tank cannon's armor-piercing round is discharged with a thunderous roar and a flash of electricity. It strikes Li Xion's mecha, and hits the void shield. Instantly, the void shield surrounding the mecha activates, illuminating like a beehive, ripples forming on its surface. The anti-tank cannon's projectile fails to penetrate the enemy's void shield. The veteran, upon spotting the mecha, has already cursed the rookie's ancestors in his mind. The electromagnetic anti-tank cannon is capable of breaching the void shield, but not with a single shot. Once the mecha is locked on, the only fate awaiting their position is a merciless counterattack from a mecha. The moment the trigger is pulled, both veterans pivot to flee downward, but it is too late, with dual military chips assisting him. Li Xion quickly swivels the 6-barrel machine gun on his short-sword attendant. Buzz! Rat-a-tat-tat. Accompanied by a faint electronic hum, a barrage of fire erupts from the 6-barrel machine gun. Each 20mm round, charged with electricity, pierces through the gap, striking within the defensive position. Without pausing to observe the ensuing reactions, Li Xion swiftly redirects the gun towards the second target, the steel wreck. Rat-a-tat-tat. Finally, he targets the sewer-like location, where the machine gun struggles to engage, prompting the mecha's main cannon to respond. Zing! A plasma cannon, crackling with electrical arcs, is unleashed from the main cannon, igniting sparks and lightning as it strikes the sewer. Li Xion's short-sword attendant, guided by psionic control, completes the process of being locked on, identifying enemies, and firing in less than 3 seconds. To my astonishment, they have sent out mechs directly. The chief of staff of the mechanized brigade gritted his teeth as he spoke. This time, with 4 combat zones captured, countless soldiers were forced to retaliate or had no time to escape, resulting in the deaths of dozens. These soldiers had anticipated the arrival of tanks and armored vehicles to pave the way, expecting a fierce response. Yet they were instead met with the enemy's overwhelming force. The battle had scarcely begun, and they deployed mechs, instructing the front lines to prepare. We will engage with their mechs at our own pace, for I am curious to see how much psychic energy they possess. The brigade commander, Roy, calmly issued new combat orders. Although the command was delivered lightly, the soldiers tasked with its execution bore a heavy burden. Each word from Roy's mouth could cost multiple lives. Within the Beishimo steel factory, after securing the 4 combat zones, the soldiers of Hungin Defense commenced their offensive against the other combat areas on either side. They needed to expand their territory as much as possible, inflicting casualties on the enemy and seizing their positions. The infantry and armored troops advanced, and the mechs were required to follow suit, with infantry and armored units acting as bait and reconnaissance teams to draw out hidden enemies. While this may sound ruthless, it is a standard tactic of war. Even without mechs, infantry and armored units must operate in such a manner. With the support of mechs, their casualty rate would significantly diminish. At this juncture, not every mech was required to be deployed. The 5th group of mechs began a rotation, sending 1 mech in a battle alongside the infantry at a time. The other 2 would not be entirely inactive. They would remain at a distance, utilizing propulsion rods instead of psychic connections. This strategy allowed the frontline mech to handle simple combat without exhausting the psychic energy of the others. Should the fighting intensify or valuable targets be identified, they could swiftly join the fray. Accompanying the 2 mechs were 4 auxiliary squads from the 5th group, piloting tracked armored vehicles laden with ammunition and soldiers. The electromagnetic cannons atop these vehicles were manned by soldiers, who remained vigilant for any signs of movement. Should any anomalies arise, they would open fire immediately, delivering a barrage of firepower. At this moment, Li Xion followed the infantry into battle, with Jiang Lu and Feng Dai preceding him. Li Xion sat in the cockpit, maintaining a distance behind the infantry, ready to provide immediate support. Among the infantry were not only foot soldiers, but also a hunter leading 3 short-tailed mice. The infantry advanced in a dispersed formation, with 3 or 4 soldiers forming combat teams spaced 20 to 30 meters apart. This distance minimized the risk of a single incident incapacitating the entire group while ensuring concentrated firepower. The hunter led the charge, while the short-tailed mice provided supporting fire. The rationale behind not having the mechs lead the charge was simple. The presence of such combat machines on the front line often caused the enemy to retreat underground, rendering a thorough sweep of the Beishimo steel factory futile for securing this large stronghold. Capturing this location necessitated not only seizing territory, but also inflicting damage on the enemy's fighting forces. Chapter 29. Urban warfare accompanying the combat was a platoon, with the commander directing from the rear. The roar of tank engines echoed through the ruins as fire control radars scanned the surroundings. A group of infantry swiftly advanced into a small ruin. The assault trooper tossed a grenade inside, and upon detonation, they surged in, confirming the area was temporarily secure. They began to establish a rudimentary defensive line, allowing them to hold the position for the next few hours. The pace of the war progressed far more slowly than anticipated. It was not like in Li Xian's previous life, where a lone figure with a machine gun could swiftly neutralize enemy defenses. While mechs could achieve such feats, it required the enemy to expose themselves first. The Beishimo steel factory presented a pure urban combat environment. Such a setting could not simply be cleared with heavy artillery or bombers. Doing so would negate the very nature of urban warfare. The previous assaults had transformed the factory into an extensive ruin. Even with overwhelming firepower, the area remained a wasteland, merely shifting the debris around. In this urban battlefield, myriad hiding spots existed for the enemy. If the enemy did not reveal themselves, even the Xian's plasma cannon would fail to inflict harm on those concealed. Life is precious. The infantry's movements required careful consideration of cover. Every street, every alley, and every ruin could harbor hidden foes. The soldiers of Hung in defense were not expendable. While they could die, their sacrifices must hold value. Advancing on a location necessitated at least 10 minutes of reconnaissance. And if there were potential hiding spots inside, additional time would be required to root them out. The infantry's pace of advance was far slower than anticipated. Ahead, a combat team of 4 swiftly crossed a street, only to find a gun barrel protruding from over 100 meters away. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets erupted, taking down one infantryman. The electromagnetic Li Xian controlled the long spear with an elegance akin to a maestro guiding an orchestra, thrusting it fiercely towards the ruins below. The spear pierced through the debris with a resounding crack, shattering both the bricks above and the reinforced concrete beneath. The veteran below was paralyzed with fear, for the pale blue blade was less than a meter away from him. If he dared to glance upwards, he could even see the faint blue field of disintegration shimmering at the spear's tip. With a swift motion, the powered spear was retracted, prompting a silent sigh of relief from the Miranda-attended veteran, who thought to himself, "What a worthless mech. I managed to evade it." However, in the next instant, a plasma cannon surged through the hole left by the spear. Boom! Chapter 30. Ambush above, the infantry on either side watched as Li Xian's mech advanced. Its left arm had just unleashed a plasma cannon into the ruins below, sending debris flying in the aftermath of the explosion. For Li Xian, firing a plasma cannon was a trivial matter, especially with the mech's energy reserves still exceptionally high. A single shot would not hinder its operational capacity. After all, the energy costs were covered by the organization, sparing Li Xian any financial burden. Before the attack, he had been uncertain about the presence of enemies below, yet he proceeded nonetheless. As the mech moved on, a squad of infantry arrived at the location where Li Xian had just fired. A soldier knelt cautiously, lowering his gaze. Upon doing so, he immediately noticed the devastation wrought by the plasma cannon. With the fissures below widened several times over, the bricks had been reduced to dust, but the keen-eyed soldier spotted fragments of a rifle. He quickly withdrew his head and whispered, "There really was someone down there." What a gruesome death! His squad leader, hidden behind a nearby cover, glanced at the mech's left arm upon hearing this and remarked, "Gruesome? What is so gruesome about dying instantly without pain? If it were a gunshot, that would be tragic." The soldier who had been observing quickly moved forward to the cover, only to lament, "You're right, that is a swift death. The body probably didn't even have time to react. Given a choice, I'd prefer to die like that." His squad leader smacked his helmet lightly, retorting, "You want to die? Then keep thinking that way. That I'd rather live well and go back to find a few women." The soldier, momentarily stunned, chuckled, Yes. After a series of continuous sounds, 12 serrated and 105mm caliber rockets, trailing white smoke, surged forth from the void shield's defenses along the path of the swiftly charging mech. These rockets were not precision-guided, yet, given the distance and aided by military-grade smart ships, they were capable of striking their intended targets with remarkable accuracy. That on the enemy side, the commander of a tank shouted into the communication mic, "Fire at him! Concentrate all fire on the mech." The roar of the tank's main cannon echoed as it discharged, The rapid-fire electromagnetic cannons of the infantry fighting vehicles and the dual-mounted rapid-fire guns of the soldiers followed suit, along with the whoosh of anti-tank missiles and the crack of heavy laser cannons. However, at that moment, their focus had shifted entirely as Li Xion's mech sprang into action. Charging at a speed of 60 kilometers per hour, the mech closed the distance in the blink of an eye. The six-wheeled electromagnetic cannon on its left arm began to whirl, flames erupting from its muzzle, creating a sound reminiscent of a tearing cloth reverberating around. A hail of bullets, like fiery whips, rained down upon the armored vehicles, while the recently launched serrated ant rockets had already struck their targets, amidst the enemy's counterattack, which included various anti-tank missiles and artillery shells. The battlefield descended into chaos. Unless guided, the majority of their attacks fell harmlessly into the void. Their original aim had been at the mech's position while it was launching rockets. Yet after firing, Li Xian surged forward without hesitation. Apart from the anti-tank missiles and the laser cannons, as well as the rapid-fire artillery of the armored vehicles, all other attacks landed on the ruins, merely exacerbating the destruction without any additional effect. The previously trapped short-tailed mouse infantry fighting vehicle now emerged, pouring firepower while diverting some of the enemy's attention away from Li Xian. Inside the mech, Li Xian, fueled by adrenaline, disregarded the warning alarms from the void shield and navigated swiftly through the debris. The six-wheeled cannon fired continuously, even with the dual assistance of the mech and smart ships, resulting in considerable ammunition wastage. Faced with a second armored vehicle, Li Xian unleashed the plasma cannon. A concentrated blast of plasma coursed through the chaotic battlefield, striking the KR four-wheeled vehi reloaded with ammunition. Li Xian maneuvered the mech forward using the thrust lever, pausing briefly amidst the ruins of a building. The ongoing combat ahead, aimed at clearing out the remaining enemy infantry, rendered Li Xian's mech temporarily unnecessary. His gaze drifted to the side, where a canister of the Hunter tank lay opened, alongside the wreckage of the enemy's YR-6 medium tank and KR four-wheeled vehicle, both obliterated by his own firepower. These armored vehicles, formidable against infantry, found themselves utterly at a loss when confronted by mechs. The overwhelming advantage of technology, while perhaps not overtly apparent in civilian life, was starkly evident in warfare. Unless Li Xian's mech was subjected to a concentrated barrage of firepower in a short span, it was unlikely to sustain any damage. Conversely, the enemy suffered immensely, with mechs systematically dismantling their forces. When an era forsakes you, it does not provide prior notice. Instead, it delivers a swift kick. Reality is not akin to a game. Games require balance, but reality does not. That if something cannot withstand the pressure, it simply cannot. The presence of mechs on their side resulted in the loss of merely one Hunter tank, which was ambushed and destroyed first. Aside from that, there were some infantry casualties amidst the fierce fighting. In stark contrast, the enemy's losses were considerable. 2 tanks, 5 infantry fighting vehicles, and over 100 infantry. Yet infantry are deemed expendable. Their value is eclipsed even by their own weaponry, a sentiment shared by both the Milde conscripts and the soldiers of Hung in defense. This included Li Xian, who, even if sold 100 times over, would not be able to afford a single mech. Chapter 33. The first night, the brilliance of the stars gradually faded. It was now the first night since Li Xian had entered the battlefield. Their front line, unlike the earlier advance during the day, had stabilized. As they fortified their defenses, the vast expanse of the Beishimo steel factory could not be captured in just a few days. Both sides were evidently prepared for prolonged combat, with countless enemy soldiers likely hiding beneath the factory's surface. As night fell, after resupplying, some soldiers remained vigilant, while the majority retreated a short distance to rest. Li Xian's mech also settled in a newly established small logistics base. 3 mechs formed a circle, facing each other, while auxiliary soldiers set up rudimentary defenses around them. Their armored vehicles formed an outer perimeter to ensure the safety of the mechs within. Even in a combat zone, constant vigilance could not be maintained. Rest was essential. Otherwise, one would be like a taut string, destined to snap. In the center, the 3 mech pilots gathered around a fire made from an oil drum and various debris. They were enjoying their first meal of the day, which included meat. Li Xian relished every bite, finding the taste far superior to the energy paste consumed earlier. These provisions had been delivered from a logistics outpost established in the area they had entered that day. While eating, Feng Dai inquired about Li Xian's feelings regarding the day's battle. Li Xian looked up and replied, "There's indeed a significant difference between combat and training. In training, One only needs to focus on aiming and firing. But in battle, there is much more to consider. Often, in the heat of the moment, many details are overlooked. Initially, it's like that. The excitement may lead to a lack of focus. However, you must be more attentive moving forward. Dealing with infantry and armored troops is child's play. Feng Dai patted Li Xian's shoulder and continued, "Our true adversaries are the enemy mechs. The battle has only just begun, and the barbarians could be lurking anywhere. You should practice diligently to avoid confusion later." "Yes, Brother Feng." After finishing their meal, Jiang Lu suggested, "Let's head back to our mech for rest. This is a combat zone, so stay alert." "Yes, Commander." "Yes, Master," Feng Dai stretched and remarked. However, the enemy is unlikely to launch a night assault on the first day. "Why ask me? If I had any say, I wouldn't be here," Jiang Lu retorted, turning to board his mech. Observing this, Li Xian felt no desire to linger outside. Had it not been for Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, he would have preferred to remain within the safety of his mech's cockpit. Being outside was perilous. A distant sniper could strike at any moment. While the cockpit was not cramped, it was also not particularly spacious, making rest within the mech less than comfortable. After all, the D-class short sword mech model was among the smaller variants, with more space allocated for equipment and ammunition than for the pilot's comfort. As long as the pilot had a seat, it was considered quite fortunate. This was due to the integration of psychic energy. Without it, controlling such a large machine would require hundreds of buttons and switches. A daunting array of dials and screens in that scenario, the pilot would barely have room to breathe. Upon returning to the cockpit, Li Xian heard Jiang Lu's voice. "Nighttime requires vigilance too. Each person will take shifts of 2 to 3 hours. Team 03 will be first, I will take second, and Team 02 will be third. Starting tomorrow, we will rotate in this order." "Yes, Commander." "Yes, Master," Feng Dai and Li Xian replied promptly. Feng Dai added, "Although auxiliary soldiers are already on perimeter watch, it is crucial to remain cautious on the battlefield. That I understand." Li Xian nodded earnestly. Caution ensures longevity. Many past failures in war stem from the laxity of a single soldier or unit, leading to significant defeats. Li Xian had no intention of becoming a cautionary tale for others. While vigilance was paramount, it was not necessary to rely solely on one's eyes or physical endurance. The mech was equipped with radar, alerting them to any approaching enemies, sparing them the arduous task of hiding and watching like infantry. During his watch, Li Xian even utilized his chip to study, accelerating his understanding of mech operations. The sensation of knowledge flooding his mind brought a satisfied smile to his face. "That I love learning." However, Li Xian was abruptly awakened in the middle of the night by a fierce sandstorm, which even affected the modified human settlements. The environment of planet Guansuo IV was exceedingly harsh. Yet he soon fell back into slumber. The first day of combat concluded without the anticipated enemy night assault. Indeed, the subsequent days unfolded with surprising ease. The enemy appeared to have lost their will to resist, offering only sporadic counterattacks, often executed by hidden snipers who would fire a shot and flee, or infantry who would fire a burst before retreating hastily. The path-clearing hunters were terrified, frequently ambushed by anti-tank missiles or enemy electromagnetic cannons. Fortunately, infantry were on the front lines scouting. Otherwise, the hunters might have been insufficient. In such combat, infantry suffered the most casualties. Often, they were used as bait during reconnaissance missions. They served as both combatants and lures, drawing enemy fire to reveal their positions, aside from the first day's engagement, which involved relatively elite armored infantry. The subsequent days saw only infantry battalions with far more rudimentary equipment. Many lacked even the half-armor protection of a Red Mark II. These soldiers wore only bulletproof vests with added plates. Such defenses might withstand conventional firearms, but would be utterly ineffective against electromagnetic rifles, which would pierce through them effortlessly. Chapter 34. Contamination infantry, in many respects, were merely consumables, an unfortunate reality. The cost of a single tank is exorbitant, while an armored personnel carrier is also quite pricey. Utilizing them for reconnaissance poses a significant risk. A single electromagnetic shell could obliterate them. The losses would be substantial, and these tanks and infantry fighting vehicles also bore the burden of providing fire support. Without these armored units, combat would prove exceedingly challenging. In contrast, the ordinary infantry of Hung Defense were far more cost-effective. Their weaponry predominantly consisted of the X-49, and their vests and armor plates were often self-purchased. Additionally, most of these soldiers possessed minimal combat experience that it was difficult to fathom that this was the infantry unit of the interstellar warfare era. They resembled militias that Xian's confusion was addressed one evening as he sat around the campfire with Feng Dai, who provided his perspective. You think they are weak and inept, right? Although reluctant to admit it, Xian nodded, acknowledging they certainly appear to be. I had thought that the previous armored soldiers were already quite inadequate. Yet I was taken aback to discover that the combat proficiency of these infantry battalions was even poorer. In Xian's perspective, the battle-hardened veterans should possess combat skills comparable to those infantrymen who had once ridden alongside them on the Great Belly Bird. Sitting beside those seasoned soldiers, Xian had directly sensed their elite caliber, which was not solely a product of their equipment, but fundamentally rooted in their demeanor, an aura of cold detachment. However, it was possible that these soldiers were not even the true elite of the Blueprint Biological Technology Group, as genuine elites would not be dispatched to such a brutal battleground. Feng Dai chuckled. You're still too young. Do you think this place is one of the cities under the Blueprint Group? This is hung in defense. The soldiers you see here are all veterans that, if they had sent us a batch of fresh recruits, just a few months trained before heading to the battlefield, you could revel in that. Such veterans. Xian sighed softly. Feng Dai continued, in a meat grinder battlefield like Beishimo, do you think even the elite soldiers of the group or the dispatched infantry battalions would perform better? What do you think? Xian shook his head and replied, it probably wouldn't be the case that in urban warfare, even if elite soldiers were truly dispatched, the outcome would likely be similar. They might perform slightly better, but the casualties would still be substantial. The environment of the Beishimo steel mill, combined with the Milda retinue soldiers within, adeptly dragged everyone down to their level, and then utilized their extensive experience to inflict harm on the enemy. Feng Dai remarked, sending elite soldiers would certainly result in lower casualties, but not to a significant degree. We're scarcely deploying mechs now. As you know, the enemy strikes and then retreats, making them hard to pursue. In such a wretched conflict, we can only rely on sheer manpower. In the rear, Hungan Defense had dispatched another infantry regiment of over 1,500 troops. They truly had no fear of casualties. For to them, numbers were merely digits. Feng Dai continued. In the mining towns, where the mines have long been exhausted, there are countless idle men that Hungan Defense finds it exceedingly easy to recruit soldiers. These recruits, having undergone merely a month or two of training, are sent to the battlefield. What do you think their performance will be like? For 5,000, a man from the mining area will take up arms for Hungan Defense for a month. They require no compensation. Just enough food to fill their stomachs will suffice. After all, Guansuo IV is abundant in manpower. Xian silently nodded, recognizing the validity in Feng Dai's words. Indeed, 5,000 was the planetary currency used by ordinary non-corporate individuals. Those affiliated with the Blueprint Group and certain formal members of the Mildanite Order utilized energy credits, which held a value of 1 to 1,000 compared to planetary currency and could only be exchanged in one direction. Energy credits for planetary currency. But not vice versa. In essence, 5 energy credits would enable these Hungan Defense infantry to serve for a month. However, upon reflection, Xian realized that he shared little difference with them, the only distinction being his slightly higher salary. Now that he was in the war zone, his income was considerably substantial. As he contemplated his outstanding chip loan, he fell silent. Even with his current earnings, repaying the loan without expenditure would take nearly 10 months. What a life to live under a loan. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The only difference between him and those Hungan Defense infantry was perhaps his higher income and the potential for a future. The infantry had almost no prospects. Even if they managed to survive the brutal combat in Beishimo, another battle awaited them. Life was merely a journey, while death was their ultimate destination. This thought suddenly flashed through Xian's mind. In the next moment, the chip in his brain began to emit alarms. Alert! Alert! Chaos pollution levels rising. The alarm echoed in his mind as he watched his previously reduced level of chaos pollution, which had fallen to 13.6, surged to 21.3 due to that very thought. Finally, after he attempted to forget that phrase and clear his mind, the pollution level ceased its ascent. Feng Dai quickly noticed Xian's state and chuckled. What's wrong? Are you shaken by reality? Xian swiftly composed himself, forcing a smile as he replied, a bit, but I'm all right, I can handle it. Internally, he was profoundly alarmed. He had done nothing at that moment. and his prior pollution level had been a result of the lingering effects of using psychic energy stimulants. Recently, his bodily functions had been running smoothly, which had lowered the pollution level significantly. Yet, with a single thought, it had surged so drastically, frighteningly XN. Was this the threat of chaos? He dared not ponder further, fearing that an incorrect thought might trigger the chaos's influence again. Clearing his mind, he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai, listening to his boastful chatter. The recent intensity of combat had even led them to become somewhat lax, no longer rushing to their mechs immediately after meals as they had on the first day. Chapter 35. Warehouse District. That night, even though Li Xin and his comrades had lowered their guard, no danger emerged. The troops maintained a steady pace of advancement, capturing various strongholds held by Hung in defense. The defense of the Milda retinue appeared increasingly lax, as if they had relinquished their positions on the ground. Such news was hardly favorable for the attacking troops. Their objective in assaulting the Beishimo steel mill was not merely to secure this significant stronghold, but also to inflict casualties on the living forces of the Milda retinue. Currently, a battalion of infantry here had suffered minimal injuries, with few soldiers having perished. Based on the intensity of combat and the final battlefield assessments, the total enemy casualties over these days did not exceed 600. Given the intelligence reports indicating that a battalion of infantry, along with some reinforced company units, was present, this casualty figure was far too low. Now, Hung in defense had occupied nearly half of the Beishimo steel mill, not including the underground areas, where combat had yet to commence. The low intensity of surface combat suggested that at least 4,000 enemies remained hidden underground. This was hardly good news for the attacking side. On the 10th day of entering the Beishimo steel mill, Li Xin, piloting a mech alongside Feng Dai, remained on guard behind the vanguard troops, accompanying the frontline forces with the mechs of Jiang Lu. In recent days, the intensity of combat had been insufficient. Their mech had scarcely fired in the past couple of days. Li Xin maneuvered the control stick, guiding his mechs slowly through this area, which was once the casting district of the Beishimo steel mill. Despite having undergone several rounds of conflict, this area remained relatively intact, as the buildings and equipment were robustly constructed. Though the machinery and structures were no longer operational, they still provided ample hiding spots for the enemy. Upon entering this area, the pace of troop advancement slowed significantly, with limited pathways for tanks and infantry fighting vehicles. Towering, sturdy buildings lined both sides, their defensive capabilities rivaling those of fortified installations. Even after prior bombardments from heavy artillery, these structures remained largely unaffected. As the troops moved further in, the casualty rate rose by at least 20% compared to previous engagements. Suddenly, a barrage as soldiers arrived at the position of the fallen comrade. It was evident that the wounded had succumbed to their injuries, perishing from severe blood loss. For the infantry, such occurrences had become all too commonplace. Dying in battle at the Beishimo steelworks was nothing out of the ordinary. After meticulously reconnoitering potential enemy positions, the troops commenced their advance. Ahead lay a vast warehouse district, its rooftops ravaged by artillery fire. Yet, despite the devastation, these robust, reinforced concrete structures remained largely intact. A series of similar large warehouses stretched before them, 3 rows in total, each boasting considerable ground coverage. This area had long served as a critical defensive stronghold, with fierce skirmishes having previously unfolded during the last 2 battles for the Beishimo steelworks. The enormous steel doors of the warehouses had been blasted to pieces in prior conflicts, revealing a dark interior. Heavy artillery had already begun its assault on the inside. The bombardment rumbled on for 10 minutes, met with no response, before finally ceasing. That a 4-man infantry team crouched behind cover. Vigilant Point 1 soldier raised his gaze towards the foreboding warehouse interior. Swallowing nervously, I wager there are definitely people hiding in there. Beside him, an experienced veteran lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. No need to guess, if there aren't a few hundred people in there. I'll twist my head off and kick it like a ball. The voice of their commander crackled through the earpiece. Advance, scout the warehouse. Roger that. The veteran took another deep drag, watching as the cigarette burned rapidly. Let us proceed with caution. With that, the team swiftly traversed the open ground before the warehouse, a thoroughfare at least 50 to 60 meters wide, devoid of any cover. Behind them, other soldiers remained on high alert, keeping watch from behind building remnants and steel debris. The hunters and short-tailed mice were poised, their weapons aimed at the dark abyss of the warehouse. Even a mecha piloted by Jiang Lu had its 6-barreled cannon leveled, ever ready to unleash fire. The tension in the air was palpable. The four-man scouting team felt their hearts racing as they hastened across the central expanse, pressing against the warehouse wall. The team leader signaled for silence. One soldier quickly approached the warehouse entrance, crouching down and retrieving several military glow stick kill. Inside the cockpit, Li Xion's face flushed with anger as he roared, channeling all his psychic energy to exert maximum control over the short sword attendant. Bang bang bang, Chapter 36. Ambush in the warehouse, such feeble attacks. Today marks your demise. Cackling with laughter, the knight attendant broadcasted the enemy's voice from within the cockpit. The knight attendant at the forefront moved with remarkable swiftness, outpacing the short sword attendant. Not only was his speed superior, but his void shield also boasted a higher defensive threshold. Instead of ranged weaponry, his left arm was equipped with an armored shield. Behind the shield, a deflection field generator was mounted, capable of creating an energy field around it. Most ranged attacks would be distorted by this generator, failing to strike their intended targets. However, like the void shield, the deflection field could not defend against all ranged assaults. Faster and more powerful attacks, such as lasers and particle beams, would still penetrate its defenses. Fortunately, the electromagnetic cannon's projectiles were countered by the deflection field, rendering Jiang Lu and the other two's cannon fire ineffective against the knight attendant's void shield. The cannon's ammunition was deflected, striking the sides. Pathetic, useless, the knight attendant bellowed. Yet his arrogance was short-lived, relying on his extensive combat experience. Jiang Lu fired a plasma cannon that struck the armored shield just beyond the reach of the void shield. This high-energy attack bypassed the deflection field's defenses entirely, but a massive surge of electricity engulfed the shield, incinerating the deflection field generator, and the armored shield soon crumbled under the cannon's relentless assault. Behind, Li Xion clenched his jaw, his blood boiling with fervor. Boom! Boom! The two serrated Ant 12 tube rocket nests on the short sword attendant's shoulder armor instantly unlocked. Bang bang bang! A total of 24 105mm serrated Ant rockets, trailing white flames, launched towards the knight attendant at the forefront. Boom! The thunderous explosions echoed 24 times, shrapnel scattering as torrents of fire surged between the two warehouses. A hot wind swept through the passage from both ends and overhead. In recent days, only Li Xion had retained the serrated Ant rocket nests. Even Feng Dai had unloaded this weapon. Fortunately, Li Xion had not removed them, and today they finally served their purpose. He discarded the two rocket nests, now a burden without their ammunition. Reload. The auxiliary soldier swiftly drove a track supply vehicle to Li Xion's rear, disregarding danger as he operated the mechanical arm at lightning speed to install two new serrated Ant rocket nests. 3 additional auxiliary soldiers and track supply vehicles followed suit, unleashing firepower into the passage. The vehicle-mounted electromagnetic cannons continuously fired shells into the heart of the flames. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Lu swiftly turned to flee. But his retreat was painfully slow. Where do you think you can escape to? A booming electronic voice resonated as a towering steel construct burst forth from the dissipating flames of the rocket explosions. Another knight attendant mecha charged towards Jiang Lu's machine at an even swifter pace, while the prior machine remained hunkered down behind. Its void shield was overloaded, unable to withstand the barrage of firepower and the explosions of 24 rockets. The void shield's overload would necessitate a reboot time of at least 10 minutes, during which the mecha could only rely on its armor for protection. Initially, Li Xion thought the mecha might retreat or hold back, awaiting support from other machines. However, to his astonishment, the mecha showed no inclination to withdraw, charging forth alongside the preceding knight attendant. The ferocity of their assault sent a shiver down Li Xion's spine. Withdraw, withdraw. The 5 knight attendants are too much to handle. Do not concern yourselves with the infantry. Feng Dai's voice crackled in the earpiece, revealing that even he was in a state of alarm. We cannot escape them. First, we must deal with the 2 ahead. We still have a chance for victory. Jiang Lu's voice resonated heavily in Feng Dai and Li Xion's ears. Jiang Lu's mecha intercepted at the entrance of the passage after bursting out from between the 2 towering warehouses. Feng Dai, witnessing this scene, swiftly drew his power sword and charged forward. A fine position. Today, I shall stand against 100. This position was indeed advantageous. The passage between the 2 warehouses could not accommodate more than 3 mechas in combat, especially for close-quarters engagements. Even if 3 more mechas arrived, they would likely be trapped behind. Only a fool would attempt such a tactic, upon realizing that the enemy had ceased their retreat and blocked the entrance. The commander of the three mechas in the rear laughed heartily within the cockpit. Look, the insect have ceased their flight. Get to the rooftops, leap over them, tear them to shreds. The three mechas swiftly leaped, using their power swords or other powered weapons to bore through the walls, leveraging their momentum to ascend to the rooftops. Witnessing this, Li Xin felt a wave of dread. Why couldn't his enemies be mindless fools? Why did this commander come to battle with intellect? Crack! Ahead, Zhang Lu was already engaged in a fierce clash with the first mecha, their power swords colliding and sparking with electricity. Indeed, Feng Dai was correct. Zhang Lu's close combat skills were formidable, and his claim of facing two adversaries was not mere bravado. Zhang Lu's mecha pressed the knight attendant hard, and if things continued this way, the eventual victor would likely be the short sword attendant squad. However, such a stalemate would not endure for long. The three knight attendants would arrive on the battlefield within 30 seconds. At that point, it would shift to a 5 against 2 scenario, even if Zhang Lu were made of iron. How many nails could he drive? Li Xin's mecha, capable of ranged attacks, had honed its skills through recent training and relatively mild battles. Yet his close combat prowess remained abysmal, with Feng Dai joining the fray. It became 2 against 2, and the short sword attendants momentarily overpowered the two knight attendants. Withdraw. 0-3 retreat. 0-2 if there's a chance, retreat. I will hold them off. Zhang Lu's voice echoed in Li Xin's ear, steady yet tinged with barely concealed fury. Withdraw? Li Xin listened in disbelief to this command, hesitating at that moment. He could escape this time, but perhaps not the next, should Zhang Lu and Feng Dai perish here. Even if Li Xin managed to retreat, he would face dire consequences. He might even find himself unable to pilot a mecha. Even if he could, would any mecha squad accept him? Even if they did, who would mentor him as Zhang Lu had? Although Zhang Lu had a somewhat stern demeanor and had extorted 2 vials of the number 5 psychic compound from Li Xin, he had genuinely guided him and treated him as a teammate. However, if Li Xin fled back this time, he would no longer be regarded as a teammate. Given his mediocre ranged abilities and pathetic close combat skills, surviving in such a battlefield environment would be exceedingly difficult. A decision. This truly was a choice of life and death. To flee meant survival this time, but perhaps death next time. To remain could mean dying here and now. Not only Li Xin was hesitating. Even Feng Dai seemed uncertain as he recognized the dire predicament they faced. Despite his seemingly amicable conversations with Li Xin, Feng Dai was acutely aware of Li Xin's limited combat prowess, with one new recruit having fled. How could the two of them possibly contend with 5 knightly retainers? Should they simply surrender themselves? In a moment of desperation, Feng Dai turned to glance at Li Xin, hoping to see him fleeing, which would grant him the moral justification to do the same, in the face of life and death. Running away could be seen as adhering to one's true nature, whereas steadfastly fighting to the last moment would exemplify heroism. There is no shame in following one's heart. However, with the fervor of youth still burning in Li Xin, combined with the charged atmosphere of battle, he chose to embrace the mantle of a hero. Thus, when Feng Dai employed his psychic energy to look back at Li Xin, he did not witness him retreating, but rather saw him still wielding the autocannon while loading the rocket pod of the short sword attendant. Give me 30 seconds. I shall return a miracle. Li Xin's voice resonated within the cockpit of Feng Dai and Zhang Lu. This moment, he still had the presence of mind to jest. Theoretically, the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon used by the short sword attendant has a maximum firing rate of 6,000 rounds per minute. But in the reality of battle, such a rate is rarely achieved. The actual firing rate typically hovers around 3,000 to 4,500 rounds per minute. This implies that in a mere minute and a half, he could exhaust the ammunition carried by the short sword attendant. In 30 seconds, he could potentially fire off at least 2,000 rounds. Bang, bang, bang. Li Xin did not flee. One shoulder had already reloaded the serrated ant rocket pod, and his left arm's 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon unleashed a barrage of shells like a fiery whip, striking towards 2 knightly retainers, particularly the one whose void shield was already overloaded. Boom! Boom! The 20mm electromagnetic cannon typically fires shells filled with a ratio of 4, 1 high explosive to armor-piercing rounds. To penetrate even the armor of a knightly retainer without a void shield is a fanciful notion. However, if one shot fails, then multiple shots shall follow. Moreover, at least half of the shells were absorbed by another knightly retainer's armor. Li Xin endeavored to direct the remaining shells towards the leg joints of the knightly retainer lacking a void shield, The chest armor of a mech is the thickest. However, the joints of the legs are relatively weaker due to the need for mobility. Pathetic. Are you merely tickling me? The taunting voice of the knightly retainer echoed as they faced the assault from Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, particularly from Jiang Lu, the melee expert, causing them to feel somewhat strained. Yet, this did not deter their mockery of Li Exin. Even the slightest impact on his morale sufficed. With the assistance of 2 military-grade ships, Li Exin meticulously controlled the cannon's targeting, directing more rounds towards the knightly retainer's leg joints. In a short span of time, loading another complete set of 12 rocket pods was no small feat, and it was clear that he could not manage another. He plunged his power spear into the ground, freeing one mechanical arm to seize another rocket pod, hurling it with all his might towards the feet of the enemy. Such serrated ant rockets do not solely explode upon launch. They can also detonate upon impact. Amidst this fierce battle, not only were the mechs concentrating their fire on the opposing knightly retainers, but a few short-tailed rodent-armored vehicles and a hunter's cannon were also targeting the enemy retainers. Everyone understood that should the mechs be destroyed, the fate of the remaining troops would be grim. Thus, the infantry had to endure for now as they fought in the absence of fire support. Making their struggle exceedingly arduous, fall back a few steps, Li Exin's voice rang in Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's ears, and they immediately spotted the rocket pod that had landed at the knightly retainer's feet. Well done, Feng Dai roared, and the mech swiftly retreated. Boom! Boom! Li Exin's mech advanced towards the front lines, the shoulder-mounted rocket pod unlocking and a series of 105 serrated ant rockets belching white smoke as they launched towards the knightly retainer devoid of void shield. Damn it! Chapter 38. Psychic Signal Boom. The knightly retainer was once again engulfed by explosions and flames. .12 serrated ants, if aimed correctly at a tank, could destroy a hunter with a single shot. The explosive power of such rockets is evident. Exen launched another 12 rockets. In addition to the unlaunched pod still at the knightly retainer's feet, the explosion ignited the rocket pod, causing a chain detonation. Boom! In this narrow corridor, flames and explosions filled the air once more. Exine watched, his face flushed with excitement. Art. This is the art of explosion, even in this interstellar age, amidst a plethora of advanced weapons. The new chemical propellant used in these serrated ant rockets was formidable. Feng Dai had just retreated a short distance. However, Jiang Lu did not hesitate, boldly closing in on the center of the explosion to distract the enemy. From behind, Li Xin observed the swift flickering of the short sword attendant's void shield. Each flicker resulted from the residual shockwaves and shrapnel of the explosion. Damn! Damn it! Boom! In the heart of the explosion. Amidst the billowing flames and smoke, the voice of the knightly retainer could be heard, followed by a rumble that signified its demise. Jiang Lu's void shield had also ultimately overloaded after the last explosion, requiring at least 10 minutes to reboot. This scene did not instill fear in Li Exin. Rather, it brought him immense joy. Not only Li Exin but Feng Dai too, his voice roaring in the cockpit, echoed in Li Exin's earpiece. Well done! Excellent explosion! Kill them! Without waiting for the smoke to clear, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai surged into the epicenter of the explosion. Lix, utilizing his psychic energy, quickly assessed the aftermath. To his relief, the explosion had indeed exceeded his expectations. Although several rockets were intercepted by the void shield of the preceding knightly retainer, many still struck the latter, coupled with the ignited rocket pod below. This confined area witnessed an additional 24 rockets detonating. But today, I shall surely tear you apart. Exterminate them. The cold, electronic voice of the knightly mech reverberated around, as the colossal machines charged swiftly towards the 3 short sword attendants. Leading the charge was a mech wielding a long-handled power axe, while the other 2 brandished a power sword and a power spear, respectively. Among the trio, the mech that had its void shield overloaded was also armed with a power sword. The 3 knightly mechs surged forward, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure, especially with the minimal distance between them. 50 or 60 meters may not seem far for infantry, but for towering 7-meter mechs. It was akin to standing face to face. Clang! The clash of power weapons erupted into a tremendous roar. Both sides were engaged in a fierce battle, electromagnetic sparks flying in all directions. Hold on. I have called for reinforcements. Jiang Lu's voice echoed in Li Xin's ear. Among the 3, he was most concerned about Li Xin's position. If Li Xin could withstand the assault, it would be 4 against 3, allowing them to hold out until reinforcements arrived. If Li Xian fell, it would become 4 against 2, and their chances of survival would diminish significantly. Despite being startled by the alert from the psionic chip, Li Xian responded resolutely, "I will hold on." Chapter 39. Download Psionic Military Chip 0. Unknown psionic signal codec completed. Psionic signal has weakened. Please check the necessary download options below. 1. D2 level mech range shooting techniques, 45-2. D4 level general driving skills, 47-3. D4 level Murda general knowledge, 52-4. D4 level general close combat driving skills, 41-5. Bedtime sports techniques, 78 in the midst of the fierce battle. Li Xian received a transmission from Zero, with 5 options appearing in his peripheral vision. In this adrenaline-fueled moment, he glanced at the options and quickly perused them all. This unexpected scene caught him off guard. Yet he had no time to ponder. Before him lay the onslaught of the nightly mech. Li Xian's weakest area had always been close combat, and though he was unaware of the outcome of the download, he had no choice but to select the 4th option. Selecting the 4th, D4 level Murda nightly mech close combat driving skills, 41. Downloading. In the next instant, Li Xian felt an influx of close combat techniques flooding his mind, continuously expanding. The feedback was strikingly apparent as his combat proficiency level rapidly ascended. D1 level short sword attendant driving skills, 56.5, 7.99. D2 level short sword attendant close combat skills, 12. Almost before Li Xian could fully comprehend the changes, his close combat level had already advanced a tier. With the assistance of the 2 chips combined with his innate talent, he had elevated his close combat skills to nearly 50% over the past 20 days. However, as time progressed, the improvements have become increasingly challenging, often yielding only 2 or 3 percentage points daily. The absorption of this unknown psionic signal by the military chip had proven overwhelmingly effective. In that moment, Li Xian felt invigorated. His control over the mech had significantly improved compared to before. Zhe, let me shred you. The nightly mech wielding the power sword charged towards Li Xian. Its electronic growl echoing around. Li Xian suppressed his excitement. Even though he now possessed D2 level close combat skills, he knew the previous nightly mech he had destroyed with the serrated ant rocket was also D4 level in close combat. As a teammate, that mech's close combat abilities were undoubtedly formidable. The short sword attendant, gripping the power halberd, activated its psionic energy, detaching the 6-barrel machine gun from its left arm and the almost depleted ammunition box from its back. It was now time for close combat, leaving no room for gunfire. The machine gun would barely tickle a mech. With the removal of these burdens, the mech's speed increased slightly. Clang! Upon contact, the power halberd and the enemy's power sword unleashed a torrent of electromagnetic sparks. "So, you're a novice? Ha! Stop resisting. Your comrade was also slain by a rookie. What are you so excited about?" The nightly mech roared. Unfazed, Li Xian countered without hesitation, wielding his power halberd to fend off the enemy's relentless assault. Regardless, the length of the halberd far exceeded that of the power sword, granting him an advantage on the battlefield, where every inch mattered. Relying on the reach of his weapon, he continued to thrust. Reminiscent of his practice sessions in school. Weak, flaccid, below unfolded a verbal sparring match between the 2 mech pilots, engaging in light-hearted banter regarding each other's immediate family. The air was filled with the sounds of electronic voices and the clash of power weapons. Li Xian's halberd incessantly jabbed, occasionally executing powerful slashes. Having absorbed the close combat techniques from the psionic signal, Li Xian now brimmed with confidence, his weapon swinging with grand gestures. Sizzle! Under Li Xian's command, the halberd lunged towards the opponent. In this confined space, the power sword was less effective than a longer weapon. Although every inch lost was precarious, this principle did not apply to mech combat. The sheer size of both machines, combined with the limitations of D-class mechs, hindered any complex maneuvers. Moreover, in the narrow terrain, if the enemy wished to close the distance, they would have to contend with Li Xian's halberd. Had Li Xian still been a novice, he might have struggled to respond to the nightly mech's assault. But now, having undergone enhancements, although he could not overpower his foe, he could at least momentarily entangle them. Swish! The halberd thrust again, but the nightly mech sidestepped, evading the jab while the power sword lunged forward along the shaft of the halberd. Sizzle! Die! The nightly mech bellowed arrogantly, breaking through the short sword attendant's defenses. The mechs were nearly pressed against one another. The power sword, disregarding the void shield, struck Li Xian's armor. Fortunately, Li Xian had outfitted his mech with external armor. Otherwise, that blow might have pierced through, damaging internal systems. Sizzle! Another strike descended. Once the knightly mech closed in, it entered its offensive phase. The agility of the power halberd could not match that of the power sword, and the terrain offered Li Xian little opportunity for maneuvering. Yet, the halberd was not his sole weapon. As the distance closed, Li Xian, having endured a blow, thrust his left arm into the enemy's void shield. Boom! A pre-charged plasma cannon discharged from the back of the void shield, striking the enemy's lower limbs directly. Boom! High-energy plasma, electric arcs, and flames erupted within the void shield. In that moment, the enemy's mech stiffened. While it had not sustained critical damage, it was undeniably impaired. Li Xian maneuvered his mech to leap backward. And with the enemy still slow to react, he thrust the power halberd once more. Sizzle! The halberd effortlessly penetrated the void shield's defenses, but at the last moment, the knightly mech twisted its body, narrowly avoiding the lethal strike aimed at the cockpit. The halberd pierced through the knightly mech's left arm armor, overwhelming the armor under the decomposing force field. Sparks and flashes erupted from the knightly mech's left arm, indicating severe damage. The enemy mech, recovering from the effects of the plasma cannon, had not fared well either. Chapter 40. Intense battle. Li Xian's mech had endured 4 or 5 strikes from the knightly mech's power sword. Even with the external armor, the damage was considerable. The outer armor was nearly shredded, and the mech's own armor had been breached by the decomposing force field. Damaging some internal systems, Li Xian could only forcibly operate the compromised equipment through psionic energy. The enemy knightly mech had not fared much better than Li Xian's short sword attendant. The joints of its lower limbs had suffered significant damage from the plasma cannon, resulting in a large breach in the external armor, severely compromising its agility, a consequence of the pilot's overconfidence. The knightly mech's left shoulder armor had been pierced by Li Xian's power halberd, rendering the entire left arm combat ineffective. Internal circuits and drive mechanisms had been severed, and mere reliance on psionic energy would not suffice to restore functionality. The battle between the two had escalated to a near boiling point, with both mechs sustaining extensive damage. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes gleamed with blue and white psionic energy, tiny electric arcs flickering around him. This was the manifestation of his psionic energy unleashed to its fullest. Only in this state could he engage the enemy, despite his weaker strength. However, if this state persists, the consumption will be astonishing. Open the supplies. In the cockpit, Li Xian bellowed. In an instant, a vial of elixir shot out from the side of his seat. It was the D1 Psychic Composite Potion, commonly known as the Blue Recovery Potion. Priced at 200 energy coins per bottle, it represented 2 months of Li Xian's earnings. Now, with his hands full, he channeled his psychic energy to uncork the vial and bring it to his lips. Gulp! With a fierce swallow, Li Xian consumed the entire potion. Contrary to his expectations, the rapid influx of psychic energy did not manifest immediately, for the digestion and release of this elixir also required time. It was not as if one could instantly restore all psychic energy upon swallowing. Even if such a thing existed, it was beyond Li Xian's reach at his current level. As he felt the psychic energy within him begin to stir. Li Xian sensed his capabilities returning. He gripped the power spear tightly and continued to assault the enemy. Yet the knightly retainer, seasoned in combat, was still formidable. Even with his left arm incapacitated, the right arm was sufficient to fend off Li Xian's attacks. After all, the mech was a mechanical construct. While mechanical damage affected performance, it did not incapacitate it like a human would. The only difference was a slight reduction in attack power, yet the knightly retainer, drawing on his vast combat experience, exchanged blows with Li Xian. If the battle continued for much longer, it was conceivable that Li Xian could be defeated. Meanwhile, Jiang Lu was engaged in a far more ferocious battle, facing the onslaught of 2 mechs, one clearly the commander of the knightly retainer squad, and the other the previously damaged mech. Feng Dai was also locked in combat with a knightly retainer wielding a power spear. With neither side yielding an inch, Jiang Lu's prowess was evident. Even against 2 mechs, he held his ground, occasionally targeting the knightly retainer with the overloaded void shield to unleash his plasma cannon. The surrounding conflict intensified, with infantry casualties mounting. Many were taking refuge behind cover, adopting a defensive posture. One of the short-tailed mechs had already been obliterated, leaving the remaining vehicles engulfed in flames. The condition of the other 2 short-tailed mechs was not much better. One was nearly immobilized with a deformed wheel severely hindering its movement. The 4 auxiliary units accompanying the Xin fared little better, with one auxiliary armored vehicle having been effortlessly cleaved by the enemy's nightly retainer. The remaining 3 armored vehicles continued to operate their electromagnetic rapid-fire cannons, relentlessly bombarding the nightly retainer without a void shield. The situation for the Hunter was even more dire, initially providing support to the mechs with its 120mm electromagnetic cannon. It soon found itself targeted by enemy infantry, who bombarded it from the top of the warehouse. While the projectiles could not penetrate the Hunter's armor, they obliterated its targeting equipment, leaving it disoriented. Ultimately, from a height of 40 to 50 meters, a tail-finned anti-tank missile struck the Hunter from above, devastating it and sending its turret soaring several meters into the AI. The IT was not only the Hunter that was under siege. Even Jiang Lu's mech became a target for enemy infantry. When the mech had the void shield, it commanded respect from the INF. Intense battles over a brief period deplete psychic energy several times more than standard combat. Each high-intensity movement of the mechs, each weapon swing, and the maintenance of the void shield consume not only the mech's energy, but also require psychic energy. Otherwise, every vehicle capable of equipping a void shield would seek to do so. 3 mechs provided mutual cover as they retreated, accompanied by their remaining vehicles, whether they be short-tailed mice or the mech support units, all hastily fleeing. The infantry positioned further back were also making their escape. Dodging the firepower unleashed by the Milda acolytes, some unfortunate souls positioned closer to the front could only hide behind cover, awaiting an uncertain fate. Damn it! Quickly clear the battlefield. The commander of the nightly mech roared in fury from his cockpit, his gaze fixed on the 3 retreating short-sword acolytes. Despite being the ambushers, their losses were greater than those of the ambushed enemy. What had the enemy lost? Some insignificant infantry, a single hunter, 2 short-tailed mice, and 1 mech support vehicle. Meanwhile, the Milda Knights had suffered the loss of 2 nightly mechs, a disproportionate casualty. Although they had repelled the enemy's assault, the defense point at this warehouse would surely face an even more formidable counterattack from the corporate forces. Incompetents! Fools! The nightly mech commander approached the remains of the 2 fall, for instance. The No D1 compound utilized by Li Xin during combat was contained within. Goodness, Li Xin, what happened to your eyes? As Li Xin descended from mech, Feng Dai patted him on the shoulder, exclaiming in surprise, "What's the matter?" An inexplicable anxiety gripped Li Xin. "Your eyes are as red as if they could devour someone." Feng Dai jested. Li Xin approached a maintenance vehicle, examining his reflection in the rearview mirror. His face bore little difference from before, yet his hair stood on end, and his eyes were bloodshot, reminiscent of someone who had endured several sleepless nights. Not only did Feng Dai jump back in fright, but even Li Xin nearly failed to recognize himself. Jiang Lu sauntered up to Li Xin, patting Feng Dai on the shoulder, and said, "Enough. Don't frighten him. You needn't be alarmed. It's merely a side effect of consuming the Note D1 compound during battle. Right?" Li Xin nodded, affirming, "Yes, this is one of the external manifestations of taking the No D1 compound. The effects are enhanced during intense combat, resulting in this appearance." Jiang Lu gave Li Xin a reassuring pat on the shoulder, remarking, "You performed admirably today." Li Xin smiled, attributing his success to his mentor's guidance. For the first time since Li Xin had known him, Jiang Lu's face broke into a smile, evidently pleased with Li Xin's performance. Meanwhile, the maintenance technicians had begun their work, skillfully maneuvering mechanical arms to repair the mechs. The condition of the 3 mechs was far from optimistic, yet fortunately, most of the equipment remained intact. Only a few components and circuits needed replacing to restore the machine's performance. Jiang Lu stopped the head of the maintenance team, inquiring, "What's the situation? How long until we regain combat readiness?" The maintenance chief, holding a tablet that was interfaced with the mech's data, displayed a standing diagram of one of the mechs. Li Xin glanced over, noticing that the entire mech was highlighted in red, with alarms incessantly popping up. The maintenance chief gestured to Jiang Lu's mech, stating, "Jiang Group Leader, among these 3 mechs, yours has sustained the most severe damage. Based on the estimated repair time, it will take at least 5 days to restore combat capability." The chief clicked his tongue. The damage is truly extensive. Compared to the main body of the mech, the left arm and plasma cannon that were severed are relatively easier to repair. Look here, the most severe damage is located at the back. He zoomed in on the image on the tablet, revealing the mech's rear. This shot appears to be from the enemy's armor-piercing round, which penetrated the mech's armor, nearly igniting your energy core. This must have been caused by an anti-tank missile, right? The chief pointed to another significant tear. The damage here is also considerable. I'm genuinely astonished that your mech made it back. This area's equipment is nearly 40 destroyed. Had it sustained any more damage, your mech would have been rendered completely inoperable. What a stroke of luck. The maintenance chief marveled, then indicated Li Xian and Feng Dai's mechs, stating, "These two mechs suffered lighter damage, likely due to the void shields not being overloaded. These two should only require 2 days of repairs before regaining combat readiness. The equipment has not incurred significant losses, and replacing the external armor will only take a few hours." Jiang Lu nodded in understanding. Before they could exit the maintenance hangar, a group approached from afar, led by the defense supervisor, Lu Quan. "Old Jiang, you did splendidly today, after hearing a day's worth of bad news. It's refreshing to hear something positive from you. Come, let us go and prepare a battle report." Lu Quan's voice was filled with uncontainable joy. Jiang Lu, also smiling, replied, "Supervisor, after such a splendid battle, shouldn't you allow us some time to rest?" Lu Quan's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Rest? Is my office sufficient for your rest?" Jiang Lu immediately wilted, forcing a smile. "That's more than enough." On the other side stood Brigadier Jiji, commander of the Hung and Defense Mixed Brigade, who also wore a beaming smile, offering a light applause to Jiang Lu, Li Xian, and Feng Dai. "You three fought exceptionally well today. Did you hear that? 2 high-ranking leaders are here to celebrate your success, and you're still not satisfied?" Lu Quan laughed heartily. "Satisfied indeed." Jiang Lu nodded emphatically. The group then returned to the command center within the forward base. In a medium-sized conference room, the recorded data from the mechs and returning soldiers had already been uploaded. The footage currently playing featured the recordings from the 3 mechs, primarily focusing on Jiang Lu's mech. As it was the first to engage in combat, the Ixen and Feng Dai's mechs remained in a standby position at the rear, not yet participating in the psychic driving. The footage displayed a well-organized advance by the troops, and their inspections of surrounding warehouses revealed few faults. This row of vast warehouses was inherently suitable as a defensive line. As Lu Quan and Jiji analyzed the footage, Jiji remarked, "I recall this place. Intense battles erupted here during the previous 2 assaults on the Guansuo steel plant. The structure of this warehouse is so robust that even a 152mm howitzer cannot penetrate it unless airstrikes are deployed. However, due to the complex electromagnetic environment in this area, both sides' aerial forces are rendered ineffective, necessitating a direct confrontation." "What were the casualty rates during the previous battles here?" Lu Quan inquired. "The casualties were significant. During the second assault on Guansuo, we lost at least an enhanced infantry battalion, not to mention around 10 tanks and armored vehicles. The losses were considerable. To capture this area, we will likely require the support of mech units," Ji stated while observing Lu Quan. Without hesitation, Lu Quan responded, "Rest assured, the mechs will participate in this battle, and the promised supply of vehicles is already en route." Chapter 44. Post-battle analysis. Upon hearing this, Jiji's expression brightened considerably. Sitting slightly further back, Li Xian observed the exchange among the group. Deep in thought, that it appeared that even after sustaining significant losses today, he could still greet the 5th team with a smile. Knowing that Lu Quan had committed to providing support for his mixed brigade. Previously, he had gleaned some information regarding Hung and defense from the chip, albeit limited by access permissions, as the materials he could review were rudimentary. Hung and Defense is a subsidiary of the Blueprint Biotech Group's defense department, not wholly owned. Hung and primarily undertakes combat and defense missions from the defense department of the Blueprint Group, which constitutes the company's main source of revenue. As a defense company, their operational forces are their greatest asset. Yet, what constitutes their power? Ordinary infantry do not count, for they are hardly a match for mechs in combat. Armored vehicles are Hung and Defense's true capital. Possessing such vehicles allows for dominance in typical battles, while tanks and infantry fighting vehicles may seem vulnerable to a lone infantryman wielding an anti-tank missile or electromagnetic cannon. They exert significant control over infantry. In battles where both sides possess equal strength and command, the side with armored vehicles is likely to prevail with fewer casualties. Hung and Defense likely has its own independent financial system. They secure task funding from the Blueprint Defense for operational assignments. However, They lack the capability to produce weaponry and must acquire the majority of their arms from the Blueprint Group. Thus, for the Blueprint Biotech Group, it is a matter of transferring funds and, subsequently, spending on weaponry while assembling a large contingent of soldiers to serve their interests. This arrangement is remarkably advantageous to in the conference room. The attendees continued to watch the compiled combat footage. They observed the sudden emergence of enemy ambushes, the opposing firepower, and the barrage unleashed from various fire points. As the battle erupted, the enemy's Knight-class mechs made their appearance, radically altering the combat atmosphere. Even Lu Quan, Ji, and the surrounding operational advisors straightened in their seats on the conference table. Remote devices were available, allowing members of other mech support teams to participate in the combat discussion remotely without being in the heat of battle. Each one of them shifted their focus, eager to witness how Jiang Lu and his team engaged 3 Knight-class mechs with their 3 short sword-class mechs, successfully eliminating 2 of them. Inside the Bixamo steel plant, a mech squad formed a tight circle, their pilots seated within the cockpits. The commander instructed, "Pay close attention, analyze the enemy's tactics, and learn from the 5th Group's combat approach." The 2 mech pilots responded in unison, "Yes, Commander." As the battle intensified, the 5 versus 3 scenario highlighted Jiang Lu's palpable tension in the footage. The relentless bombardment from the electromagnetic artillery and the concentrated assault of 24 serrated ant rockets unleashed by Li Xin rendered the battlefield exceedingly intense. In the footage, Jiang Lu bellowed, "03, retreat." This moment weighed heavily on the hearts of all who watched the recording, as it was evident that Jiang Lu believed there was no hope for escape and wished to afford his comrades a chance to flee. Another combat unit, which had lost a mech today, witnessed this scene and could no longer hold back their tears. They had lost a teammate in battle today who had perished while covering their retreat. Although they had managed to suppress their grief temporarily, Jiang Lu's declaration rekindled their sorrow. In the conference room, operational advisors discreetly turned to glance at Li Xin, having ascertained the combat designation of this mech unit. 03, which clearly referred to Li Xin and it was apparent that during this engagement, 03 had not abandoned his comrades in favor of the most viable escape route, but rather chose to remain and join the fray. This was evident, as 2 short sword attendants, regardless of their superior piloting skills, could not have emerged unscathed from the assault of 5 Knight attendants. Li Xin's voice resonated through the footage. "Give me 30 seconds, and I shall return a miracle." With the explosion of the rocket nests and serrated ant rockets, the tide of battle began to shift. The first Knight attendant was utterly obliterated, and the remaining one was left battered. Li Xin's maneuvers laid the foundational cornerstone for their victory. The ensuing footage depicted a scene of ferocity, with relentless artillery fire, the concentrated electromagnetic cannon fire, and the slashing of powered weapons equipped with disintegration fields. Several mechs engaged in close combat, and at this moment, Jiang Lu noted with astonishment that Li Xin's melee skills had remarkably improved in such a short time, no longer resembling the clumsy attempts of training. As the recording concluded, the mechs continued to shield all available infantry and vehicles during their withdrawal. Zhuan nodded repeatedly, acknowledging the significant casualties among the infantry and vehicles of the 5th Group. Yet it was evident that the mechs had executed all possible actions to protect and cover their comrades. Even in a compromised state, they remained responsible for the rearguard. Soldiers inevitably face casualties in battle, but they must not die in vain or be forsaken. That Zhuan expressed immense satisfaction with the 5th Group's team, not merely because the losses incurred could be replenished, but also due to the commendable conduct of these individuals. Lu Quan turned to Li Xin, nodding approvingly, and remarked, "Well done. You performed remarkably in this battle. I will commend you." Li Xin, overjoyed at this recognition, exclaimed, "Thank you, Supervisor. Will there be a reward?" He fantasized about the possibilities. Having notably taken down a Knight attendant, a vehicle of considerable value, the price of a mech would be even higher, and Li Xin felt he had made a significant contribution, if rewarded with several thousand universal energy coins. He mused, he could afford to relax in a luxurious residence for a few days. Chapter 45, Compound 03. Look, back then, I offered you Li Xin, and you were reluctant. Lu Quan addressed Jiang Lu with a stern expression, playfully intimidating him. "What now? If you think Li Xin is inadequate, I shall reassign him to old Li's group." Jiang Lu quickly plastered a smile on his face, saying, "When did I say I didn't want him?" "Supervisor, you've misremembered that I wanted him. I've invested so much effort into training him. I have grown fond of him. so you cannot transfer him away. A jovial voice emanated from the remote device on the conference table. What? Old Jiang, I don't want Li Exin. Lu Quan, hurry and send him my way. I will take good care of him. Old Jiang should have given him to me from the start. Of course, it's not too late now. Li Exin, wait for me. I'm coming over. Jiang Lu nearly roared, rushing toward the device, shouting the voice of Li Datu. Li Datu, you're everywhere. Hurry and come. Just see how I deal with you. The conference room was filled with a light-hearted atmosphere. A moment of respite amidst the chaos of battle. Yu Quan clapped his hands on the table, interrupting the chatter, and delivered a summative statement. All right, Li Xian has performed admirably in the 5th group. And Jiang Lu has also done well with the new recruits. Li Xian, do your best in the 5th group. I have high hopes for you. Yes, Supervisor. Li Xian promptly stood and responded loudly. How fortunate it would have been if I had been assigned him. Came Li Datu's lament from the remote device. This was not solely due to their admiration for Li Xian's combat prowess. In the eyes of seasoned pilots, his mech piloting skills were insignificant. Among the 20 or so pilots, each was far superior to Li Xian. He was merely at the bottom of the ranks, a rookie mech pilot fresh from training. However, this rookie had been tempered by the crucible of war, displaying a better mindset than most novices on the battlefield, making him a valuable asset. They were not interested in Li Xian's piloting skill, but rather the person he had become on the battlefield. Having a fiercely skilled ally is desired by all, but having a trustworthy comrade to entrust one's back is even more coveted. Given the choice, many would likely prefer the latter, in the recent footage. A seemingly fatal outcome loomed. Even though Jiang Lu had ordered Li Xian to retreat, that was a command from the commander. Had Li Xian fled, he would face no repercussions upon returning to base. Yet, he did not escape. Instead, he turned back to join what appeared to be a suicide mission, earning the respect of his peers. Even seasoned mech veterans might not have made the same choice in such dire circumstances. Piloting skills and combat strategies can be trained. It merely depends on time. However, personal character, the ability to stand alongside comrades in the heat of battle without hesitation, cannot be cultivated. It can be said that while Li Xian may not be the strongest in their group, having him as a teammate provides immense reassurance, eliminating fears of abandonment. How wonderful it is to have such companions. As the discussion and analysis of the footage drew to a close, the attendees in the conference room gradually dispersed. Finally, Lu Quan addressed Jiang Lu. The items you requested have arrived. You can collect them from me shortly. This item was presumably meant for him. Jiang Lu nodded but refrained from elaborating. He then patted the curious Li Xian, saying, Work hard under your mentor. Learn well. We're doing great, and your mentor thinks highly of you. The item he exchanged for is not cheap and difficult to procure. Li Xian, without hesitation, replied, Yes, Supervisor, I will diligently follow my mentor. All right, I'm off. Jiang Lu departed with Lu Quan, leaving Li Xian to ponder the situation. Initially, he believed Jiang Lu's request for 2 vials of number 5 psychic compound was an attempt to extort him. However, the recent conversation suggested that Jiang Lu had procured this item to exchange with Lu Quan for something else. Was it for him? Had he misjudged Jiang Lu's intentions? With this uncertainty in his heart, Li Xian followed Feng Dai back to the repair hangar. In the following days, while the mech was undergoing repairs, they would likely remain there. During their return journey, Li Xian and Feng Dai conversed extensively. Initially, they were merely colleagues who had only known each other for just over a month. However, after the battle, Li Xian felt fully integrated into the group, transforming from mere acquaintances into comrades who had fought side by side to survive. This relationship undoubtedly changed from that moment onward. Not long after Li Xian returned to the repair hangar, Jiang Lu reappeared, carrying a small black metal box. Li Xian, come here. Originally standing with Feng Dai near the mech. Li Xian heard Jiang Lu's voice nearby. He turned to see Jiang Lu preparing to enter a small meeting room. Li Xian hurried over, with Feng Dai curiously following close behind. Upon entering the room, Li Xian noticed the items on the table, leading him to surmise what they might be. He spoke up. Master, you called for me? Jiang Lu nodded and gestured toward the small metal box, instructing, open it and see. Feng Dai, following him into the room, immediately whispered, Is that the one? Li Xian could not help but glance at Feng Dai. Puzzled by the cryptic exchange, he drew the box closer to himself, and upon unlocking it, a deep blue vial of potion emerged, accompanied by what appeared to be its instruction manual. Jiang Lu remarked, Back when we were at Base 3 of Hung in Defense, I took 2 bottles of the No. 5D1 energy compound from you. This is what I exchanged for your potion from Supervisor Liu. Master, what is this? Li Xian gazed at the exquisite vial, hesitant to reach for it. This is the No. 3 energy fission compound. Consuming it can significantly increase the amount of energy you possess. Chapter 46. Rest upon hearing Jiang Lu's words, Li Xian found it difficult to lift his gaze from the object. The growth rate of an energy user's abilities is notoriously slow. Even methods such as meditation that aim to accelerate this process yield only modest results. Previously, when he acquired the number 5 energy compound, it was stated that the potion could replenish expended energy while providing a slight increase. Now, Jiang Lu had presented a number 3 energy potion, with fission in its name. How potent must its effects be? Feng Dai, leaning on the table, exclaimed, Li Xian, this is a remarkable item. Your team leader managed to procure this from Supervisor Liu, and I suspect that your 2 bottles of the number 5 compound are hardly sufficient for it. I estimate he added something extra. Startled, Li Xian quickly turned to Jiang Lu. Asking Master this. Jiang Lu waved his hand dismissively, saying, rest assured, it is not as exaggerated as Feng Dai suggests. While this item is indeed hard to obtain, it is a minor issue for Supervisor Lu.as for me adding something extra. That is simply not the case, since you just activated your energy and are about to head into battle. I requested this potion from Supervisor Liu, and he did not make it difficult for me. Exchange 2 bottles of the number 5 compound for this number 3 compound is already quite fortunate for you. Thank you, Master. Li Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude, and no need to thank me. This also came from your number 5 compound. When I took those 2 bottles from you, you did not secretly curse me behind my back. So I was quite pleased, in a light-hearted mood. Jiang Lu could not help but joke. Li Xian replied earnestly, Master, how could I ever speak ill of you? You are my dearest friend. Enough with the flattery. Jiang Lu waved his hand. This is indeed a remarkable item. He continued, use this potion in a couple of days, and it will likely double the energy within you. Li Xian, astonished, asked, really? Is the effect that strong? Feng Dai chimed in, of course it's strong. This is undoubtedly a fine item. Well, since your energy base is low, it seems more potent. Once your energy increases, the effect may not be as pronounced, Jiang Lu added. Li Xian gently grasped the vial of the number 3 compound, as if cradling a treasured possession. Master, I have nothing to do today. Shall I use it right away? He was indeed eager, as his energy was alarmingly insufficient. In even slightly intense battles, it was depleted entirely. During today's fierce encounter, he had consumed a whole vial of the number 5 compound. Who could afford such expenses? Unlike Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who had engaged in even more intense combat today, Li Xian found himself drained of energy. The more energy he possessed, the greater his sense of security. As a newcomer to the battlefield, Li Xian felt an overwhelming lack of safety. Jiang Lu waved his hand, saying, no rush, your current condition does not permit usage. Look at your face and your appearance. After using the number 5 compound today, you cannot use the number 3 as well. Moreover, given Supervisor Liu's intentions, he may still want to commend us. And perhaps there will be surprises tomorrow or the day after. Using the number 3 compound requires a minimum of 3 days for digestion. You cannot miss the celebration. Li Xian, elated, inquired, a celebration. Will there be rewards? How many energy coins can we expect? Will it be in the thousands? He was in dire need of funds, burdened by debts, and relying solely on his salary would take a year without eating or drinking. Jiang Lu shook his head. That seems unlikely. Unlikely? How can that be? Li Xian retorted. A knight's retainer must surely be expensive. After taking down one, shouldn't there be a cash reward? Jiang Lu chuckled. Although you took down a knight's retainer, you did so using the company's short sword retainer, which is the primary source of output. Rest assured, the reward should still be satisfactory. Our contributions are indeed commendable, with thoughts of anticipated rewards. Li Xian returned to the rest area within the hangar. This was also Jiang Lu's suggestion, as Li Xian had used a vial of the number 5 compound and needed to maintain a resting state to better absorb the effects of the potion. In the room, Li Xian placed the box containing the number 3 compound on his bedside. Inside the base, it was relatively safe. He lay down on the bed, beginning to research the information regarding the No. 3 compound. To his dismay, he discovered that he lacked the permission to search for the details of this compound. Sorry, the requested number 3D1 energy fission compound could not be retrieved. That IT may not exist in the database. Or your permissions are insufficient. Permissions. This must certainly be a matter of insufficient authority. Lixion's frustration flared, and after a moment of anger in bed, he relinquished the thought of continuing his search. Permissions could only be enhanced by elevating one's employee rank. Subsequently, Lixion began to rest. However, whether due to the intensity of today's battle or the effects of the number 5 compound, it took him quite a while to fully succumb to sleep. During this slumber, he experienced an unusually lengthy dream. In the dream, he seemed to transform into a surveillance camera, observing a young man beneath it, one living under the dominion of the Mildanites. The span of this dream was extensive. Lixion witnessed the young man's growth, activation of energy, joining the Mildanites, and becoming a pilot of a Knight's Retainer. He watched as the young man commenced combat training, piloting the Knight's Retainer. Eventually, Lixion felt a reluctance to remain merely a spectator. During part of the melee training, he sensed himself becoming this young man, wielding the more agile Knight's Retainer mech in close combat training. Losing track of time in the process, days turned into weeks and months. Within Lixion's mind, a line of characters began to quietly materialize. D2 level mech, close combat, 13.14 when the following morning arrived. Lixion awoke feeling refreshed, despite having dreamed throughout the night. He felt no fatigue whatsoever. He glanced at the logs of his energy chip and was taken aback by the final data. D2 level mech, close combat 18. Chapter 47. Metals. Seeing this number, Lixion was overjoyed. He immediately recalled the dream he had experienced the previous night. Evidently, the enhancement in close combat skills was undeniably linked to that dream. Furthermore, it was undoubtedly associated with the energy signals he had absorbed on the battlefield. The dream clearly represented the memories of the pilot of the mech he had destroyed, and Lixion had merely observed the rapid passage of that life. However, he had not been solely a passive observer. During part of the close combat training, he had actively participated. Lixion was also puzzled. If he could absorb the enemy's energy signals, why had he not been able to absorb the signals from the second mech that Jiang Lu had destroyed? Lixion pondered this, formulating two hypotheses. One, that he could absorb the energy signal from the first mech because he had destroyed it himself, while the second mech, taken down by Jiang Lu, eluded his absorption. The second possibility was related to distance or timing. He recalled that when he absorbed the energy signal, it indicated the discovery of dispersing energy signals. This suggested that these energy signals began to disperse rapidly. Ultimately, Lixion's only option for downloading was singular, and the progress of downloading close combat skills remained at a mere 40%, given that Jiang Lu had eliminated the second mech at a distance. And Lixion had no opportunity to approach. The second energy signal likely dispersed completely. The thought of this left Lixion feeling a sense of loss, and he smacked his thigh in frustration. But with matters as they stood, regret was futile, and given the urgency of the situation at the time, it was impossible for Lixion to risk his life to get closer. These reflections could only be clarified once all events had concluded. In a retrospective state, having sorted through these thoughts, Lixion attended to his personal hygiene before heading down to the repair hangar. There he engaged in conversation with Feng Dai, who draped his arm over Lixion's shoulder and inquired, how did you improve your close combat skills so rapidly? Previously, I observed you slipping while walking, yet yesterday you managed to hold your own against the knights and their retainers. Lixion pondered over the dream he had last night and smiled, exclaiming, I dreamed of honing my skills in mecha combat? What the hell? So you're trying to show off now? Feng Dai retorted, swiftly locking his hand around Lixion's throat. Sister, Lixion struggled. It seemed you were recovering quite well. As Lixion and the others frolicked, Jiang Lu returned from outside, accompanied by Lu Quan and several others. Feng Dai and Lixion quickly released each other, tidied themselves up, and saluted Lu Quan and the others. Good day, supervisors. Lu Quan nodded in acknowledgement and continued. We are here to present the rewards for yesterday's battle. As an experienced soldier, Feng Dai, who had known Lu Quan for a while, promptly inquired, Commander Lu, why is the reward being issued so swiftly? What is it? Lu Quan replied with a smile. You have achieved commendable feats, and we certainly cannot delay the recognition. He then assumed a serious demeanor. M1D5 Mecha Division. Jiang Lu, step forward. Jiang Lu promptly positioned himself beside Lixion and stood at attention. In recognition of your exemplary performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, and your calm command in combat. The Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group hereby awards you the Silver Sword of Valor. Having said that, Lu Quan took a silver sword-shaped medal from the combat tray, held by an aide, and pinned it to Jiang Lu's chest. "Thank you, Commander," Jiang Lu replied with J-O-Y. Lu Quan then turned his gaze toward Feng Dai, M1D4 Mecha Division. "Feng Dai, step forward." Feng Dai stood at attention as well in recognition of your exemplary performance during the battle on July 25th. 6123, the Defense Department awards you the Black Sword of Valor. "Thank you, Commander." Feng Dai beamed like a child. Finally, Lu Quan's gaze fell upon Li Xin, M1D3 Trainee Mecha Division. "Li Xin, step forward." Li Xin eagerly responded. "Here, in recognition of your outstanding performance during the battle on July 25, 6123, as a trainee mecha pilot, you displayed composure under the Commander's guidance and successfully destroyed an enemy D-Class Knight's mecha. The Defense Department of Blueprint Biotechnology Group hereby grants you an early termination of your trainee status by 5 months, officially making you a member of the Defense Department. You are awarded the Silver Sword of Valor." Upon completing his announcement, Lu Quan produced a silver sword medal and affixed it to Li Xin's left chest. "Young man, work hard. I believe in your future development," Lu Quan encouraged as he patted Li Xin on the shoulder. "Thank you, Commander. I will strive diligently for the group," Li Xin shouted. Lu Quan nodded slightly, a smile gracing his face. "Excellent." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Lu Quan departed with his entourage, leaving behind the 3 mecha pilots of the 5th group and the members of the maintenance team in the hangar. The maintenance team members gazed at Li Xin and the others with envy. Their ranks were far inferior to those of the 5th group, with the majority being M1F level soldiers. Only a select few, such as the leaders of the maintenance teams who possess core knowledge, held the status of official blueprint employees. One maintenance member looked at Li Xin with eyes brimming with envy. Smack. His team leader slapped his cap. "Focus. Get back to work." But the metal team leader. The young man's tone was filled with longing. "Don't be jealous. He earned that through hard work. Why don't you try?" The leader joked that "I would love to, but they wouldn't want me." The young man shook his head and resumed his duties in repairing the mecha. Like that young man, Li Xin gazed at the silver sword medal adorning his chest, admiring its beauty. However, he pondered whether receiving such a medal for destroying a single mecha was a tad hasty. Yet, seeing the uncontainable joy on Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's faces, he suspected that the medal might hold more significance than he initially thought. Chapter 48. The Medal, Part 2. Observing the jubilant veterans, Li Xin, a newcomer to the group, inquired, "Master, what is the significance of this medal? Is it truly as simple as a mere medal awarded by the group? I'd anticipated a reward of 1,000 or 800 energy coins." Jiang Lu, pleased, removed his own medal and examined it as he spoke to Li Xin. "Since you just joined the company, it's understandable that you're unaware. Let me explain. The medal is not as trivial as you think. Just look at the way Feng Dai can hardly contain his grin." Li Xin glanced at Feng Dai. And indeed, the man could not suppress his smile, even while Jiang Lu spoke. Li Xin then looked at his silver medal, realizing it was a rank higher than Feng Dai's. Shouldn't he be even more delighted? The medal is a significant symbol of honor within the group. Possessing a medal signifies recognition, and only those who have rendered service to the group are entitled to receive one as soldiers belonging to the Defense Department. The medals we are awarded are generally weapon-related, with the sword being the lowest tier. Above that are the second-level sword medal, the Medal of Valor, and so forth. I've yet to encounter any higher ones. Is it merely an honor? Certainly not just an honor. Upon receiving your first medal, you automatically activate the merit system. You can review the privileges in your chip after your return. When a medal is first awarded, it comes with merit points. The Black Sword medal is worth 100 points, while the Silver Sword should be worth 200 points. Moreover, these points are not one-time only. The Black medal earns 5 merit points each month, while the Silver medal grants 10. Li Xin began to understand it. He asked, "Can these merit points be exchanged for anything?" Jiang Lu regarded Li Xin with satisfaction and replied, "You are quite astute. Merit points can be exchanged for various items. For instance, the D1 level psychic composite you utilized yesterday can be exchanged for 10 merit points. The 3rd level psychic fishing composite you received requires approximately 30 merit points. That is quite expensive," Li Xin exclaimed. Then he quickly followed up, "Master, since you gave me that 3rd composite, does that mean you added a bottle of the 5th one?" Jiang Lu patted Li Xin on the shoulder. "That is all in the past. Besides, I didn't incur any loss. You saved our lives," Li Xian felt touched. Jiang Lu had known him for such a short time, yet was willing to make sacrifices for him. Enough with the sentimental talk. I'll kick you. Just focus on your training. Not dragging down the fifth group is the best return you can give me. Jiang Lu's face turned serious, instantly transforming into a stern demeanor. Yes, master. I will train diligently. I'll strive not to hold back the fifth group. Just watch my performance. Li Xian retracted his gratitude, deciding to demonstrate his worth through actions. Meanwhile, Feng Dai, cheerfully putting away his bronze medal of valor, draped an arm around Li Xian's shoulder. I should have taken down a knight's retainer. You two are both silver, and I'm stuck with a black one. I suspect Commander Liu is deliberately targeting me. Jiang Lu chuckled. You should be grateful to receive a black one. If it were up to me, you would have received nothing. Feng Dai grimaced. You're heartless, team leader, more so than the commander. What did you say? Back in his room, Li Xian swiftly utilized the military smart chip to research information regarding the metals. At that moment, Li Xian was in high spirits, even lying on his bed and whistling. The 6-month internship was coming to an early end, indicating a slight increase in his salary. Additionally, benefits that were previously unavailable would now be accessible to Li Xian surveyed his salary system, a satisfied smile breaking across his face. His current salary composition included a base salary of 40, a D-class mecha pilot subsidy of 20, a warzone subsidy of X1, and a combat subsidy of X1. At altogether, his monthly earnings had reached a remarkable 180 energy coins. Being a formal employee is delightful. With these benefits, how will I ever spend all this money? He hadn't even finished spending the previous month as 100 coins, and in just 29 days, another paycheck would arrive. Formal employees in the group certainly enjoyed better treatment than interns. Even a mere day's difference resulted in nearly double the salary. Previously, Li Xian's total earnings, including subsidies, amounted to only 105 coins. But now, merely a day later, it had surged to 180. The most crucial aspect was that the workload remained the same. This is not the end. Let's calculate the merit points. Every month there are an additional 10 merit points. Based on a market price of the D1 Psychic Energy Composite on the 5th, it is said that the market value requires at least 200 energy coins. This implies that every month, Li Xian can receive an extra 200 energy coins. How can one describe such a feeling? It is simply euphoric. Li Xian eagerly accessed the medal and merit point system, and indeed, as Jiang Lu had mentioned, the medal system of the Blueprint Biotechnology Group's Defense Department was officially available to him. As he gazed at the rows of medals, he felt no desire to click on them. These medals could simply be identified by the chip. He saw no need for personal identification. Moreover, aside from certain award ceremonies, no one would carry these medals around. Next, Li Xian opened the merit point system for review. Currently, the options available for his authority were limited. Most items held little appeal for him, with only a few psychic potions being of greater interest. He even spotted the very potion he had initially used to activate his psychic energy. The D7 Stimulating Psychic Energy Composite. Even the D4 grade required merely 10 merit points. At that moment, Li Xian let out a soft sigh. He was still using the D1 grade. Had he possessed the D4 grade back then, the process of stimulating his psychic energy might have been much smoother. However, he quickly regained his composure and continued to study the merit points and medal system. Contrary to his expectations, he had thought that accumulating several medals would allow him to receive merit points each month. To his surprise, the group was not so generous. Merit points for medals could only be claimed from the highest graded one. If Li Xian would earn a golden medal next time, he would no longer be able to claim merit points from the silver one. Damned capitalists. Chapter 49. Psychic Energy Fission. After understanding the medal system, Li Xian informed Jiang Lu and Feng Dai before preparing to consume the D3 Psychic Energy Fission potion in his room. For this potion, Li Xian had made numerous preparations, gathering his strength and adjusting his state to its peak. He took out the potion and gulped it down. After waiting for about 3 to 4 minutes, he began to absorb the potion, feeling his psychic energy boiling within him. At that moment, in his meditative state, Li Xian sensed his psychic energy rapidly fissioning, causing a slight discomfort in his body. His room was devoid of any electronic devices, all of which had been moved in advance. The raging psychic energy wreaked havoc within him, with arcs of electricity crackling around him, producing a series of popping sounds. The tiny arcs flickered and vanished, causing Li Xian's hair to stand on end. The quantity of psychic energy within him surged, intensifying the dangerous aura emanating from him. I could see that moment. Li Xian's control over his psychic energy was significantly diminished compared to before. This state persisted for approximately an hour, gradually calming down the turbulent psychic energy. After a while, Li Xian finally reopened his eyes. Li Xian slowly exhaled a breath of murky air. How to describe this feeling? It was simply exhilarating. After consuming the D3 psychic energy fission composite, Li Xian felt that his psychic energy had at least doubled, and this was merely during the most intense reaction. Over the next 2 days, such reactions would continue, though the rate of growth and fission would not be as fierce. 1 bottle of the D3 psychic energy fission potion had at least tripled Li Xian's psychic energy. Though this was primarily due to his initially low levels, if he were to consume it again, he wouldn't experience the same effects. What a pity, he thought. He had expected that with a larger base, the increase in psychic energy would be more substantial. Li Xian looked into the mirror. Observing his flushed face and standing hair, he remarked, "Even in this disheveled state, I still can't hide my handsome appearance." He tidied up briefly and went downstairs. After repairs, Li Xian and Feng Dai's mechs were nearly finished. Only Jiang Lu's mech was still under busy maintenance, though the left arm had been replaced. Just as the repair leader had stated, the left arm was indeed the easiest to fix. It only required a complete replacement, and the base had the necessary parts. Other equipment would take considerably longer to repair. Seeing Li Xian come down, Jiang Lu inquired, "How do you feel after using the potion?" Li Xian replied, "I feel fantastic. I want to try a few more bottles." Jiang Lu shook his head, saying, "You shouldn't consume such potions too frequently. The next time should be at least 20 days from now. That if you take them more times in the future, you may reduce this interval, but consecutive use could be detrimental to your health. Additionally, the level of pollution will rise more rapidly." Upon hearing this, Li Xian sighed and nodded. Indeed, after several days, he had finally managed to decrease his pollution level from 21.3 to 15.5, but after using this potion, it had surged back up to 22. If he continued to consume potions, the pollution level would likely increase even further. Li Xian did not wish to become a psychic energy user tainted by chaos, so he had to slow down his consumption of potions. Regrettably, his permissions were too low, and he had too few funds. He believed that if he had access to higher-grade potions, the effects would surely be more pronounced, and the accompanying pollution levels would also be lower. "You just used a potion today, so there's no need to train in the mech. Start practicing again in 2 days, Jiang Lu instructed. "Yes, master. How many more days of rest do we have?" Li Xian asked. "It won't be long. I estimate we have at most a week." Jiang Lu pondered for a moment before responding to, "Is it really that long?" Li Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed, that we primarily need to wait for the vehicles. The group is expected to send over some vehicles to Hung and Defense as support, and once this batch arrives, a new round of offensives will begin. I see. 5 days pass swiftly." Just as Jiang Lu had predicted, a new military operation was prepared following the arrival of the group's vehicles, with the Pelican-class transport ship slowly descending at the forward base outside the Beishimo steel plant. The doors of the transport ship opened, and vehicles began to descend under the guidance of soldiers. Meanwhile, a contingent of seasoned soldiers in Hung and Defense uniforms stood in formation at the base's open area, ready to receive the equipment. Li Xian sat in an armored off-road vehicle, counting as each vehicle was delivered. This time, the support was indeed substantial. 2 entire companies of the Hunter medium tanks were sent, along with a complete battalion of short-tailed mice. The 2 companies comprised a total of 26 Hunter tanks, while the battalion of short-tailed mice consisted of 30 vehicles, plus 2 command vehicles designated for the battalion's headquarters, which would only be used for command and not engage in combat. Wow, this is indeed a major investment. Beside him, Jiang Lu gasped as he observed the armored vehicles descending from the Pelican transport ship. The Li Xian glanced over. These were a new type of tank, appearing significantly larger than the Hunter tanks. Moreover, the paint scheme had not been altered to reflect Hung and Defense, remaining instead the livery of the Blueprint Biotechnology Defense Department. Li Xian had never seen such a tank, let alone familiarize himself with its specifications. He checked his chip, initiating a search for information about this tank, while also asking Jiang Lu, "Master, what kind of tank is this?" Jiang Lu replied, "This is the Cranium Crusher heavy tank, specifically designed to counter mechs. Now, the enemy is in for a tough time. If their mechs face this type of tank, they will have no good fortune." Li Xian's eyes widened in astonishment as he exclaimed, "This tank is designed for mechs?" "Indeed," Jiang Lu affirmed of course it can only target C-grade mechs and below. It would be ineffective against higher-grade mechs. However, when it comes to dealing with knight retainers, it can easily handle them. Impressive, Li Xian marveled. Chapter 50. The offensive resumes at that moment. Information about the heavy tank appeared on Li Xian's chip, Cranium Crusher Heavy Tank. Its main cannon is a heavy plasma jet cannon, while its secondary weapon is a 14.5mm electromagnetic machine gun. The armor is made from the same materials as the short sword retainer mechs, also utilizing D-grade military alloy. This heavy tank can be fitted with external armor to enhance its defensive capabilities. The crew consists of 5 members. Although there are no psychic users among them to activate the void shield, the thickness and defensive strength of the armor are even superior to that of mechs. The long-range combat capabilities of this tank are not inferior to those of mechs, and may even exceed them. After all, short sword retainer mechs cannot penetrate the void shields of mechs of equal grade with a single shot, but the Cranium Crusher can. After reviewing the tank and its heavy plasma jet cannon, Li Xian felt that sitting inside a mech might not guarantee safety. The heavy plasma jet cannon, an energy weapon capable of overwhelming D-class void shields with a single shot, poses a significant threat that, if fortune favors us, the mecha may be perforated along with the void shield. If not, another shot could easily annihilate a D-class mecha. Even C-class void shields can withstand only a couple more plasma shots. Li Xian inquired of Jiang Lu beside him. We possess the Skull Crusher. Might the enemy have comparable weaponry? Jiang Lu, his gaze fixated on the Skull Crusher heavy tank, replied, no need for concern. They certainly do. The question is whether they will deploy it in this battle. Regardless, we must exercise caution this time. Our prior advances were smooth, but we had yet to encounter such formidable defensive strongholds. Now, the situation is uncertain. Li Xian boldly speculated. During our last ambush, we did not encounter such heavy tanks. Master, do you think the enemy at the Beishimo Ironworks lacks such tanks? Jiang Lu shook his head. I cannot discern the enemy's strategy, nor do I have precise information on their vehicles. However, caution is always prudent. Our weaponry must be updated. Li Xian nodded. Master, what update should we make to our weapons? Let each individual equip an alloy armor shield on their left arm. Jiang Lu instructed. Understood, Master. Upon returning from a vehicle loading area, the maintenance team within the hangar busied themselves again. They repositioned the weapons of the short sword attendant, relocating the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon and plasma cannon to either side beneath the left arm. This adjustment would slightly alter the weapon's center of gravity, but it was not a significant issue. Simultaneously, they procured a knight's kite-shaped shield, an armor alloy shield measuring an impressive 4.5 meters in height and 3 meters in width, with a thickness surpassing that of the short sword attendant's own armor. Holding the shield would reduce the attendant's mobility by 12. However, the protective benefits rendered this sacrifice worthwhile. The shield's armor is typically impervious to enemy anti-tank missiles, and it possesses a deflection field that can redirect some enemy attacks elsewhere. This would alleviate the pressure on the void shield's defenses, which is only one of its advantages. Li Xian and his team were particularly concerned about the enemy wielding heavy weapons like the Skull Crusher. With this shield, even if the void shield were breached, they could withstand the overload from single shot, affording the mecha additional time to escape or react. Li Xian's mecha weaponry remained largely unchanged. The left arm bore the 6-wheeled electromagnetic cannon alongside the plasma cannon, while the right arm was equipped with a melee weapon, a power glaive, and on his shoulders, 2 serrated Ant-12 launcher rocket pods remained. The addition of the armor shield, coupled with the external armor, enhanced his defenses. The previous external armor had saved Li Xian's life. Without it, he might have been severed from the cockpit by enemy fire. However, the added weight of the armor carried drawbacks, primarily impacting mobility. The external armor reduced speed by 10, while the armor shield further diminished it by 12, resulting in an overall reduction of 1/5 in the short sword attendant's speed. Fortunately, the armor shield could be discarded at any time in the event of a tactical retreat. Shedding the shield would not pose an issue, though the shield's cost could consume several years of Li Xian's salary. It was an expense borne by the corporation. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's weaponry remained largely unchanged from their previous engagement, with Jiang Lu merely adding an armor shield, while Feng Dai enhanced his loadout with a reloaded rocket pod. Evidently impressed by Li Xian's previous rocket bombardment, the new round of combat commenced. Li Xian and his comrades entered the frontline stronghold, where all soldiers and commanders poised for the impending assault. Within the mecha cockpit, Li Xian scrutinized a projected map from his chip, depicting the layout of the previously encountered large warehouse district. The voice of the command center's Lu Quan echoed in his ears. Attention all units. This is the operational target. Area B3, the large warehouse district that I trust you have all reviewed the basic data on this area. T contains 8 large warehouses, where the 5th Mecha Support Group was ambushed in conjunction with infantry and armored units. According to the latest intelligence, defenses here have been reinforced, with many fortifications now plainly visible, eliminating the need for ambush tactics. The enemy will undoubtedly seek to impede our progress for some time. Given the current circumstances, this will not be an easy stronghold to capture. The 5th and 6th Mecha Support Groups will be deployed as part of our Mecha forces, in addition to the Mecha units. 2 platoons of Skull Crushers, 6 tanks in total, will provide fire support. Hungan Defense will dispatch an infantry battalion, a tank company, and an armored company as the main assault force. In the rear, we will position 2 artillery battalions to provide heavy fire support for this operation. I expect everyone to eliminate the enemy's defensive stronghold within 3 days. Yes, resounded the collective affirmation from all. Chapter 51. Warehouse District Defense Line. This deployment boasts a considerable number of troops. Within the confines of the Beishimo Ironworks, even the most extensive troop arrangements face logistical challenges. This deployment represents the maximum feasible force for this area. Exceeding this number could hinder troop mobility. Infantry and armored units have already moved into position, while the Xian and his comrades maneuver their mechas closer to the battlefield. The 6th group has joined them, comprised of 3 mechas under the command of veteran Kuchian, alongside Mecha Master Zhang Kangel and Luo Hang. This mecha squadron boasts a superior composition compared to the 5th group, with all 3 members being seasoned veterans accustomed to teamwork. The corporation is truly making a bold move. Kuchian remarked over the public channel. Indeed, it is a bold move. Breaking through this stronghold will facilitate assaults from other directions. Once this area is secured, the surface combat will leave the enemy with no defensible positions. Capturing this location will allow us to initiate underground operations sooner rather than later, Jiang Lu calmly assessed. Old Jiang, do you think we might earn silver sword medals this time? Kuchian jested. Jiang Lu chuckled. Do my words carry weight? If they do, forget silver. I'll ensure each of you receives a gold medal. 2 apiece. Boom! 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 As Li Xian and his comrades exchanged banter, the battle ahead erupted. The initial assault came from the rear artillery units. 2 battalions of 152mm howitzers, each battalion, equipped with 8 guns, unleashed a total of 16 projectiles before the ground forces commenced their attack. In an instant, the 16 shells rained down upon the enemy's defensive positions, igniting a fiery inferno. The formidable warehouses trembled under the onslaught, dust cascading from above. However, this was merely superficial. The structural integrity of these warehouses far exceeds the capability of these howitzers to compromise. Only heavy aerial munitions or orbital bombardment could breach such fortifications. The complex electromagnetic environment around the area precluded accurate airstrikes, leaving the Air Force unable to provide assistance for orbital bombardment from starships. That was out of the question, as the surrounding starlit expanse had been shrouded in a spatial storm for over a century, preventing starships from even venturing forth, let alone executing orbital strikes. Within the warehouses, even on the rooftops, the Milda attendant army had established defensive positions. The rooftop defenses were relatively rudimentary, and they were swiftly obliterated under the artillery's bombardment. The enemy likely anticipated this. Hence their simpler defenses atop the warehouses. The true fortifications lay within the warehouses themselves, cloaked in darkness and equipped with ample cover. Inside one of the warehouses, the enemy had set up a temporary command center, led by an infantry battalion commander. The military structure and overall troop strength of the Milda attendant army were similar, if not greater, than those of their counterparts, comprising roughly 400 personnel when including the battalion headquarters assorted staff. These troops were distributed across 5 large warehouses, 4 of which served as the frontline infantry positions, intercepting enemy advances. Within the defensive perimeter of several warehouses, no armored vehicles were deployed. Instead, 2 tank squadrons were stationed. In such combat scenarios, especially during defensive operations, the utility of armored vehicles is limited. Even the tanks, positioned within the warehouses, primarily functioned as fixed artillery emplacements. They have constructed makeshift defensive positions within the warehouse for the tanks, essentially exposing only a single gun barrel, with at most half a turret visible. Inside the 5th warehouse, there are 2 complete night retinue squads, totaling 10 D-class mechs, which serve as the backbone of the defenders. The infantry commander of Milda, with his arms crossed, awaited the cessation of the enemy bombardment. The coordination of artillery and infantry is an excellent combat strategy, yet it is not particularly suited for this engagement. The soldiers on Milda's side remained sheltered inside the warehouse. The effects of the enemy's heavy artillery were limited to causing a bit of ear ringing. They were poised to mount a counterattack through the shooting holes at the front of the warehouse. Soon, the bombardment ceased, and Commander Harris opened his eyes, issuing a communication to all units. The enemy's artillery has stopped. Prepare for defense. Understood. At that instant, all soldiers swiftly returned to their combat positions. The four frontline warehouses transformed into a hedgehog bristling with spikes. The soldiers wielded an array of weapons, from gunpowder firearms and X-49 rifles to electromagnetic rifles and even electromagnetic machine guns. They were well equipped with anti-tank gear, including electromagnetic anti-tank guns and missiles. With this stronghold in place, the enemy would think twice before attempting to seize the position without incurring significant casualties. Harris stated confidently, "I can already envision the heavy losses faced by those corporate soldiers." The battalion staff officer chuckled in agreement. The defensive force. They had established a robust defense for the warehouse. Even the four larger warehouses were divided into 5 defensive lines. Even if the enemy suffered tremendous losses and breached the interior, they would only have penetrated the first line of defense. Their sole concern now was the enemy mechs. Harris glanced beyond the defensive line. Thus far, the enemy mechs had yet to make an appearance. However, it was merely a matter of time before they arrived. Once the infantry had recorded the firepower positions of the defenders, the mechs would advance with their void shields, obliterating all defensive strongpoints. Rest assured, I am not the fool I was last time. This time, I will ensure the enemy's mechs do not return. A voice echoed in Harris's ear, one that was both defiant and savage, conveying an aura of brutality that it belonged to the commander of the night retinue. Milton was equally confident, as the 10 night mechs possessed overwhelming strength for this small-scale conflict. The more mechs present, the greater their strength. With only 1 or 2, there would be concern about the void shields being compromised by the enemy. However, with a larger number of mechs, such worries diminished. Even if the void shields were overloaded, other comrades would be there to cover. The true battle would commence when the night mechs closed in on the enemy. Their dynamic weaponry would unleash a whirlwind of carnage within enemy lines. Chapter 52. The offensive begins on the front lines. Once the bombardment ceased, the infantry's combat swiftly unfolded. Small combat teams utilized cover to approach the warehouse. Rat-a-tat-tat. Inside the warehouse, Milda's defensive infantry opened fire, creating a cacophony reminiscent of popping beans. With the presence of the warehouse as cover, the infantry barely dared to aim. Simultaneously, as the enemy returned fire, all advancing soldiers from hung-in defense huddled behind their cover, either initiating faith-based shooting or peeking out to take aim. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bring up the grenade launcher, a squad leader commanded loudly from behind a pillar. Soon a 35mm grenade launcher was dragged to the front. An experienced soldier positioned the automatic grenade launcher behind a simple barricade. This launcher utilized a drum magazine containing 20 grenades. Open fire. Target their firing windows. The squad leader peered around the pillar at the enemy's defensive openings. Understood. The veteran settled onto the ground, half reclining behind cover while operating the grenade launcher. Bang, bang, bang. With faint wisps of white smoke, grenades burst forth, aimed at a nearby warehouse. The walls of these warehouses bore remnants of past ventilation shafts and windows, now serving as firing ports for Milda's soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. The bullet struck the machine gunner, who lay prone on the ground, with unerring accuracy. Bang. In an instant, it was as if a pot of tomato and egg soup had been overturned, splattering the ground with the remnants of the gunner's head. Chapter 53. Precision strike. The combat between the two sides was exceedingly fierce. From time to time, infantry from Mildar fell, while soldiers from hung-in defense also perished on the battlefield. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder, as bullets, grenades, and various rockets were continuously launched and detonated. Perhaps a soldier, having just slain an enemy in one moment, could find himself lifeless on the battlefield in the next. In such intense fighting, the fragility of an infantryman's life was starkly evident. Their armaments were always the same, characterized by high offense and low defense, strong enough to take down armored vehicles with a single anti-tank missile, yet vulnerable to being felled by a single bullet. Moreover, in this tumultuous combat, the firepower unleashed was far more than mere bullets, requesting tank support. A squad leader from Hungan defense crouched behind cover, his unit nearly pinned down by the enemy's concentrated fire. The opposing forces boasted superior firepower and better fortifications, leaving the infantry of Hungan defense with little choice but to engage in desperate, faith-based shooting. Even relocating became a daunting task. And one dared to change positions under such A company commander issued orders to the squad leaders. Send men forward to scout the enemy's situation. Simultaneously, an armored unit, comprising 3 hunter tanks, received similar directives. The tank commander, who had been standing atop the turret, swiftly donned his helmet and nimbly descended into the vehicle. With a rumble, the 3 hunter tanks emerged from their concealment, advancing along the road to position themselves before the warehouse. "Fire a flare," commanded the tank commander from within one of the vehicles. Bang! The flare shot into the warehouse. Although its effectiveness within the confines was limited, it provided a brief illumination of the interior for the crew members to the entrance to the warehouse. The scene was nearly barren, littered only with shattered bricks. It could scarcely be considered a defensive stronghold, as all the materials that once filled the warehouse had been stacked toward the rear. It was evident that the enemy had established a new line of defense here. Capturing the stronghold would prove to be no easy feat. Li Xian's mech retreated a little, where he began reloading ammunition while observing the situation ahead. The infantry had cautiously advanced, halting just outside the warehouse walls, apprehensive of facing heavy enemy fire upon entry. "Toss in some glow sticks," instructed the leader of a combat team to his soldiers. One by one. The infantrymen retrieved military glow sticks, activated them, and hurled them into the warehouse. Though the glow illuminated the interior, none dared to enter. All could see that the warehouse offered no cover. Which infantrymen would charge in recklessly? Not only the infantry, but even armored vehicles and mechs hesitated in such circumstances. However, the battle could not falter due to its difficulties. After swift communication among the commanders, action commenced as a squad of infantry swiftly navigated the passage between the warehouses, reaching the rear of a row comprising 4 warehouses. Here, they established a rudimentary defensive line, prepared for any enemy reinforcements from the 2 warehouses in the rear. With a plan in mind, they even contemplated launching an offensive from the rear against the 4 warehouses at the front. "Deploy smoke grenades," commanded the officer. Soon, 2 artillery batteries in the rear loaded special munitions, firing massive smoke shells into the passage behind the warehouses, effectively isolating the rear row from the central row of 4 warehouses. In the passage, one soldier hurried to the warehouse entrance, tossing a glow stick inside. Upon witnessing the interior, he felt a wave of dread. "Report. The second row of warehouses also has enemy defenses. It's not looking good." The commanders grimaced upon receiving this intel. They had hoped to launch a pincer attack to disrupt the enemy's defensive fire, but now it seemed impossible, unless they advanced further back to directly assault from behind the 3rd row of warehouses. The situation appeared dire. However, such a move would stretch their lines too thin. A single battalion of infantry, along with the armored units, could not manage this. Moreover, the enemy possessed mechs, and a prolonged front line would easily allow them to assemble their mech forces, potentially annihilating an attacking flank with a single strike. What to do? Pondered the infantry battalion commander, Ji Song, as he conferred with his aides. Everyone appeared perplexed. The situation within the warehouses was far more complex than it initially appeared. Although the first row of warehouses had been seized by Hungan defense, this was a deliberate sacrifice by the Milda's servant army. They intended to utilize this cluster for defense, but were constrained by time and insufficient manpower to effectively occupy all 3 rows. In contrast, the defenses in the latter 2 rows were remarkably well organized, beyond the visible fortifications. These warehouses were connected by underground passages, allowing infantry to shift positions and even enabling tanks to maneuver back and forth. Regardless of whether the enemy dispersed their attacks across these warehouses or concentrated their forces, they would be met with ferocious firepower. Unless the entire complex was demolished, significant casualties were inevitable. What now? Ji Song felt a sense of urgency. His aides, along with the commanders of the armored and mech support units, engaged in prompt discussions. "Can we have the mechs pave the way?" Ji Song first posed a question to a staff officer from the mech unit appearing on the projection. The officer replied without hesitation, "No, this is not the right time for the mech unit to engage. If our mech forces were at full strength, then perhaps we could assist you. But as it stands, If we suffer any losses, how will you cope? What about the crushers? Another aide inquired. No. Those are meant to counter enemy mechs. We must preserve that trump card. Ji Song sighed upon hearing this, and then turned to his aides, whose expressions were equally troubled. Then we must force our way through. Have the tanks and armored vehicles launch smoke grenades into the warehouses. Let us blast the ground inside to create makeshift cover. Yes, Commander. The front lines swiftly received the directive from the command center, but a series of operations commenced promptly. First, the mech unit, consisting of 6 mechs, activated their void shields and maneuvered through the central passage between the first and second rows of warehouses. Next, the armored units sought out cover. Those without cover continued to traverse the central passage back and forth. Meanwhile, the infantry established simple positions within the first row of warehouses. They aimed to gradually seize control of the enemy, necessitating lockdown of the other warehouses. The second row of warehouses was provisionally designated as B1 and B4. The attack commenced with warehouse B1. Outside, a hunter tank positioned itself at the entrance, exposing only its gun barrel while concealing the remainder behind the wall. Bang, bang, bang! Smoke grenades suspended around the hunter's turret were rapidly deployed into the B1 warehouse. Moments later, the grenades erupted, releasing a thick gray-white mist that obscured visibility and interfered with infrared and radar detection. Engineer teams, move up, commanded a forward company leader. Yes, sir. 2 assembled engineer teams, peering into the darkened interior of the warehouse, obscured by the smoke, felt a surge of trepidation. Point 1 engineer nervously swallowed hard and, under the guidance of a squad leader, charged into the depths of warehouse B1. Phew, at least the enemy can't see us, whispered an engineer, speaking while remaining active. Get to work, no time for chatter. The engineer sergeant frequently glanced up to gauge the situation beyond the smoke. The other end of the warehouse, the Milda servant army, opened fire with several machine guns, shooting into the smoke. What are the enemies up to? Questioned a soldier from the Milda servant army, but their actions remained relentless as machine guns continued to rattle. Upon hearing the enemy's fire, the Hungan defense engineers quickly dropped to the ground. Covering fire, commanded their officer, and in the next moment, rat-a-tat-tat, bang! Infantrymen lying at the entrance and those behind the sidewalls. Even the hunter tank simultaneously fired into the smoke. This assault was more terrifying than a mirror inside the devastated warehouse. The scene has drastically changed. The once solid concrete floor lies shattered, resembling a network of trenches. Although these trenches appear disorganized and uneven, with some areas deep and others shallow, they serve as a rudimentary line of defense, preventing the infantry from confronting the enemy's firepower unprotected. Hurry, move in, the commander shouts urgently from behind. As squads of soldiers rush into the warehouse, utilizing the cover of smoke, some even carry sandbags to create makeshift fortifications within. The enemy, sensing something amiss, unleashes a barrage of fire into the smoke. Yet the impact on the advancing soldiers is minimal. In the chaos of obscured visibility, their aim falters. The smoke grenades released by Hungan defense have enveloped the area for hours, and even the most vigilant enemy soldiers struggle to maintain situational awareness. The formal assault commences from warehouse B1, while the other 3 warehouses are not idle, sending an infantry to stage feigned attacks. As the smoke clears from B1, both sides erupt into a fierce exchange of fire. Accompanied by the relentless thud of machine guns and artillery, they have actually carved out a trench right in front of our defenses. A captain from the Milda forces grits his teeth in frustration. Bring in heavy firepower and show them our might. Yes, rocket and artillery teams move into position, ready to unleash their fire. Boom. The sound of explosions fills the air as grenades and rockets, trailing white smoke, rain down into the trenches of Hungan defense, achieving little in the way of results. However, Hungan defense is not without its own heavy firepower, retaliating with an unceasing barrage of rockets and grenades. Chapter 56. The Skull Crushers deploy as the smoke dissipates from Warehouse B1. A fierce firefight ensues, with both sides exchanging a barrage of gunfire and artillery strikes. They have actually carved out a trench right in front of our defenses. A squad leader from Milda exclaims, teeth clenched, "Bring in heavy firepower and show them our might." Yes, rocket and artillery teams move into position, ready to unleash their fire. Boom. The sound of explosions fills the air as grenades and rockets, trailing white smoke, rain down into the trenches of Hungan defense, achieving little in the way of results. Hungan defense, however, is not without its own heavy artillery, responding with a relentless stream of rockets and grenades aimed at the enemy's defenses. Comparatively, the enemy's fortifications are sturdier and better constructed, but that matters little. Even the most formidable defenses can be breached. Outside the warehouse, tanks on the gentle slope are gradually adjusting their turrets, guided by infantry inside the warehouse. Fire! Begin with a high-explosive round. Boom! With the discharge of a high-explosive shell, one of the enemy's firing positions is silenced. The battle rages intensely as soldiers inch forward, extending their trenches while engineers set explosives to throw onto the ground ahead. After a violent explosion, a sizable crater is formed, easily convertible into a soldier's foxhole with minimal repair. Boom! A rocket fired from within the warehouse explodes against the front armor of a tank. The hunter, damaging its side tracks but failing to penetrate the armor. Call for support. The tank crew urgently requests assistance. Observing the scene, Li Xian maneuvers a mech to the entrance of Warehouse B1, extending its right arm to drag the tank away from the entrance, thwarting the possibility of a second attack. Since we're here, let's provide some fire support for the infantry. Jiang Lu commands that Li Xian nods in agreement. Understood. In the next moment, Li Xian maneuvers the mech to take cover behind a wall, revealing only the 6-barreled rotary cannon. Utilizing fire control and targeting systems, he swiftly identifies concentrated enemy firing positions. Rat-a-tat-tat, the 6-barreled rotary cannon whirs to life, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the enemy's defenses. The sheer force of the ammunition obliterates some of the less stable, semi-permanent fortifications. Shrapnel from the explosions engulfs the battlefield, momentarily suppressing the enemy's fire and resulting in casualties among their infantry. However, enemy tanks hidden within the warehouse quickly spring into action, unleashing electromagnetic shells that strike against Li Xian's void shield. The enemy possesses tanks within the warehouse, but the infantry is currently engaging first. Realizing the void shield is under attack, Li Xian promptly retracts the mech. After a brief pause, he extends his left arm and fires a plasma cannon. Zing! Boom! The violent surge of plasma and flames engulfs an enemy position, incinerating the enemy infantry into charred remains. AS for the tanks. Li Xian briefly assesses them, but decides against launching an attack. They are well protected behind cover, their positions too small to target effectively to AT this moment. Eliminating enemy infantry seems more advantageous. With the mech support, the casualty numbers among Milda's infantry rise significantly. Should they storm into the warehouse to directly assault the enemy's defenses? Li Xian watches the unfolding battle, feeling a surge of eagerness that do not act rashly. We do not yet know where the enemy's knight retainers are. If we go in, we may find ourselves trapped in a confined space, which is unfavorable against sword-wielding retainers. Continue the bombardment. I refuse to believe the enemy can withstand these casualties. Jiang Lu calmly analyzes the situation while skillfully maneuvering the mech, observing the enemy's movements. Inside the warehouse, the Milda retainer stationed at B1 are facing mounting casualties from the ongoing enemy assault. Requesting support. Requesting support. The enemy's mechs have arrived. We cannot hold them off. The cries of infantry reach the mech unit's ears, but they remain unheeded. They need the enemy's sword-wielding retainers to lower their guard before their knights can strike. Meanwhile, infantry from the other 3 warehouses begin to traverse underground passages to assist B1. Li Xian's 6th group, led by Luo Heng, also arrives with their mechs, providing flanking fire at both sides of the warehouse entrance. The concentrated fire from electromagnetic cannon rounds. Li Xian's primary weapon is a plasma cannon, while Luo Heng wields a laser cannon, maximizes their effectiveness in the confined space. The plasma cannon is designed to harm enemy soldiers using electrical currents and intense heat, while Luo Heng's laser cannon targets enemy firing positions, directly penetrating defensive structures. Seizing an opportunity, Luo Heng manages to disable an enemy tank. Li Xian retreats to replenish his ammunition. Jiang Lu's anxious voice fills his ears. The enemy's knight retainers have deployed. Almost simultaneously, Li Xian's mech radar picks up enemy signals, prompting both mechs to retreat and regroup with the other 4 opposing them. 10 knight retainer mechs converge from 3 directions. In that moment, everyone feels the anticipation of an imminent clash. In the command center, Lu Quan stands abruptly, roaring, "Skull Crushers! Move out! Crush them!" Hidden behind cover, the Skull Crushers spring into action upon receiving Lu Quan's command. .13 massive machines roar to life, swiftly emerging from their shelter. The knight retainers, equipped with armored shields, advance to withstand the oncoming enemy fire. The commander of the Knight Retainers wears a fierce expression, his psychic abilities fully activated. 10 against 6. Let these corporate dogs know our strength. Charge! Annihilate them! The Knight Retainers roar, drawing their mechs as close as possible to the protective shields, rapidly closing the distance to Li Xin and his allies. Chapter 57. The Skullcrushers strike, what a bunch of brutes. Jiang Lu's disdainful voice resonates within the mech cockpit. Oh, not fire prematurely. Let the Skullcrushers strike first. Understood. The distance between the two forces is minimal. The Knight Retainers charge from the opposite end of the warehouse, taking only a minute to reach their target. The confined passage presents an ideal target for the Skullcrushers. The heavy tanks of the Skullcrushers have finally charged their energy, their formidable firepower requiring significant time to prepare. Each shot takes nearly a minute to fire. Had they not been preparing in advance, it would have been uncertain whether they could fire even once at this short distance. No, how can there be Skullcrushers? A Knight Retainer pilot, upon spotting the Skullcrushers ahead, instantly recognizes the mech model through the chips in their mind and machinery. Alert! Alert! Within the confines of the mech cockpit, the flashing red lights cause the hearts of several individuals to explode in panic. Defend! Hold the armored shield! Roared the pilot of a knight's retinue. Aim for the target! Fire! A brilliant azure beam erupted from the barrel of the Skullcrusher, unleashing immense power that struck the advancing knight's retinue with deadly precision. The armored shield, extended beyond the void shield, resisted for a moment before being breached, followed by the collapse of the void shield itself. A vast amount of plasma energy was redirected into subspace, where it unleashed its destructive force. However, the intensity of this attack caused the void shield to overload. After 2 rounds of expenditure, the power of this plasma cannon had diminished, and its trajectory had been slightly altered. Boom! Even though the blast had weakened, it still pierced through the knight's retinue's mech, fortunately sparing the cockpit. Alas, it severely damaged the equipment beneath the cockpit. Despite protective measures, the escaping plasma energy incinerated much of the apparatus. This was merely the first strike from the Skullcrusher, resulting in the outright destruction of 1 knight's retinue. With 2 platoons of Skullcrushers, totaling 6 machines, arriving at their combat positions, it was a scene of slaughter. Meanwhile, underground in the command center of the Milda retinue, Commander Roy slammed his fist onto the table in fury. Damn it! Are the intelligence officers useless? The enemy has deployed Skullcrushers. Why hasn't the intel been updated? The Chief of Staff's expression mirrored his discontent that we received no information regarding the movements of these Skullcrushers. He replied, "Order the knight's retinue to retreat. Everyone that can escape should." Roy's eyes blazed red as he monitored the real-time broadcast through the equipment of the knight's retinue and the record from the soldiers on the front line. The first 3 knights' retinues had been outright destroyed. The void shields were overloaded, and the mechs were breached. Such a plasma cannon could effortlessly dismantle C-class mechs, making it a simple task to deal with these D-class ones. The only chance of survival lay in maneuvering the mechs in open spaces to evade attacks. Once struck by the plasma cannon, death was nearly inevitable. They may not escape now, the Chief of Staff lamented. Ah! Roy roared in anguish on the other side. At the frontier base of Hungan Defense, Lu Quan and Ji Zhuan were celebrating. Well done. Blast them to smithereens. Lu Quan's face beamed with joy. He had personally orchestrated the deployment of these Skullcrushers to outmaneuver the enemy mechs. Unfortunately, the enemy's mechs had yet to appear, and the battle at the warehouse was already fierce. With 2 platoons and 6 Skullcrushers concentrating their fire, they had obliterated 3 knights' retinues. The remaining 3 knights' retinues had their void shields overloaded, and their equipment sustained serious damage. Send in the stalkers. Bombard them fiercely. Ji Zhuan commanded with fervor. Now is the time to achieve merit. Capturing the stronghold will ensure a smooth advance through the entire B sector, leaving no solid defenses. After issuing their battle orders, Lu Quan and Ji Zhuan sat back, satisfied. Brother Lu is about to make a fortune. I believe this victory will elevate our ranks, Ji Zhuan chuckled. It's too early to say, but it's always good to achieve merit, Lu Quan replied. Taking this place will certainly add to your accolades. Brother Ji. They exchanged smiles, the command center brimming with excitement. Kill! Do not let them escape. Jiang Lu bellowed, charging alongside Li Xian and Feng Dai towards a group of enemies. 3 mechs still survived here. One was suffering from an overloaded void shield, while the other 2 remained largely intact. The sixth group's assault direction was guarded by two knights' retinues with intact void shields in the center. Two knights' retinues had overloaded void shields and suffered severe equipment damage. This was the easiest target to seize. But the Skull Crushers could handle it. If more mechs arrived, it would be unacceptable and would appear as an attempt to steal glory. The most challenging direction was the fifth group's flank. But capturing this area would bring the most significant rewards. Crucially, it was the nearest passage to the fifth group. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai led the charge, with Li Xian trailing behind. Bang, bang, bang! The 12-barrel rocket launcher on Li Xian and Feng Dai's shoulders opened instantaneously, their steps briefly halting for rocket targeting. Bang, bang, bang! A full 48 105mm rockets were launched without pause, transforming the front passage into a blazing inferno, filled with the flames and shrapnel of exploding rockets. The flames were contained by the warehouse walls on either side, amplifying the explosive force. No, the damaged mech with the overloaded void shield had no chance of survival amidst such explosions. Its body was compromised, the cockpit obliterated, and the pilot was undoubtedly dead. "My void shield can't take it anymore," a pilot of a knight's retinue exclaimed as the void shield flickered and then succumbed to overload. In the following moment, his face turned pale as he entered a state of psychic backlash. Although he quickly suppressed the sensation, his body nonetheless felt the effects. Chapter 58. Good fortune comes in threes. The battle did not cease due to the enemy's overloaded void shield. It intensified instead. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Three short sword retainers almost instantaneously activated the main cannons on their left arms. Boom! This time, however, one knight's retinue bravely stepped forward, using its remaining void shield to absorb 3 blasts from the plasma cannons. Its void shield held firm, enduring the 3 plasma shots without completely overloading. Yet Li Xian had no intention of letting him off easily. Buzz! Rat-a-tat-tat! The 6-barreled electromagnetic cannon on the left arm of the short sword retainer began to spin, unleashing a torrent of bullets upon the enemy mechs. Boom! 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 For every 3 high-explosive rounds, a penetrator round was interspersed, raining down on the enemy's void shield. Such an assault posed a significant threat to the foe's void shield, especially now, as it approached its defensive limits. Amidst the barrage of cannon fire, the enemy's void shield ultimately succumbed. Overloading just before close combat ensued. At this moment, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, who had been charging rapidly, abruptly halted their advance. "Well done, no close combat. Let us take them down from a distance." Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's voices echoed within their cockpits. Why engage in melee when the enemy could be dispatched from afar? After all, the shells were free and energy costs were covered by the organization. They can't escape. "Let us fight back," a knight's retinue pilot gritted his teeth and shouted. Charge! The two mechs swiftly changed direction. They had initially intended to flee, but with their void shield shattered, escape was no longer an option. Rather than turn their backs to the enemy and continuously absorb ranged attacks, they preferred to engage in close combat, even if it meant mutual destruction. Seeing the enemies charge toward them, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai remained unperturbed, positioning their left arm's armored shields in front of them. 03, continue the long-range assault. 02, and I will block the enemies. No problem, Li Xian responded. Die! The knight's retinue roared, its power axe cleaving down on a Feng Dai's armored shield. The defensive strength of this shield rivaled that of the short sword retainer's body armor, albeit with greater thickness. Even the power axe could not penetrate it with a single blow. This moment, Li Xian dashed past the wreckage of the destroyed mech. The psychic chip suddenly transmitted a notification, capturing dissipating psychic signals. Transcoding psychic signals. Elated by the alert, Li Xian recalled the benefits gained from the last captured psychic signal, which had saved his life. The advantages were immense. Sizzle! A plasma cannon shot from Li Xian pierced through Jiang Lu and Feng Dai's defenses, striking a knight's retinue cockpit. Boom! A massive surge of electricity and heat engulfed the entire mech, temporarily immobilizing the knight's retinue. Although this paralysis lasted less than a second, it was enough for the battle-hardened Jiang Lu to seize the opportunity. He pushed aside his left arm shield and delivered a powerful blow to the knight's retinue. Following this, he thrust his power sword with all his might. Kill! The power sword pierced through the enemy's armor. Even as the knight's retinue pilot began to recover from the stunned state, the power sword penetrated the armor, rendering part of the equipment inoperative. But that was not the end. Jiang Lu, having pushed aside the armor shield, fired at the opposing knight's retinue. The intense plasma cannon struck once more at the breach created by the powered spear. The potent plasma surged directly into the internal systems of the Knight's subordinate, overwhelming many devices with its formidable current that as a result. The combat effectiveness of this knightly construct plummeted by more than 50%. "Taste my spear," roared Li Xian from the cockpit that at this juncture. The six-barreled electromagnetic cannon posed minimal threat to the enemy mecha. The plasma cannon required charging time. So as Li Xian fired, he discarded the armored shield and advanced relentlessly. Seizing the opportunity, he gripped the powered spear tightly and thrust it toward Jiang Lu's side. Li Xian aimed for the enemy's cockpit, distinguishing his technique from Jiang Lu's simplistic right-arm strike, which inflicted limited piercing damage. In contrast, Li Xian's thrust harnessed not only the mecha's dual arms, but also immense kinetic energy. With a sizzling sound, the light blue spear blade, aided by this tremendous force, penetrated the enemy cockpit as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter, accompanied by brilliant sparks. The pilot of the Knight's subordinate emitted a final, anguished cry as the disintegration field obliterated him. His body was cleaved in two, blood gushing forth, only to be evaporated by the disintegration field. Capture the dissipating psychic signal. Psychic signal decoding in progress. Another signal, Li Xian's heart soared. It seemed fortune favored him today. No. Die. The last remaining Knight subordinate, driven to madness, swung its powered longsword. However, against a 3-to-1 odds, it found itself with little room for counterattack. At this moment, Li Xian was unable to seize the opportunity for a kill, as Jiang Lu and Feng Dai alternately utilized their shields to block and retaliate, leaving marks on the enemy with each counter. Occasionally, they unleashed the plasma cannon, further slowing the Knight's subordinates' movements that Lixn had initially considered claiming a kill, but ultimately refrained, recognizing that he had already dispatched one, while his joint rocket barrage with Feng Dai had also destroyed another Knight subordinate. The spoils were considerable, as the squad commander, Jiang Lu's recognition of Li Xian's merit would also reflect positively on him. Only Feng Dai had not profited from the previous skirmish, and Li Xian felt it inappropriate to claim a kill this time, as it might jeopardize their camaraderie. After all, Feng Dai was currently bearing the brunt of the enemy's retaliation. Li Xian's skills were not exceptional, and any attempt to claim a kill would be rather unbecoming. Ultimately, under the relentless harassment from the three, the Knight's subordinate succumbed to Feng Dai's powered sword, puncturing its cockpit. The third Knight's subordinate fell. Chapter 59. Retreat to the underground, Delightful. Now each of us boasts a Knight mecha's merit. Feng Dai exclaimed, his joy palpable. Now, let us remain vigilant and assess the situation of our comrades. Jiang Lu replied, his tone equally light but cautious. Lixn dutifully retrieved his discarded armored shield while listening to Jiang Lu's exchanges with other commanders. The fifth squad had already neutralized their immediate adversaries. How fared the others? All dealt with. 2 have perished. The commanders of the sixth squad and 2 tank platoons reported their situations. It turned out that the tank platoon had resolved their conflict swiftly, as they faced only a single mecha. Once the plasma cannon charged, a single shot dispatched it. The fifth squad's speed in eliminating foes mirrored that of the sixth squad. At this moment, Li Xian's ship finally transmitted a new notification. Unknown psychic signal decoding complete. Psychic signal has diminished. Please select the desired information to download from the options below. 1. D2. Level Mecha Long Range Shooting Techniques 67.2. D4. Level Mecha General Driving Techniques 36.3. D4. Level General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 43.4. D4. Level Milda General Knowledge 63. Li Xian's heart leaped with joy. What was meant to come would indeed come. Compared to the previous options, 1 choice had disappeared, yet 4 useful options remained. Currently, both his close combat and long-range combat skills stood at D2 level. But the long-range techniques were easier to practice and posed less risk. Without hesitation, Li Xian selected the third option. D4, Level General Close Combat Techniques. As he made his choice, he felt his psychic energy swiftly depleting. A tingling sensation coursing through his scalp. The progress of his personal mecha close combat skills surged rapidly. D2, Level General Close Combat Techniques, 12, 13, 23, 45 eventually. The figure stabilized at 52 of D2 level. Absorbing the combat experience from defeating the pilot had elevated Li Xian's close combat skills, yielding results that would typically require 2 months of training. The effectiveness was astounding, just as Li Xian completed the absorption of this psychic signal. The second mecha's signal also decoded swiftly, followed by the third signal. This time, upon seeing the figure, Li Xian's excitement intensified. Point 3. D5, level General Mecha Combat Techniques, 88. This was the most powerful psychic signal he had absorbed, boasting a D5 level combat technique. Not only was the level high, but it was also comprehensive. The previous two options only offered 30 to 40% effectiveness, while this one exceeded 80%. This level should be on par with Jiang Lu's combat prowess. Regrettably, even such a skilled fighter struggled against an equally matched opponent when besieged by Li Xian as an auxiliary. Downloading. Initiating. Li Xian selected this third option, and in the next moment, various combat techniques inundated his mind like a deluge. His close combat skills soared rapidly. D2 General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 74. D3 General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 114. Wow. This is incredible, truly incredible, Li Xian murmured to himself. Although he anticipated a significant enhancement from downloading the psychic signal, he never imagined it would be this substantial. Gazing at his skill levels within the chip, he felt an indescribable thrill. D4. Level General Mecha Close Combat Techniques 3. He had leapt directly to D4 level. His talent was undeniably exceptional. Li Xian's expression was filled with exhilaration. He had finally shed the weakness of a novice, gaining a better chance of survival on this battlefield. This battle had proven immensely worthwhile. Not only were there rewards after the conflict, but he was also receiving substantial benefits during the combat. I adore these knightly subordinates, Li Xian mused chaotically, now that his close combat skills had surpassed the baseline. He was no longer an easy target in this war zone. Even Feng Dai, as he recounted, possessed only D4 level close combat skills. Now, in comparison, Li Xian's close combat skills had become his strength, while his long-range techniques were the weaker aspect. However, this was of little concern, as it posed no significant issue against these knightly subordinates. In the warehouse, the infantry battalion commander of the Milda's subordinate army appeared as though his soul had departed. 10 knightly constructs had simply vanished in a thin air. "Commander, what shall we do?" an aide queried anxiously. "How many personnel do we have left?" the commander inquired after a deep breath. "Only a little over 200 remain. We lost just one tank, with the others in decent condition," the aide replied quickly. "Report to the brigade commander and request a retreat." The commander closed his eyes in anguish. Understood. The retreat report swiftly reached Roy. His eyes were nearly bloodshot with rage. 10 knightly constructs had vanished without a trace. While he had prepared for losses, he never anticipated such a monumental blow. Upon receiving the infantry's retreat request from the defensive point, Roy slammed his fist on the table. "Retreat. They only know how to retreat." The aide beside him hastily reassured, "Brigade commander, we must allow the troops to withdraw, without mecha support if they do not retreat. They will be utterly annihilated. The enemy is aware that the mecha threat has dissipated, and they will undoubtedly send the short-sword subordinates to assault the warehouse. If that occurs, retreating may become impossible." Roy understood that the aide was correct, yet he found it impossible to swallow his pride. Nevertheless, even if he had to grit his teeth, he solemnly replied, "Let the infantry withdraw. Leave some parting gifts on the position. Even in retreat, we cannot allow the enemy to seize this position so easily." "What about the entrance to the passage below the warehouse?" the aide inquired. Roy smirked coldly. "Let the entrance remain open for the enemy. The surface battle is merely an appetizer. Descending underground is where their demise awaits." Understood. Upon receiving the retreat order, the infantry battalion and armored units hesitated not. The infantry battalion commander issued orders to the soldiers. "Infantry, lay down a minefield. Even in retreat, we must delay the enemy's advance. Armor units, move out first." Chapter 60. Occupying the surface soon, the unusual movements of the Milda troops were detected by the soldiers of Hung in defense inside the warehouse. "The enemy is retreating. Open fire. Hold them back." The company commander quickly deduced the intentions of the Milda auxiliary troops from the diminishing firepower. "Tanks, advance." The company leader urgently called for support, even though they knew the enemy was fleeing. The vast open spaces within a warehouse were not a place for infantry to charge recklessly. Boom! Accompanied by the roar of tank engines, one after another, the stalker tanks entered warehouse B1. Open fire. Boom! The tank's heavy artillery struck directly at the remaining firing positions. Simultaneously, the tanks charged at high speed towards the enemy's defenses. "Run! The tanks are coming!" The infantry, who were still laying the minefield, quickly retreated towards the underground passage. A small anti-tank unit attempted to hold off the enemy, but as they readied their anti-tank missiles, they saw their comrades fleeing in a panic. Glancing again at the rapidly approaching stalker tanks, they no longer dared to remain. Don't expose yourselves. We must escape. The deputy gunner barely poked his head out to take a look, only to attract a barrage of bullets from the tank. Consequently, the main gunner also refrained from showing himself, grabbing the anti-tank missile and fleeing. Halfway through, he discarded the missile entirely. What the hell? Why is everyone running so fast? The main gunner exclaimed, swiftly avoiding the minefield and diving into the underground passage. Hastily retreating, the stalker tanks soon arrived at the enemy's defensive line, then came to a halt. While they were indeed tanks, the height of the defense was daunting, towering at 2 to 3 meters and exceedingly robust. Not only would it be a challenge for the tanks, but even infantry would find it difficult to scale. The tanks halted at a distance from the defense, continuously firing their machine guns and occasionally launching a shell. However, the rear of the defense seemed silent, with no one firing back. Observing this scene, the infantry commander quickly issued orders. Charge forward, get behind the tanks, send a few men up to assess the situation. Damn it, can't they all have fled? A short-tailed armored vehicle swiftly entered the warehouse and arrived at a lower position facing the enemy, allowing the infantry to board and ascend over the defense. One vigilant infantryman raised his head for a quick scan and reported, "Indeed, no one is left. The defense is completely abandoned." Upon hearing this, the officers below the battalion level, non-commissioned officers, and even the soldiers sighed in relief. Who truly enjoys combat, especially those in the lower ranks? Battalion and higher-level commanders, positioned further back, face a lower casualty rate even in intense fighting. However, for those at the squad and team levels, casualties could be exceedingly high. As the soldiers continued their search, one inadvertently triggered a minefield. Detonating an enemy booby trap. One grenade claimed the lives of 2 hung-in-defense infantrymen, prompting everyone to exercise extreme caution. Outside the warehouse, the mech units received news of the enemy's retreat. Immediately, Li Xin and his mech team halted their advance. With the enemy gone, further incursions held little significance. The task of clearing the battlefield could be left to the infantry. Li Xin and his team stood guard while the infantry spent an entire afternoon eliminating the enemy's minefield. The process was remarkably smooth, with only those initial 2 unfortunate soldiers falling victim. After successfully clearing the battlefield, Li Xin's mech units retreated behind the warehouse in the occupied zone to avoid enemy fire. Following the capture of this enemy stronghold, the mech units found themselves with little to do. The entire surface of the Beishimo steel plant was devoid of stubborn defensive positions, negating the need to waste mech energy on further sweeps. At this point, over 20 mechs were stationed in groups, defending various strong points, all of which had underground passageways below. The mech's vigilant defense, coupled with the preserved entrances to these underground passages, would serve as future routes for the army to delve underground and eradicate the enemy. Within the stronghold, 2 mechs engaged in close combat. Neither side deployed their power weapons, as it was simply practice. Charge! One short-sword attendant, wielding a power spear, roared and lunged at the opponent, demonstrating the weapon's dual capabilities as both a spear and a long-handled sword. The opposing short-sword attendant adeptly evaded, showcasing the agility of the mech, which belied its towering height of over 7 meters. The combatants were Li Xian and Feng Dai. Feng Dai's close combat level also stood at D4. This marked the 7th day of their training, and the 5th group found themselves relatively idle during this period. At this moment, Li Xian and Feng Dai's actual close combat proficiency was likely comparable. Yet such performance could not be displayed during training. If he exhibited fighting skills akin to Feng Dai's, it could raise suspicions of his being tainted by chaos. Li Xian's rapid improvement in close combat skills had been remarkable. In less than 2 months since becoming a mech pilot, he had transformed from a novice into a seasoned veteran. Such a transition in such a brief period seemed implausible. Even Li Xian sometimes questioned whether he had indeed been corrupted by chaos. Though he had yet to reveal any signs, the close combat continued, with power weapons clashing and blocking. Li Xian took the offensive, while Feng Dai assumed a defensive stance. The power spear thrust and slashed relentlessly, while Feng Dai adeptly dodged and occasionally utilized his power sword or armor shield to block attacks. Use your power spear to target his lower defenses. Not far away, Jiang Lu's mecha waited, occasionally offering guidance to Li Xian. Heeding Jiang Lu's advice, Li Xin relentlessly directed his power spear towards Feng Dai's lower defenses. This approach quickly rendered Feng Dai's defenses increasingly precarious. This is intolerable. Being perpetually on the receiving end of attacks is far from enjoyable. Moreover, how has this brat progressed so swiftly? Li Xin, you cannot possibly be a genius. Feng Dai's exasperated voice echoed within the mech, resonating in the surroundings that of course, I am a genius. If I weren't, how could I be fortunate enough to team up with you? Li Xin laughed heartily, yet his assault did not waver. I truly need to cultivate the persona of a genius. The recent guidance from my master aligns perfectly with my own combat experiences. D4 level melee combat techniques were initially intended to target Feng Dai's lower defenses. However, I couldn't initiate such actions outright. Rather, after my master's instruction, I swiftly comprehended the tactic, allowing others to perceive me as a genius, someone capable of rapidly absorbing guidance and applying it. The persona of a genius is immensely beneficial, not only to disguise my true capabilities, but also to secure additional resources and support. Li Xin absorbed the enemy's psychic signals, converting them into his own experiences. This significantly enhances his various skills. If I fail to maintain the guise of genius, I cannot simply reveal my D4 level melee techniques at once. That would attract too much attention. This is not what Li Xin desires. A gradual and subtle strengthening is far more secure. During this period, whenever he had free time, Li Xin would engage Feng Dai and Jiang Lu in practice. Initially, he feigned D2 level melee combat skills before gradually improving. With a leap, Li Xion's mech struck down with a power spear. This sudden attack caught Feng Dai off guard, striking his mech's shoulder. "You little sneak," Feng Dai exclaimed. "What do you mean by sneak attack?" Li Xian countered immediately. The two continued to engage in a fierce battle. Jiang Lu interjected, "Feng Dai, do be more vigilant. If you continue to be so lax, it won't be long before Li Xion's melee skills catch up to you." "How is that possible? He's only been training for a short while." Feng Dai questioned incredulously that if my guess is correct, Li Xion's melee skills should have already reached D3 level. Jiang Lu inquired of Li Xian. "Indeed, master. I am currently at D3 level in melee combat," Li Xian candidly admitted, which was indeed his temporary display. Of course, he himself was at D4 level, and truthfully, his disguise wasn't particularly convincing. For instance, that recent attack clearly exceeded the expected skill level. D-level melee techniques are inherently rather basic, and Li Xion's current disguise is not easy to maintain. However, given that they were teammates, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai harbored no suspicions. "What the heck? Have you been on drugs? How in such a short time did you reach D3? Feng Dai exclaimed in shock after hearing the exchange between Jiang Lu and Li Xian. "Quickly, tell me what you took. I want some too." "What are you talking about? It's simply a matter of experience gained through combat, coupled with nightly practice and daytime training with you both, which has accelerated my skill development." Li Xian feigned embarrassment as he explained. Li Xian has considerable talent. Even during previous training, I sense his rapid adaptability to the mech. Jiang Lu's voice bore a hint of amusement. "Good brother, you can't possibly be a genius, can you? If you are, I might just have to cling to you for support." Feng Dai chuckled. "Don't worry, Feng Ge. Once I've mastered all your melee techniques, I'll undoubtedly cling to you, ensuring you enjoy the good life. You really have no shame." "I've made up my mind. I can no longer remain on the defensive. It's time to launch an offensive. Taste my blade." Chapter 62. Reinforcements for the Myrda Knight's days passed in training. During this time, Li Xian focused on honing his melee skills, occasionally practicing some ranged attacks as well. However, he refrained from adopting the ranged attack techniques of the Knight's attendants, as their skills barely piqued his interest. The strongest among them was merely D3 level, only slightly superior to Li Xin's Jiang Lu remarked. Possessing 2 chips, particularly one of unknown origin military grade, Li Xian's rate of progress was remarkably swift, justifying the title of genius. With a series of precise shots, Li Xian emptied an entire ammunition box, gradually retracting his weapon. Currently, his ranged attack skills had reached D2 at 76. He was now proficient in both ranged and melee combat, with melee skills bolstered by absorbed psychic experiences, while ranged skills were entirely a product of Li Xian's own talent. After concluding today's shooting practice, Li Xian maneuvered his mech back to the defensive stronghold, contemplating. With 2 D4 level military chips, I can achieve such formidable learning effects. undoubtedly due to my inherent learning aptitude, that if my chips were even better, will my learning efficiency not enhance as well? This seems a foregone conclusion. The computational power of biological intelligence chips surely increases with their level. If I could acquire a C-level military intelligence chip, or even B or A level, how exponentially would my learning speed accelerate? Could I reach D5 in either ranged or melee skills within a month? Li Xian dared not entertain such thoughts any longer. Further contemplation would extinguish his motivation for learning and striving. After all, the disparities among individuals, particularly in terms of socioeconomic status, can often be more pronounced than that between humans and dogs. Li Xian's monthly earnings, combined with combat zone stipends and various bonuses, might not even equate to the living expenses of a dog kept by a corporate executive. I am already fortunate to absorb the enemy's psychic signals, augmented by psychic chips, far surpassing many others. I cannot be greedy. I must diligently strive, and I believe a bright future awaits. With this resolve, Li Xian returned to the resting area within the stronghold, exiting the cockpit of the mech and entering the lounge. He found the cockpit somewhat cramped despite the enhanced safety it provided. Given the opportunity, he preferred to relax outside. Currently, the surface of the Guansuo steel plant, at least in the occupied zones, remained relatively secure. In the lounge, Li Xian reclined on the sofa. Closing his eyes, to rejuvenate, he manipulated small arcs of electricity between his fingers, his psychic lightning. Although he had yet to study psychic spells systematically, the lethality of his psychic lightning was already commendable. During this period, he had consumed 2 vials of compound number 3, which had nearly doubled his internal psychic energy, according to the monitoring and statistics of the biological intelligence chips. Li Xian's psychic level had now reached D3 at 21. This exemplifies the power of investment. However, I cannot continue to invest in the short term. Damn it, how can I expedite the reduction of this chaotic pollution level? Li Xian felt somewhat vexed, as his recent continuous use of psychic energy, combined with compound number 3, had caused his chaotic pollution level to soar. IT now stood at 35, temporarily preventing him from frequently utilizing psychic energy for melee combat practice within the mech. He could only afford to occasionally fire the cannon to relieve stress. Continuing to practice psychic lightning, he reveled in the arcs dancing around him. His lightning had now developed a preliminary level of lethality. This lightning could reach approximately 50 meters, capable of delivering a fatal jolt to an individual. Even without a mech or weapons, I possess sufficient self-defense capabilities. After a while, Xian gathered all his psychic energy, refraining from further use. Employing psychic energy without a mech is perilous. Its use is akin to igniting a torch in the dark subspace. Point 1 could never predict whether a subspace demon might pounce at any moment. If that were to happen, Li Xian's current reserves of psychic energy would be woefully inadequate. The days of rest finally came to an end. Calculating the time, it had been 2 months since Li Xian entered this battlefield. The surface area of the Guansuo steel plant had been completely cleared, now transformed into a territory occupied by Hung'an defense. The next phase involved addressing the enemy's defenses in the underground region. A battle of considerable difficulty given the vastly different combat environment compared to the surface. Particularly for the attackers, visibility would be severely compromised, a challenge not easily mitigated by night vision equipment. Even with such devices, the visibility was still inferior to that on the surface. However, this posed no issue for the mechs. Even in such subterranean depths, they could perceive all details with clarity, rivaling the brightness of day. Moreover, the fusion of radar and psychic energy enabled them to easily detect any presence. The sole drawback was that the underground environment hindered the mech's maneuverability, particularly in long-range combat, for the enemy's night retainers. However, this was an excellent battleground. They could conceal their signals, perhaps lurking in some corner, waiting to strike fiercely as the short-sword attendants passed by. Yet soon, most of the forces were withdrawn back to the base. The reason was simple. The enemy had begun to reinforce their numbers, with intelligence reports indicating that enemy mech units were entering the depths of the steel mill from the outskirts. For safety's sake, the mech units of the Blueprint Dispatch withdrew in the dining hall of the forward base. The mechs of the 5th and 6th squads gathered for a meal and casual conversation. With enemy reinforcements on the rise, the dispatch had also requested additional support. It was rumored that this time, the reinforcements might not be particularly promising. Ichian of the 6th squad whispered to Jiang Lu in the front row. "How do you know?" Jiang Lu inquired quietly. "I overheard a bit while dining with the commander a couple of days ago. Though he didn't elaborate much, I suspect it's about right. Ku Qian murmured, in the subterranean environment of the Baixamo steel mill, how could we possibly take it without casualties? With our mere 20 or so mechs, and the enemy bolstering their forces. Wouldn't an attack simply be in vain? Ku Qian continued to grumble softly. That is indeed the case. The surface battles have seen little effort from the Myrda Knights, with reinforcements coming in. They refrained from launching proactive attacks that I can only imagine they are preparing something substantial down below, Zhang Lu replied, his tone tinged with resignation. Chapter 63. The reason I hope we receive some seasoned veterans. If we end up with more fresh recruits in this place, that would truly be disastrous. Sighed Ku Qian, and I doubt that's likely. Seasoned veterans wouldn't be dispatched to such a chaotic battlefield. The elite forces wouldn't be squandered here, Zhang Lu lamented. The short-sword attendants are particularly ill-suited for subterranean warfare. The environment here is far more advantageous for the knight retainers than a few days ago. I took a mech for a spin down here, and it's perfect for their capabilities that if they were seasoned veterans, we might achieve a decent exchange rate in combat, but with recruits, it's another story altogether. Ku Qian shook his head that if we don't get veterans, we should at least be reassigned. Having listened for a while, Li Xian was troubled by a question. If fighting underground is so difficult, why not simply demolish this place? Given its current state, the steel mill seems devoid of value that if the enemy is below, wouldn't blowing it up trap them underground? Zhang Lu shook his head, saying that is not a decision for us to make. Such matters are determined by those above us. You think we desire the ruins of the Baixamo steel mill? What we truly want is known only to them. Ku Qian nodded in agreement and added, furthermore, this steel mill isn't so easily destroyed. The subterranean structures are exceedingly intricate and highly fortified. Even a high-yield nuclear bomb might not guarantee its collapse. Other means would be even more challenging, unless we utilize shipborne weaponry. But due to the electromagnetic environment and subsurface storms beyond the planet, no vessel dares to approach. Alas, in this place, one can only expend their life. How many perished here before? Li Xian asked anxiously. Qian patted Li Xian's shoulder. Do you know how many mech support groups were stationed at Base 3 previously? Weren't there 9? Li Xian recalled from when he arrived and was introduced by Commander Liu. Certainly not. Commander Liu is an M3 level defense supervisor. How could he only oversee 9 mech support groups? Ku Qian explained to Li Xian directly across from him. You haven't been here long, so it's understandable that you're unaware. I suspect old Jiang hasn't mentioned this to you either. Commander Liu is an M3 defense supervisor, while Jiang Sun and I are M1 level squad leaders. Did you not notice anything amiss? Upon Ku Qian's remark, Li Xian began to piece things together. There seems to be a missing level. Indeed, a level was absent, with an M2 existing in between. Within Base 03, aside from our mech units, there were also the armored divisions of the dispatch forces. These mixed armored units were fortunate. Typical battles were managed by Hung and defense, while the more challenging encounters fell to us mech units, making them rather idle. Elaborate. There were originally 2 mech squadrons at Base 03, each commanded by an M2 level officer, with 10 mech support groups under each. This implies that our dispatch force, at full capacity, should have comprised 2 mech support squadrons, totaling 80 mechs. Why are there so few now? Li Xian asked in astonishment. It's precisely because of this place. Ku Qian sighed, gazing at the projected map of the Baixamo steel mill. Did everyone else perish? Li Xian exclaimed. 80 mechs can't be reduced to just you few. Upon hearing Ku Qian's words, Li Xian felt the Baixamo steel mill was exceedingly perilous. The casualty rate was alarmingly high. How could that be? What are you thinking? Jiang Lu interrupted Li Xian's speculation. The last time we secured the Baixamo steel mill, the losses were indeed significant, but not as exaggerated as you imagine. Of course, the losses were considerable, with over 20 mechs lost, leaving both squadrons incomplete. Thus, during the lull in battles, those incomplete squads were reassigned to replenish personnel. Unfortunately for our squad, after another squad was reassigned, we faced combat during which our squad leader was killed, along with his direct combat group, which is why we are left with so few members now. After Zhang Lu's explanation, Li Xian gained a clearer understanding of the current situation. Yet the fear in his heart remained undiminished. The casualty rate was terrifying, especially for a mech unit. Securing the Baixamo steel mill had directly resulted in a loss of a quarter of their forces. As for the squad Li Xian was in, luck was not on their side, as they hadn't been recalled for reinforcements, and their commander had perished. It was no wonder the M3 supervisor directly commanded the mech units. Li Xian had assumed the command authority rested with the mech units. Consequently, the arrival of reinforcements was no longer a mere speculation, but a certainty. The only uncertainty lay in the rank of the incoming forces. This truly left him feeling overwhelmed. Li Xian pondered, yet his mind was swirling with thoughts. His rank was far too low, placing him at the bottom of the mech unit's hierarchy, merely a newly confirmed intern, devoid of any authority. Although he had achieved results in the previous two battles, evidenced by the silver medals of bravery he could display on his chest, it did not alter his lack of influence within the unit. The situation at the Baiximo steel mill has devolved into chaos. I doubt any elite veterans will be dispatched. Jiang Lu sighed. Li Xian, perplexed, asked, should T-experienced veterans be deployed for such combat to reduce casualties? If we're all new recruits like me, the casualty rate will soar, and the loss of mech will be substantial. Jiang Lu shook his head, replying, precisely because it's such a chaotic battle that the likelihood of deploying elite forces is diminished. Once underground, the survival rate of veterans is not significantly higher than that of recruits. There are certainly residual pathways left by Mierda that could support the enemy's underground operations. The value of seasoned pilot far exceeds that of a mech. Should a veteran perish here, what then for subsequent battles? Conversely, a new pilot who survives a few skirmishes underground becomes a veteran, allowing for the exchange of new recruits for Knight Retainers veterans, which is quite advantageous. Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. The value of a mech pilot surpasses that of mech, yet why is our salary so meager? Chapter 64. C-Class Vanguard haha. Jiang Lu and Ku Qian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yi Qian remarked, while the value of elite mech pilots is indeed high, it is all relative. Your worth doesn't guarantee a high salary. Alas, this truly isn't good news, Li Xian sighed. Well, our income is already considered high. Just think of those infantry and armored soldiers and their earnings. Doesn't that put things in perspective? Ku Qian joked. Upon reflection, Li Xian realized that had he not been fortunate enough to become a mech pilot, but rather joined the army as an infantryman or armored soldier, his earnings for the month might not even suffice to cover his chip loan. Had that been the case, it would have been utterly disheartening. After fighting fiercely on the battlefield for an entire month without a penny to spare, and still owing debt, what hope would there be for life? Yet Li Xian had another question. Logically, should T reinforcements be deployed before combat commences? How is it that reinforcements are being allocated mid-battle? After listening, Jiang Lu shook his head and remarked, this situation could stem from any number of reasons. The regular forces of the blueprint are scant. Most soldiers and mech operators tend to retire after a few years, transitioning into reserve roles. This isn't a critical battlefield. Our presence merely serves to bolster Hung defense. Thus, dispatching military reinforcements poses considerable challenges, leaving us in a rather neglected state. Furthermore, the cumbersome processes of the organization make it difficult for them to send reinforcements before we finish this skirmish. You should be pleased if they manage to do so. I had hoped that the urgency of warfare would expedite these processes. Li Xian recalled his previous attempts to transfer positions, and the administrative procedures and attitudes he encountered were indeed daunting. We are engaged in combat, yet the organization isn't fully committed to the fight. That we have grown accustomed to this, and it is understandable that you being new are not well acquainted with the situation. Feng Dai chimed in with a chuckle. However, when we initiated our assault, despite our smaller numbers, we were sufficiently equipped for battle. The enemy, stationed defensively, would not leave many mechs on the surface. Casualties among infantry are common everywhere, yet mech losses are primarily sustained underground. Initial intelligence indicated that the enemy had no more than 20 mechs at the Baishimo steelworks. However, the enemy surely possesses pathways leading directly to the steelworks, and reports suggest they have bolstered their forces. It is unclear how many night escorts are now stationed below. Regardless, this battle is likely to devolve into a brutal meat grinder. Ku Qian sighed dramatically. After receiving news of incoming reinforcements, nearly 10 days passed before they finally arrived. This time, a dozen Pelican-class transport vessels appeared, darkening the skies above the forward base. They were unable to land simultaneously and instead had to descend in rotations, with others hovering above. From the descending Pelican-class transports emerged numerous short sword escorts, appearing notably pristine compared to the weathered mechs of the Xian's group. The freshly arrived short sword escorts arranged themselves neatly within the forward base, clustering in proximity to each combat unit. 1, 10, 20. Gradually, more and more short sword escorts emerged. The veterans who had initially formed a line suddenly felt a sense of unease. Ichien's voice broke through the comms of Team 5. Old Jiang, something seems off here. What s with this quantity? I don't know. This is indeed unusual, Jiang Lu replied. The number of mechs now exceeded 70 and continued to rise, with transport vessels still circling above. As more mechs arrived at the base, Li Xian even spotted larger mechs making their entrance. What kind of mech is that? He inquired. Ahead, a mech loomed, standing a full third taller than the short sword escorts. This mech did not walk out on its own, but was instead towed by a transport vehicle. Its armaments for both ranged and close combat appeared significantly larger than those of the short sword escorts. In a realm of land combat mechs, the prevailing notion is that bigger is better. Greater size implies more equipment, heftier and longer weapons, superior firepower, and prolonged endurance. Jiang Lu's steady voice resonated. This is a Class C mech. The Vanguard type. A Class C mech. So, they belong to M2 level commanders? Li Xian inquired. Indeed, our squad leaders are generally Class C Vanguards. Jiang Lu's astonishment was palpable as he remarked, I never expected 5 Vanguards to arrive this time. The situation was overwhelming. The base had amassed around 170 to 180 Class D short sword escort mechs. Even if 40 mechs constitute a squad, combined with the existing veterans. 5 squads of mech forces were present. Yet, despite the substantial reinforcements, Li Xian and his companions felt no elation. While additional support is typically advantageous, an overwhelming number of mechs does not bode well. This influx of mechs surely means more than just an operation at the Beishimo Steelworks, Kuchien murmured. With at least 5 squads and 5 vanguards, it's not just about taking the steelworks. They could easily turn this place upside down, Jiang Lu lamented. This is gearing up for a significant conflict. Listening to the 2 squad leaders, Li Xian sensed the palpable fear in their tones. It dawned on him that war is only adored by those in the rear. Though the front lines offer opportunities for glory, they come with heightened peril. Especially for the foot soldiers, this situation was unsettling. Previously, mechs held absolute dominion on the battlefield. Any danger was primarily faced by infantry and armored units. However, the dynamics had shifted. Class D mechs were now relegated to the status of mere foot soldiers. The balance of power had now shifted to the Class C mechs, which had become the new rulers of the battlefield, leaving Li Xian and his fellow Class D mechs as ordinary combatants. As all mechs continued to land, Lu Quan's armored jeep approached the 9 original mech squads, standing in formation. Lu Quan was the first to speak. Do you see all these short sword escorts? The original 20 or so veteran short sword escorts simultaneously opened their cockpits, awaiting further instructions. Lu Quan smiled and said, These mechs are the reinforcements allocated to our dispatch forces. How do you feel about that? Commander, with so many of them, can we take a break? One squad leader joked. Lu Quan laughed and replied, Returning is not an option, at least for now. These mech pilots are fresh recruits, recently trained and yet to see combat. If you leave, who will lead them? Wait, are all these nearly 200 mechs composed entirely of rookies? Kuchien exclaimed in disbelief. Not entirely, but close enough. This batch of mechs comprised only about 20 active veterans, who served as squad leaders, while the rest were new pilots or reservists called back from retirement. Jiang Lu, upon hearing this, stood agape, pointing at the rows of mechs. Are all of these new recruits and reservists? Commander, you cannot be joking with us. Lu Quan's expression darkened as he replied. Do I look like I'm joking? He continued. Now, I have 2 pieces of good news for you. Which would you like to hear first? 2 pieces of good news. With all these mechs being rookies, how could there possibly be good news? Kuchien retorted. Ignoring him, Lu Quan pulled out a tablet and said, The first piece of good news is that this batch of mech forces is entirely allocated to you. What do you mean? At that moment, not only Li Xian but everyone else appeared puzzled. From now on, your combat squads will be disbanded and integrated into the frontline mech units, where you will serve as squad leaders. What? The surprise coursed through everyone, prompting hushed inquiries. Lu Quan's piercing gaze swept over them as he declared, Do you see those 5 Class C vanguards? That's the second piece of good news. Among your original 9 squad leaders, 5 will have the opportunity for promotion. Soon, as Lu Quan prepared to announce the promotions, silence enveloped the group, for they were astounded by this revelation. They had all noticed the 5 vanguards, but had never imagined they were meant for them. Out of the 9 of you, 5 will become squad leaders, while the others will become team leaders. The original squad leaders exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and a hint of rivalry. Li Xian pondered, "Team leaders, I've heard of this structure before. It is a temporary wartime designation that typically commands 3 units within a squad. Although we were all squad leaders before this time. Distinctions will emerge. Squad leaders wield far greater authority than team leaders. However, what could have prompted such a sudden change?" Lu Quan continued, "I know many of you have questions. Feel free to voice them. And I will clarify. Jiang Lu was the first to report. Why the sudden promotions to M2, and why are all the reinforcements rookies and reservists?" Lu Quan placed both hands on the armrest of the jeep and spoke slowly. "The situation is rather intricate. The true war has commenced. Initially, we anticipated greater support from seasoned veterans, but that is no longer the case. Instead, we must now shoulder the responsibility of training new recruits and revitalizing the combat readiness of the reserves. This is merely the first batch of soldiers. Once we have thoroughly secured the Beishimo steel plant, we will continue our advance and even increase the number of new recruits. It is not only here. On other battlefronts, reinforcements are also arriving, though not in such abundance as we have here. You're fortunate to have the backing of the group, allowing you to directly ascend to M2. We are not even at C rank yet." "How can we command a vanguard?" Ku Qian inquired. "Not at present, but soon enough," Lu Quan replied. "Accompanying the mechs this time are C5, level number 3 psychic fission composites. These substances are sufficient to elevate your psychic abilities to C rank. Among you, some have been accumulating D5 level psychic energy for quite a while. Utilizing this composite, breaking through to C rank will pose no challenge." Lu Quan continued to elucidate. Another team leader then asked, "Among our 9, who will be the squad leader, and who will serve as the team leaders?" Lu Quan smiled slightly and stated, "It's quite simple. Whoever breaks through to C rank first gets to choose. There are only 5 squad leader positions, so it's first come, first served." This sparked a more intense competitive atmosphere among the 9 team leaders. Aside from you 9, the other veterans are also fortunate. Your ranks will be elevated to M1D5, becoming team leaders responsible for guiding 3 new recruits to form new support teams. Jiang Lu glanced at Li Xian, taken aback, and then reported, "Lu 2, what about Li Xian?" Lu Quan gave Li Xian a meaningful look and said, "Li Xian is equally fortunate. He will directly advance 2 ranks. Having just joined the group for a little over 2 months, he will, through this opportunity, be promoted to M1D5. He will also lead a mech support team." "What?" Now it was Li Xian's turn to be bewildered. While a promotion and salary increase were delightful, this pace seemed somewhat excessive. He had only been here for a little over 2 months, and his rank had already soared to that of Jiang Lu. Many gazes fell upon Li Xian, filled with various sentiments: envy, confusion, and scrutiny. "Report. Isn't this too swift? Am I not also a new recruit?" Li Xian questioned, perplexed that Lu Quan held a rather favorable opinion of Li Xian, as he had originally arranged for him to join the mech support unit. Lu Quan chuckled. "It is indeed a bit rapid. You are quite fortunate. The higher-ups decided to promote all 9 of our mech support teams at once that I doubt they expected that the one wielding the silver courageous sword medal would be a newcomer like you. However, I do not believe they erred in their judgment. Li Xian, you must have more confidence. Although you have just joined our mech support unit, you've already earned the silver courageous sword medal within 2 months. You deserve this promotion." Chapter 66. Salary increase. Lu Quan's words rang out clearly. His gaze swept across the faces of the others as he remarked, "Compared to Li Xian, I believe the rest of you are also fortunate. Some of you don't even possess a single silver medal." Li Xian, a new recruit, has already bravely fought on the battlefield, earning 2 kill stars on his mech. As for you veterans, while you may have accumulated training hours, you lack kill stars. Reflect on whether you have genuinely engaged in battle or training. Compared to Li Xian, I feel that some of you are truly fortunate to seize this opportunity for promotion and salary increase." Lu Quan's admonition left several veterans feeling a stinging embarrassment. Indeed, some had previously thought Li Xian was excessively lucky, akin to a pig riding the wind. But now, after Lu Quan's remarks, they felt as though they had been slapped in the face. Within the group, obtaining a silver courageous sword medal is no trivial feat. One must have defeated a mech of equal rank and contributed significantly to the kill, but if one merely assisted or contributed minimally, they would only earn a black medal. The fact that Li Xian had received 2 silver courageous sword medals indicated that he had played a crucial role in defeating 2 mechs, a record that rivaled even the veterans. After Lu Quan's reprimand, He turned to the assembly and asked, "All right, are there any other questions?" A team leader inquired. "We are all new recruits. When do we commence combat?" Lu Quan nodded and responded, "That is a pertinent question. While they have undergone mech piloting training, their individual combat skill levels are still quite low. The reserves are even less prepared, having been retired for several years. They have likely forgotten much and lack real battlefield experience. Therefore, you will undergo 2 weeks of training and integration before proceeding to the surface of the Beishimo steel plant for deployment. As for when we will engage in combat, that will depend on when the enemy can no longer restrain themselves and emerges from underground." Lu Quan's words provided a sense of reassurance to everyone present. Hearing Lu Quan, Li Xian immediately sighed in relief. Thankfully, there was no immediate need to lead these new recruits into battle. At present, my close combat skills are at D4. I should not falter before these new recruits. As for command and management experience, I need not worry. My 2 lifetimes, coupled with 8 years of foundational military training, have not been in vain. Promotion and salary increase. This is quite delightful. Lu Quan addressed everyone, stating, "If there are no further questions, you 9 will follow me. The new appointments have already been transmitted to your chips. Go receive your new team members." "Understood." Jiang Lu glanced at Li Xian before departing. Communicating through the mech's comms, Li Xian, "Don't be nervous. Just do as I usually do." Feng Dai added, "Yes, Li Xian, you can do it. Your D3 level close combat skills are on par with these new recruits. Perhaps even stronger, plus you have actual combat experience, which gives you an advantage. Rest assured, Master, Brother Feng, I am fully capable." Li Xian replied, "If any issues arise, I will ask you immediately. If I cannot respond due to a breakthrough, I will consult Feng Dai." Jiang Lu instructed. "Feng Dai, keep an eye on Li Xian as well." "Yes, Chief." "All right, Master. If I encounter any problems, I will promptly seek your guidance," Li Xian affirmed. Jiang Lu continued, "I will strive for promotion swiftly. If I become the squad leader, I will do my utmost to have you both placed under my command." Li Xian smiled. "Master, you must work hard. I believe you'll be the first to advance." "Chief, best of luck. I have faith in you." Feng Dai echoed. "Well then, I shall take my leave." Jiang Lu followed Lu Quan as they departed, while Li Xian received a promotion notification on his chip. "Promotion notification. Congratulations, Mr. Li Xian. Your employee level is hereby elevated from M1D 3 Mech Master to M1D 5 Mech Support Team Leader. May you continue to strive in your new position and contribute greatly to the group." Blueprint Biotechnology Group Defense Department, September 5, 6123. In just over 2 months since joining the company, Li Xian achieved a remarkable leap of 5 levels in rank, a testament to his innate talent and hard work. Of course, a touch of luck also played a role. Now, Li Xian's salary structure had undergone another transformation. His base salary at D3 was 40 energy coins per month. Now at D5, each level increases his earnings by 5 coins, bringing his monthly salary to 50 coins. The group, as always, remained frugal, basic salary of 50 for D-level mech pilots, with 20 for mech support team leaders, with a combat zone subsidy of X1 and a battle subsidy of X1270 energy coins per month. Li Xian's income had risen significantly from 180 to 270 coins. Observing this figure, Li Xian felt as though his funds were inexhaustible. Indeed, they were. His living expenses were now covered by the group, and his weapon was a mech, which he could wield and fire while Li Xian rarely needed to spend money, the only occasional expense being the purchase of number 3 psychic composites for enhancing his psychic energy. However, even that was limited to a maximum of 2 tubes per month. With 400 contribution points from the medals awarded for defeating 2 knights, he had yet to exhaust them. Nevertheless, having funds is far better than lacking them. Despite his monthly salary being merely a little over 200, it did not hinder him from piloting a mech worth over 10,000 energy coins in combat. After reviewing the notification and calculating his salary benefits, Li Xian followed the chip's guidance to lead his team members. The navigation displayed several notifications. The first entry pertains to the information regarding the 3 new recruits under Li Xian's command, encompassing their training base, their performance in training, and the current levels of their combat skills. The second entry details the hangar information currently utilized by Li Xian's combat team. Although these hangars are somewhat rudimentary, they contain all the essential elements within this forward base. Li Xian is relatively fortunate. Within this base, there are only 40 hangars, sufficient to accommodate a squadron. His hangar is located within the base, while others may have to go to nearby bases for theirs. Chapter 67. New recruits. The third entry concerns the soldiers accompanying this mech squad, which include a team of mechanics, 3 support teams, and their respective equipment, along with information about the additional geared. Lixin first opens the entry regarding the 3 mech pilots under his command, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. All 3 individuals currently hold the rank of M1D3 trainee mech operators, the same level as Lixin over 2 months ago. Unless they achieve notable accomplishments, they will wait at least 6 months for a chance at full status. Lixin examines their profiles to assess their training conditions, exhaling with a mix of relief and apprehension. These 3 are standard graduates, possessing respectable, yet not exceptional, ranks. Their profiles indicate that both their ranged and melee combat levels are at D3.4 Lixin. These trainees possess some combat capability, but they are not particularly formidable. This situation presents both advantages and disadvantages, the benefit being that, under Lixin's guidance, these trainees can quickly be molded to follow orders diligently. However, the downside is evident. When faced with the battlefield, having inadequately skilled comrades may not bode well. The graduation evaluations for the 3 bear striking similarities, leading Lixin to suspect they were generated en masse and hold little meaningful reference. To truly understand their personalities, he surmises it will require a period of training and exposure to combat. Within the base, 3 mechs stand in formation. These short sword mechs are now equipped with basic weaponry, appearing ready for immediate deployment. Flanking them at a distance are other short sword mechs, most of which belong to their peers from the same mech pilot academy that in the communication channel of the makeshift team. The 3 are quietly conversing that we're quite fortunate to be dispatched to Hung in defense for combat. I've heard the intensity of warfare here is significantly lower than on other fronts. Wei Qian's voice is tinged with excitement. Indeed, if we were assigned to Fort B12, that would have been a disaster. Gan Hongkai quickly concurs that I have a classmate who was assigned to Fort B12. He reportedly went straight to the battlefield the very next day and was never heard from again. It seems he met with a grim fate. Gan Hongkai's tone darkens as he recalls the story. No one could have anticipated that what was once among the earliest active combat zones would now become the least intense battleground. Hung in defense. Wei Qian reflects on this irony that we still don't know how capable the veteran squad leader assigned to us is. Although the combat intensity here is somewhat lower, the enemy consists of knight retainers. Adept in close combat, definitely not foes we trainees can easily handle. Ling Yangping remarks with a steadiness in his voice. Let us hope for a strong veteran. If we get a mediocre one, we'll suffer alongside him on the battlefield. Wei Qian expresses his hopes. Look, they're coming. I see the veterans approaching us, Gan Hongkai whispers, instinctively lowering his voice as he observes Lixin and his team marching toward them. Just look at their mechs. The battle war machines exude a presence far more intimidating than our pristine models. Wei Qian exclaims in awe, his gaze fixed on the scratches and marks of battle on the veteran mechs. Our squad leader has arrived? Oh, 2 silver kill stars. He has already taken down 2 mechs of the same rank, 2 knight retainers. Ling Yangping, usually composed, can barely contain his excitement as he shouts in the communications channel. Kill stars, a mark of honor, are categorized into 3 types: black, silver, and gold. A black kill star signifies the defeat of a lower-tier opponent or a support kill. A silver kill star indicates the slaying of an equal-tier opponent, while a gold kill star represents the vanquishing of a higher-tier foe. These opponents must at least be mechs, as other armored vehicles do not qualify for receiving kill stars. It appears our veteran is quite formidable. Of the 2 veterans I just saw pass by, only one bore a kill star, while the other had none that VVE struck gold. Ling Yangping exclaims with excitement. Really? That is splendid. Although I didn't take my study seriously in school, being assigned to a remarkable veteran is well-deserved. Ha! Wei Qian's voice is filled with exuberance. Finally, Lixin's short sword mech comes to a halt in front of the 3 recruits as they gaze at the mech. Noting its battle scars, an unspoken tension fills the air, as if they can sense Lixin's formidable aura. However, in reality, Lixin exudes no such aura. Any perceived intensity is merely the product of their imaginations upon witnessing his silver kill stars. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, Ling Yangping, open the cockpit. Lixin's calm voice emanates from a mech, devoid of any inflection. Yes, Commander. The 3 respond promptly, activating the cockpit of their mechs and taking their seats within. Lixin also opens his cockpit, taking a moment to scrutinize the 3 with a composed gaze. Though he has already reviewed their appearances through the chip's data, he slowly states, "From today onward, you are members of the 2nd Squadron. 7th Mech Support Group. I am your squad leader, Li Xin. Now, starting with you, introduce yourselves. You have 30 seconds. Yes, Commander," they chorus in unison. Wei Qian begins, "Report. I am Wei Qian from Blueprint Biotechnology Group. My father is M2D9 Quality Control Specialist Wei Dong. I graduated from Yushan Military Academy, majoring in mech piloting, and I am proficient in both ranged and melee combat." As Wei Qian concludes his enthusiastic introduction, he eagerly looks toward Li Xin, whose eyes narrow slightly, noting the lineage of this low-ranking bureaucrat from a prominent family. Chapter 68. The first taste of power inside Li Xin's chip, information about Wei Dong begins to automatically retrieve. As anticipated, there is no accessible data on Wei Dong. However, details regarding the M2 level quality control specialist position are readily available. Fortunately, Li Xin's permissions have slightly increased, making it easier to access this information that a quality control specialist is an assistant supervisor level position within Blueprint Biotechnology. But it is not a managerial role. Rather, it is a specialized technical position. From the basic information, this role appears to wield minimal actual power, calculated by its low authority quotient. Although it bears the M2 designation, compared to other positions, it is of relatively low standing and often marginalizes its occupants. Li Xin regards Wei Qian and states slowly, "Wei Qian, your introduction was commendable. From now on, I will train you to become a competent frontline soldier. When you encounter the enemy's night retainers, make sure to boldly declare that your father is an M2 quality control specialist. Do you understand?" Wei Qian stammers, caught off guard. "Do you understand or not?" Li Xin raises his voice, fixing a piercing gaze on Wei Qian. Whether or not Li Xin possesses an intimidating aura is uncertain, but as a superior, his nearly thunderous tone, combined with Wei Qian's earlier imaginings, renders the latter compliant. Wei Qian straightens his posture and bellows, "Understood." He attempts to say more, but Li Xin has already turned his attention to the next recruit, addressing them. "Next, I expect a serious introduction." "Yes, Commander." "Report. I am Gan Honkai. I am Ling Yangping." Following Wei Qian's chastisement, the other two recruits display markedly more decorum. Li Xin harbors little concern for Wei Qian's background. After all, he is merely the offspring of an M2 level official, not particularly noteworthy. Were his father an M3 or M4, Li Xin might consider extending him some leniency, but as it stands, M2 is only slightly above him and not from the same department. Li Xin's official assignment was within the Defense Department of the Blueprint Group, a realm that bore no connection to the Quality Control Department. Should Wei Qian dare to provoke, Li Xin would not hesitate to deal with him decisively. "Now, with your mechas, follow me." After hearing the introductions from the three, Li Xin maneuvered his mecha and turned, leading them toward their designated hangar. The journey was silent. Li Xin remained taciturn, while Wei Qian, recently chastised, dared not utter a word. The other two, sensing the tension, also refrained from speaking. Thus, the four mechas arrived at their assigned hangar. Inside the hangar, 10 armored vehicles were already stationed, 8 of which were auxiliary vehicles designed to carry munitions for the mechas during combat, equipped with rapid-fire cannons. The remaining 2 belonged to the mechanics team, typically remaining within the hangar unless long-range operations required their deployment alongside the mechas. Before these vehicles stood Li Xin's auxiliary soldiers and mechanics team, 50 personnel in total, comprised of 40 auxiliary soldiers and 10 mechanics. The auxiliary soldiers were to accompany Li Xin into battle, while the mechanics, generally, would not need to. These 10 mechanics could only perform basic repairs and maintenance. In the event of significant battle damage, additional mechanics would be required for more extensive repairs. As the mechas entered the hangar, everyone immediately saluted. Inside the mecha, Li Xin had already perused the profiles of the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. Similar to the mecha unit, at least half of these auxiliary soldiers and mechanics were new recruits, while the other half were veterans who had yet to experience combat, having merely served longer in the military. Li Xin opened the cockpit and gracefully descended from the mecha. This was his moment to showcase his psychic abilities, a skill he had mastered since reaching D3. However, his current psychic energy could only support his ascent and descent from the mecha, proving insufficient for longer distances. Yet for now, the display was adequate. In contrast to Li Xin's fluid dismount, the other 3 clumsily climbed down from their mechas. "Salute." commanded the squad leader of the auxiliary soldiers and the leader of the mechanics. Along with all their subordinates, Lixen and the other three returned the salute. From this moment on, you shall officially join the 2nd Squad, 7th Mecha Support Team, as auxiliary soldiers and mechanics. Please, introduce yourselves briefly. Yes, sir, came the unified response. Report, I am Peng Hongwei, currently the squad leader of the 7th Mecha Support Team. Report, I am Feng Jing. Report, I am Li Junfa. Report, I am Zhuang Hu. Report, I am Lu Shu Win, the mechanics leader. Having reviewed their profiles while in the mecha, Li Xin had gained a fair understanding of these individuals. From this point forward, they were to operate under his command, and on the surface, it appeared as though Li Xin commanded only 3 rookie mechanics. But beneath that lay a full complement of 50 personnel. The squad leader and team leaders among the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics were seasoned veterans, well acquainted with standard procedures. Auxiliary soldiers commenced standard training exercises. Mechanics begin practicing the inspection and maintenance of the mechas. You 3 park the mechas and hand them over to the mechanics for repairs. Yes, sir. Yes, team leader. The chorus of responses filled the air, and in that moment, Li Xin felt a profound sense of fulfillment. That it was no wonder some individuals reveled in management and authority. The sheer power of issuing commands that compelled obedience was intoxicating. Moreover, given that these were soldiers, their compliance would extend to the battlefield, where a mere command from Li Xin would prompt immediate action. Lixen's gaze deepened as he savored the taste of power, having lived 2 lives and finally experiencing its allure. At that moment, a new ambition blossomed within him. I shall ascend step by step. I aspire to be a squad leader. I will become the defense supervisor. I aim to be the defense manager. I shall rise to the pinnacle of decision-making at Blueprint Biotechnology Group. Chapter 69. The flavor of power is exquisite, a taste that leaves an indelible mark on those fortunate enough to experience it. However, wielding power often entails fulfilling the obligations that accompany such authority. Li Xin stood as a mere M1D5 level mecha support squad leader. He was acutely aware that many ranks lay above him. His authority was confined to this small enclave. Overseeing merely these 50 individuals, an order from above would necessitate his immediate compliance, while he was tasked with ensuring the success of his 54 personnel on the battlefield. Minimizing casualties. The specific duties of the auxiliary soldiers and mechanics required little direction from Li Xin. He merely needed to allocate responsibilities. The only individuals he needed to monitor closely were Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping. After temporarily entrusting the mechas to the mechanics for inspection, Li Xin led them to a small meeting room within the hangar. Once everyone was seated, he began questioning them one by one. Wei Qian, what is your mecha piloting skill level and combat rank? After Li Xin had given Wei Qian a brief reprimand, he became notably subdued. This was understandable. Some individuals appear brash within their comfort zones. But when faced with formidable pressure outside that realm, they quickly become compliant. Wei Qian answered earnestly. Report, sir, my psychic energy level is D3, and my mecha piloting skills, long-range attack capabilities, and close-quarters combat skills all meet the graduation standards of Yushan Military Academy. Achieving D3 level, Li Xin nodded, withholding immediate commentary, and turned to Gan Hongkai. The latter, quite astute, preemptively stated, Report, sir, I am the same. All my levels are D3. Ling Yangping. Me too. Li Xin surveyed the trio, his gaze imbued with a hint of pressure as he subtly employed a psychic technique. In the moment of eye contact, Wei Qian appeared more forthcoming, while the other 2 exchanged furtive glances, their eyes darting nervously. Observing this, Li Xin's heart sank to, oh, could it be that these 3's diplomas are not legitimate? As a seasoned slacker in both lives, Li Xin recognized the signs that, in this life, he had made an effort in military training school, emerging as an exemplary graduate, unlike his previous self who had floundered through university. Preoccupied with gaming and barely scraping by Li Xin's eyes narrowed slightly as he tapped his fingers on the table and said, Now that you have joined the military, you must be forthright. I can overlook your previous fabrications, but you must now honestly inform me of your long-range and close-quarters combat levels. If you answer truthfully, I shall not pursue your earlier statements, but come tomorrow. You will be piloting the mechas for training, which will include not only long-range practice, but also close-quarters combat drills with me. If you deceive me now, you cannot hide the truth tomorrow. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping exchanged glances, their expressions turning awkward. Oh no, This is truly my fault. Li Xian felt a chill run through him. While he desired obedient subordinates, he could not afford to have incompetent ones. If they were to face battle, how could Li Xian fight against 3 adversaries while they struggled to combat one? Li Xian clenched his fists beneath the table. Wei Qian spoke first. Report. Sir, I confess, my close-quarters combat skills are not D3 to Li Xian took a deep breath, his voice steady. What level are they? Wei Qian hesitated before admitting, I only have D2 at 76, so only close-quarters combat is lacking. That is somewhat acceptable to Li Xian, then turned his attention to the other 2, inquiring, what about you two? Gan Honkai swallowed nervously, responding, I doubt I'm similar. My long range is only D2 at 85, and close quarters is D2 at 67. Ling Yangping, seemingly resigned, declared my long range is D2 at 95, and close quarters D2 at 79, that upon hearing this, Li Xian felt his vision darken. The veins in his temples throbbed as he restrained his anger, asking, how did you manage to graduate with such levels? Doesn't your diploma and records state D3? Wei Qian, sensing Li Xian's fury, replied quietly. Strictly speaking, we are not yet graduates. We have only completed 2 years. 4 years is the standard for graduation. Li Xian's anger subsided slightly. Yet his curiosity only deepened as he pressed. What is going on? How did you graduate early? Gan Honkai observed that Li Xian's temper seemed to have mellowed somewhat, and said, we graduated from the Right Mountain Military Academy, which is merely a second-tier institution within the Blueprint Group. Now, we have heard that the demand for mecha pilots in the military has surged, leading to our expedited graduation. Li Xian, puzzled, inquired, isn't the group concerned about overexploiting its resources by hastily graduating non-graduates like you? After all, piloting a mecha is no simple feat, especially within an academic setting. Li Xian's rapid learning stemmed from his possession of 2 chips and his constant practice in a mecha. Conversely, the Academy's training often took place in simulation chambers. With the Right Mountain Military Academy utilizing its ungraduated students for immediate deployment, one must wonder what would happen in the future. Upon hearing Li Xian's question, Wei Qian replied, not quite, although we were released early. The group still has schools to continue cultivating talent, such as the Aoki Military Academy, an elite institution within the Blueprint Group. The students there have not yet felt the impact of war. We might be considered cannon fodder, taken out for immediate use in intense combat. Li Xian shook his head in response and asked, so, how many hours of mecha piloting have you logged? Wei Qian replied, I have logged 126 hours that Li Xian calculated. I have 135 hours. I have 113 hours. Although Li Xian had not attended a mecha military academy in the traditional sense, he had spent nearly all of the past 2 months immersed in mecha training. Excluding rest and alert periods, the time spent operating mechas for combat, patrol, and training over those 2 months likely totaled 300 to 400 hours. Chapter 70. Training. Li Xian exhaled slowly. So, your education in school primarily revolves around simulation chambers. Wei Qian responded, not quite, sir. Our focus is mainly on theoretical knowledge. Simulation chambers are energy-intensive, and we rarely get to use them. Li Xian sighed upon hearing this, and no wonder he had been able to match their training progress over 1 or 2 years in just 2 months. Theoretical study and simulation training are beneficial, as they can expedite a pilot's learning curve, enabling quicker adaptation and minimizing losses. Lacking experience in practical operations, he had faced numerous challenges that IT was only due to Jiang Lu's sense of responsibility that Li Xian had been trained effectively. Furthermore, downloading 3 psychokinetic signals had significantly accelerated his progress. Even though these downloads were primarily close combat techniques, they still enhanced his mecha piloting skills. Considering this, Li Xian was indeed well prepared to lead these 3 new recruits. The only concern was how they would fare on the battlefield. This was not a genuine training base for fresh recruits. This was a war zone. Beneath the Bikesimo steel factory lay the mechas and troops of the Milda retinue. And in just 2 weeks, they would be thrust into combat. Moreover, it was uncertain whether they would even have 2 weeks to train, as the Milda retinue could launch an attack at any moment. Time was of the essence, and with the new recruits having logged just over 100 hours of piloting time, Li Xian needed to expedite their training. Now that I understand your situation, the original training plan is no longer applicable. Starting this afternoon, I will implement a new plan, Li Xian declared. Wei Qian paused, then asked, sir, shouldn't we take a day to rest? Additionally, aren't the mechas currently undergoing maintenance? Li Xian's voice rose. Rest? At your age and at this time, you still wish to rest. Combat could erupt at any moment. A shell could strike and send you into eternal slumber in the blink of an eye. Do you still want to rest? No? Then we begin training this afternoon. The 3 new recruits shook their heads vigorously. Sir, what should we start practicing? Ling Yangping asked. LXN glanced at the 3 of them and replied. From now on, do not refer to me as sir. You may call me team leader or chief instead. Understood. Team leader. Yes, chief. Li Xian stood up and stated, your close combat skills are woefully inadequate, and our enemies are primarily the close combat-oriented knights of the Milda retinue. Therefore, your training focus will be on close quarters combat. If nothing significant occurs during the day, apart from allowing the mechas to halt for maintenance by the mechanics at night, you are to remain in your mechas for the entirety of the day. Wei Qian grimaced. What about meals? Meals are included, Li Xian retorted sternly. Training commenced swiftly. For these 3 new recruits, Li Xian replicated Jiang Lu's teaching methods. He guided them through the fundamentals and was fortunate that his own close combat skills had reached level D4. Had they remained at D2, he would have truly felt exposed. Now he was nearly 2 levels above them, and given the battlefield experience, he could effectively educate these new recruits. Inside the mecha, Li Xian crossed his arms and observed the 3 recruits practicing close-quarters combat techniques. This was a mecha combat style he had learned from Jiang Lu, which, despite being based on hand-to-hand combat, could be adapted to all weapon types, including power swords, axes, spears, and polearms. Such techniques are a series of combos. While not every move may be applicable on the battlefield, even utilizing a portion of them is far superior to flailing about with weapons ineffectively. You are moving like molasses. Increase your speed. On the training grounds, Li Xian's short sword attendant faced off against Wei Qian and the others in their mechas, both sides executing the same mecha boxing techniques. That it was evident that Li Xian's training speed and intensity were significantly higher, making the recruits' movements appear sluggish in comparison. Operating a mecha is fundamentally different from human training. Even with psychokinetic control, a mecha pilot cannot operate the mecha as effortlessly as they would their own body. Slow. Do you plan to be a target for the enemy on the battlefield? After completing a sequence of punches, Li Xian maneuvered his mecha beside the 3 recruits, continuously correcting their mistakes. Chief, we are already moving much faster than we did in school. Dare to speak back? You will practice an extra hour today. Understood, Chief. Mecha training was the most anticipated aspect for Wei Qian and his companions at the Right Mountain Military Academy. After all, they had only logged a little over 100 hours of hands-on training during their 2 years at the academy, illustrating their eagerness to operate mechas. However, despite their enthusiasm, they were subjected to rigorous training, leaving them with only 4 hours of sleep each day, while meals and personal time consumed another hour. Beyond these 5 hours, every other moment was dedicated to various training sessions led by Li Xian, resulting in an overwhelming intensity. The 3 of them felt mentally exhausted, while 4 hours might fatigue an ordinary person. It was a normal capacity for psychics. Their current state reflected a consequence of excessive training. Yet this rigorous practice bore fruit as their progress was swift. The theoretical knowledge they had learned, alongside their simulation training, quickly validated in Li Xian's hands-on instruction, significantly accelerating their skill advancement. Each day, Li Xian trained alongside them, initially covering the fundamentals, piloting the mecha, striking, and practicing range shooting. By the 3rd day, they began to engage in pair combat. Provided the power weapons were not activated to breach the force field, they could avoid damaging the mechas, allowing both sides to practice freely. Any damages incurred during training would be addressed by mechanics during their sleep, who could generally fix minor issues within 4 hours. In contrast to close-quarters combat, Li Xian had limited knowledge to impart on ranged attacks. After all, his own skills in range combat were only at level D2, lower than those of the 3 new recruits, and attempting to teach them might expose his inadequacy. Chapter 71. Training, Part 2. Do not let your guard down on the battlefield. If I were the enemy, you would already have a hole in your cockpit. Li Xian's voice echoed through the training ground early in the morning, where he was engaged in mecha combat training with Wei Qian. The past few days of training had thoroughly exhausted Wei Qian, yet the results were unmistakable. Their practice equated to over a month's worth of learning at the academy. The interplay between theory and practice proved to be the fastest learning method. Reflecting on his initial days under Jiang Lu's tutelage, Li Xian finally grasped the challenges Jiang Lu had faced at that time. Li Xian was a novice with no knowledge, a blank slate. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping while new recruits at least possessed a foundation and could comprehend instructions that Lixen, on the other hand, had to start from scratch without even understanding theoretical concepts. Now he finally understood why Jiang Lu had often sported a grim expression throughout those days. It was indeed frustrating. The three new recruits possessed the ability to drive, which sometimes made Li Xian feel an urge to explode in anger, like tea that time. Li Xian was utterly clueless, while Jiang Lu, despite having a rather dark complexion, surprisingly refrained from frequently losing his temper. In this moment, Li Xian finally comprehended the exceptional nature of Jiang Lu as a mentor. I assure you, I am not distracted. It is merely that your skills are too advanced for me to counter. Perhaps we should have gone Honkai practice now. I believe he also requires additional training. Wei Qian spat in frustration. There was no alternative. Li Xian had been compelling him to practice mech combat for several extra hours each day. Wei Qian, having the best foundation among them, was the most likely to achieve a breakthrough to D3 level melee combat skills in a short time. For Li Xian, the onset of battle could happen at any moment, and if Wei Qian could attain a D3 level, he might alleviate some of Li Xian's pressure once conflict erupted. Li Xian was acutely aware that at D2 melee level, he could do little more than exchange injuries for time. During his first combat experience, after downloading the initial psychic signal, he too was at D2, and the injured knight attendants opposite him could easily overpower him with just one arm. Had it not been for Jiang Lu ultimately resolving the enemy, Li Xian would likely not have lasted long. Currently, Gan Honkai and Ling Yangping were at a similar level. They would likely only be able to entangle a single knight attendant, meaning if they encountered a squad of knight attendants in battle, Li Xian could prepare to lie down and await his fate, for his current strength was comparable to that of an ordinary knight attendant. He lacked the prowess Jiang Lu had previously displayed and was still quite distant from that level. Li Xian speculated that Jiang Lu's melee combat skills were perhaps hindered by his psychic level not yet reaching C rank. Otherwise, he would have long since attained that caliber. Just as he thought of Jiang Lu, Li Xian noticed a familiar figure outside the training ground. It was Jiang Lu. Li Xian quickly halted his mech combat and called out to the three new recruits. You three practice on your own. Do not slack off. I will return to check your progress. Yes, sir. The three responded loudly to Li Xian, then returned his mech to the hangar and hurried outside to the training area. Jiang Lu stood there, observing the three mechs still engaged in practice. Master, have you achieved a breakthrough? Li Xian jogged over, his voice reaching him before he arrived. Jiang Lu's complexion was exceptionally rosy, his hair standing on end, a stately Xian recognized well, typical after ingesting the number 3 psychic compound. Jiang Lu nodded and replied, Indeed, I have broken through to C rank. After completing the breakthrough, I came to check on you in Fengdai. Master, which rank were you the third to break through? Will you be able to select a squad leader? Li Xian inquired eagerly, that a smile spread across Jiang Lu's serious face as he answered. I was fortunate. My strength is adequate. I am the third to break through, so I have chosen to become the squad leader. Upon hearing this, Li Xian's joy was palpable. Wonderful. Now I have someone to rely on. You need not worry. I have already spoken with Captain Liu about transferring both you and Fengdai to my squad, Jiang Lu assured him. That puts my mind at ease, Li Xian exhaled in relief. How do you find training these 3 recruits? Is it challenging? Jiang Lu asked. Li Xian sighed deeply, saying, Master, you will need to rescue me. These 3 recruits possess only D2 skills in both melee and range combat. Still far from D3, I have been training with them daily, and while they have improved somewhat, their current level in battle would likely resemble my experience in the warehouse. Jiang Lu nodded, acknowledging the disparity. Let's go check on Fengdai. I just came from Captain Liu and want to stop by here first. If we delay, Fengdai may have objections. The two made their way to Fengdai's hangar. From a distance, they could hear Fengdai's voice raised in anger as he reprimanded the recruits. Li Xian peered into the training area. Like Li Xian, Fengdai focused primarily on training the new recruits in melee combat. Compared to ranged attacks, melee combat was far more perilous for mechs. If range fire was inaccurate, chips could assist. Moreover, mechs did not operate alone, as infantry and support troops provided covering fire. Given that knight attendants were not particularly adept at range combat, it was acceptable for the recruits to prioritize melee skill training for the time being. Fengdai soon spotted Li Xian and Jiang Lu. After instructing the recruits to continue training, he joined them outside. He jumped down from the mech cockpit, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, Sir, you've had a breakthrough. Indeed, I am now your squad leader. Jiang Lu confirmed. Excellent. We finally have a solid backing. Feng Dai winked mischievously at Li Xian. You're always thinking about that, Jiang Lu chuckled. Relying on a backing is foolish. Wouldn't you agree, Li X? Feng Dai remarked. Li Xian nodded vigorously. Absolutely. What is going on? I heard you yelling as soon as I arrived. Jiang Lu inquired. Feng Dai's expression soured as he replied. Don't mention it. I'm filled with rage. These three veterans, recalled from retirement, are as dull as wood. They are both slow and foolish. Their skills are subpar, and they have nearly forgotten everything. During training, they present a myriad of questions that, if only all recruits were like Li Xian, I could manage 10 recruits like Li Xian, but with these three, I'm nearing a brain hemorrhage. Enough with the complaints. Let us keep the negativity to a minimum. After all, we are in a war zone, and we could easily find ourselves in battle again. When training them, temper your temper, Jiang Lu calmly advised after listening to Feng Dai's venting. Feng Dai sighed deeply. It's not easy. Sometimes I long for the days in our 5th squad. His expression quickly shifted, and he added, no, I should not long for the past. We've finally been promoted. We shouldn't dwell on it. They all burst into laughter. Starting tomorrow, I will allocate some time to visit your squad and identify the new recruits' issues to help resolve them sooner rather than later. Jiang Lu stated after their laughter subsided. Yes, master. You must teach us for several more days, Feng Dai replied, his face beaming. Jiang Lu shook his head. I fear I cannot teach for many days. I've just taken over this squad, and there is much to do today. The very least, I must ensure fairness in all matters. Feng Dai and Li Xian, you two should communicate frequently. Yes, master. When I encounter issues during my training, I always consult Brother Feng. Li Xian assured. Rest assured, while you're away, we maintain close contact. Feng Dai added with a smile. Indeed, since it was Li Xian's first experience leading a team, although he was sufficiently mature, he still lacked some experience and frequently sought Feng Dai's counsel. In the following days, Jiang Lu occasionally visited Li Xian's training ground. It must be said, under Jiang Lu's guidance, the impact was quite remarkable. Not only did the 3 new recruits benefit, but Li Xian himself also gained significantly. After another round of instruction from Jiang Lu, Wei Qian beamed with joy. Sir, my melee level has reached D3. Excellent, Li Xian exclaimed, equally thrilled. Finally, he had a capable mech pilot under his command instead of merely 3 cannon fodder. Li Xian turned to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping, encouraging them. You must accelerate your training. I will focus more of my energy on you in the coming days. Yes, boss, Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping replied, their faces drawn with exhaustion. They were already worn out from the grueling training regimen, and seeing Wei Qian's even more arduous efforts was disheartening, although they understood they were in a war zone where conflict could erupt at any moment. The inherent laziness of humanity is not easily corrected. Now that Wei Qian had managed to endure, the arduous days had shifted to Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping. Time slipped by in this daily cycle of training. Each morning, Li Xian would spar against Gan Hongkai, while Wei Qian would train with Ling Yangping. In the afternoons, they would switch partners. Poor Gan Hongkai and Ling Yangping hardly had any time to rest. Training far more than Li Xian had in the past, they exhausted their psychic energy nearly to the brink before they could finally rest. Li Xian had to balance theoretical knowledge, and later fought and patrolled in the Beishimo steel factory. So in terms of training intensity, he had not faced the same level of challenge as the 3 of them. Once Li Xian's melee skill level improved, training with them would help solidify his foundation, yielding considerable gains for him as well. 2 weeks swiftly passed. During this time, not only was Li Xian training the 3 new recruits, but also served as a process for Hungan defense to mobilize and deploy troops. Not only was the blueprint dispatched for military purposes, but Hungan defense was also integrating and training new recruits, enlisting a large number of adult males from the mining area into the military after training. Supplementing the previous losses from battle, support is also being provided to the Beishimo steel plant. This war zone has now been upgraded, as there are already 5 squadrons of mechs stationed here. The auxiliary troops and mechanics for the mech forces alone number 2,500, when including the infantry and armored troops dispatched from the blueprints. The total strength here exceeds 10,000. The blueprints have augmented their contingent to a full division plus an additional tank regiment. This combat division comprises 3 infantry regiments, 1 artillery regiment, and 1 armored regiment, all of which possess combat capabilities and weaponry that far surpass those of Hungan defense. The intensity of soldier training is also considerably high. Although the Blueprint's mech division consists of many new recruits, there remains a substantial number of seasoned infantry. The expenses associated with regular infantry are relatively low. Once combat commences, the Blueprints group promptly re-enlists retired infantry. These soldiers and armored personnel possess ample training experience, even if they have not necessarily seen combat. However, this is not a significant issue, as their experience is invaluable. And given the current advantageous position of our forces in modern warfare, there is sufficient time for them to acclimatize. In a conference room designated for the 2nd Squadron, 10 group leaders along with Squadron Leader Jiang Lu convene. A military topographic map is displayed on a 3D projection in front of them. Jiang Lu stands beside the map, holding a slender command stick. After 2 weeks of acclimatization, it is now time to demonstrate their capabilities. The combat mission assigned to our squadron has been dispatched from the dispatch command. It is time to assess the results of your training. New recruits, do you have confidence? Upon Jiang Lu's declaration, an emphatic affirmation resonates throughout the conference room. Yes. However, following this, a somber expression clouds the faces of the attendees. What is the matter? Why do you all appear so glum? Jiang Lu's expression darkens. One group leader sighs, stating, Squadron leader, the training and acclimatization period was too brief, and the quality of this batch of new recruits is quite mixed that if we proceed to battle like this, we are likely to suffer losses. Indeed, Squadron leader, my new recruits are like fools. I truly have no words. Jiang Lu's expression darkens further, responding, I did not come here to listen to your complaints. The new recruits assigned to you are relatively similar. The military mission has been issued, and even if you're given 3 pigs, you must take them to the battlefield. Then, Jiang Lu's demeanor shifts as he adds, however, we have been fortunate this time. I drew well in the lottery. Our task is considered quite favorable among the 5 squadrons. You may each take a moment to rejoice. Chapter 73. Task Allocation. Jiang Lu. What do you mean? Inquires Zhong Quan, the group leader of the 10th unit within the 2nd Squadron, who has joined alongside the new recruits. Among the 10 members of Jiang Lu's 2nd Squadron, only Li Xian and Feng Dai are his former subordinates. The rest are fresh additions. Feng Dai leads the 6th group, while Li Xian heads the 7th. Jiang Lu opens a large map before him, stating, this time, our squadron has drawn the task of initiating the 3rd wave of attack. The 1st and 5th squadrons will undertake the 1st and 2nd waves, respectively. As for the 3rd and 4th squadrons, their mission is to conduct peripheral skirmishes. Feng Dai observes. In that case, it seems that the 3rd and 4th squadrons have the better task. Jiang Lu nods, saying, their tasks may appear advantageous, but they are not as favorable as they seem. Intelligence has revealed 5 entrances from the outside, leading to the Guansuo steel plant. Those 2 squadrons will need to assault and capture the enemy's outer positions, subsequently holding them until we secure the interior of the Guansuo steel plant. The enemy, desperate to maintain control over the Guansuo steel plant, will undoubtedly dispatch reinforcements, ensuring that the combat will be fierce. From this perspective, we are indeed fortunate. The 3rd wave will give these new recruits time to adapt to the battlefield environment, remarks Nong Shuang, the leader of the 1st group. Others silently nod in agreement. At this juncture, every moment counts for the new recruits, allowing them to acclimate to the atmosphere and alleviate their internal pressures before facing combat. Jiang Lu points to the projection and continues. All right. Let us now proceed to the formal combat briefing. Yes, squadron leader. The group leaders respond in unison. Jiang Lu's signal. The 3D map of the Guansuo steel plant begins to expand. The surface buildings gradually disappear, revealing several routes leading underground. The entire Guansuo steel plant seems to have been meticulously dissected. Jiang Lu indicates the map, stating, beneath the Guansuo steel plant, there are 4 major zones, B, C, and D, each further subdivided, for example, from A1 to A4. Thus, there are a total of 16 underground areas within the steel plant. Each area is a vast subterranean space, approximately 40 meters in height, sufficient for our mechs to exhibit their combat capabilities. These underground spaces are interconnected by numerous large passageways, forming a comprehensive network that is likely to be heavily fortified by the enemy. The widest of these passageways spans over 100 meters, while the narrowest measures 35 meters, allowing ample room for the mechs to navigate. Our immediate adversary lies in the underground zone C. The missions assigned to the first 2 squadrons are to capture C1 and C2, while our task is to secure C3. Of course, This is merely the initial phase of our mission. Subsequent developments will depend on the progress of the battle. Now, let us open the map of Zone C3. And I urge you all to study it diligently. The 3D structural diagram of the Guansuo steel plant's underground layout swiftly magnifies. The C3 area is expansive, suggesting it can accommodate a significant number of enemies. C3 was originally a large casting workshop, with massive and robust metal equipment capable of serving as formidable defensive structures. However, the advantage of such large casting machinery is that the passageways between them are sufficiently wide, facilitating the transport of raw materials and finished products. Many of the low-lying equipment, such as conveyor belts, have been largely destroyed in previous battles, leaving behind only remnants of debris. In the C3 area, there are a total of 4 passageways, 2 at the front and 2 at the back, each measuring 50 meters in width and over 30 meters in height, easily navigable for the mechs. Zhang Lu points to the front passageways of the C3 area, stating, "Our assault will commence from these 2 front passageways, designated as passageways 24 and 25. Behind the C3 area lie passageways 26 and 27, which the enemy may use for reinforcements or retreat to engage in combat within the C3 area. We must pay close attention to the 2 front passageways. If the enemy commander is not a fool, he will undoubtedly deploy heavy forces to defend this location." "What forces will be supporting us?" inquires Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th group. "Our support includes an infantry battalion from Hungan Defense, along with a company of hunters. The group has provided infantry and armored personnel, so why haven't we received any of their forces?" Feng Dai sighs. "Fighting down here is chaotic. The infantry dispatched by the group will perform no differently underground than Hungan Defense's troops. On the contrary, their peripheral skirmishing tasks can have a greater impact." Zhang Lu offers a brief explanation. "Now, let us allocate our combat tasks," Zhang Lu asserts. The other group leaders sit upright, awaiting the assignments. "Groups 1 through 4, your mission is to advance first, breaching the enemy's passageways 23 and 24, facilitating our forces' direct entry into Zone C3. "Yes, Squadron Leader." Nong Shuang, Yang Haoquang, Yu Mingjun, and Ho Jingwei respond in unison, each representing the leaders of the first 4 groups. Groups 5, 6, 9, and 10. Your mission is to swiftly secure suitable defensive positions upon entering Zone C3, establishing a stronghold. We need to consolidate our position here. "Yes, Squadron Leader." Qian Su, Feng Dai, Tong Yu, and Zhong Quan respond loudly, representing the leaders of the 5th, 6th, 9th, and 10th groups. Lastly, Groups 7 and 8, you shall serve as the reserve and follow my lead, remaining prepared for combat at all times. Zhang Lu directs his final gaze towards Li Xian. "Yes, Squadron Leader." Li Xian and Han Zhong respond in unison. Li Xian leads the 7th group, while Han Zhong heads the 8th. Very well, the situation in Zone C3 has certainly changed significantly since before. The data regarding the underground structure of the area has been dispatched to your chips. Now, I expect you to study this information thoroughly. In half an hour, we will conduct a tactical simulation. I do not wish for anyone to remain ignorant of this area as structure. Yes, Chapter 74. Coordination. After an entire afternoon of strategizing and familiarization, the combat teams of the 2nd Squadron have gained a deeper understanding of the C3 area underground. This location is undoubtedly one of the most heavily fortified positions of the enemy, and indeed, the entirety of Zone C stands as a front line poised for fierce confrontations. The Guansuo steel plant, despite its numerous subterranean entrances, offers the most suitable access points for mechanized combat in Zone C. Both the blueprints and Hungan Defense are aware of this, as are the adversaries from the Mildanites below. While Zones A and B also contain passages, they will not serve as the primary assault routes this time, to the onset of combat. Only small units will conduct feigned attacks here to draw the enemy's attention. Upon returning to the hangar, Li Xian found the 3 new recruits gazing at him with eager anticipation. "What are you staring at?" Li Xian exclaimed, widening his eyes. Wei Qian quickly inquired, "Boss, are we about to launch an attack?" The other 2 recruits fixed their gazes intently upon Li Xian, but he nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, the offensive officially commences tomorrow. Are we really going to fight?" Gan Honkai nervously fidgeted with his hands. "Do you think we brought you here just for a charade?" Li Xian patted Gan Hongsai's shoulder and continued, "You're in luck. We will be part of the 3rd wave of the assault, and our group serves as the reserve. You will have ample time to acclimate to the battlefield environment. So enjoy the moment. Really, Ling Yangping exclaimed joyously, "S the reserve. We might not even need to engage in combat. The other teams could resolve the situation themselves," observing the optimistic yet fearful demeanor of his comrades. Li Xian chose not to dampen their spirits, but instead smiled. "What you suggest is not entirely implausible. Although we do not know the enemy's exact troop strength underground, we can be certain that their numbers will not exceed ours. Rest assured, this operation is safe. Now, let's equip you with your weapons, familiarize yourselves with them tonight, and make sure to get a good night's rest to rejuvenate." "Yes, boss." The three recruits chorused enthusiastically. Li Xian began the process of arming himself and the three new recruits. For the upcoming underground operation, he deemed his previously used power halberd unsuitable, as its application would be limited. Thus, he opted for a power sword measuring 5 meters in length, with the blade itself extending 4 meters. For his secondary weapon, given the necessity for close combat, he chose not to employ the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon, effective against infantry, but minimally impactful in mechanized warfare. Therefore, Li Xian's primary weapon remained the plasma cannon, while his secondary armament was modified to a 55mm laser cannon, effectively equipping his mech with 2 main cannons. The consequence of dual main cannons was a surge in firepower for a limited duration, albeit requiring a longer charge time. However, Li Xian perceived this as manageable, for in the confined underground spaces, achieving a concentrated strike would be a rare opportunity. Additionally, he equipped his left arm with an armored shield. Recognizing the paramount importance of defense in such subterranean engagements, to further enhance his protection, he donned external armor, transforming into a heavily fortified warrior. Regrettably, he had to forego his beloved serrated Ant-12 tube rocket launcher, as his short-sword attendant had already become sufficiently cumbersome, and adding the rocket launcher would hinder his close combat capabilities. Once fully equipped, Li Xian surveyed his mech, feeling satisfied with the configuration. This was the best he could achieve under the circumstances. Without the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon, he also avoided the burden of carrying heavy ammunition, allowing for potentially greater agility in close-quarters combat. As Li Xian completed his own preparations, the weapon configurations for the three recruits were far more extravagant. Resembling a replica of Li Xian's own combat setup, armored shields, plasma cannons, 6-barrel electromagnetic cannons, and dual serrated ant rocket launchers on their shoulders. Their right arms bore the same power swords, and they were clad in thick external armor. They appeared as bulky, heavy infantry, maximizing their offensive capabilities that, if utilized effectively, this ensemble could potentially overload the void shields of 2 knightly retainers. Of course, precision in targeting was essential. Li Xian was optimistic, believing that the upcoming battlefield would not be overly expansive. What he had accomplished in the past, these new recruits were certainly capable of achieving as well. Within the forward operating base, mechs and auxiliary armored vehicles began to depart from the facility. These units left in a staggered manner. Some traversed the steel plant's surface toward more distant locales, where the enemy maintained outer entrances and defensive positions, while others slowly entered the underground region through large access points. By the time it was Li Xian and his recruits' turn to depart, the afternoon hours had already passed. Li Xian observed the trio of new recruits, aware that although they had trained for several years in mech operation, they had never seen actual combat. Their expressions fluctuated between pallor and exhilaration, mirroring the emotional turbulence Li Xian had also experienced prior to his first battle, oscillating between the dread of impending conflict and the thrill of anticipated glory and accolades. This shared mindset was common among them. Approaching the recruits, Li Xian adjusted their gear and offered words of encouragement. He then produced his medals, 2 Silver Cross of Valor insignias gleaming on his chest. "You have often inquired about the battles that earned me these medals, yet I have refrained from sharing my story until now. Allow me to recount my experience." Upon hearing this, Wei Qian, Gan Honkai, and Ling Yangping's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "You may find it hard to believe, but I joined this unit merely 2 months ago, fortuitously becoming a mech pilot. After just 20 days of training under our squad leader, I was thrust into combat. Imagine how inexperienced my mech skills must have been. Yet within days of battle, alongside the squad leader and the leader of the 6th group, we faced an onslaught from 5 enemy knightly retainers. What would you think if you were in my position? That sounds exceedingly perilous," Wei Qian exclaimed, astonished. "Indeed, it was perilous. We thought death was imminent." Li Xian recounted gravely. At that moment, our squad leader resolved to hold the line, allowing the 2 of us to escape in hopes of survival. You see this medal. It was awarded to me for valor in that very battle. Li Xian caressed the surface of his first medal, drawing the gaze of the three recruits toward its silver sheen. Though the squad leader urged my retreat, I could not abandon my comrades. The bonds of brotherhood and the lessons imparted by my commander surged through me. Fueled by adrenaline, I unleashed a torrent of fire. Rockets, main cannons, and electromagnetic cannons all simultaneously discharged. In an instant, I obliterated one knightly retainer. This medal was earned in that moment of defiance, in that encounter. As a mere recruit, I achieved victory, destroying a knightly retainer. While we faced 5, we managed to take down 2 in return. Thus, the enemy's knightly retainers are not as formidable as you might imagine. If you wield your firepower wisely, you too can achieve kills. Visualize your mechs adorned with kill markers. Envision the military honors awaiting you. Contemplate the rewards from the Department of Defense at this moment. Li Xian resembled a fervent leader, passionately inspiring his recruits. His words were not solely for the 3 new recruits, but also resonated with the auxiliary soldiers nearby. You too share this potential. My 2 medals are a testament to the support of my fellow auxiliary soldiers. When I was honored, so too were they rewarded. Some of my brothers transitioned into formal units, and should we cross paths again, I will gladly introduce you, in this moment, not just Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yanping, but all 40 auxiliary soldiers felt a bright future beckoning them. Ling Yanping's face flushed with excitement, a clear sign of his fervor. As he eagerly asked, "Boss, is everything you say true? When have I ever deceived you?" Li Xian replied with a gentle smile. "Feel free to inquire around the base. You will discover the truth of my words. I assure you, your arrival under my command represents great fortune. Immense fortune. Thanks to my presence, our former leader has ascended from M1D5 to M2 Squadron Commander and the leader of the 6th Group. Feng Dai, a veteran of many years, has also been promoted. Everyone possesses their own silver sword medal, all of which were earned after my arrival. I myself transitioned from a mere intern to the leader of the M1D5 mech support team in just over 2 months. If this isn't fortune, what is? On the battlefield, what matters most is luck. While I am here, bullets and shells shall divert their paths away from you. Military medals and spoils of war will rush towards you frantically." Li Xian gazed at Wei Qian and the others, saying, "Imagine yourself successfully confirmed in your positions, adorned with medals, returning to the blueprint to impress the ladies. Picture the moment you earn accolades, becoming formal employees of the organization, enjoying the benefits and promotion opportunities that come with it. Under my guidance, these are not mere dreams. They're the realities of your future. Do you desire such a future?" Li Xian inquired loudly. "We do." Everyone shouted in unison. "Your voices are too feeble. I cannot hear you." "We do," came the response, still too quiet that "we do." The sound within the hangar nearly pierced the heavens, as if everyone was expelling half the air from their lungs. Li Xian observed the young faces before him, flushed with excitement. Not just the youthful recruits, but even seasoned veterans, recalled from service, were now red-faced and gasping for breath, their minds filled with Li Xian's vivid depiction of a promising future. This was the influence of collective spirit. Had only 1 or 2 individuals been present, even Li Xian's impassioned speech might not have swayed them. However, in this collective environment, particularly among comrades in arms, emotions magnified uncontrollably. "I pilot my mech. You drive your auxiliary armored vehicle. We all share a glorious future. Now, everyone, prepare your gear and conduct a final check of your vehicles. Ready to depart?" "Yes." Everyone busily commenced their weapon inspections with utmost enthusiasm. Li Xian watched this scene with satisfaction, but suddenly sensed something amiss. Turning around, he was met with the astonished gazes of Jiang Lu and Feng Dai, realizing they had overheard his earlier motivational speech. He couldn't help but smile awkwardly. This was undeniably embarrassing. He hastened towards the two. As he approached, Jiang Lu and Feng Dai continued to regard him as if he were a marvel. "Li Xian, do you have any other side gigs?" Feng Dai exclaimed, throwing an arm around Li Xian's shoulder, nearly choking him in excitement. Jiang Lu added, "Li Xian, I never realized you had such talent. You should be the squad leader. If you spoke to the entire squad, their combat effectiveness would surely increase by 30%. Li Xian chuckled modestly. "Master, Brother Feng, you're exaggerating that I'm not that remarkable." Feng Dai suggested tentatively, "How about you give a talk to my team?" Li Xian shook his head vigorously. "Brother Feng, please don't put me on the spot that I can manage with my team, but it wouldn't feel right in yours." "All right, old Feng, if you want to speak. Just transcribe what I just said. That should suffice. Jiang Lu patted Feng Dai's shoulder in agreement. Feng Dai nodded eagerly and turned to head back to his hangar, muttering to himself, "You make a valid point. I must start right away, or I'll fall behind." After Feng Dai left, Jiang Lu patted Li Xian's shoulder, gazing intently at him. "You are correct. Your arrival has brought luck to both me and old Feng. Li Xian, this time that I hope you find even more fortune." Li Xian took a deep breath. "Yes, Master. Who says Jiang Lu cannot inspire? He certainly can." Chapter 76. Adaptation. Li Xian led the 7th Squad out of the hangar. The troops swiftly traversed the open area outside the Beishimo steelworks, reaching an entrance. Once inside, even above ground, the sounds of gunfire from below echoed ominously. In the cockpit of his mech, Li Xian heard Jiang Lu's voice. "No need to elaborate. Everyone take the new recruits underground, maintaining vigilance, and be mindful of their mental state. This is a crucial adaptation phase, and I hope each team utilizes this time effectively before officially entering the battlefield." "Yes, Captain." Each small team, accompanied by their auxiliary soldiers, entered the underground world of the Beishimo steelworks through the subterranean entrance. This entrance, 80 meters wide and 40 meters high, resembled a gaping maw, mercilessly swallowing the mech squads. Alongside them were also infantry and armored soldiers from Hung-In defense, steadily entering the depths in small formations. Each combat team from the 2nd Squad entered the underground space 3 minutes apart. From this moment on, it was essential for the new recruits to feel the atmosphere of the battlefield. Their time to adapt was limited, so they needed to arrive as swiftly as possible. The fewer comrades beside them, the greater the tension and excitement they would experience, enhancing their adaptation. Li Xian led his group of 3 mechs and 8 tracked armored vehicles underground. The light of the surface world temporarily faded away. The heavy footsteps of the mechs and the rumbling of the armored vehicles reverberated through the tunnel. Inside, there was no light. If it were infantry, their visibility would be severely compromised. However, mechs fared better. Though not as clear as during daytime, they could still see adequately, aided by psychokinetic abilities and radar. Form a tactical advance formation. Li Xian commanded over the squad channel. "Yes, boss." The 3 new recruits responded promptly. The 4 mechs arranged themselves into a diamond-shaped formation, with Wei Qian's mech leading the way, flanked by Ling Yangping and Gan Hongkai, with Li Xian bringing up the rear. This was the standard formation for squad movement and combat. Wei Qian's close combat skills had reached D3, making him the point, and Li Xian, as the squad commander, was positioned towards the back unless circumstances necessitated otherwise that he was the soul of this squad. In battle, anyone could perish, including the commander. However, if death were to be prioritized, a proper army would ensure that the commander was the last to fall. The loss of a soldier means only one individual is lost. But the death of a commander signifies the potential loss of command for the entire unit. For instance, if point man Wei Qian were killed, Li Xian could still lead the remaining 2 recruits in a battle. Even post-conflict, replenishing with a new recruit would restore their combat effectiveness. Conversely, if Li Xian were to fall, the squad would be doomed. It would be questionable whether the 3 could survive in battle. Of course, Wei Qian was not entirely alone. Ahead of him were 2 tracked armored vehicles, with their auxiliary soldiers truly leading the charge. Stay alert. While danger is minimal here, we must conduct all actions according to training protocols. Li Xian continued issuing orders. "Yes, boss." The mech units advanced slowly, as if genuine enemies were entrenched ahead, executing tactical maneuvers and reconnaissance actions meticulously. While they trained here, actual combat raged ahead. Boom! Rat-a-tat-tat! The sounds of various weapons firing and explosions echoed through the underground. In the subterranean realm of the Beishimo steelworks, the soundproofing of the walls was once commendable, given that this was a forging and casting facility. However, after multiple bouts of fierce combat, the soundproofing had been utterly compromised, rendering the space a cacophony of conflict. The sounds of intense battle resonated throughout the underground. Boom! 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 The violent blasts sent showers of fine sand and dust cascading down the tunnel. After advancing a short distance, the mechs halted. Any further movement would bring them directly into the combat zone. Ahead, the 1st Squad's 40 mechs were engaged in combat. Naturally, not all 40 were engaged simultaneously, as the battlefield could not accommodate such numbers. In Zone C1, the enemy's resistance was remarkably fierce, with the air thick with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. Even though the battle had already intensified significantly, it was estimated that the troops would require 2 to 3 more days to seize this area. The enemy's will to resist was remarkably tenacious, with dense firepower emanating from various infantry strongholds, attacking vehicles, and even mechs, while Blueprint and Hungan defense were reinforcing and training their forces above. The enemy from the Maldera retinue was not idle below. Under the watchful eyes of intelligence personnel, they too bolstered their ranks and constructed numerous defensive fortifications using existing equipment and rubble. Of course, these fortifications could not indefinitely keep the enemy at bay, but they would ensure that every advance by the attacking force came at a cost of casualties. With sturdier defenses in place, even with the assistance of mechs, the infantry of Hungan defense could not advance swiftly. On the second day of fighting, Li Exan, accompanied by 3 new recruits, left the rear passage to move to a slightly more forward position. Why now? The battle had entered its second day, and compared to the first, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping's initial fervor had subsided. After a day of acclimatization, they were no longer as easily excited or anxious as on the first day. At least, they did not exhibit pale faces or trembling limbs. It was rare for anyone, aside from some battle enthusiasts, to step onto the battlefield for the first time without any nervousness. Upon reaching a more advanced position, they could clearly observe the dense web of fire between both sides. In the subterranean space, bullets were being fired, many of which were tracer rounds, creating lines and even nets of ammunition in the dim environment. Various bullets, artillery shells, missiles, and plasma cannons were in constant supply. While mechs were formidable, they were not invincible. Even with their void shields, they could not withstand sustained fire from infantry for long. Moreover, in this confined passage, only a limited number of mechs could be deployed at once. A single mech would need to retreat within a minute or two. Despite the presence of the void shield, its instantaneous firepower was not necessarily more ferocious than that of 200 or 300 tanks. Additionally, due to the massive size of the mechs, they posed a significant threat, drawing the enemy's attention. The void shields would not hold for long. To avoid overload, they had to fall back. Li Exan observed the unfolding battle from a distance, noting that not only his group was waiting in line, but also the mech operators of the first squad engaged in combat nearby. They could not all crowd the passage. In case of an emergency, escape would be impossible. The 3 new recruits activated their void shields, immersing themselves in the battlefield atmosphere. Seeing that they had nearly adapted, Li Exan spoke up. "What do you think of this battlefield?" Gan Hongkai replied, "It's more intense than I imagined." Suddenly, the sound of retching interrupted. "Boss, I've already thrown up several times. Ugh. Close the mic when you vomit," Li Exan exclaimed. This time, not only Wei Qian but even Ling Yangping was affected by the scene. Hearing the sounds of vomiting in his earpiece, Li Exan couldn't help but shake his head. The trio's resilience seemed weaker than his own. During his first battle, he hadn't vomited, merely turned pale and trembled. Li Exan chuckled. "It seems bringing you here for a first-hand look was a good decision. Otherwise, what would we do if you started throwing up in the heat of battle?" "Boss, can we step back a bit to rest?" Wei Qian's weak voice came through. "Rest? You're thinking about resting at a time like this. Just hold on until you can't vomit anymore." Li Exan shouted. "Boss, I might throw up to death." Wei Qian lamented. Li Exan reassured him. "Don't worry. The mechs are equipped with life support systems, and you're all psychics. You won't face serious issues. Consider this an early adaptation. It's better to vomit now than during combat." He coldly dismissed the requests of Wei Qian and the others. The second day of fighting was extraordinarily intense, with fallen infantry and destroyed armored vehicles scattered across the battlefield. In the face of such heavy firepower, those fortunate enough to vaporize were the lucky ones. Others were reduced to mere splatters on the ground. It was precisely this gruesome spectacle that overwhelmed the trained Wei Qian and Ling Yangping. Surprisingly, Gan Hongkai exhibited the highest tolerance, earning Li Exan's respect. But on the third day, Li Exan continued to bring them to observe the battlefield, prompting them to contemplate their own combat strategies based on the ongoing fight. The frontline battles raged fiercely, continuing for 5 days until the mechs of the first squad and Hungan's infantry finally secured the C1 area. The losses sustained by both infantry and armored units were significant. Not only did the infantry suffer, but the mechs also incurred damage. The first squad lost 2 mechs, both new recruits. The reason for these casualties was straightforward. The enemy concentrated fire, breaching the mech's void shields. The new recruits, perhaps due to nerves or other reasons, failed to retreat in time and were caught in the cockpit explosion. Such losses during an offensive left a shadow over the hearts of the mech operators in the first squad. It was noteworthy that the enemy had not even deployed their mech forces for close combat, but had opted for long-range attacks instead. Point 1 could only imagine the devastation if the enemy launched a close-quarters assault. On the day after securing C1, C2 was also taken, and it was now the turn of Zhang Lu and their second squad to deploy. All units, recheck the mechs. Prepare for combat. Li Xian's voice resonated in the ears of the 7th group of new recruits. After several days of acclimatization, their condition had improved significantly. 02 ready, 03 ready, 04 ready. Move out. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's psychic energy was activated, and the mech began to advance slowly as the reserve squad. Their combat sequence was positioned toward the rear. In front of them were 4 combat teams, a total of 16 mechs preparing for battle. Previously, they could only watch others fight. Now, it was finally their turn to enter the fray. The passages of 23 and 24 loomed like gaping maws, awaiting the infantry and mech forces of Hungin defense to enter as the defenders. The enemies of the Maldera retinue had thoroughly cleared the passages. The 200-meter-long corridor was devoid of cover. Even the dust was from the previous battles. This corridor could be likened to a death trap. In preparation for this dire situation, Hungin Defense had made thorough offensive preparations. They modified the hunter tanks, adding heavy armor to the front. The armor was almost like a solid steel wall, pushed forward by the tanks, leaving only a narrow barrel exposed for a 30-degree angle of fire. The rest of the tank was shielded by armor. The infantry would advance alongside the armored units, with only a few soldiers moving forward at a time, while simultaneously countering enemy fire. This armor was impervious to infantry bullets, rapid-fire artillery, and even plasma and laser weapons, as well as the weaponry of mechs. A tactic refined from previous combat experiences, the primary offensive would consist of vehicles and the accompanying mech units, with infantry serving merely as support. Fire! Blast them to oblivion, the tank commander shouted from within the hunter, venting his anger and fear. Boom! The Maldera retinue stood dumbfounded, watching the armored units advance like a wall. The slow pace of the advancing armor was the only downside. Otherwise, it was nearly flawless. The armored wall stood 3 meters tall, effectively shielding the tanks behind it. The thickness of the armor rendered assaults from defensive weapons nearly ineffective. The commander of the Maldera retinue slammed his fist on the table in frustration, exclaiming, "Do these corporate dogs have no sense of honor? What a repugnant method of attack, sir! Direct fire weapons have nearly lost their efficacy. Even plasma and laser weapons cannot penetrate this armor in the short term." A staff officer sighed, adding, "As for projectile weapons, our heavy artillery cannot be deployed in such a corridor. Weapons like anti-aircraft guns cannot breach the armor either. What weapons do we have left that can strike the enemy behind that armor?" The commander wearily rubbed his forehead. The staff officer replied, "Perhaps only grenade launchers could temporarily strike the enemy behind the armor. Then fire. We can't let the enemy advance so easily." Yes, soon, the Maldera retinue's position erupted with renewed gunfire. All the grenades and grenade launchers were firing incessantly. However, this barrage posed little threat to the armored vehicles, primarily inflicting significant casualties on infantry. The hunters steadily advanced along their artificial defenses, while a small group of mechs equipped with shields followed closely behind, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire upon the enemy's fortifications. Observing this tactical progression, Zhang Lu promptly decided to allow all squads to take turns on the battlefield, immersing themselves in the atmosphere of combat and experiencing the sensation of firing firsthand. Each mech squad could maintain their position at the front lines for approximately 1 to 2 minutes before retreating to recharge their void shields. Initially, the operational plan designated only 4 assault squads for 2 pathways, but now 10 squads would engage in rotation. Soon, it was the turn of Li Xian's 7th squad. Sensing the nervousness among his team members before the battle, Li Xian jested, "No need to be anxious. Our task is quite simple. Spend a few seconds sprinting to the side of the hunter tank, raise your right arm to hold the shield, and then let your mechs unleash all their firepower upon the enemy's position. After 2 minutes, when the void shield reaches its limit, take a few seconds to run back. Consider it a simulation exercise." "Understood," responded Wei Qian and the other 2 with enthusiasm. "Let us move, this time." Li Xian took the lead without waiting for Wei Qian to charge ahead as the vanguard. The 3 new recruits felt a tinge of anxiety, and it was Li Xian's role to motivate them. The mechs charged forward, and the trio of recruits, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping, shouted in unison. Following Li Xian into the fray, as Li Xian surged ahead, he kept a watchful eye on the three new recruits. His own decision to fire was secondary. His primary concern was their performance. Hold your armored shields high. This will help us endure the enemy's fire for a longer duration. Yes, boss. At times, nervousness only manifests before an event. But once the recruits were on the battlefield, they discovered how straightforward it truly was. Their energy weapons were temporarily stowed on the sides of their mechs, with mechanical right arms raised to shield against enemy fire. Even when enemy knights charged forward under heavy fire, they had ample time to switch their shields to the left arm and retrieve their energy weapons. Upon reaching the rear of the hunter tank, Li Xian immediately raised his shield, while the plasma cannon on his left arm rapidly locked onto the enemy with the aid of Chip, and he fired. Zing! Boom! In the next moment, the targeted enemy position erupted into a fireball accompanied by arcs of bluish energy. Not dawdle. Fire quickly with the Chip's assistance. Li Xian directed his recruits while simultaneously firing. Wei Qian had just raised a shield when he began to redirect the barrage of bullets and shells away, all intercepted by the hunter's armored wall. He bellowed, lifting the 6-barrel electromagnetic cannon. Energized, a torrential downpour of shells, enhanced by tracer effects, lashed out towards the enemy's position. Ling Yangping remained silent, but unleashed his assault even faster than the boisterous Wei Qian. The trio of recruits unleashed a relentless barrage of plasma and 6-barrel cannon fire, engulfing the enemy's defenses in flames and electrical discharges. Do not hold back your rockets. Are you planning to take them back home? Aim and fire everything. Li Xian roared over the squad comms, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the three recruits. Yes, yes, yes. Rockets! Wei Qian echoed like a parrot. Boom! Zing! Soon, as the Z-shaped ant rocket pods opened, rockets billowed white smoke as they soared towards the enemy's position. Boom! In an instant, the enemy's defensive lines at the end of the corridor were engulfed in a series of explosive flames. It was as if a pot of meat soup was boiling in this corridor of steel. The several dozen meters of passageway, along with the defenses outside, had been bombarded thoroughly by the rockets. However, the enemy's semi-permanent fortifications absorbed the brunt of the assault, sustaining minimal damage. Flames surged through shooting ports into the fortifications behind, igniting the air and rapidly consuming oxygen. Buzzing, the recruits had exhausted their electromagnetic cannon ammunition and fired all their rockets. The first hunter tank made contact with the explosive zone, resulting in a violent detonation that sent it airborne. The ammunition within the tank ignited in a chain reaction, further amplifying the explosion's ferocity. Behind the passage on the Vanguard mech, Jiang Lu observed this scene with an unruffled demeanor. War is not a mere game. For those who step onto the battlefield, death becomes an inevitable reality. As the forces advanced into the C1 and C2 zones, the exact number of casualties among infantry and armored troops remained uncertain, with even 2 mechs already destroyed. Utilizing a new strategy, they had incurred only the loss of 1 hunter and a handful of infantry, successfully pushing the front line to this position, a commendable achievement. Beside the Vanguard mech stood a command-type armored vehicle. The commander of Hungan Defense remarked, "The enemy has discovered a countermeasure. It will be challenging to employ this tactic again." Jiang Lu replied, his voice steady and calm. "Now, we shall leave it to the mech units to launch the assault. Prepare for coordinated combat." The commander assured, "No problem. As long as the mech forces break through, we will follow closely behind." At this stage of the battle, it was indeed time for the mechs to decisively determine the outcome. In the command channel, Jiang Lu's voice resonated. "After reconnaissance, we've discerned the defensive positions at the passage. The number of enemy mechs behind is unclear, but it is unlikely to be substantial. Therefore, the next operational plan is as follows. Groups 1 to 4, prepare for the first wave of assault. Groups 5 to 10, get ready for the second wave. Everyone, let us strive to capture the enemy's defenses in one fell swoop. Upon entering the C3 zone, do not rush ahead. Instead, prepare defenses to welcome the subsequent units." "Is that understood?" Jiang Lu emphasized, seeking confirmation. "Understood. Commence pre-battle preparations." The mechs quickly readied their ammunition. Within the front passage, the explosives previously set by the Mierda's attendant army had been entirely detonated by the hunter tanks and infantry, clearing the path for the mech's assault. The only concern remained: what defensive measures awaited them after they charged ahead? However, launching the mech assault was imperative. Relying solely on infantry would undoubtedly lead to significant losses. Chapter 80. break through with the frontline mech poised for assault. Their heavy armored shields were raised in front of them, but a single row constituted an entire combat squad, with 4 mechs being the maximum allowed through the passage. Observing the cleared path ahead, Jiang Lu commanded, "Charge, eliminate them." The commanders of the first and second groups, gritting their teeth, roared as they led their squads, crashing into the enemy's defenses like an impenetrable wall of steel. The sound of mech charging through the passage resonated like a collapsing mountain. Soldiers on the opposing Myrta line, witnessing the shield-bearing mech charging towards them, felt a chill run down their spines. "Mechs! The enemy's mechs are attacking!" Infantrymen shouted in frantic alarm, striving to alert their comrades and the commanders behind them that, in an instant, all fire points opened fire, unleashing rifles, machine guns, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic cannons, and anti-tank guns. Some audacious infantry even hurled explosives directly into the passage. The effects of tracer rounds, combined with the electromagnetic and plasma cannons, illuminated the entire passage. Yet these attacks proved largely ineffective against the mechs. The armored shields they bore, along with deflection fields and void shields, successfully repelled the incoming fire. As the 4 mechs charged together, they divided the enemy's firepower, prolonging the void shield's endurance. This defensive line within the passage posed no insurmountable challenge for the mech units. Their hesitance to breach stemmed from uncertainty regarding the number of enemy mechs that might be lying in wait. Charge. Following closely, the second row of mechs began their assault. Once the mechs initiated their charge, it was crucial to funnel enough forces into the breach. Otherwise, should the frontline mechs become encircled, losses would be inevitable. Pairs of mechs surged into the passage, braving the enemy's fire as they advanced. "Open fire with all you've got," the squad leader of the first group bellowed. The frontline mechs instantly unleashed their shoulder-mounted rockets, launching them forth. Boom! The enemy's defensive line was engulfed in a torrent of flames. The explosion's debris suppressing their firepower. Kill! In a matter of moments, the mechs broke through, with the fortified structures ahead becoming their primary target. Point 1 mech thrust its plasma cannon's muzzle into a firing port of the fortress. The infantryman operating the rapid-fire cannon inside the fortress caught sight of a brilliant blue discharge. No, don't! With a sizzling sound, the blue plasma erupted from the cannon's mouth, igniting the ammunition stores within the fortress. The tremendous explosion did not obliterate the fortress entirely, but the intense blue flames surged forth from the firing port like the exhaust of a fighter jet. "Die!" The squad leader of the first group, Nong Shuang, roared, plunging his power sword into a nearby bunker. The robust reinforced concrete crumbled before the weapon's daisai at this moment. It was not solely the Knights Retainers engaged in fierce combat with the short-sword attendants on the battlefield. Even the enemy's firepower points within the C3 area were relentlessly targeting the short-sword attendants. This style of assault warfare inherently possesses such drawbacks, even if the second squadron had a greater number of mechs. The situation remained unchanged. Stop howling and fire rapidly to strike the enemy's firepower points. Li Xian commanded the 3 new recruits. "Yes, boss." Ling Yanping responded swiftly, and in the next moment he commenced firing. Subsequently, the other 2 new recruits also began to engage the enemy. However, Li Xian refrained from firing immediately. He was searching for a way to swiftly break the deadlock in the chaotic battlefield. Although the short-sword attendants were numerous, they were still in a passive defensive state. And a single misstep from the new recruits could lead to losses. The 3 new recruits from Team 7 were indiscriminately firing, and Li Xian found it difficult to distance himself from them. Should he stray too far, those 3 new recruits might be taken down by the enemy. Not only them, but even Li Xian's own capabilities were merely that of an ordinary soldier in such a battlefield. However, before Li Xian could seek assistance from others, 2 Knights Retainers charged toward his small group. Restrict the enemy's firepower. Do not allow that group of rookies an opportunity to fire. The voice of the commander crackled in the Knights Retainers' earpieces. Yes, the 2 Knights Retainers surged toward Li Xian's group. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian was startled by this scene. 4 against 2. Could they win? This thought weighed heavily on Li Xian's mind. Yet he had to brace himself. And he knew he could not do it alone. He required the assistance of the new recruits. The enemy Knights Retainers are coming. Wei Qian, raise your shield. Li Xian endeavored to suppress his anxious emotions, striving to keep his voice calm. Yes, boss. Wei Qian's voice trembled slightly. Li Xian roared. Do not panic. Treat them like radishes. Trust in your strength. Hold your shield high. Look at others. Even the rookies weaker than you can withstand the enemy's attacks. And so can you. Yes, boss, Wei Qian shouted back. Lixin then promptly instructed the other two new recruits, provide fire support. After exhausting your firepower, immediately assist in close combat. Yes, boss, Lixin spoke rapidly, ensuring all orders were issued prior to the enemy's arrival. He raised his left arm, firing a plasma cannon and a laser cannon at one of the Knight's retainers. Boom! Inside the Knight's retainer, the pilot sneered, "This rookie is mine." Lixin discarded his armor shield with his right arm and swiftly drew his energy sword. Charging toward the enemy. Wei Qian, guard my flank. Lixin held the sword with both hands, preparing to engage the enemy with a reckless disregard for defense. Wei Qian complied with the command, raising his shield to protect Lixin's side. A tactic Lixin had taught him during training. Relying on the new recruits to independently engage the Knight's retainers was unreliable. Even with shields, it was akin to sending them to their doom. However, the situation was different when positioned alongside an experienced soldier. Clang! Lixin's energy sword clashed with the Knight's retainer's energy weapon, and in an instant, arcs of electricity erupted from the collision of their fields of deconstruction. The mechs, controlled by psychic energy, exhibited remarkable agility. Lixin's D4-level melee skills were not inferior to those of the Knight's retainers. In the rear, Ling Yanping and Gan Honkai quickly emptied all their rockets and electromagnetic shells, shouting as they rushed to provide support. Both wielded shields, and the situation swiftly became clearer. From a defensive 2 against 2, it transformed into a 4 against 2. The dynamics of one-on-one combat differ greatly from that of 1-on-2 or 2-on-4. Even with psychic energy, the disparity between the Knight's retainers and the short sword attendants was negligible. The true difference lay only in the pilots. Although Wei Qian, Ling Yanping, and Gan Honkai were all rookies, their shields made the Knight's retainers somewhat cautious in their assault. To breach a shield with energy weapons, continuous attacks were necessary. Despite the rookies being inexperienced, a fierce tiger cannot withstand a pack of wolves. For the time being, Team 7 soldiers faced no significant issues with close combat. However, such a state could not be sustained. The only reason they could endure was the armor shields the new recruits held. These shields boasted decent defensive capabilities, even against energy weapons. Yet the formidable aspect of energy weapons lay in their fields of deconstruction. Repeated strikes would inevitably damage a portion of the shield. As the attacks increased over time, the new recruit shields would inevitably falter. What would they do then? Rely on the rookies' combat skills to withstand the onslaught of the Knight's retainers. Who excelled in close combat? Crack! I'll shatter your shield, and let's see how you endure it. The pilot of the Knight's retainer mocked, relentlessly slashing with the energy sword, causing Wei Qian's armor shield to be reduced to tatters. As the battle escalated, Wei Qian discarded his armor shield and attempted to block with the energy sword, but the gap in skill made his defenses increasingly difficult. Had it not been for Ling Yanping using his shield to protect the side, Wei Qian might have been struck down. The rookie's hesitant defenses left Lixin as the primary target of the enemy's aggression. The Knight's retainers, seasoned veterans, were acutely aware that the core of this combat unit was Lixin. If they could eliminate Lixin first, the other 3 rookies would be easily dispatched, and the morale of the rookies would collapse with Lixin's demise. At that point, would the rookies still be able to defend? They might very well flee in panic. A rookie leading 3 rookies die. The Knight's retainer roared, accelerating the slashes of the energy sword, and the area around the mech vibrated with the unleashed power of psychic energy. The hum of the deconstruction field, coupled with the sounds of clashes and blocks, rendered the battlefield all the more chaotic. Chapter 82. Overclocking. In the cockpit, Lixin's eyes burned with intensity. He too was fully activating his psychic energy. Now, Wei Qian had been hit by the enemy's mech, sustaining damage and being forced to retreat. With Ling Yanping taking his place, Lixin was effectively facing 1.5 Knight's retainers. One was directly confronting him, while the other intermittently engaged the new recruits. Within the cockpit, Lixin felt pressure building, his forehead beginning to emit steam, a sign of his brain operating at high speed under duress. Fortunately, he had 2 chips that assisted him in barely holding his ground. His melee skills were being exerted to their utmost with the help of the chips. Each of the enemy's movements was identified by the chips, forming corresponding defensive and offensive strategies in his mind. However, what Lixin possessed, the enemy also had. From the chip's perspective, the Knight's retainers similarly had biological intelligence chips. The difference lay in the fact that their intelligent ships were not as refined as the blueprints of the biological intelligence ship group. The battle between the two sides was not merely a clash of mechs, but also a confrontation between chips. Lixin swung his sword again, horizontally striking at the Knight's retainer. The mechanical arms transmission unleashed immense power. Bang! The enemy controlled the energy sword, blocking this attack and swiftly launching a counterattack. The energy sword imbued with a faint blue deconstruction field. Thrusting toward Lixin, he could only sidestep, deftly maneuvering his mech with psychic control. Having downloaded several melee techniques from Knight's Retainer mech pilots, Lixin had gained considerable insight into their combat strategies and habits. At the tea times, the two Knight's Retainers felt as if they were practicing together in a training ground. Before he could evade the first attack, the other Knight's Retainer swung their energy sword at him. Die! The Knight's Retainer roared, this attack a culmination of their years of coordination. In that instant, Lixin's chip operated at high speed. Not only the chip, but also his mind was racing to calculate a means to evade the two enemy attacks that in such a short time. How could he devise an appropriate strategy? Lixin's energy sword rose, barely managing to block the second mech strike. However, at that moment, the first mech transitioned from a thrust to a diagonal slash. Clang! Ling Yangping timely reinforced with his energy sword, blocking this deadly crisis for Lixin. Exhaling a deep breath, Lixin felt a wave of relief. Just moments ago, he had truly sensed death looming near. In that instant, he had to clear his mind, focusing all his attention on the duel against the Knight's Retainers. Beep, beep, beep. D4 military-grade intelligent chip utilization is excessively high. Requesting to unlock and enter overclock mode, the chip in Lixin's mind began to sound alarms. Simultaneously inquiring, overclock, enter overclock, Lixin bellowed, even unintentionally roaring aloud. In the next moment, the military-grade intelligent chip implanted in Lixin officially entered overclock mode. In this state, the chip's performance, constrained by material limitations, experienced an overall enhancement of at least 20. Regardless of the computational power or the stability of operational threads, there has been a significant enhancement. This advancement plays a crucial role in close-quarters combat, where every moment necessitates the analysis of the enemy's movement trajectories, weapon arcs, speed, and strength. Once entering the overclocking state, Lixin's reflexes accelerated markedly. With the support of chip computational power, he could swiftly draw conclusions and make optimal choices in response to every action of his adversary. Furthermore, he allocated nearly all of his chip's processing power to close combat. Damn it! This kid has overclocked! Roared the knight attendant, filled with rage and envy. The overclocking state is a coveted ability among mech operators, as its effects are formidable, rivaling a strong trump card. However, not everyone can achieve this state. It requires exceptional integration capabilities with the chip and a profound mastery of psychic energy. The original intervention of the chip in distant or melee combat was not particularly high, with its computational power spread across various functions. Yet, once in overclocking mode, the user could reallocate most of the computational power to a specific combat direction, compressing the power needed for other functionalities. On the surface, it may seem that the chip only boosts performance by 20, but in reality, when all computational power is directed towards close combat, this enhancement could reach 50 or even 60. Such an improvement is extraordinarily significant. However, mastering overclocking is challenging. Out of 100 individuals, only one might possess the ability to enter this mode. This state is derived from psychic energy, with the chip serving as a medium. Kill him! He must not survive, the knight attendant bellowed, disregarding the new recruits attempting to block him as he aimed to eliminate Lixin. Following the overclocking, Lixin's combat abilities had notably increased, allowing him to suppress a knight attendant. This was not surprising. While the human brain possesses immense computational potential, it cannot compete with the vast power of a chip. Individual skills are critical in close combat, but the support from the chip's computational power is even more vital. The chip's calculations and data analysis assist the mech operator in identifying the best attack and response strategies. However, these strategies must be executed by the operator. If their skills are inadequate, even the finest plans and suggestions from the chip become futile. Lixin, however, was different. His melee skills were at D4, enabling him to effectively utilize these strategies and techniques. He was in excellent form and could improve further, for he possessed two chips, a biological intelligence chip and a psychic replication chip. After the first chip entered overclocking, the second chip promptly began to alert and inquire. The The psychic chip unlocked its overclocking mode without hesitation, immediately selecting the optimal strategy for Li Xian. Delightful. Li Xian growled that in that moment, clarity enveloped his mind. The effects of the two chips allowed him to trace the enemy's movements and attacks with precision. The enemy's actions became predictable, their trajectory calculable. As the knight attendant's mechanical arm lifted, Li Xian, through psychic scanning and chip computations, already knew the enemy's next move. With the chip's enhancement, he could anticipate where the enemy's power sword would strike. Its speed and the efficiency of its force, in his eyes, everything became quantifiable, transformed into numbers. Each step of the adversary was accompanied by a multitude of mathematical formulas. The answers fed directly into Li Xian's mind. At that moment, he felt akin to a master of weaponry. The enhancement from the psychic chip in overclocking mode were even more pronounced. The D4 biological intelligence chip offered a mere 20 increase in overall performance, while the psychic chip provided a 30 boost, with the ability to allocate computational power more effectively after entering overclocking mode. The enhancement in Li Xian's close combat capabilities could nearly reach an astonishing 100 when the two chips were combined. This exaggerated figure manifested clearly in combat. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian's eyes shimmered with a silver-white psychic glow, with arcs of electricity trailing like tassels. Not only he, but even the short-sword attendant's mech exhibited tiny electric arcs. The mech's current state appeared formidable and not to be trifled with. "Want to kill me? Let me be the one to eliminate you first," Li Xian roared, his voice resonating through the mech's loudspeakers. In overclocking mode, not only could he analyze the enemy's every action, but even the direction, angle, and movement of his own mech were optimized by the chip's calculations. "Kill, altogether. I can't believe he can eliminate both of us in such a short time." A knight attendant bellowed, discarding a nearby recruit, disregarding their entanglement to join the battle against Li Xian's speed in wielding his blade increased, his strength intensified, and with the considerable force of the short sword attendant's mechanical arm and the right angle, augmented by Li Xian's psychic energy, his strikes felt like an unstoppable force. The clash of power swords echoed as Li Xian expertly deflected the enemy's weapon, sending it soaring. Die. The power sword, driven by immense force, pierced into the enemy's mech. Even as the adversary desperately twisted, they could not evade the blow. Inside the cockpit, Li Xian remained resolute, though he felt a twinge of disappointment with his prior move. According to the chip's plan, this strike should have penetrated the enemy's cockpit. The instant reaction from the enemy, coupled with Li Xian's own skill deficiencies, prevented the move from achieving its maximum potential. Nonetheless, the power sword embedded in the mech's body, along with the disintegration field, inflicted damage on the knight attendant's equipment. The external armor was compromised, circuits severed, and sparks erupted. "Help me!" the mech's pilot cried in terror. At that moment, he truly panicked. Initially, he and Li Xian had comparable skills, even with a slight advantage. Now, however, Li Xian was utterly dominating in this state. The pilot envisioned his instructor, a C-class mech operator. The pressure Li Xian exerted felt no less formidable than that of a C-class instructor. With a swift motion, Li Xian withdrew the power sword from the enemy mech and blocked an incoming attack from another mech, kicking it back momentarily. This series of actions unfolded in a flash. The retreating knight attendant required no further attention from Li Xian, as the three new recruits, despite their inexperience, were soldiers. Witnessing Li Xian's overwhelming advantage boosted their morale to one-on-one. They couldn't surpass the seasoned veteran. 3 against 1 surely would not fail. "Charge! Kill him!" Wei Qian shouted. Frustrated and feeling cornered, Gan Hong also expressed his pent-up anger, having faced relentless pressure throughout the battle. Finally, he seized the opportunity to vent. Ling Yongping emitted an instinctive roar. 3 short sword attendants surrounded a knight attendant, who found it challenging to escape under the circumstances, especially with Li Xian's prowess in a one-on-one encounter. "I cannot die here," the knight attendant cried out. Your words no longer hold weight," Li Xian shouted, his hands never ceasing their swift movements. The power sword swung faster, and despite the knight attendant's incessant blocking, more and more scars appeared on his mech. "Kill!" Li Xian roared once more, the power sword descending with force. The knight attendant's pilot felt a wave of despair. He genuinely could not defend against this strike. Ultimately, he resorted to sacrificing his left arm to gain a moment's reprieve, raising the mech's left arm in a desperate bid for survival. With a thunderous crash, Li Xian's power sword cleaved downward. The broad blade, augmented by the disintegration field above, severing the knight attendant's left arm. The loss of an arm diminished the knight attendant's strength and compromised the mech's balance, necessitating greater effort to maintain stability. The knight attendant's pilot screamed in terror, relying on muscle memory to continue controlling the mech for a counterattack. Yet in this damaged state, with his will shattered by Li Xian, achieving even 60 or 70% of his power was remarkable. In such a condition, even against a pre-overclocked Li Xian, the knight attendant would struggle, let alone face the now stronger, overclocked version. The knight attendant was utterly overwhelmed. Li Xian roared incessantly, channeling his psychic energy as the chip continued to analyze the enemy's offensive and defensive strategies. Mathematical and physical formulas flashed within the chip, guiding Li Xian to discover an impeccable trajectory for his assault in this tangible realm. Let me kill you. His power sword deflected the enemy's weapon before the knight's retainer could react. With the aid of immense force and a disintegration field, the power sword pierced through the enemy's cockpit. Outside the cockpit, Li Xian had already delivered several slashes, and following the previous wounds, this strike met no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 84. Overclocking 3. Capturing unknown psychic signals. Psychic signal transcoding. The knight's retainer has perished. Li Xian withdrew the power sword from the enemy cockpit, its pristine condition unscathed by the disintegration field. The knight's retainer, now riddled with scratches and emitting smoke, collapsed like a mountain of gold and jade. Boom! A distant electromagnetic cannon struck Li Xian's short sword retainer, yet this projectile was flawlessly intercepted by Li Xian's void shield. Ignoring these distant adversaries, once the knight's retainer on the battlefield was dealt with, the soldiers from the Miurta army posed only a minor challenge. Meanwhile, a knight's retainer surrounded by 3 short sword retainers appeared increasingly beleaguered. Although the new recruits were not formidable, facing 3 opponents was a daunting task. This was not a contest of mere humans. In close combat among infantry, experienced soldiers might overpower several novices due to disparities in strength and agility. However, mechs operated differently in close quarters. Their performance relied solely on the pilot's skill for fine-tuning that a knight's retainer could dominate a novice one-on-one and maintain an advantage in a 2-on-1 scenario, able to choose its attacks and maneuver flexibly. But against 3, it was a different story. Wei Qian, Ling Yangping, and Gan Hongkai each selected a direction to launch their assault on the knight's retainer. Although they were not particularly skilled, their years of training had instilled a foundational combat instinct. All 3 short sword retainers bore injuries, yet the knight's retainer was also in a poor state. Observing the battlefield, Li Xian refused to let the 3 novices continue their futile assault. Instead, he directly joined the fray. While the new recruits might ultimately kill the knight's retainer, the risk of suffering casualties was significant. With the battle nearing its conclusion, the novices would gain experience, but the safest strategy on the battlefield was to eliminate the enemy swiftly. Training could occur at any time in a perilous combat environment. This was not the ideal training ground. At least not now. The battlefield remained in a state of equilibrium, and within the C3 zone, a considerable number of enemy soldiers were present. Their heavy firepower could impede the short sword retainer's attacks on the knight. Li Xian had just noticed that several mech's void shields had already been shattered. The short sword retainers, overloaded and stripped of their protective shells, attracted enemy fire, compelling Li Xian to act decisively. Wei Qian, move to the side. Li Xian's voice resonated in the squad channel. Startled, Wei Qian instinctively shifted position before his mind could fully process the command. Upon Li Xian entering the fray, Wei Qian finally grasped the situation, exclaiming, "Boss, did you just kill that one? Wow! Incredible! Done!" Li Xian calmly uttered, disregarding the novice's astonishment. With remarkable speed, he sliced through the unresponsive back armor of the knight's retainer. "Impossible! How could you kill him so quickly?" The knight's retainer's pilot screamed, disbelief saturating his words. Yet he would soon have no choice but to abandon his incredulity. Both the knight's retainer and short sword retainers housed their energy and propulsion systems in their backs. Wei Qian's short sword retainer was equipped with a backpack filled with electromagnetic cannon rounds, giving it a broader back. Conversely, knight retainers typically carried little in the way of long-range weaponry, if any, resulting in Li Xian's attack directly breaching its back armor. In a single strike, Li Xian tore through the enemy's defensive layer, creating an opening in the energy system. A torrent of energy erupted from the wound, accompanied by plasma and sparks at that moment. The Knight's retainer hastily turned to confront Li Exin. Though the energy system would not explode outright, it would be adversely affected. The most immediate consequence would be an accelerated depletion of energy. Other potential repercussions included catastrophic mecha detonation or high-temperature combustion that could damage other components. Regardless of the outcome, it signified the Knight's retainer's impending demise. As the energy system faltered, the cockpit's temperature soared, and red warning lights flashed incessantly. The mecha pilot, drenched in sweat, was consumed by despair that he had never anticipated such a swift turn of events. Mere moments ago, they held the advantage, seemingly overpowering 4 novices. Only for one of those novices to suddenly exceed expectations and enter overclocking mode. How could I face this? The mecha pilot wailed, pivoting to engage Li Exin. However, in his current state, Li Exin perceived every movement of the Knight's retainer with clarity. Each step, every counterattack and block, was evident in his vision. The Knight's retainer's anguished cries were heart-wrenching, yet Li Exin remained unfazed. His power sword traced swift arcs, continuously parrying the enemy's weapon while inflicting wounds on the Knight's retainer. The 3 novices were not idle either, launching attacks from the sides and rear. The short sword retainers wielded their swords with effectiveness, capable of lethal strikes when used appropriately. The Knight's retainer's armor was gradually torn apart. Ultimately, amidst the pilot's tragic screams, the Knight's retainer erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The searing heat and flames from the energy leak engulfed the entire mecha, blue electronic flames leaping into the sky. Reminiscent of the fiery exhaust from a fighter jet's engines, capturing unknown psychic signals. Psychic signal transcoding, Chapter 85, Imperfection. Inside the cockpit, Li Exin gasped for breath, turning his gaze to other battlefields. At that moment, Jianglu's C-class Vanguard mecha had also joined the fray. In comparison to the short sword retainers, the Vanguard mecha was significantly larger. Generally, larger mechas boasted greater speed, strength, and devastating power. As a C-class psychic, Jianglu's entry into the battlefield was akin to a hot knife through butter. The Knight's retainer stood no chance against the Vanguard's might, resolving enemies at a pace surpassing even Li Exin in overclocking mode. In the corridor, reinforcements in the form of tanks and armored infantry units continued to pour in. They swiftly eliminated the remaining foes at the end of the defensive line and advanced into the C3 zone, commencing fire assaults on distant enemies. The tide of battle had shifted, following the demise of the second Knight's retainer. A single phrase erupted in Li Exin's mind. The outcome is decided. He promptly commanded the chip in his mind. Exit overclocking mode. Receiving the command, both chips simultaneously exited overclocking mode. Li Exin's condition in the cockpit immediately waned. His gaze returned to normal, even appearing somewhat dazed. Stripped of the advantages conferred by overclocking, Li Exin reverted to being an ordinary short sword retainer pilot. The keen awareness of enemy movements dissipated, leaving him with a sense of loss. He exhaled a deep breath and ordered the 3 novices, target the enemy's long-range fire points. Alleviate the pressure on our comrades. Yes, boss, Wei Qian and the others responded exuberantly. This time, after slaying a Knight's retainer. They felt a surge of confidence as they entered the battlefield, their nerves beginning to ease. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping commanded their mechas, launching precise assaults against the enemy's long-range firepower, AS for the enemy mechas. Their support was no longer necessary. With a numerical advantage and Jianglu's Vanguard joining the fight, the battlefield's dynamics shifted dramatically, enhancing the mecha forces of the Blueprints faction. Li Exin simultaneously engaged in long-range attacks against the enemy while contemplating his gains and losses from this encounter. The foremost achievement was undoubtedly mastering the method to enter overclocking mode. For others, entering overclocking is a challenging endeavor, but with the aid of my psychic energy chip, I can effortlessly restart and switch into overclocking mode at any time. Compared to the standard combat mode, overclocking mode is undoubtedly formidable. It is akin to a doubled capacity of conventional combat. Under such circumstances, I believe facing 1 against 2 or even 3 foes would pose no significant challenge. However, after assessing my remaining psychic energy, Li Exin reflected. Generally, if the enemy can be dealt with using standard mode, one should refrain from entering overclocking mode. This mode consumes psychic energy far too rapidly. If not for the limited number of enemies this time, I might have depleted my energy before defeating them all. Yet upon further contemplation, if I cannot defeat the enemy in overclocking mode, then I would have even less success in standard mode. and might even find myself overwhelmed. Overall, overclocking mode is indeed a coveted trump card envied by all mech pilots. Once this card is revealed, previously insurmountable foes become mere trifles. Moreover, this time, there was another boon: 2 psychic energy signals. The spoils from this encounter will not be insignificant. Speaking of psychic energy signals, the first signal has been entirely decoded. Unknown psychic energy signal decoding complete. Please select the desired download information from the options below. 1. D2 level mech long range shooting technique 89-2. D4 level general mech piloting technique 68-3. D3 level Milda general knowledge 46-4. D4 level general mech close combat technique 76 on such a battlefield. Li Xin needed no hesitation. He promptly selected the fourth option to enhance his strengths, for that is the way to survive on the battlefield. As the psychic energy signal began to download. Li Xion's close combat level rapidly ascended. D4 level general mech close combat technique 11-15. Various close combat techniques and scenes from practice and battle flashed through Li Xion's mind. This whirlwind of thoughts swept past. And once it subsided, Li Xion shook his head to dispel the chaotic sensations. After completely absorbing this psychic energy signal, he noted his gains. His close combat level reached D4 level close combat technique 57. Subsequently, his psychic energy level rose to D4 level 23, a win-win scenario. And after absorbing this signal, his nearly depleted psychic energy was fully replenished. A smile graced Li Xion's face. Now, even if 2 enemy knights were to come, they would not be his match, instead becoming fodder for his continued growth. Soon, the second psychic energy signal was also decoded. Li Xion's gaze swiftly bypassed the other options and landed on his favorite. For D4 level general mech close combat technique 45 download. A new round of downloading commenced. Yet, as everything settled, Li Xion furrowed his brow. After fully absorbing this psychic energy signal, his close combat skill reached 65, and his psychic energy level climbed to D4 level 42. Reviewing this data, Li Xion pondered. Does this imply that if the opponent's skill level is lower than my own, the absorption effect diminishes? Both were D4 levels, yet the percentage was lower, resulting in only an 8 increase. If the enemy's skill level were even lower, would the effect be even less? Nonetheless, the increase in psychic energy continued unabated, suggesting that this aspect remains unaffected by skill levels. It simply is what it is. However, this also indicates that if my psychic energy level rises, absorbing signals from opponents with lower psychic and skill levels yields significantly less benefit. Li Xion let out a slight sigh, but quickly reassured himself. In this world, nothing is perfect. With my psychic energy chip and the ability to absorb the psychic energy signals of fallen enemies, I am indeed fortunate. Even if I cannot achieve perfection, it is still a stroke of great luck. One must not be overly ambitious. Chapter 86. Clean up having gathered his thoughts, and sensing a slight increase in strength, Li Xion turned his attention to the remaining enemies. The enemy mechs were either fleeing or being surrounded by a group of sword-wielding subordinates. At this moment, Li Xion refrained from claiming any more kills. He had already taken down 2 enemy mechs, and if he were to forcibly assist others now, they might not express gratitude. Thus, he opted to deal with the infantry and armored soldiers who were incessantly attacking from a distance. As the battle progressed, his void shield still retained at least half of its defensive value and was slowly regenerating. This was decidedly bad news for the enemy's non-mech forces. Boom! The mech charged forward. Its massive frame and heavy footsteps drowned out by the cacophony of gunfire. Zing! After a brief charge, the plasma cannon on his left arm aimed at a relentlessly firing bunker and unleashed a shot. Boom! In the next instant, arcs of electricity, intense heat, and flames erupted within the bunker, incinerating the Milda soldiers inside into charred remains. Ah, the enemy mechs are advancing. All heavy fire. Focus on the mech in front. The squad commander bellowed in terror. If the advancing force were infantry or armored soldiers, he would not be so concerned, but facing mechs was a different matter altogether. In an instant, various forms of firepower converged upon Li Xion. Electromagnetic rifles, rapid-fire cannons, electromagnetic artillery, anti-tank missiles, and rocket launchers all joined in. Fire support, now. Li Xion calmly issued commands over the squad channel. Yes, boss. Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping immediately maneuvered their mechs to charge forward. Their plasma cannons and remaining electromagnetic cannons firing relentlessly. After giving the orders, Li Xian guided his sword-wielding subordinates to accelerate towards the enemy's defensive position. Boom! The mech leaped slightly, sweeping with the power sword to obliterate a series of anti-tank missiles. Rumble! The explosions of the destroyed anti-tank missiles posed no harm to the power sword equipped with a disintegration field. Although the C3 area is sizable, it is relatively small for mechs. Li Xian's charge and leap brought him directly into a defensive position. Die! A blonde, blue-eyed soldier roared, peeking from behind cover, brandishing an anti-tank missile on his shoulder. Unfazed by the provocation from the mere ants below, Li Xian lowered his left arm's main cannon, a 55mm laser cannon. Whoosh! Boom! A red beam of laser shot forth, creating a massive crater in the ground below. As for the Milda soldier, previously wielding the anti-tank missile, he was likely reduced to mere fragments. Each firing of Li Xian's two main weapons required a recharge before they could fire again. Though somewhat slow, as long as the mech's energy supply is intact, there is no concern regarding firepower. However, within this defensive position, Li Xian did not need to continue firing. The power sword in his hand was the ultimate weapon. All fortifications crumbled before the might of the power weapon, sliced apart with ease a reinforced concrete bunker, which would be difficult even for heavy artillery to breach, was effortlessly cleaved open by the 4-meter-long power sword. Reducing undeniably the advantages of infantry fighting vehicles in troop deployment, coupled with their carrying capacity and defensive capabilities, are significant. Although riding in an infantry fighting vehicle is not entirely safe when given the choice. Most soldiers would prefer to board the vehicle rather than advance on foot. Indeed, while the defensive capabilities of infantry fighting vehicles may not be exceptional, they are still superior to those of the soldiers themselves. Unless the battlefield renders the infantry fighting vehicles entirely obsolete, the vast majority of soldiers would still opt for their use. The infantry swiftly charged into cover, engaging in fierce combat with the remaining enemies. It did not take long for them to thoroughly secure the position. Meanwhile, Li Xian and his team retreated to the entrance of the corridor, where auxiliary soldiers swiftly resupplied ammunition. Li Xian issued commands to the auxiliary soldiers via the command channel. The auxiliary soldiers promptly activated their armored vehicles and surged out of the corridor. The fierce fighting before had left them without an opportunity to engage, though they were indeed armored vehicles. Their armor was akin to flimsy paper in the intensity of such a battlefield that a single misstep could result in the enemy's firepower obliterating them, while the destruction of an armored vehicle would be a minor issue. The detonation of the ammunition carried within could lead to catastrophic consequences in the dense lines of battle. A single ammunition explosion could have far-reaching effects, potentially impacting nearby vehicles. It was only because the tide of battle had tilted in favor of the blueprint that Li Xian dared to call for support from the auxiliary soldiers. On the armored vehicles, the auxiliary troops operated mechanical arms to replace the ammunition packs for Wei Qian and his companions' mechas. Do you see those two mechas over there? Wei Qian pointed at the battlefield not far away, where the wreckage of two knight attendants lay. This time, we have indeed made a contribution. It's a pity you didn't engage in the battle. His words were filled with regret, yet tinged with pride, as they had achieved results on their first battlefield experience, albeit through a 3-to-1 and ultimately 4-to-1 engagement. Regardless of how the outcome was achieved, destroying a mecha constituted a legitimate achievement. Point 2. You are truly impressive. An auxiliary soldier peeked out from the armored vehicle, gazing enviously at the mecha wreckage. Team Leader Li is amazing. An experienced vehicle commander added with admiration. Unlike the new recruits, the veterans considered far more. They could assess the battlefield situation at a glance and had just connected to Li Xian's command channel. Although they could not speak, they could hear Li Xian's commands. Thought if we had been there earlier, perhaps we could have shared in some military credit. A new recruit murmured. The veteran vehicle commander shot him a glance, patting his shoulder while pointing to several burning, short-tailed mouse-armored vehicles nearby. Did you see that? If we had come out earlier, we might have ended up like them. Team Leader Li is a good person. He only let us come up when the battle was nearly over. If we had come up earlier, we might not have secured any achievements, but danger would have been certain. The new recruit observed the several burning short-tailed mice, all belonging to Hung-In Defense's armored infantry fighting vehicles. In the recent fierce battle, they had charged out alongside the hunter tanks. The fortunate ones had survived, while the unfortunate had become mere wreckage. Point 1 burning short-tailed mouse had its turret and doors blown off due to a violent explosion. And a charred body lay face down at the rear, its uniform singed and its helmet and weapon almost fused to the corpse. Nearby, several patches of mangled flesh marked the ground, the remains of fallen infantry. On the battlefield, not all bodies could be seen. Sometimes, in the confines of a narrow exit, evasion was impossible. The bodies crushed under vehicles and mechs had turned into mere pulp. Blood drenched the ground, and fragments of limbs were scattered everywhere. Witnessing this scene, the new recruit felt his stomach churn. Ugh! The veteran in the armored vehicle's cockpit lit a cigarette, observing the hellish scene before him. Taking a deep drag, he placed the cigarette in the armored vehicle's observatio, including the knights attendant slain by Li Exen. Even if they could still be utilized, they would merely belong to the financial assets of the group. What he could salvage were the personal belongings of the knight's attendant. He activated his mechanical arm to pry open the cockpit of the knight's attendant, accompanied by the creaking of metal. The cockpit, pierced by the power sword, was fully opened, revealing a gruesome sight to Li Exion's eyes. The pilot had been impaled in the middle by the power sword, their body cleaved vertically into two halves, with a small portion of the upper body completely disintegrated. The remaining two sections of the corpse appeared charred, the blood long since dried within the cockpit. Exine gazed at the remains, shaking his head. The face had been utterly pulverized by the disintegration field, rendering it impossible to discern the enemy's appearance. Reflecting on his own situation, he recalled that before heading to the battlefield, he carried nothing but his supplies on the mech, primarily energy paste and the number 5 spiritual energy compound to replenish his spiritual energy, that he utilized his spiritual energy to transfer the enemy's corpse to the ground. He was not so devoid of decency as to harbor significant animosity toward the Mildenite Order. Both sides were merely serving their respective masters. After relocating the body, Li Exien began to search the cockpit of the enemy. The cockpit of the knight's attendant was fundamentally similar in structure to that of the short sword attendant. It seemed that the weapons and vehicles across the entire Guansuo IV were of a similar make. Li Exien quickly found a compartment on one side of the cockpit designated for storage. Using his spiritual energy, he opened it, revealing a small drawer which he pulled out. Inside the drawer were 3 vials, all containing the number 5 spiritual energy compound. The design of these vials was essentially identical to those Li Exien used. With a pleased whistle, he speculated that these vials might have been part of a blueprint previously sold to the Mildenite Order. Of course, it was also possible that there were ongoing trade exchanges between the two factions, whether overt or covert. Li Exen carefully stowed away the 3 vials. Such spoils belonged to him now. However, he dared not use them immediately. He needed to return for testing, lest he suffer an untimely fate after surviving the battlefield. The drawer also contained various trinkets, none of which held significant value. Finally, a photograph surfaced in his hand. The image depicted a blonde-haired, blue-eyed European, representative of the predominant demographic of the Mildenite Order. During the colonial era, the population had already become diverse, yet racial distinctions persisted. Within the Blueprint Corporation's territory, most inhabitants were of Eastern descent, while the Mildenite Order's demographic was primarily composed of Caucasians and African descendants. The man in the photograph appeared to be in his 30s. Beside him stood a strikingly beautiful woman of similar age. In her arms rested an infant, while a young boy stood in front of the man. A picturesque family of 4 that observing this scene. Li Exien couldn't help but sigh. Glancing down at the body whose head was nearly unrecognizable, he pressed his earpiece, instructing the assistant soldier, Old Li, arranged for 2 people to come to the knight's attendant and collect the bodies. Understood, Captain. Soon, a squad leader among the assistant soldiers arrived with 2 others beside the knight's attendant. Li Exen pointed to the pilot's corpse on the ground, saying, "Take him out and bury him." The squad leader nodded, promptly signaling the assistant soldiers to retrieve a body bag and place the remains inside. In the end, Li Exien placed a trinket from the drawer into the body bag, ensuring the photograph was carefully placed in the corpse's hand. Subsequently, he handed some of the less valuable yet somewhat significant items to the squad leader. "Here, take these back and share them among yourselves." The squad leader repeatedly declined, but seeing Li Exien's serious demeanor, he eventually accepted. Afterward, he loaded the body into an armored jeep, driving through the passageway toward the surface. Once they exited the combat zone and reached solid ground, the squad leader's demeanor brightened. The driver continued ahead while he sat in the passenger seat, examining the items Li Exien had given him. Among them were pens, trinkets, and a few knickknacks, amounting to about a dozen energy coins. Insignificant for Li Exien, yet a delightful windfall for the assistant soldiers. "Here is something for you. This is yours, and this is mine." Does anyone have any objections? The squad leader divided the small pile of items into 3 portions, ensuring each received a share, even if their values weren't perfectly equal. Captain Li is truly impressive. Not only is he formidable in battle, but he is also generous and magnanimous, the squad leader remarked, donning a mechanical watch with admiration. Indeed, I never expected that in collecting a body, Captain Li would still share something with us, an assistant soldier chuckled. Not bad. Following Captain Li, we definitely struck it rich. After a while, the vehicle stopped in a desolate area outside the Beishimo ironworks. The squad leader disembarked, stating, "All right, let us bury him here, brothers." The 3 of them busied themselves for a moment, digging a shallow grave. The squad leader glanced at his mechanical watch and sighed, addressing the body in the bag. "In honor of your watch, brother, I'll make sure to bury you deeper." Chapter 90. Revelry this time. Li Xen had slain 2 night attendants, yet only 1 yielded spoils. The other night attendant, having sustained damage to its energy system and suffered extensive destruction, was nearly incinerated. Even if there were valuable items inside, they were likely reduced to ashes. Once Li Xen finished scouring the battlefield, Jiang Lu approached him, accompanied by Feng Dai and several other squad leaders. "Master!" Li Xen turned and called out as he spotted Jiang Lu approaching, his face beaming with pride. In contrast, the expressions of others were far more varied, mostly filled with envy. "So, you killed 2 night attendants?" Jiang Lu inquired. Li Xen nodded, then shook his head. "Not quite 2. I killed 1, while the other was taken down in collaboration with my squad." "Very good. 2 in total," Jiang Lu exclaimed with admiration. Feng Dai, filled with envy, interjected, "Shao Li, have you truly entered the superfrequency state?" At this, not only Jiang Lu, but the others also turned their attention to Li Xen. He scanned the room, a faint smile gracing his lips as he responded. "Indeed, Brother Feng, I was fortunate enough to enter the superfrequency mode. Thank goodness for that. Otherwise, our team might have faced casualties." He added, "Superfrequency. Superfrequency." Feng Dai muttered, "You little rascal. Is there a secret to it? How did you manage to suddenly enter superfrequency? Teach me, old brother. I'm so envious. You should be grateful to stay alive. How did you suddenly become so capable, entering superfrequency?" Feng Dai said, wrapping an arm around Li Xen's shoulders and shaking him playfully. The surrounding squad leaders couldn't help but laugh at Feng Dai's antics. Li Xen reciprocated the gesture, placing his arm around Feng Dai's shoulder, earnestly saying, "Brother Feng, it's all thanks to your excellent teachings. In the heat of battle, I recalled your guidance and instantly entered superfrequency. You little rascal." "All right, old Feng, stop the antics," Jiang Lu chuckled. "Entering superfrequency isn't something easily replicated. However, Li Xen attaining that state is a boon for our entire squad." Jiang Lu then turned to Li Xen, saying, "When you have the time, I'll gather everyone for you to hold a sharing session. Share your insights and experiences. It might prove beneficial for everyone." Li Xen nodded in agreement. "No problem, Master. I'm available anytime." "All right, I'll arrange a time," Jiang Lu said with a smile. Following that, Li Xen engaged in banter with the other squad leaders for a while. In that moment, what had once been seen as a fortunate rookie in the eyes of the squad leaders, Li Xen had officially integrated into the ranks of seasoned soldiers within the team. Previously, others referred to him as the lucky rookie with a hint of sarcasm. Now, things had changed. Li Xen had proven his capability. During this battle, not every veteran had managed to slay a night attendant. Throughout the entire skirmish, only 13 night attendants were defeated, with Li Xen's team responsible for 2. Jiang Lu, upon entering the battlefield, swiftly dispatched 4 more. In total, only 7 night attendants were taken down by other squads, while the remaining night attendants retreated promptly when the situation turned dire. Despite the overwhelming numerical advantage, nearly double the forces failed to eliminate all 20-odd night attendants. This indirectly highlighted the disparity between rookie and veteran mech pilots. Li Xen's prowess was now acknowledged by all. In superfrequency mode, the night attendants were no match for him. Was that not a testament to his strength? Previously, when others referred to Li Xen as a fortunate rookie, it carried a hint of derision. Mockery surrounds Li Xen, who, after merely 2 months, fortuitously ascends to the position of team leader. Speculations abound as to whether he will soon reveal his limitations on the battlefield, leading his entire squad to suffer losses. Contrary to expectations, Li Xen defies the odds, and it appears that within the entire second squad, apart from Jiang Lu, he stands as a formidable force, although his strength may not be enduring. During his brief moments of prowess, he can dispatch any adversary with ease. Label Exen merely as a fortunate rookie now carries an undertone of envy. Who could not be envious? It is almost unbearable. Nong Shuang from the first squad gazes at the retreating figure of Li Exen, escorted by Jiang Lu, his eyes brimming with admiration, that he exclaims, "If only I could tap into that overclocking ability. That would surely grant me promotions, ample rewards, and a plethora of medals." Standing nearby, Han Zhong, the leader of the 8th Squad, stares in disbelief and quips, "How come you're so greedy? Want to have it all?" Nong Shuang casts a sidelong glance and retorts, "Why not indulge in a little daydreaming? Am I not allowed to dream big?" Shortly after Li Xian follows Jiang Lu, Feng Dai stealthily trails behind. "Li Xian, I can hardly contain myself. How did you suddenly achieve overclocking?" Feng Dai bursts forth. "Brother Feng, let me share my secret," Li Xian whispers conspiratorially. "Really?" Feng Dai's eyes widen with curiosity. Jiang Lu pats Li Xian on the shoulder. Chuckling, "Look at this rascal. How could he possibly have a secret? Besides, entering overclocking mode varies from person to person. What he claims may not align with your actual experience," that he adds. "All right, Li Xian, stop leading Feng Dai astray. He is not very bright to begin with. We wouldn't want him to become even more foolish." "Yes, master," Li Xian replies with a smile. "Well, you've truly learned some bad habits." Feng Dai laughs heartily. "Next time we return to the base, you must treat us to a grand feast." Li Xian nods with a grin. "No problem. We'll feast on the finest delicacies, in the grand scheme of things." Jiang Lu, Feng Dai, and Li Xian have formed the strongest bond within the 2nd Squad. Jiang Lu and Feng Dai have been comrades in arms for an extended period, despite Li Xian's relatively short tenure. His prowess has been honed under their guidance. They have fought side by side, having endured the perilous encounter with 5 knights. The camaraderie amongst the 3 of them is unparalleled, outshining the relationships of other leaders and rookies within the squad. Ultimately, Feng Dai and Li Xian are Jiang Lu's true confidants. Li Xian's newfound strength further solidifies Jiang Lu's influence within the squad. Chapter 91. The sharing session proposed by Jiang Lu convened successfully the day after the battlefield was cleared. However, it was not without its challenges, as the number of attendees exceeded expectations. The original venue, a makeshift tent in the C2 area, was intended for an intimate gathering of merely 40 squad members. Yet upon hearing of the event, the entire 1st Squad, led by Ke Qian, descended upon the site with their own 40 personnel. Shortly thereafter, the mecha division from the 5th Squad squeezed into the already crowded space. With no alternative, expansion was necessary. Fortunately, the ruins provided ample opportunity for a new venue to materialize after a quick cleanup. Although the area appeared somewhat chaotic, no mecha pilot voiced complaints in the end. Even Lu Quan dispatched personnel to set up remote equipment, joined by 2 other squads responsible for securing the outer perimeter. What began as a gathering of 40 transformed into an assembly of 200. While the ratio of those capable of mastering the chip overclocking mode stood at approximately 1 in 100, it was evident that within the Blueprint's expeditionary army, no such individuals existed among the 200 mecha pilots present. Currently, only Li Xian possessed the fortune of mastering this rare mode. The first video shared was a recording of Li Xian's combat performance. The footage began with the 7th Squad's mecha launching an assault, with Li Xian charging boldly into the fray, engaging the enemy's long-range fire. As the enemy's 2 knight escorts arrived, the atmosphere shifted to one of palpable tension. The audience, composed of over 100 rookie mecha pilots, could empathize with the escalating stakes that in the C1-C3 offensive zone. The 1st, 2nd, and 5th Squads met resistance from the enemy mechas, while the 2nd Squad emerged unscathed, unlike the others, which suffered losses that in the previous fierce battle. Many rookies trembled with anxiety, but observing Li Xian's combat prowess, they could sense the tension shared by the 3 rookies accompanying him. The details of the battle require no embellishment. Once the viewing concluded, all were left with a sense of exhilarating victory. The transformation from being suppressed by 2 enemy knights to swiftly retaliating after entering overclocking mode was a thrilling spectacle for the rookies, who wished they could substitute themselves for Li Xian. As the video came to an end, Li Xian commenced his sharing session. Although the percentage of those implanted with biointelligent chips is relatively low, some exist beyond just mecha pilots. Similarly, not only mecha pilots can access overclocking mode. However, the impact of this mode is magnified for them. Across various fields, individuals who have mastered the chip overclocking mode have shared their experiences, each with unique methods and varying outcomes. It is difficult to pinpoint replicable strategies, yet nearly every fortunate individual who has grasped this mode feels compelled to share their insights. After all, the likelihood of mastering overclocking mode increases significantly upon hearing others' experiences. In battle, I sensed that I had maximized the chip's utilization. Despite the enemy's relentless assaults and my chip assisting in combat, I found myself at an impasse. Ultimately, I was fortunate enough to enter overclocking mode, which may have been triggered by depleting the chip's computational power amidst a dire situation. This, I believe, elucidates the reason behind my entry into overclocking mode. Thank you all for attending my sharing session. I conclude my remarks here. As Li Xian finished, he bowed slightly. The next moment, the venue erupted in applause at a true hero. Indeed, a rookie mecha pilot gazed at Li Xian, unable to suppress his envy. When will I achieve overclocking too? I wish I could be under leader Li's guidance. A fellow rookie cast a longing glance toward Wei Qian and his companions. The three rookies under Li Xian's command fervently applauded, their hands reddening with enthusiasm, their faces alight with joy. What a thrill! Absolutely exhilarating. Wei Qian murmured as he clapped. Gan Hongkai grinned broadly, nearly revealing his back teeth, although Li Xian stood at the forefront. As his subordinates, Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yang basked in the shared glory. While Li Xian may have taken the spotlight, in a sense, his accomplishments reflected their own. The military operates as a cohesive unit. And this time, they too made their mark, having slain a knight escort, albeit in a coordinated effort. Nonetheless, they had witnessed the blood of mechs. Furthermore, their commendable performance in subsequent battles distinguished them from their peers, rendering their collective efforts quite impressive. As the applause waned, Lu Quan's holographic projection appeared on the table. Salute! In an instant, over 100 mecha pilots, along with dozens more viewing via remote devices from the other two squads, rose in unison to salute. Lu Quan returned the gesture with a brief bow and continued. The recent battles have been intense, yet our forces have achieved commendable victories. In just a few days, we have secured 3 zones. I estimate the remaining 13 will soon follow suit. He then directed his gaze toward the second squad. Here, I wish to commend the second squad. At that moment, every mecha pilot from the second squad instinctively straightened up, chests puffed with pride. The second squad had the fastest speed in neutralizing enemies, with not a single mecha lost. Not only did the mechas remain intact, but the infantry and armored troops from Hung-In defense who fought alongside them also experienced the lowest casualty rates. I urge everyone to applaud the second squad. The venue resounded with cheers once more. Lu Quan continued. This is warfare. Minimizing our losses while achieving victory swiftly and safely is paramount. Li Xian, a relatively inexperienced leader, has demonstrated superior capabilities compared to many veteran leaders present, not merely by entering overclocking mode, but also through his exemplary leadership in battle. Chapter 92. The dispute the projection displayed Lu Quan's serious demeanor. He continued, many team leaders have yet to emerge from their roles as ordinary soldiers. You are not merely a standard mech division. You are now the commanders of a tactical unit. Your mission extends beyond engaging the immediate enemy. You must also be vigilant toward your comrades, providing them with the most effective commands and guidance. Many of our allies are fresh graduates from military academies, and their experience may be lacking. However, the valor and enthusiasm inherent in soldiers remain intact. I hope all team leaders can learn from Li Xian. Not only should you fight bravely, but you should also excel in management, ensuring that you can effectively command all members of your team. In the command center, I do not wish to receive reports of fallen soldiers and damaged mechs. Instead, I long to hear of your victories, one after another, and the delightful news of enemy casualties. Do you all possess the confidence to lead your comrades and achieve victory after victory? Yes, yes. The holographic projection of Lu Quan nodded with satisfaction, stating, excellent. In that case, I shall await your good news. With that, Lu Quan's projection faded, marking the official end of the assembly. Following the meeting, Li Xian found himself in high demand, as Ke Qian, the captain of the first squad, and Xiao Hong, the captain of the fifth squad, alongside several trusted team leaders, approached him. Ke Qian was an old acquaintance, having a good rapport with Jiang Lu, as their teams had once fought side by side. Ke Qian remarked to Jiang Lu, if only Li Xian had been assigned to me back then. You wishful thinker. Jiang Lu laughed heartily. LIX, why not join my squad? I can offer you the position of deputy captain, Kuqian earnestly proposed. Shaking Li Xian's hand, is there even a deputy captain position in our structure? Li Xian turned to Jiang Lu, puzzled. Jiang Lu replied, what deputy captain? He wants to give you his captaincy and be your aide. Isn't that right, Kuqian? Kuqian abruptly released Li Xian's hand and turned to leave, exclaiming, no way, no way. Why are you trying to take my position? Jiang Lu erupted in laughter, and even Li Xian couldn't help but chuckle. The camaraderie between Jiang Lu and Kuqian was reminiscent of that share between Li Xian and Feng Dai. Previously, the two teams had often engaged in joint activities, making their banter quite natural. After their playful exchange, the other members of the squad dispersed. Jiang Lu then spoke earnestly to Li Xian. Li Xian, being able to enter the hyper-frequency mode is your good fortune, but do not let it lead to complacency. The hyper-frequency mode merely amplifies your advantages. A solid foundation is essential. Moreover, you must swiftly master this hyper-frequency mode to achieve instant access to it at any moment. In response to his mentor's heartfelt advice, Li Xian nodded gravely. Yes, master. He understood the necessity of rigorous training to solidify his foundation. For on the battlefield, one's combat skills are paramount. As for entering hyper-frequency mode, that was no longer a matter of practice. Thanks to the psychic chip, Li Xian could activate the hyper-frequency mode at will, subsequently engaging the biointelligent chip. After the meeting concluded, Li Xian transitioned from being an inconspicuous team leader to a mech warrior known throughout the entire Blueprint Expeditionary Army. Achieving a renown unparalleled among the 200 soldiers, the sharing session had ended, yet the war raged on. The troops advanced steadily, clearing underground sectors one by one. Within a mere half-month, the C and B sectors have been entirely captured. With casualties remaining within acceptable limits, in the subsequent offensives, the enemy's knights and retainers did not deploy, allowing the Blueprint short sword attendants to ravage the battlefield freely. In the rear, within the A2 sector, was the command center of the Milda Retainer Army. At this moment, the command center was in disarray. The disputing parties included Roy, the brigade commander of the Milda Retainer Army, and DuPont, the commander of the Knight Retainers. DuPont, a nearly 40-year-old African-American, faced Roy, a Caucasian. In terms of rank, Roy held the higher position. However, he was an officer of the Milda Retainer Army, whereas DuPont piloted a C-class Knight mech and was an officer of the Milda Knights. DuPont pressed his hands on the table and coldly addressed Roy. The Knight Retainers need to evacuate the battlefield. The enemy outnumbers us significantly, and we cannot hold the underground of this steel mill. Rather than waste our soldiers here, we should charge out and clear an escape route. Since we can no longer defend Beishimo, why waste time here? Roy, composed in his chair, pointed at the underground structure diagram before him and replied, I have received orders to hold the Beishimo steel mill at all costs. Until a retreat order is issued from above, we cannot abandon this battlefield. Now, Captain DuPont, please return to designated position. Your Knight Retainer troops have been absent from the battlefield for some time, resulting in the loss of several defensive strongholds in a short span. If it weren't for the necessity of your continued combat, I would have the authority to execute you on the spot. Roy regarded DuPont with a calm demeanor. Execute me? You think your retainer army can do that? DuPont's eyes shimmered with psychic energy. Arcs of electricity and flames flickering at the corners of his eyes, indicating his readiness for battle. How daring! Roy's guards immediately reacted with fury, drawing their weapons at DuPont. These guards were clad in lightweight, powered armor, providing decent defensive capabilities while augmenting the soldiers' strength, allowing them to withstand several shots from rapid-fire artillery. However, such high defense came at a steep cost. DuPont merely glanced at Roy's guards, and, with a flash of electricity, he knocked the guards' weapon from their grasp, heightening the tension in the command center. Now, not only Roy's guards but even the surrounding officers placed their hands on the holsters of their sidearms. DuPont disdainfully surveyed the officers around him. Although some were also psychics, their levels and combat techniques were inferior. Most psychics could not compete with mech warriors in various aspects, demonstrating slower cultivation rates and lesser combat capabilities. Roy, manage your men. I have already requested permission from above to evacuate the Knight Retainers from Beishimo Steel Mill. I came here merely to extend a hand, considering our shared combat experience. Since you refuse, then you and your brigade may perish in this cursed place. Chapter 93. The Dispute, Part 2. As guards surrounded the entrance, DuPont ignored them entirely. Pushing them aside, to the command podium, Roy glared at DuPont's retreating figure, gritting his teeth in frustration. Once DuPont had departed, the other personnel in the command center, primarily the officers, turned their gazes toward Roy. Roy sighed deeply and said, "Let us get back to work. Plan the defense for the upcoming areas." Upon hearing this, most of the officers busied themselves once more. The tasks facing the officers in the command center were numerous. A combined brigade, consisting of thousands, required constant reporting and resolution of various matters each day. These encompassed not only combat issues, but also various logistical concerns, particularly during combat situations, including resupplying frontline troops with weapons and ammunition, determining which units to garrison or rotate, managing the treatment of the wounded, and arranging for the burial of fallen soldiers. Intelligence regarding the enemy and the summation of our own intelligence were also crucial. It could be said that the officers were the most occupied individuals within the command center. The brigade commander merely needed to focus on directing operations and setting the overarching strategy, while the officers had far more to consider. If the command center were to lose the brigade commander, the unit could maintain a relatively stable state, albeit with diminished combat effectiveness. However, if several officers were lost without replacements, it would not take long for various peculiar problems to arise within the troops. Roy's chief of staff approached him, inquiring softly, "Are DuPont and the others truly leaving? Can we really let them go? Without the mechs, relying on our existing forces, we may struggle to withstand the enemy's mech units for long." Roy wearily rubbed his brow and replied, "If DuPont wishes to leave, we cannot stop him. His command authority only partially lies with us. If he formally requests evacuation from his superior, I believe those knights will indeed permit them to withdraw from this position." Initially, the retainer army's operational plan did not satisfy those knights, and now we have incurred losses. Sigh. Upon hearing this, the staff officer couldn't help but sigh as well. "How many troops do we have left? What is the status of each battalion?" Roy inquired. The chief of staff shook his head and remarked, "The situation across the various units is dire. The 345th and 346th Infantry Battalions have been nearly decimated. It is not merely the soldiers. Even the battalion and company officers are almost all dead. The other battalions are somewhat better off, yet they too have suffered nearly 50% casualties. Our forces are severely depleted, and nearly all of the brigade that can still fight are already on the front lines. Only the critically wounded soldiers remain in the rear, while those with minor injuries are hastily bandaged and sent back into battle. Within our defensive lines, at least a quarter of the soldiers bear various wounds. To this point, the chief of staff's voice nearly broke with emotion as he stated, "Our medical resources are nearly exhausted, and if this continues, we may soon run out of supplies even for dressing wounds." Upon hearing this, Roy could not help but close his eyes in distress. Taking a deep breath, he asked, "What about weapons and ammunition?" The chief of staff replied, "Ammunition is relatively sufficient. We have enough for both light and heavy weaponry. The only issue is our severe shortage of heavy firepower. We can manage against the enemy's infantry and armored troops, but we are utterly helpless against their mechas." After listening to the chief of staff, Roy instinctively lit a cigarette. He exhaled a plume of smoke, obscuring his face in a haze. The chief of staff interjected, "Commander, should we consider retreating? Is this your personal opinion or the consensus of everyone?" Roy inhaled deeply before turning to look at the chief of staff. "It is my opinion, but it also reflects the sentiments of the others. Commander, our 232nd Brigade has already lost 2/3 of its strength. If we continue like this, we will be entirely wiped out." Roy remained silent as the command room gradually fell into a somber quiet. With guards and staff members anxiously watching him, but he shook his head slowly and said, "I have long requested a retreat, but the military headquarters has denied our request. This place has become a deadlock. And what purpose does it serve for our remnants to hold this position? The enemy has at least 3 squadrons of short-sword mechas participating in the assault, over 100 mechas, if we have no mechas within our defensive lines. They could easily capture our position with a single charge. Commander, our defense is utterly meaningless. Why does the military headquarters refuse to allow our withdrawal?" Roy replied, "We must hold off the Blueprint's dispatch forces here. This is our last stronghold. If Blueprint captures this place, they will have an unimpeded path into the vast plains beyond. Securing this location would enable them to attack our rear industrial and residential areas directly. This total war is not just because Blueprint was unprepared. Even our Mildanites were not ready. We can no longer retreat. This is our final stand." Now, we can only fight valiantly, killing as many enemies here as possible. That is our only course of action. The chief of staff gritted his teeth and inquired, then how can the knight retinue retreat? Their withdrawal is part of a planned maneuver. The enemy has heavy forces guarding the perimeter. Otherwise, our situation might be somewhat more bearable, at least allowing us some reinforcements and supply lines that I sincerely hope DuPont and his men can break through. That would mean they have pierced the enemy's encirclement. We could then expect a fresh batch of supplies and reinforcements. Roy surveyed the command room. Observing the increasingly sluggish movements of the staff and guards, he said, "Think of your families in the rear. We have no other choice." Chapter 94. Surrender. The Milda army situation is temporarily unknown to Li Xian and the others. Even if they were aware, it would bear little significance. The battle continues to advance steadily, with the enemy's defensive resolve proving formidable. Even the wounded soldiers grit their teeth and return to the battlefield, which has created considerable challenges for Hungan Defense's offensive, due to the communication blackout. They cannot ascertain whether the enemy has deployed knight retinues behind the lines. Could the mechas directly breach the enemy's defenses? Certainly, but it entails a gamble if the enemy's defenses conceal a multitude of knight retinues. The leading short sword mechas would be doomed, unless they could obtain specific intelligence. Days passed, and on a deep night, at the Milda army's D2 defense area, the remaining dozens of knight retinues congregated here. DuPont, within the cockpit, smoked a cigarette, the white smoke enveloping the entire cabin, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. However, psychics are not hindered by obstructions. DuPont could activate the mecha and maintain control as a C-class psychic. He piloted a C-class mecha of knight rank. Damn it! Hold! How can we defend this place with just our mechas? DuPont cursed. He made one last attempt to contact Roy. Roy, I'll say this one last time. We need to break out. If you wish to survive, arrange for the troops to break out with us. Regardless, DuPont had fought alongside Roy for some time and considered him a comrade. Now, as he sought to withdraw, he hoped to pull Roy along. Roy's resigned voice came through. We have no orders to retreat. We can only hold this position. DuPont, you should break out. Good luck. With that, Roy ended the communication. Fool! No waiting for the infantry. We're leaving, DuPont roared, commanding all knight retinues in the command channel. Instantly, dozens of mechas powered up and surged toward the outer defensive lines. Meanwhile, Roy, shrouded in smoke, faced what might be a sleepless night. His chief of staff was no longer in the command center, perhaps resting or inspecting the troops. Roy gazed toward one direction, the A3 area, the current front of resistance. That he speculated that his chief of staff was likely positioned there. The assault in the underground world does not distinguish between day and night, for visibility remains the same. However, humans must differentiate between day and night. Their biological clocks are not so easily adjusted. Regardless of whether it is a daytime or nighttime assault, visibility underground is impaired. Hence, during the night, the attacking forces gradually slow their onslaught, as rest is still necessary. This time, Roy's chief of staff had already exited the Milda army's defensive position. His movements were swift and stealthy, drawing no attention from the soldiers behind the lines. During this time frame, the attention of ordinary soldiers is typically less focused. However, Hungan Defense remained vigilant, with someone already aiming their sights at the Milda chief of staff. Wait! The squad commander beside him restrained the soldier prepared to fire, recognizing that the enemy was evidently a high-ranking officer, unarmed. Shoot at his feet. The squad commander, prioritizing safety, ordered the soldier to open fire. Bang! The chief of staff, seeing sparks erupt near his feet, came to an immediate halt. Raising his hands and surrendered, he declared, "I come to surrender. I have crucial intelligence to report." Before long, this chief of staff from the Milda army was escorted to the rear. Here, the highest commander overseeing the ongoing frontline assault was a company commander from Hungan Defense. Naturally, interrogating a high-ranking officer, especially one who was a psychic, would require more than just infantry. Lixin, who was on night watch, quickly arrived, with short-sword mechas already stationed at the location. "What crucial intelligence do you possess?" Jiang Lu inquired. "Are you the highest commander here?" The chief of staff first scrutinized the infantry company commander and the mecha belonging to Li Xian, frowning slightly before quickly relaxing. As a brigade-level officer in the Milda army, he instinctively sought to meet with a higher-ranking officer. Yet, realizing his new identity as a surrendering prisoner, he felt unqualified to demand more. "Indeed, what intelligence do you have?" The infantry company commander pressed that. "I am a chief of staff of the Milda Army's infantry brigade, and I come to surrender." You wish to surrender? The company commander asked. Yes, the chief of staff nodded. I am surrendering. Do you bring any intelligence? The company commander queried. Tonight, the remaining night retinues of our army will begin breaking out from the D2 area, seeking to escape this underground steel plant. Only mechs? The infantry company commander frowned, inquiring further. The chief of staff replied, Only mechs. The infantry and armored troops have been abandoned. Otherwise, do you think I would come to surrender? Observing the chief of staff's somewhat haughty demeanor, Li Xin felt his fists clench. After a moment of silence, the infantry company commander turned and departed. Keep an eye on him. After leaving, the company commander soon encountered Jiang Lu, and after relaying the intelligence they had gathered, both parties exchanged glances, uncertain. What should we do? Can we trust this? The infantry company commander hesitated. According to rank, he was equal to Jiang Lu, though Jiang Lu, being from the blueprint group, held a slightly higher position. Jiang Lu pondered, regardless of whether the news is true or false, we should report it. He reasoned that if the enemy's mechs truly attempted a breakout tonight, reporting it would be a significant achievement. Even if it turned out to be false, there would be no detriment to us. The company commander nodded in agreement, understanding the rationale, yet sometimes decisions were not his to make. Both parties swiftly communicated their intelligence to their superiors. And henceforth, the matter was no longer their concern. The troubling issues were temporarily left to Lu Quan and Ji Zizhuan. The true authorities in this region, that Ji Zizhuan had also benefited greatly, having transitioned from a mere brigade commander to one with substantial forces under his command. Lu Quan was soon awakened and received the intelligence submitted by Jiang Loud in the darkness. A confident smile graced his face. This information, regardless of its veracity, held little significance for him. The strength of blueprint and Hungin defense was, at least in the vicinity of the Guansuo steel plant, overwhelmingly dominant. Intelligence was merely a bonus. Chapter 95, Surrender, Part 2. Nevertheless, Lu Quan forwarded the intelligence to the 3rd and 4th mech squadrons, which had already neutralized the enemy's outer defenses and established defensive positions. Reports indicate that the enemy's night retinue will attempt a breakout from Area A2 tonight. Prepare your defenses and avoid any blunders. Understood, Commander. Rest assured, we will promptly set up the defensive line. The 2 squadron leaders assured with confidence. The mechs of the 2 squadrons swiftly assembled at the perimeter, guarding the passages the enemy might breach. Below the Guansuo steel plant, the short sword retinue was on the offensive, while the enemy's breakout would directly confront their defensive line. However, the need for vigilance extended beyond internal defenses of the Guansuo steel plant. External reinforcements also had to be considered. Fortunately, Blueprint had not skimped on its blocking positions, deploying 3 infantry battalions, a tank battalion, and an armored battalion. Surrounding the forward base were several heavy artillery battalions from Blueprint and Hungin, ready to suppress the battlefield should the enemy dare to advance. For the moment, Li Xin and his comrades focused less on the outer situation and more on their impending actions. The brigade chief of the Milda retinue had divulged a considerable amount of intelligence. He was remarkably cooperative, divulging information without reservation during inquiries from Jiang Lu and the infantry commander. Meanwhile, several individuals communicated among themselves via chips. What do the leaders say? The infantry commander inquired. He had reported his findings. But Ji Zizhuan remained non-committal, merely instructing him to continue the interrogation and cooperate with the mech units. Clearly, while Blueprint was bolstering its forces, Lu Quan's authority on this frontline battlefield was also on the rise. Perhaps not wishing to bear responsibility, or perhaps due to a transfer of command, Ji Zizhuan maintained a laid-back demeanor. Jiang Lu remarked, "We have extracted most of the pertinent intelligence, if what this individual has stated is true. An attack by the enemy's night retinue on the perimeter could indeed suggest that the defenses in areas A and D are vulnerable. Should we charge indirectly? What if he is a decoy? And the enemy's night retinue attempting to break through is also a ruse, with numerous foes lying in wait for us." The commander pondered aloud. Jiang Lu fell silent for a moment, recognizing the validity of this concern. After all, they were uncertain about the number of enemy mechs concealed in the remaining areas. That it could be as few as the brigade chief had suggested, or perhaps many more. This uncertainty was why they had refrained from hastily preparing for an assault after receiving the brigade chief's intelligence. At this stage of the conflict, the situation was somewhat ambiguous. Jiang Lu and Lu Quan could surmise the number of mechs below. Blueprint undoubtedly had the numerical advantage. Yet, they feared the unforeseen, a hidden threat. Regardless, if a battle erupts at the perimeter, we will first secure the position in front of us, After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Lu stated decisively. This decision received the infantry commander's affirmation. After relaying his thoughts to Lu Quan, the latter contemplated for a while before exchanging opinions with his staff. Approved. You may act at your discretion, but exercise caution and do not charge recklessly. Understood, Commander. Jiang Lu responded emphatically. Boom. In the dead of night, the perimeter erupted with fierce gunfire. Led by DuPont, dozens of night retinues surged outward from underground, only to be met head-on by Blueprint's short sword retinue. The intensity of the firefight in this region was extraordinarily high. Not only were the mechs engaged, but heavy tanks unleashed powerful attacks. Each plasma cannon shot had the potential to shatter a night retinue's void shield, sometimes even destroying them outright. Yet soon, Milda's reinforcements began their assault on the breakout forces. The outer blocking position of Blueprint transformed into a two-front conflict, with both sides fiercely engaging in battle. Meanwhile, below the Biximo steel plant, upon hearing the commotion and receiving news from Lu Quan, Jiang Lu felt an adrenaline rush, but he maneuvered his vanguard mech before Milda's brigade chief and inquired, "We are about to launch an offensive. Do you possess any further assistance you can provide? The more you contribute, the better your future prospects will be." The Milda brigade chief lifted his gaze to the towering mech before him and sighed. "My surrender is not solely for my benefit. My death is inconsequential, but I wish to spare my brothers from dying here. I have already set the groundwork. All that is needed is to send a signal, and my comrades on the front line will voluntarily surrender." Jiang Lu maintained his composure, responding soberly, "Excellent. It is time for them to act. I need them to lay down their weapons and emerge from their positions. Can you facilitate this?" The brigade chief closed his eyes and nodded silently. "It can be done." "Then let us proceed." Jiang Lu and the infantry commander, accompanied by the Milda brigade chief, made their way to the frontline battlefield. There, they temporarily lifted the restrictions on the brigade chief, allowing for communication through their chips. Meanwhile, Hungyan's infantry armored units and the 2nd Mech Squadron had gathered, poised to launch an offensive. Shortly after the brigade chief sent the signal, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the enemy's defenses. This moment compelled the infantry commander to regard the captive with newfound respect. However, surprise soon turned to joy as scouts shouted, "The enemy has truly laid down their weapons and is emerging." Upon hearing this, officers and mech commanders swiftly turned their attention to the unfolding scene. Indeed, enemy soldiers were gradually stepping out from their defenses, casting aside their weapons and standing at the periphery of the fortifications. "Rest assured, I am not deceiving you," the Milda brigade chief sighed. "However, you must act swiftly. While this position may surrender, it does not imply that others will follow suit. I have no doubt that the news of our surrender has already reached the commander. Armored units, advance and swiftly seize the enemy's position." The infantry commander bellowed. In the next instant, several short-tailed mice, laden with infantry, roared toward the enemy's stronghold. Chapter 96. Assault on A2. The first defensive position was captured with little resistance. In this battle, the only casualties were likely those officers unwilling to surrender. Yet, their numbers were minimal. At this point in the conflict, the Milda Infantry Brigade had suffered nearly 2/3 of its forces. Had it not been for the terrain, which left these soldiers with nowhere to flee, they might have already escaped. As the infantry secured the enemy's position, all captives were escorted to the rear. A new dilemma now lay before the commanders of Blueprint and Hungyan: to continue advancing or to wait. The infantry commander urgently inquired, "What should we do? If the enemy's night retinue has indeed broken through, we might seize control of the entire steel plant." His voice was charged with excitement. Capturing the entire steel plant would undoubtedly be a monumental achievement, benefiting both the mech units and Hungyan defense immensely. Promotions and raises would no longer be mere dreams. "Continue the assault. Advance until we can advance no further," Jiang Lu replied, his tone resolute. After all, who does not relish the prospect of glory in battle? The subsequent advance proceeded smoothly, but the good fortune was short-lived. After capturing another sector, gunfire erupted ahead. The infantry commander questioned the Milda brigade chief. "What is happening?" The brigade chief sighed. "The officers here are unwilling to surrender." "Foolish!" the infantry commander exclaimed angrily. "Let's take our time. If the enemy lacks night retinues, we can support the assault. That may be the case. Otherwise, I would feel uneasy taking all the credit." Jiang Lu consoled. "Your point is valid," the infantry commander replied, tempering his ire. The new offensive commenced swiftly. Knowing that the enemy likely lacked nightly escorts for protection, the mech units launched a fierce assault, although they did not charge directly. The long-range firepower of the mechs soon inflicted heavy casualties upon the enemy's Mirdar soldiers. Meanwhile, on another front, the peripheral defensive positions were engaged in intense combat, with the nightly escorts fighting desperately for their lives. The skirmish focused on a specific point of the defensive line, resulting in severe losses on both sides. The captains of the 3rd and 4th squads grew increasingly frantic. "Commander, request immediate support. We need assistance." Outside the Mirdar Knights' perimeter, additional troops were also attacking the defensive positions, not only infantry but also mech units. The situation proved overwhelming for the two squads. Outside the forward base, several heavy artillery units from Blueprint and Hung in Defense had already begun unleashing their firepower. 155mm shells rained down from above, crashing into the enemy's supporting forces, the explosions and shrapnel sweeping across the barren outskirts. Liu Quan's expression darkened as he quickly responded, "Hold your ground. I will dispatch the 1st squad to assist you immediately." He contemplated his next move before swiftly issuing orders to Jiang Lu of the 2nd Squad and Xiao Hong of the 5th Squad. "What is your situation?" "Commander, we are holding steady for now." "The enemy's resistance is not particularly fierce," Jiang Lu replied. Upon hearing this, Liu Quan declared, "New orders. Secure the internal positions of the enemy's steel factory at once." After taking the positions, the 2nd Squad was to launch an attack through the underground passage, pursuing the enemy's retreating forces to strike at the Knights from behind. 5th Squad, clear the remaining enemies, then do not linger. Proceed to assist. He emphasized, this time, we aim to capture both the retreating and supporting enemies in one fell swoop. Listening to Liu Quan's command, Jiang Lu and Xiao Hong hesitated not for a moment, replying in unison, "Understood, Commander." Following the new combat orders, Jiang Lu wasted no time, issuing a series of tactical commands. "Prepare to charge. We must swiftly eliminate the enemies before us. Infantry, follow our lead to clear the remaining foes and secure advantageous terrain." He instructed the infantry battalion commander beside him, "No problem." Li Xan inquired, "Master, what is the situation?" "Things look grim. The peripheral defensive positions are under heavy fire. We need to quickly establish a route through the underground area and then launch an assault from behind to support the outer defenses." Jiang Lu replied as he walked. Suddenly, he halted and cautioned Li Xan, "Be extra cautious this time. Your close combat skills are still developing. Although you can overclock, do not reveal your trump card recklessly." Li Xian felt a warmth in his heart and nodded. "Yes, Master." The fierce battle erupted instantly. With the authority granted by higher-ups, they could not afford to be uncertain about the potential ambush of nightly escorts behind the enemy's defenses. Even if there were, they had no choice but to press forward. Li Xan returned to his group, observing the 3 fully armed new recruits. "I end this battle. Keep close to my lead." "Yes, boss." "Yes, group leader. Let us move." In the next moment, 4 mechs sprang into action, with Wei Qian leading the charge. Just as Jiang Lu had advised, he could not be at the very forefront. Li Xan needed to cultivate the other recruits while minimizing his own risk of injury. The lead soldier role could be entrusted to others. If indeed there were nightly escorts behind, Li Xian would confront them when the time came. Their group was not the first to engage. 3 or 4 other groups had already initiated their assault ahead of them. They had been assisting the infantry and, upon receiving orders, promptly launched their own offensive. Li Xian's squad entered the enemy's positions. The preceding groups were already wreaking havoc within the enemy lines. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Wei Qian, Gan Hongkai, and Ling Yangping leveled their machine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire towards the enemy's cover. This defensive position had been seized with minimal effort. The infantry reveled once more in the joy brought by the mech's assault. They had hardly exerted themselves to achieve victory. The next defensive obstacle before them was A2. "Li Xian, keep your squad close and follow my lead." Jiang Lu's steady voice resonated through the command channel. "Yes, all units, pay attention. According to intelligence from captives, the A2 area is the location of the enemy's command center. Specific coordinates have been transmitted to your chips. This area harbors the enemy's final heavy artillery, so proceed with caution. However, capturing the enemy's command center would be a significant achievement. I expect everyone to remain resolute." Charge, Chapter 97. Assault in the command center. In ancient battlefields, there were significant military honors, such as leading the charge, slaying generals, and capturing flags in the age of interstellar warfare. While such terms may not exist, Capturing a crucial enemy position remains a monumental feat, securing the enemy's command center. Even if it belonged to a mere Mirdar infantry brigade, carries immense weight. If classified by blueprint hierarchy, the commanding officer of an infantry brigade is at least an M3 level authority, equivalent to Lu Quan. The task of assaulting the enemy's command center fell to Jiang Lu's second squad for a straightforward reason. The chief of staff of the Mirdar infantry brigade had been captured in their operational area. Regardless of whether the chief of staff surrendered voluntarily or was captured during the assault, the opportunity to attack the enemy's command center was thus bestowed upon the second squad. Ahead, the mech units launched a ferocious offensive. In the passage, these mechs advanced in formation, their armored shields raised, unleashing a torrent of heavy fire upon the enemy's defenses. Boom! Crack! Rat-a-tat-tat! The battle unfolded with back-and-forth exchanges until, at a certain distance, the mechs ceased firing and charged headlong into the enemy lines. Shields raised! Boom! With a resounding explosion, a mech triggered a reinforced landmine designed specifically for mechs. Accompanied by a thunderous blast and a towering fireball, a short sword mech was obliterated. This mech lost all combat capability. Whether the pilot inside survived depended on fate. Against such landmines, mech defenses sometimes proved ineffective, especially for D-class mechs. While the Void Shield could mitigate many forms of damage, it primarily protected against ranged attacks. Landmines were another matter entirely. When a mech stepped on one, the Void Shield was rendered powerless. Nevertheless, the fall of one mech did not halt the battle. A new recruit, guided by orders, rushed forward to assist the damaged mech in retreating. Other mechs continued their valiant charge. The new recruit managed to drag the stricken short sword mech a short distance before handing it over to the approaching support units. Several support armored vehicles swiftly engaged the tow lines, pulling the heavily damaged mech backward. Meanwhile, Li Xian had led the three new recruits to the enemy's defense line, his power sword slicing through an enemy bunker. Boom! The strike compromised the structure, silencing the enemy's fire points within. Do not linger. Continue the advance. Jiang Lu's roar echoed in Li Xian's ears. Charge towards the enemy's command center. Yes, keep pushing. Jiang Lu entrusted the task of assaulting the enemy command center to Li Xian's squad and himself. This decision stemmed from personal interest, but also from the recognition of a formidable challenge. The command center's defenses were undoubtedly the most fortified, a tough nut to crack. Yet, this tough nut was also the most valuable target. When attacking the command center, Jiang Lu was certainly selective about his team. Naturally, such a lucrative task would be assigned to his trusted allies. Lixan would gain merit, but as Jiang Lu's subordinate. It would reflect back on Jiang Lu as well. Their bond was closer than that of ordinary comrades. The accolades for taking the command center could be apportioned to anyone. Assigning it to Li Xian would undoubtedly provoke thoughts among others. Conversely, if Jiang Lu did not assign such a prime opportunity to Li Xian or Feng Dai, how could he expect loyalty in the future? Such a golden opportunity, a relatively straightforward route to glory, should rightfully be given to his trusted aides at Li Xian understood Jiang Lu's intentions and was determined to exert greater effort in return. Thus, when the enemy's concentrated fire turned towards Li Xian's 7th squad, he felt no fear. Charge! The enemy's commander is ours, Li Xian roared, his voice nearly piercing the eardrums of the three new recruits. Think of your medals, consider promotions, and pay raises. Capturing the enemy's brigade commander will secure all of this for us. Kill! Wei Qian's face flushed with excitement. Charge! Ling Yangping gritted his teeth. Gan Honkai let out an instinctive roar. A wave of concentrated fire erupted from their mechs in response. With the aid of their chips and their inherent range skills, they unleashed a volley that rapidly silenced several enemy infantry fire points. Upon reflection, the three new recruits' mech combat abilities, particularly in long-range operations, slightly surpassed those of Li Xian. The psychic signals he downloaded were predominantly focused on melee techniques, leaving his long-range skills lamentably at a mere D2 level. This time, Li Xian has also equipped his mech with two main cannons, one plasma cannon and one laser cannon. His firing opportunities are limited, typically reserved for high-value targets. Boom! Another anti-tank missile struck Li Xian's Void Shield, pushing it near its limit. Yet he paid no mind to this, propelling his mech forward with a sudden surge, wielding the power sword with great force. Crash! The faint blue glow of the disintegration field from the power sword cleaved a medium tank cleanly in two. The tank's munitions were struck by the electric surge, leading to a rapid chain explosion. Boom! The remnants of the turret were sent flying. Flames erupted skyward, and fragments of ammunition scattered wildly. Armored vehicles appeared as fragile as a child weighing several tons in the face of the mech's onslaught. If tanks were so easily vanquished, one could only imagine the fate of ordinary infantry, be they clad in full protective gear or simply outfitted. They were rendered no different from paper against the electromagnetic cannons wielded by Wei Qian and his comrades. Swiftly reduced to mere pulp. Meanwhile, Li Xian pressed on towards the most critical position. Boom! The colossal mech smashed through the outer structure of the target command center. The power sword tore through the walls. And the massive short sword attendant burst into the heart of the infantry brigade that, a military officer, perhaps a guard or an aide, was caught unaware and crushed beneath the weight of the short sword attendant. Blood spilling freely. Thus, the scene within the command center unfolded before Li Xian's eyes. The holographic sand table flickered due to the psychic radiation emitted by Li Xian's mech. Inside the command center, fewer than 10 individuals remained, including Roy, the brigade commander clad in the distinguished uniform of the Milda attendant army, 2 aides, and several fully armored guards. Chapter 98. The death of Roy's guards, donned in individual power armor and wielding single-unit power swords, were equipped with blades over a meter in length, capable of generating a disintegration field. If a soldier in power armor were to challenge an armored vehicle, they could indeed tear through its defenses. Brigadier Roy, command your subordinates to lay down their weapons and surrender. We will guarantee your safety and proper treatment. Upon entering the command center, Li Xian swept his power sword towards Roy, projecting his voice across the room. Kill! Protect the officer! A guard in full power armor lunged at Li Xian, the faint blue glow of his power sword trailing behind his strike. Unaware of the impending doom, Li Xian swiftly redirected his massive power sword, cleaving the guard in two with a swift motion. Even the individual power armor, which could withstand armor-piercing fire, was no match for the might of Li Xian's strike. The body crumpled to the ground. Li Xian, flicking away non-existent blood, coldly stated, Brigadier Roy, cease your futile resistance and sacrifice. Roy, seated in his chair, sighed deeply and instructed his aide, after my death, let them lay down their weapons, surrender. My soldiers have displayed their valor. The aide, initially taken aback, inquired, but sir, what about you? In that moment, Roy's body radiated with psychic energy, electricity and flames swirling towards Li Xian in an attack. Alarms blared in the cockpit of Li Xian's mech. High-energy psychic reaction. Alert! Alert! Having closely observed Roy, Li Xian reacted instantaneously, raising the mechanical arm of the short sword attendant and targeting Roy with a laser cannon. Zing! A thick red laser beam shot forth from the cannon, aimed directly at her OY.I in an instant. Roy summoned his psychic energy, forming a protective shield in front of him to intercept the attack. He attempted to evade, narrowly avoiding Li Xian's strike. However, his furrowed brow relaxed as he unleashed his decorative knight's sword, hurling it towards the disengaged mech cockpit. Li Xian's main cannon and Roy's thrown sword struck each other in rapid succession. The short sword attendant's cannon fire was far beyond what a human could withstand. The laser beam, after losing some energy, still pierced through Roy's psychic defenses, obliterating his chest cavity, leaving it scorched and barren. Roy was dead, slain within his own command center. In his final moments, he sighed and closed his eyes. His body collapsing to the ground, Li Xian stared in astonishment at his mech cockpit as Roy's knight sword embedded itself into the armor, nearly penetrating halfway through. This shocking scene left him bewildered. Roy's weapon was no power sword. Yet with the infusion of psychic energy, it exhibited such devastating effects. Had it been a power sword, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After Roy's demise, his guards finally reacted. Brigadier, kill him! Faced with enemies blinded by wrath and vengeance, Li Xian harbored no hesitation. Swinging his power sword with conviction, like at times, size indeed confers a significant advantage. The larger one is, the more imposing they appear. Clang, one guard, evidently a capable officer, skillfully blocked Li Xian's attack with ease. Yet the colossal mechanical strength of the mech was insurmountable, even against power armor. The guard's arm was shattered, leading to his swift demise. With swift efficiency, Li Xian dispatched several guards, directing his humming power sword towards the 2 aides. That I hope you will fulfill Brigadier Roy's dying wish, order a surrender. The 2 aides trembled slightly, their eyes scanning the blood-soaked command center. Fixating on Roy's lifeless form, A gaping hole in his chest, flesh vaporized, the edges charred by the searing laser, with not a drop of blood to be seen. Point 1 aide, quaking with fear, stammered, "I surrender. I will obey the brigadier's command." Li Xan sheathed his power sword, maintaining an unwavering tone that a wise choice. Soon, the last order signed by Roy, in his dying moments, was transmitted to the officer's chips and communications. Capture unknown psychic signals. Psychic signal transcode in progress.